Chapter 1. The Joyful Pokemon System. In the realm of thought, the author has firmly placed his mind here. To preface, the initial pace may be somewhat leisurely, as it revolves primarily around daily life and nurturing. Now let us delve into the main narrative. Lin Feng's performance in the Pokemon entrance examination was a blend of both commendable and disappointing results. Thus, 10 minutes prior, he found himself grappling with a momentous decision in life. Should he pursue the path of a nurturer or abandon the breeding house left by his parents to become a trainer? This was indeed a formidable dilemma. However, he had since resolved his inner turmoil. Ding! The system detected that the host had traversed through 18 years. The addiction prevention system was lifted, and the Pokemon Joy value system was activated. By inducing joy in Pokemon, corresponding rewards could be obtained. The current reward for the host includes the divine power of the Everlasting Oak, supreme nurturing techniques, and mastery-level skills in related sub-professions. Additionally, the host is compensated with the skill Eye of Insight and the true newbie physique ability. Divine power of the Everlasting Oak possesses the ability to perceive, heal, and soothe the emotions of Pokemon. Supreme Nurturer, capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary, maximizing the utility of the simplest items, and creating food with culinary effects. Eye of Insight, able to discern the essence of any object, presenting it in a data format visible to the host. True Newbie Physique, significantly enhances physical quality, reducing the damage from Pokemon skills by a 99.99, and shares a portion of this vitality with Pokemon with whom bonds have been formed. This was the extraordinary occurrence that had just unfolded within Lin Feng. Having traversed into this parallel Pokemon world for 18 years, he had long since given up on the notion of a system. Little did he know, it was merely late to arrive. In Wudong Town, a satellite settlement of Wudong City. This was the quaint town where Lin Feng resided. The gentle morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting delicate shards of light and shadow. The dwelling was entirely constructed from wood, with the words neighboring nurturing house inscribed prominently above the door, a testament to his father's scyther's skillful carving. Alas, the inscription was now shrouded in dust. 10 years prior, his parents had mysteriously vanished while exploring a Pokemon wilderness area. At the tender age of 8, Lin Feng received the disheartening news from the Alliance that his parents were no more. The Alliance initially intended to send Lin Feng to an orphanage. However, being a soul that had traversed realms, Lin Feng rejected this arrangement and promptly sold the Pokemon eggs from the breeding house at a fair price to the Alliance, securing his first funds. He had persevered until the age of 18, still possessing a considerable sum, sufficient for selecting his initial Pokemon and taking the first step towards becoming a trainer. Yet, with this decision, the breeding house seemed to lose its purpose. Nevertheless, it was the culmination of his parents' efforts in this life, and the thought of relinquishing it brought Lin Feng a tinge of sorrow. Now, with the system's arrival, he felt there was no need for further contemplation. He would simply choose to be a nurturer. Rewards for bringing joy to Pokemon? Lin Feng felt a flicker of excitement. This method of obtaining rewards was indeed perfectly suited for running a breeding house. As he sensed the supreme, nurturing knowledge and the Eye of Insight manifesting in his mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of power. Then, let me tidy up and reopen the breeding house. Tidying up, in essence, meant merely cleaning. And then, I shall attempt to bring joy to Pokemon. Lin Feng rose and stepped outside. Before him lay a spacious pathway paved with blue stones, and further along was a verdant rice paddy. Beside the field, an elderly man was plowing the earth with a sand shrew, seemingly sowing seeds. This was Wudong Town, a place close to the city, yet still living a self-sufficient lifestyle. Does the true newbie physique enhance my vision as well? Despite the distance of several hundred meters, Lin Feng could discern the scales on the Sanshrew's body. He approached. Out here working so early, Grandpa Chin? The elder, known as Grandpa Chin, wore a tattered yellow and white vest with traces of mud adorning his face from labor. As he absent-mindedly wiped his face, the mud only spread further, leaving a prominent mark. Ah, little Feng, isn't it time for the season? In preparing to plant some spicy berries, you know how much this fellow loves a bit of spice. The old man gently nudged the sand shrew with his foot, his eyes glinting with affection. Chirp, chirp. The sand shrew beamed with an innocent smile. Is that so? Ha, Grandpa Chin. May I ask a favor of you? Speak, little Lin. I would like to borrow sand shrew for a bit, to plow the land behind my house and clear out the stones. Having decided to inherit the family breeding house, it was essential to cultivate the land behind the house, planting some commonly used nurturing berries and herbs. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes widened in surprise. Child, are you not planning to attend university? Lin Feng replied, I have no intentions. Today's universities are merely excursions. Besides, I still do not possess a single Pokemon. It would be somewhat too late to go now. Then let us focus on being a nurturer. Coincidentally, my intermediate nurturing certificate just arrived not long ago. I believe it would be wonderful for Pokemon to have a place to relax both physically and mentally amidst battles. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the elder nodded with a smile. Every young person has their own way of living. However, the breeding shop cannot remain solely in Wudong Town. You must find ways to reach Wudong City, or even larger places. In youth, one must explore grander realms, not remain confined to a quaint little town. Whenever you need this fellow, feel free to visit my home. Thank you, Grandpa Chin. He glanced at the sand shrew below. I appreciate your help. Little one, once we finish, he'll treat you to spicy berry noodles. The sand shrew's eyes sparkled with delight, as if to inquire, really? Chirp? You little glutton, already eager to help. The elder chuckled as he playfully nudged the sand shrew, leading it off to plow the field. Meanwhile, Lin Feng smiled, though the expression quickly faltered. Congratulations to the host for raising sand shrew's joy value from 50 to 60, rewarding 5 bags of golden fertilizer, which can enhance the growth speed of ordinary crops tenfold. 1 rare candy, which can increase a Pokemon's energy strength slightly, and soil, which can enhance the surface hardness of ground-type Pokemon. Observing the sand shrew's squinting eyes, Lin Feng was taken aback. Was this truly what it meant to evoke joy in a Pokemon? Moreover, were these rewards not a tad excessive? Chapter 2: The Delighted Lame Fish. The perfectly beautiful scales. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Chin, Lin Feng arrived at the bank of a small river and skillfully whistled a merry tune. Before long, a brownish-gray lame fish with somewhat tattered scales emerged from the water's surface. Lin Feng, well accustomed to this routine, produced a water energy cube and tossed it into the stream. The lame fish promptly swallowed it. Congratulations to the host for increasing the lame fish's delight value from 10 to 40. Rewards: 10 bags of gold gravel, 1 magical candy, and a life fruit, which can permanently enhance a Pokemon's individual value in HP. The rewards were identical. Lin Feng was unfazed. He merely patted the lame fish on the head and asked, Lame fish, would you like to come home with me? This particular lame fish had been discovered by Lin Feng in a muddy puddle after a heavy rain during the vernal equinox. He had taken it home and cared for it for a while, but due to academic pressures, he had to temporarily return it to the river. Subsequently, he noticed that this lame fish seemed to sense his presence. Whenever he approached the riverbank, he could see the lame fish swimming alongside him. Now that he was contemplating not attending university, he decided to bring it back to the breeding house, adding a touch of vitality to his sanctuary. Plop! Upon hearing these words, the lame fish paused for a moment, then stared at Lin Feng with a dazed expression, as if asking, Really? The two had spent some time together, and they had developed a mutual understanding of each other's words and intentions. Moreover, Lin Feng now possessed the power of the everlasting oak. Of course. Lin Feng replied with a smile, retrieving a Pokeball from his waist and activating the detection eye. Pokemon. Lame fish gender. Female ability. Adaptability potential. Green individual values. HP 25. Attack 13, Special Attack 11, Defense 14, Special Defense 16, Speed 10, Level 69. Skills: Leap. Tackle. Description: an ordinary yet spirited lame fish. Friendship 85. Delight value 95. Congratulations to the host for raising the lame fish's delight value from 40 to 95, and for receiving 1 potential energy cube recipe, perfectly beautiful scales, and 10 magical candies. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he observed the uncontainable joy radiating from the dazed fish's gaze that he couldn't help but gently tap its head, exclaiming, You are truly easily satisfied. Merely suggesting he would take it home had elevated its delight value from 40 to 95. Tio described this surge in delight. It It felt akin to an intoxicating euphoria, leaving one utterly entranced. After glancing at the potential energy cube recipe, Lin Feng found it increasingly intriguing. Fortune favored him as both were suitable for the lame fish. Without further ado, he captured the lame fish in the pokeball. As for the beautiful scales, Lin Feng intended to wait before applying them to the lame fish as a master breeder. He knew precisely when it would be most beneficial to use the beautiful scales. Ding, ding, ding dong. Accompanied by a few beams of red light, the lame fish was successfully captured in the pokeball. Though he had long since outgrown his youthful exuberance, capturing his first Pokemon stirred an inexplicable excitement within Lin Feng. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he raised the Pokeball and struck a standard victory pose, proclaiming, "I have captured the lame fish." When he regained his composure, he found it somewhat amusing and hurriedly stored the Pokeball away. He then followed the river's course, for his purpose extended beyond merely capturing the lame fish. He needed to inspect the water diversion channel. During the time his parents were still alive, they had diverted the river's water to facilitate irrigation, creating a channel that connected directly to the plantation. To that end, they had even excavated a water reservoir within the plantation that he sought to assess the condition of the channel, and upon inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. The channel was merely dry, with some branches inside, posing no significant issue. As long as he reached the source and cleared the blockage, everything would be resolved. Lin Feng did not head straight to the source. Instead, he chose to return home, making his way to the plantation behind the breeding house. Since his parents' passing, he had scarcely tended to it, only occasionally returning to harvest peaches when they ripened. Now, calculating the time, it seemed the peaches were nearing maturity, making it the perfect moment to pick a few to satisfy his cravings. As he walked, Lin Feng pondered. He had been transported to this world for 18 years. He had long since come to understand it thoroughly. It was evident that this was a parallel world of Pokemon. Moreover, it was a pristine Pokemon world, untainted by any other realms. According to historical texts, the existence of Pokemon had been categorized into ancient, modern, and contemporary periods. In ancient history, Arceus created the first Pokemon, Mew, which gradually evolved into various forms of Pokemon. In modern history, in 1897, Professor Bruce Pei successfully crafted the Pokeball from berries, marking the dawn of modern Pokemon studies. Since then, the field of Pokemon studies had flourished, with trainers becoming pivotal in the relationship between humans and Pokemon. The power of Pokemon transitioned from strict control to reasonable guidance. For instance, in 1924, the first ever Pokemon League Championship commenced, where the champion received immense honor and substantial rewards. Consequently, Pokemon battles began to proliferate among various leagues. Akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain, elevating the status of trainers. In the present day, Pokemon had entered the homes of families, becoming indispensable companions in daily life. Amidst this evolution, the world's power structures began to reshape, gradually forming a centralized organization represented by the leagues. In this parallel world, Lin Feng found himself situated in Wudong Town, a satellite of the Donghua League. Other leagues bore a striking resemblance to those Lin Feng had observed in previous worlds, such as the Kalos League, the Unova League, and the Alola region. Moreover, at the age of 15, he witnessed a familiar figure, Dan D, at the League Championship, where his Charizard effortlessly defeated a challenger with a single blow. It was then that Lin Feng belatedly realized that this world not only featured Dan D, but also the Elite Four member, Du, and the challenge of the Sinnoh League's Elite Four member, Sharona. Most individuals from his memories left discernible traces. What an intriguing parallel world. Upon arriving, his first aspiration had been to become a Pokemon master. However, times had changed. 18 years of mundane existence had dulled his fervor considerably. Perhaps it was wiser to embrace the path of a breeder, as it would allow him to spend more time in the company of Pokemon lost in thought. He arrived at the plantation behind his home. After years of neglect, the once cultivated land was now overrun with weeds. While lush, it had become a chaotic wilderness. The plantation was quite expansive, roughly comparable to a football field. In the past, each season would see a bountiful array of corresponding plants flourishing within its bounds. Now, only a few robust peach and orange trees remained. The peach trees were thriving, bearing fruit at this opportune moment. Just as Lin Feng contemplated this, a flash of greenish-blue darted across his vision. Chapter 3: A red potential viper with a contrarian ability. It was but a fleeting glimpse, yet Lin Feng undeniably caught sight of its form. Pokemon Viper gender. Female ability. Contrarian potential. Red individual values. HP 23. Attack 21. Special attack 24. Defense 25. Special defense 24. Speed 31. Level 12-18 skills. Leaf blade, grass whistle, glare, vine whip, seed bomb description. This appears to be a viper that enjoys eating peaches. Friendship. 5 delight value. 10 a viper? A viper with red potential. And it possesses the contrarian ability? Lin Feng's gaze widened in astonishment. While Pokemon were beings of infinite possibilities, there were still inherent limitations to their growth. These limitations, as indicated by the detection eye, were categorized into white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold. The further along the spectrum, the higher the Pokemon's potential achievements. Yet this was relative. It was not to say that a Pokemon with white potential could not eventually rise to the pinnacle of strength. It merely required the right fortuitous circumstances. Such opportunities could arise from exceptional nurturing or powerful bonds. Come out, did you steal my fruit, and now hide? Lin Feng mused. Are you a thief? Lin Feng did not immediately rush to the peach tree to extract it. Rather, he harnessed the power of the everlasting to convey his intentions. As a cultivator, he was well aware of the nature of the vine snake. It is a Pokemon characterized by its intelligence and pride, exhibiting a selective disposition when it comes to choosing trainers. Initially, the vine snake hidden behind the tree seemed bewildered, but soon its cheeks flushed with color. It was evident that upon the appearance of this human, it realized that this abandoned plantation was not a desolate wasteland. Upon this realization, it willingly stepped forth. Its slender body, adorned with lily-like embellishments on its emerald green back and a creamy white underbelly that shimmered under the sunlight, appeared as smooth as jade, even in the real world. It fidgeted with its short little hands, lowering its head. Is this your peach tree? With the power of the everlasting at his disposal, Lin Feng could easily comprehend the meaning behind the vine snake's words. Naturally, he regarded the Pokemon with a bemused expression, then thoughtfully glanced at the numerous fallen peach pits scattered about. It seemed you had quite the feast on those peaches, didn't you? Stealing from others is hardly a commendable habit. But I didn't know this was your peach tree, the vine snake replied. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, It merely thought that the peaches here were tastier than those found in the wild, that I'll go outside and pick some peaches to make amends. Lin Feng shook his head. The peaches outside could hardly compare to the ones cultivated with care in his own garden. How about this? I need to tidy up this plantation in the coming days, and you can stay to help out. What do you say? The vine snake lifted its head, its amber eyes sparkling with curiosity. Just like this, clear out the weeds. Lin Feng demonstrated by pulling a weed from in front of him and placing it beside the path. All right, the vine snake sighed in relief. Its nature forbade it from indulging in thievery. Of course, I'll cover your meals during this time. Seeing the vine snake agree, Lin Feng smiled. Having a helper at the initial stage of the plantation was indeed a boon. At the very least, if he were to pull out the weeds alone, it would take him 2 or 3 days. And after planting crops, he would need a capable assistant to guard them. Otherwise, the soil would be plagued by rattatas and the skies by Spearows, all of whom would devise ways to consume his plants, with the vine snake now willing to accept its first labor contract. Lin Feng was confident it would agree to a second. As a mid-tier, no, a god-tier cultivator, he had this assurance. Watching the busy vine snake, he nodded. You start pulling weeds, and I'll prepare some energy cubes for you. Leave it to me. The vine snake nodded earnestly, completely unaware that Lin Feng was already scheming to keep it around. Crush, heat, solidify. The process of making energy cubes was not particularly difficult. As a student who had achieved a mid-tier cultivator level even before acquiring the system, Lin Feng naturally possessed various equipment at home, such as fruit blenders and freeze dryers for creating energy cubes. Within an hour, an energy cube primarily made from peaches was produced. It was significantly faster than before. Holding a dozen pale, pink energy cubes in his hand, Lin Feng nodded in approval. The B-grade energy cubes, crafted from peaches, appeared to be expertly designed to emit the fragrance of peaches, with a hint of yogurt added. Thus, they did not fully activate the peach's detoxifying properties, allowing Pokemon to resist the poison-type moves of dominant Pokemon culinary effect. It moderately added a sweet and sour flavor, granting immunity to 10 points of poison damage for half an hour upon consumption. This was the information provided by the observation EYE.I in the past. Most of the energy cubes Lin Feng produced were ordinary. Cubes like this one, capable of further enhancing detoxification effects, were typically only achievable by advanced or even top-tier cultivators. Not to mention, it also had a culinary effect. Was this the advantage of being a god-tier cultivator? His confidence in keeping the vine snake grew stronger. Returning to the farm, he found the vine snake still diligently pulling weeds. In just an hour, it had cleared half of the weeds from a patch of land. At this rate, it would likely finish before nightfall. The farm was expansive, with wooden fences enclosing all areas except for the watering pool. Leading deep into the forest, linking to the wilderness area adjacent to Wudong town, while a large rice field lay in the center. Outside the fence stood a tall pine tree. Currently, the vine snake was clearing the weeds in the plantation area at the farm's entrance. "You're doing well. Come, have something to eat." Lin Feng beckoned to it. The vine snake curiously approached, surprised to find that this human truly meant it when he said food was provided. The pale pink energy cubes emitted an enticing aroma of peaches. And after a busy spell, the vine snake could not resist licking its lips. After receiving a confirming nod from Lin Feng, it finally succumbed and took a piece, licking it into its mouth. As if electrified, the vine snake's eyes widened in astonishment, enveloped by a warm sensation that coursed through its body, prompting it to chew rapidly. How could it be so delicious? Chapter 4. Tempting the vine snake to work with energy cubes. Congratulations, host. You have increased the vine snake's happiness level from 10 to 30, earning you 10 bags of gold fertilizer and a magical candy. Special scale fruit, which can permanently enhance a Pokemon's special attack. Is it tasty? Noticing the joy radiating from the vine snake and hearing the system's announcement, Lin Feng feigned ignorance. The vine snake's eyes sparkled even more brightly, nodding vigorously, but then it seemed to realize how obvious it was and reduced the frequency of its nods. Even closing its eyes, that as long as you enjoy it, I will continue to provide such energy cubes until you finish weeding. Observing the delighted vine snake, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. This creature, clearly relishing its food, still pretended to be aloof. With its head slightly bowed and its orange eyes shyly averting gaze, it was rather adorable. Then, during the weeding, your food will be these energy cubes. The vine snake glanced at the energy cubes on the ground. Then at the weeds it had pulled from the patch, slowing down its movements that if it finished pulling weeds, there would be no more energy cubes, but it could clear these weeds in a day. No, it had to slow down, otherwise how could it stay longer? With this thought, it even began to eat the energy cubes at a slower pace. After half an hour, it finally finished, then threw itself back into the weeding task. However, this time its efficiency... Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, but he still defended it. If you want to practice weeding, you can actually use Vine Whip. This way, you can become more adept at controlling your vines. For instance, the strength and precision of your vine whip can improve through such training that he was not speaking idly. With the knowledge of a god-tier cultivator, the training methods he devised were very effective. The vine snake stood up, its bright eyes fixed on Lin Feng, nodding eagerly. This human was quite clever. To think of such a method. That makes sense, it thought, realizing it could train its vine whip while also slowing its weeding speed. Its two vines began to stretch towards the ground beside it. Hey, seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh as he also resumed pulling weeds that he aimed to clear a patch of land today. At least planting some urgent crops, such as those useful for crafting healing potions, as well as some that could yield ingredients for simple energy cubes that he worked swiftly, clearing about half of the patch in just 10 minutes. Vine. The vine snake nearby was growing anxious. Could you slow down a bit? If you pull that fast, I won't get to eat any energy cubes. Yet Lin Feng continued on his own path, soon finishing the first patch, leaving it completely free of weeds. All that remained was to enlist the help of a diglet to plow the entire area before planting. Vine. At that moment, the vine snake grabbed his pant leg with its vine whip. What is it, vine snake? Lin Feng turned around with curiosity. Tung, this pulling weeds is because I ate your peach fruit, so this should indeed be my responsibility. Its words were somewhat fragmented, yet he still grasped the essence of the message. Essentially, it meant that this was his task, and there was no need for the little creature to intervene. Well, Lin Feng chuckled softly, crouching down to meet the gaze of the merely 80-centimeter-long, tung snake at eye level. He instinctively reached out his hand to pat its head, only for the latter to deftly evade. Lin Feng was not displeased. Fine. You go ahead and do your work. He stood up and walked towards the reservoir. In the July heat, the rainwater that had collected inside had long evaporated, leaving only cracked earth, along with some withered weeds and branches. Once he cleared these, he could redirect water to place the ugly fish inside. There's no time like the present. He descended the steps into the riverbed and began his cleanup. Given the need to sustain the entire farm, the reservoir was quite large, making the task rather cumbersome. However, being at the dawn of a new beginning, Lin Feng didn't feel fatigue. Soon, he had pulled up the weeds and branches, placing them by the roadside. After completing this task, he looked over at the tung-tung snake still preoccupied with fishing and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Tung-tung, would you like to take a break and come out with me? He intended to borrow a digging mouse from Grandpa Chin, while also cleaning the irrigation ditch to bring in the water. 2 plots of land would be sufficient for him to cultivate a variety of crops for now. Tung-tung? The tung-tung snake paused its movements, quickly retracting its vine whip, its expression visibly brightening. Tung-tung, sure. Engaging in such monotonous work was tedious, especially since it had to deliberately slow its pace, rendering it even more dull. Come help me bundle these weeds and branches. We'll toss them out. The tung-tung snake readily agreed to this request, binding all the weeds together and following Lin Feng closely as they stepped outside. Once back on the cobblestone path, Grandpa Chin was nowhere to be seen beside the rice fields. The midday sun was somewhat fierce. Most people would avoid working at this hour. However, as a grass-type Pokemon, the tung-tung snake wore a contented expression under the full sun. Lin Feng took out an energy cube. Here, tung-tung snake, help me clear out the branches and stones in this channel with your vine whip. Tung-tung? The little creature hesitated as it took the energy cube that it felt somewhat like it was being ordered around. Yet the enticing scent of the energy cube proved too tempting to resist. Ultimately, it consumed the cube and began clearing the branches and stones from the channel. After approximately half an hour, when the debris in the irrigation ditch had been nearly cleared away, Lin Feng approached the riverbank. He lifted the obstructing wooden plank and tossed it aside, then used a hoe to tidy up the surrounding soil. The cool water then flowed swiftly down the irrigation ditch towards the plantation. Thank you, tung-tung snake. Here, let me reward you with another energy cube. Lin Feng produced another energy cube and handed it to the tung-tung snake. Although the latter felt a bit embarrassed, the aroma of the energy cube was irresistible, and it couldn't help but take it and pop it into its mouth. Tung-tung, oh no, I feel like I can't live without these energy cubes. While munching, the clever tung-tung snake pondered how to ensure its continued supply of these treats. Chapter 5. Spicy tomato noodles that enhance special attack. Grandpa Chin. I'll return this child in the afternoon. In front of a quaint little house, Lin Feng greeted Grandpa Chin, with the tung-tung snake on his left and the digging mouse on his right. All right, by the way, young Lin, is this tung-tung snake your Pokemon? Grandpa Chin inquired, looking at the tung-tung snake hiding shyly beside Lin Feng. This made the tung-tung snake's heart race with anxiety. It feared that Lin Feng might reveal the truth to this human, which would bring it great embarrassment. That, oh dear. Please don't say anything. Yes, I thought with such a large plantation, one would need to capture a Pokemon to help out, right? Lin Feng responded. Haha, Grandpa Chin chuckled heartily. After leaving Grandpa Chin's house, Lin Feng sold a serving of spicy tomatoes in the little town, which made the accompanying digging mouse drool uncontrollably. Pokemon. Digging mouse gender. Male ability. Sand Veil talent. White individual values. HP 14. Attack 15. Special attack 12. Defense 18. Special defense 16. Speed 11. Strength. Level 11 skills. Scratch, roll into a ball. Poison sting. Sand attack, roll. Description. A very easily satisfied digging mouse. Affinity 65. It feels good about you. Happiness 60. In a good mood. Don't worry. I'll prepare the noodles for you shortly. Lin Feng chuckled as he observed the digging mouse fixated on the spicy tomatoes. Chuan chuan. The digging mouse nodded, unable to resist rolling along the path. This prompted the tung-tung snake to look at it with a disapproving expression. How delicious could a few spicy tomato noodles be? They paled in comparison to energy cubes. Once back at the plantation, it was nearly noon. Lin Feng didn't immediately set the digging mouse to work, but instead headed to the kitchen. Having lived alone for many years, Lin Feng had honed his culinary skills, and the basic ingredients at home were still sufficient. With his newfound knowledge as a master breeder, he was curious about how delicious his creations would be. He boiled water, and once it reached a rolling boil, he added the egg noodles he had purchased in town, that he scooped in some lard for the noodles to absorb the broth, and added a few basic seasonings. A bowl of clear broth noodles was ready. Of course, this was just the first step that he prepared the noodles in a bowl, cracked a few eggs, and poured them into a pan coated with a layer of slightly heated rapeseed oil. Once they set, he swiftly retrieved them, chopped the spicy tomatoes into small cubes, and stir-fried them over medium heat until they were fragrant. Then he added the egg pancake and tossed everything together. The golden yellow pancake was immediately stained red by the spicy tomatoes. Finally, he added a bit of cornstarch to thicken it, and the slightly sticky spicy tomato noodles were complete. B-grade delicacy, spicy tomato noodles. Although the ingredients were ordinary, the chef's remarkable skill transformed it into a delightful dish. After all, who could refuse a bowl of tangy and spicy noodles? Culinary effect. Special attack boost. Consuming it grants a Pokemon a temporary increase of 10 in special attack for an hour. Regular consumption can further enhance a Pokemon's special attack. Impressive. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise as he glanced at the effects displayed by his observation. I doubt he felt that this time. His method was no different from before, yet the results were vastly superior. Come. Lin Feng looked down at the digging mouse that had already entered, ready to serve it a bowl of spicy tomato noodles. To his surprise, right next to his feet, there was not only the digging mouse, but also the tung-tung snake. The liquid flowing from its slightly parted mouth and the anticipation in its eyes indicated that it had also been waiting for quite some time. Do you want to eat too? Tung-ting? I do. No other words were needed. It was simply delicious. The tung-tung snake had completely forgotten its earlier disdain for the digging mouse. Well, Lin Feng chuckled softly. Although he was unaware of the tung-tung snake's previous expression, seeing its eager demeanor now brought him great joy. All right, let us divide these two bowls into three. Lin Feng placed the bowls beside the two little creatures. The digging mouse, unable to use chopsticks, didn't mind the heat and grabbed the noodles with its paws to eat. Upon taking the first bite, the scalding, tangy, and spicy flavors exploded in its mouth, causing its eyes to widen in surprise that it practically buried its entire face in the noodles. Congratulations, host. The digging mouse's happiness level has increased from 60 to 85 rewards. 10 bags of gold dust, 1 rare candy, and 500 grams of soil sand. Tung-tung, this astonishing turn of events startled both the tung-tung snake and Lin Feng. What on earth? So exaggerated. As Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks. The tung-tung snake also grabbed a pair with its vine whip from the table. It realized that after learning to use the vine whip to pull weeds, its proficiency with it had significantly improved. These delicate chopsticks were surprisingly easy to handle. When a mouthful of noodles was slurped into its mouth, the tung-tung snake's expression changed as well. Congratulations, host. The tung-tung snake's happiness level has increased from 15 to 35. Rewards: 8 bags of gold dust and 1 rare candy. Lin Feng. Is it really that delicious? He began to doubt his own culinary skills. Trying a sip of the soup. 3 minutes later. Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, finished the last mouthful of soup and exclaimed loudly, refreshing. The two Pokemon beside him wore equally satisfied expressions. Yet, he felt no other changes. Why had the flavors transformed so drastically? Even Lin Feng found himself somewhat perplexed by the change in flavor of the noodles. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to a subconscious alteration in his cooking techniques induced by the system's influence. With the noodles consumed, he turned to the shuckle, retrieving a modest package of golden fertilizer, weighing approximately 500 grams, gifted by the system. In this world, technology related to storage was remarkably advanced, even featuring storage spheres reminiscent of Pokeballs. Thus, Lin Feng felt no apprehension about producing items from the system space in front of the two small Pokemon without arousing suspicion. Chuan Chuan, the shuckle, having never tasted such exquisite food, displayed an unmistakable excitement, signaling its readiness to fulfill Lin Feng's instructions. With the two Pokemon in tow, Lin Feng proceeded to the plantation, evenly distributing the golden fertilizer across a plot of land. According to the system's assessment, this fertilizer could enhance the growth rate of ordinary plants within a 10x10m area by tenfold, sufficient for a single plot of land. The generosity of the system was indeed remarkable. He had dozens of these bags at his disposal, along with more than a dozen rare candies. Now, Shuckle, please till this piece of land, he instructed. As dusk fell, Lin Feng had planted numerous medicinal herbs in the two tilled plots, as well as several seeds he purchased from the town seed shop, including spicy tomatoes, chili peppers, and turnips. On his way back, he also acquired an aquarium as a token of gratitude for the shuckle. That evening, he prepared a spicy tomato noodle dish once more, which delighted the shuckle, whose gaze fixated longingly on the remaining untended land in the plantation, as if to say, "Don't forget to call on me for these tasks as well." "Here, have a candy to as the shuckle prepared to depart." Lin Feng produced a rare candy. "Chuan chuan." The shuckle, a bit puzzled, accepted it with its paws. "Delicious." The shuckle sniffed it, thought little of it, and promptly devoured it. Upon swallowing, it felt invigorated, as if the day's labor had been washed away, and it was filled with renewed energy and strength. The somewhat silly shuckle, not contemplating much further, bowed to Lin Feng twice before taking its leave. Only through Lin Feng's probing eyes could one discern that the shuckle's energy level had risen from 11-12 to 13-14, an overall increase of 2 levels. Tung-ting. The fletchling nearby emitted a mournful sound, now realizing that any food prepared by this human was bound to be exquisite. "Well, you've worked hard today, clearing 2 plots of grass." Lin Feng crouched down, a whimsical smile gracing his face as he looked at the fletchling. However, this smile made the fletchling feel inexplicably bashful. After receiving the candy, it pondered for a moment as if coming to a decision, leaning closer to Lin Feng and lowering its head, seemingly inviting him to stroke it. "Haha." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, extending the candy while placing his hand gently on its head. The smooth texture felt akin to jelly but bore a hint of softness, cool to the touch. In other words, it was quite pleasant indeed. Having gained the fletchling's acceptance for a head pat, Lin Feng decided against teasing it further and instead produced a pokeball, presenting it earnestly before the fletchling. Tung-tung. The fletchling, having just placed the rare candy in its mouth, halted mid-chew upon seeing the large pokeball before it. Its chewing momentarily ceased as it froze in place. Lin Feng spoke sincerely. "Would you like to become my Pokemon?" After a day's companionship, he had grown quite fond of this fletchling. Tung-tung. How unexpected. The fletchling turned its head away, feeling somewhat unprepared, although it held a favorable impression of Lin Feng. The question stirred a sense of urgency. Was it too soon to agree after just 1 day? Lin Feng beamed. "When fate arrives, how could it be deemed sudden? Moreover, I am sincerely asking if you would like to be my Pokemon." After swallowing the rare candy, the fletchling gazed at the Pokeball before it, ultimately turning its head away, yet resting its paw upon the Pokeball. "Tung-tung, since you've put it that way. Then very well." With a flash of red light, the fletchling's figure vanished into the Pokeball. Da-da, truly a proud yet delicate little creature. Lin Feng shook his head and released it once more. Pokemon. Fletchling gender. Female ability. Contrary potential. Red individual values. HP, 23. Attack, 21. Special attack, 25. Defense, 25. Special defense, 24. Speed, 31. Level, 14-19. Skills. Leaf Blade, Grassy Terrain, Glare, Vine Whip, Seed Bomb. Description. It feels it may have encountered a rather decent human. Affection, 60. It thinks you're quite alright. Joy level, 60. Joy mingled with a hint of hesitation. Tung-tung. Come, let me introduce you to a new friend. Lin Feng produced the Pokeball containing the Magikarp. After a long day of work, he had yet to release it. Tung-tung. Observing Lin Feng's unchanged demeanor, the fletchling inexplicably felt relieved and followed closely behind with small steps, arriving at the reservoir. The accumulated water had become clear overnight. With a gentle tap, the Magikarp that had been confined within the Pokeball for some time swam out. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the dazed fish displayed a hint of joy. Lin Feng lifted it from the water, allowing the curious fletchling to take a look at its somewhat dented scales, leading him into contemplation. The exquisite scales rewarded by the system were of undeniable quality. However, the current state of the Magikarp scales seemed rather unkempt, that an evolution was imminent. Naturally, he wished to maintain it in the best condition prior to evolution, ensuring it would possess the highest quality afterward. After retrieving the aquarium from the storage ball and filling it with water, Lin Feng placed the Magikarp inside, that he then called for the fletchling, leading both little Pokemon back home. The Magikarp could simply be placed on the table. As for the fletchling, there was no issue. When his mother was alive, she had carved a wooden house for the Scyther, which, although a bit aged, would serve the fletchling quite well now. Tung-tung. Observing the wooden house that seemed disproportionate to its height, the fletchling cast a curious glance at Lin Feng. "This was constructed with your future evolution into a superior in mind, considering you will grow larger." Lin Feng replied solemnly, though he suddenly recalled that the fletchling had already reached a minimum level of 14. If it evolved at level 16, it shouldn't be long now that once it has absorbed the energy from the rare candy, he would feed it another, and that should suffice. Tung tung. The fletchling shot him an incredulous glance. As if to say, do you think I'm as foolish as a Magikarp? This wooden house was evidently quite old, and yet he claimed it was built for her. However, it was spacious and clean inside, clearly having been freshly tidied, which the fletchling genuinely appreciated. What could serve as proof of this? Congratulations, host. You have increased the fletchling's joy level from 60 to 75, rewarding you with 8 bags of golden fertilizer, 3 rare candies, and a grass terrain skill disc. This was quite conclusive. It truly enjoyed its new home. Chapter 7. The morning run of the young girl and Squirtle at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the wooden house. Lin Feng rose early and headed to the plantation to check on the plants he had sown the previous day. Overnight, some of the seeds had sprouted tender shoots, some even several centimeters tall. This prompted Lin Feng to nod repeatedly in approval. The golden fertilizer provided by the system was indeed potent. In this world, while the growth rate of most plants surpassed that of his previous life, it was not to such an extent. Typically, they grew merely 2 to 3 times faster. Moreover, the growing environment was better regulated, especially with the presence of Pokemon, extraordinary beings that defied logic. After watering the plants, Lin Feng returned to his room. The fletchling and Magikarp were already awake. The former stood by the window, greeting the morning sun, while the latter, resembling a statue, gazed vacantly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng retrieved the leftover peach fruit energy cube from the previous day, poured it into a small bowl, and called out to the fletchling, "Come, it's time for breakfast, tung tung." The ting-ting snake responded with a sound, albeit still feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It had come to accept its current identity. Holding a bowl, it placed it elegantly upon the table and gracefully picked up a piece of energy cube to consume. Lin Feng then approached the cho-cho fish, crushed a piece of energy cube, and tossed it into the water. The cho-cho fish still bore some pockmarked scales. Should it evolve now, although beautiful scales could greatly remedy these imperfections, they would still detract from its post-evolution beauty. Rather than waiting until that moment when rectifying the issue would prove difficult, it was better to address it while the fish was still in its less appealing form. This problem was manageable. With diligent water changes and proper feeding of energy cubes, in approximately half a month, the blemishes could be smoothed out. However, a message from the system shattered this notion. Congratulations, host. You have increased the cho-cho fish's happiness from 60 to 75. Rewards: 10 bags of gold mud, 1 magical candy, and a recipe for maintaining energy cubes. Perhaps it wouldn't take half a month after all? Lin Feng regarded the cho-cho fish with a peculiar expression. It was joyfully devouring the energy cubes, completely unaware that its elevated happiness had bestowed upon it a fitting reward. It seemed that the day when the ugly duckling transformed into a beautiful swan was not far off. With a sigh of reflection, Lin Feng turned his attention away from the cho-cho fish and walked to the doorway, opening the door to the breeding house. Today's task was to collect his breeding certificate, purchase some necessary supplies for the breeding house, and register the ting-ting snake and cho-cho fish under his breeding house. According to the laws of the Donghua Alliance, if one captured a Pokemon, they must register its information within 7 days. Furthermore, novice trainers were restricted to capturing only 1 Pokemon at the outset. As one's trainer level increased, the number of Pokemon one could capture would gradually rise. However, breeders had no such limitations. Possessing a breeding house allowed for the capture of even more Pokemon. Turning to the 2 Pokemon who had finished eating, Lin Feng prepared to store them in their Pokeballs when a voice abruptly halted him from behind. Brother Feng. Turning around, a youthful figure clad in white caught his eye. The girl wore a white short-sleeved shirt and cotton sports pants, her short ponytail swaying as she approached. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, tinged with a hint of innocence, and her slightly rounded face radiated youthful vitality. It seemed she was out for a morning jog. Upon spotting Lin Feng, her eyes lit up, and she immediately dashed over. Beside her was a Squirtle, its expression one of utter desolation, panting heavily. Why are you back? Is it summer vacation already? Lin Feng inquired, surprised. The girl, Qin Shu, was the granddaughter of old Qin, and like him, she attended Wudong Pokemon High School in Wudong City. The difference was that Qin Shu was currently in her 2nd year, while he had already graduated. They hailed from the same small town. After Lin Feng's parents disappeared, old Qin had looked after him, frequently sending seasonal treats his way and advising him to take care of Qin Shu at school. As a result, they had developed a fairly good relationship. Yes. Yesterday was the start of summer vacation, and I returned last night, Qin Shu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She then tugged on her Squirtle, exclaiming, "Look, Brother Feng, this is the Pokemon I just captured. Squirtle, take a look." Squirtle. The Squirtle greeted weakly, sweat dripping from its forehead. Clearly, it harbored a great deal of resentment about being dragged out for a morning run so early. Haha, seeing the Squirtle's condition, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Although the starter Pokemon were not considered rare in this world, they were not overly common either. Typically, only families of moderate means could afford one. Lin Feng was aware of Qin Shu's family situation. Her father was a trainer at the gym, and her mother worked as a nurse at a Pokemon hospital. With some careful budgeting, they could indeed afford to buy their only daughter a Squirtle. Not bad. Aside from the slight dullness in its eyes, its skin is vibrant, and its limbs are strong. It's a fine Pokemon. By the way, did you finally pass the novice trainer assessment? Lin Feng remarked with some sentiment. After 9 years of compulsory education, one had to pass the trainer assessment to become an official trainer. The initial assessment was merely a theoretical knowledge test, not particularly challenging for most. He had passed it in his first year of high school. After all, if one lacked even basic knowledge of Pokemon, what was the point of becoming a trainer? However, as far as Lin Feng knew, Qin Shu had attempted the novice trainer assessment 3 times without success. Despite this, her lively personality shone through, embodying the essence of a true sports enthusiast. At times, Lin Feng suspected that everything she consumed was solely directed towards her physical development, leaving her with an appearance that suggested a lack of intellect. It seemed Squirtle would have to endure some hardships being with her. I finally passed the last exam, Qin Shu said bashfully, scratching her head before suddenly recalling something. She eagerly asked, "I heard you don't plan to become a trainer anymore. Why not? Your humanities grades are so good. Why not capture a Pokemon?" "Precisely because my grades are good. I should become a breeder," Lin Feng explained, stepping aside to let her in. "Oh, I see," Qin Shu replied, her expression contemplative. However, she was soon captivated by the tung-ting snake, which was munching on energy cubes, her eyes sparkling with intense excitement. "Brother Feng, is this your Pokemon, the tung-ting snake? Let us have a battle between trainers, Lin Feng." It seemed that none of what he had just said had registered with her. The tung-ting snake finished its last piece of energy cube, glanced at the panting Squirtle, and then looked back at Lin Feng, as if asking, "Shall we fight?" Chapter 8. Tung-ting Snake vs. Squirtle, Pokemon Squirtle. Gender: female. Ability: Torrent quality. Blue individual values. HP 18, Attack 20, Special Attack 21, Defense 25, Special Defense 24, Speed 16, Level 58, Skills: Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw. Description: a Squirtle filled with resentment, pondering whether it had chosen the wrong trainer. Feeling overwhelmed at the prospect of waking up so early in the future. Affection level: 20, you let it rest. Happiness level: -15, the gap between Pokemon is significant. It envies the current tung-ting snake. Observing the information about this Squirtle, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Goodness, it seemed to have quite a lot of inner thoughts. Yes, they are both starter Pokemon, although water types are weak against grass types. I believe that under my exquisite command, my Squirtle can definitely hold its own against your tung-ting snake, Qin Shu declared confidently, raising her small fist at All right then. Lin Feng felt he should temper her enthusiasm. Both Pokemon were indeed starters, but he needed to make it clear that even among starter Pokemon, there could be vast differences. What a joke, with a 10-level gap and type disadvantage. If the tung-ting snake couldn't manage to win, Lin Feng would have to check if there was something wrong with it. The two quickly made their way to the bluestone path outside. The damage caused by the skills of both starter Pokemon to the terrain was minimal, so any open space would suffice for their battle. Squirtle, this is our very first battle. We must perform splendidly to achieve a good result in the Baby Cup. Do you understand? Throughout the journey, Qin Shu continuously encouraged Squirtle. The Squirtle's reactions, however, were quite amusing. That it kept gazing at the tung-ting snake, its large, expressive eyes filled with a hint of longing. Squirtle, where did you find this trainer? She seems quite good. Could you help me find one too? Tung-ting snake. It hadn't expected this Squirtle to be such a goof, With a roll of its eyes, it coolly walked beside Lin Feng. Without comparison, one could not discern the difference. This human appeared to be somewhat foolish, lacking in intellect, that in contrast, Lin Feng was indeed much better. With that thought, the Ting-Ting snake could not help but let a slight smirk appear at the corner of its mouth. On the bluestone path, the two stood in position. "Are you ready?" Qin Shu inquired fervently, to which Lin Feng nodded slightly. "All right, let us go. Squirtle, use tackle." At this moment, the expression of the Squirtle grew earnest, although it grumbled. It still adhered to the trainer's commands. Upon hearing the directive, it charged towards the Frostless with a strikingly smooth and shiny head. One must admit, after undergoing rigorous running training, Squirtle's speed appeared surprisingly commendable. It would have been even better if it had the inclination to lift its head. Lin Feng found it perplexing why it refused to raise its head while utilizing the tackle move. The gaze of Frostless remained unperturbed at Frostless, could you ease up a bit? Lin Feng couldn't help but suggest, glancing at the motionless Frostless beside him. "Frostless, I'll do as you say." Frostless spread its small hands, indicating its indifference. "Very well, Frostless. Use Vine Whip." With a flick of his finger, Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence rising within him. Although he had witnessed countless Pokemon battles in the past, the actual experience still stirred some excitement within him. Frostless, the amber eyes of Frostless shimmered as it observed the oncoming Squirtle, which was charging forward without lifting its head, and inexplicably felt amused. It merely tilted its body slightly to the side, allowing Squirtle to glide past it, blissfully unaware that it was drifting further from its target. Only when the two vines struck the ground beneath it did Squirtle react, attempting to evade. However, it seemed that the immense inertia rendered it incapable of escaping the grasp of the Vine Whip. With a resounding thud, Squirtle's head collided with the rocky ground, prompting Lin Feng to involuntarily click his tongue. The sound was so crisp, it gave a delightful impression, as if a beautiful sound indicated a good head. Frostless pressed a small hand to its forehead, suddenly realizing why these two were brought together. "Such a trainer, such a Pokemon, Squirtle." "Over there," Qin Shu exclaimed as she witnessed Squirtle tumble heavily onto the ground. "The battle has only just begun. Get up. Hang in there, Squirtle." Rubbing its swollen head, the dazed Squirtle stood up and glanced ahead, only to find no one but Lin Feng. Momentarily unable to locate Frostless's position, it was only when Lin Feng subtly pointed behind it, coupled with Qin Shu's loud shout, "Behind you, behind you." There's a Vine Whip, that Squirtle finally comprehended and turned around. However, at that moment, the two vines were already less than 10 centimeters away from its back, and predictably ensnared its entire body, lifting it into the air. Despite its frantic struggles, it could not break free from the confines of the Vine Whip. Flipping Squirtle away, Frostless shot a sideways glance at its trainer with a touch of exasperation. During a battle, it had even warned other Pokemon. One must provide a bit of battling experience, right? Lin Feng coughed twice to mask his embarrassment, although this experience seemed to have been lacking. Over there, the flung Squirtle crashed heavily onto the ground, struggling to regain its composure. IT found it utterly baffling why Frostless would appear behind it mid-battle. "Are you all right, Squirtle?" Qin Shu hurriedly rushed to Squirtle's side, her voice filled with concern. Squirtle." Squirtle was about to reassure her that it was fine, but in an instant, it adopted a feeble demeanor. Squirtle. "I lack strength." The naive Qin Shu failed to notice Squirtle's oddness and, feeling a twinge of regret, turned her gaze towards Frostless, her eyes sparkling. What an impressive Frostless, truly worthy of being Fenggu's Pokemon. "Lin Feng, are you coming over with Frostless? Aren't we going to continue battling?" Although Squirtle was still a relatively new Pokemon, it wouldn't simply lose its battling capability after a couple of strikes, so Lin Feng approached to assess the situation. "Squirtle says it has no stamina left," Qin Shu said, somewhat exasperated. This left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Squirtle appeared to be in good spirits. Then it dawned on him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Fenggu, how did I perform just now? Was it satisfactory?" Qin Shu couldn't help but look up, her eyes shining brightly, clearly hoping for positive praise. Quite good. If only Squirtle could lift its head while using tackle next time," Lin Feng contemplated before replying. Chapter 9. The baby cup at Wong Wong supermarket, watching Qin Shu leave with newfound confidence after receiving advice. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head that he merely suggested that she remind Squirtle to lift its head when using tackle. And she suddenly realized the reason for their defeat in this battle. She promptly took Squirtle for targeted training, but how could the reason for their inability to win possibly be the lack of proficiency in tackle? Frostless couldn't hold back either. Forget it. Shall we head to the city? Do you want to go into the Pokeball? Lin Feng inquired, pulling out a Pokeball. Frostless? Must I? Seeing the Pokeball in Lin Feng's hand, Frostless displayed a look of disdain, as it had no desire to be confined within that cramped space. All right, then will you be in my arms or on my shoulder? Otherwise, you won't be able to board the bus. The Pokemon League's regulations clearly state that large Pokemon cannot be on public transport, and trainers must maintain contact with their Pokemon. Frostless looked at him skeptically. Indeed, Lin Feng insisted earnestly. Although there was a hint of self-interest in his desire to hold Frostless close, it was summer after all. The cool sensation of its skin would be quite delightful. Frostless reluctantly nodded in agreement. At the Pokemon League branch in Wudong City, Lin Feng emerged, cradling Frostless. Initially, the little creature preferred to stay on his shoulder, but soon, due to its own height, it felt rather awkward sitting there on the bus. This awkwardness compelled it to retreat and settle in Lin Feng's arms instead. In truth, it was quite pleasant, warm and cozy, as long as those hands didn't keep wandering over its body. Frostless thought to itself, feeling a bit bashful. The certificate was issued swiftly, and the receptionist was quite charming, praising Lin Feng for being accomplished at such a young age, having become a mid-level nurturer. She also facilitated the issuance of the Nurturing House Qualification Certificate, that he needed to purchase some everyday bandages, healing potions, and materials for crafting energy cubes. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng strode purposefully towards Wong Supermarket, located across from the League. This was the largest chain department store in the League, where one could find both Pokemon supplies and everyday items. However, upon crossing the street, Lin Feng noticed a large banner hanging in front of Wong Supermarket. To become an excellent trainer, one must start with battling. During the summer vacation, Wong Supermarket, in collaboration with the Pokemon League, is hosting a baby cup for novice trainers. Any novice trainer can participate for free. Abundant rewards await you to take home. Next to the banner, there was an animated image of a Shinado blowing a kiss, clearly indicating the organizers understood what would capture the attention of children in this age group. What truly captured Lin Feng's attention, however, were the rewards. First prize: 1 starter Pokemon egg, a shopping card worth 88,000 from Wong Supermarket, and a chance to guess the egg mystery at the Wong Supermarket headquarters. Second prize: a shopping card worth 88,000 from Wong Supermarket, and a chance to guess the egg mystery at the Wong Supermarket headquarters. Third prize: a shopping card worth 88,000 from Wong Supermarket. The rewards appear quite generous. Lin Feng mused, unable to tear his gaze away from the Shinado. Below were the participation time and rules. July 15th rules. Only first-stage Pokemon are allowed to participate, and their strength must be below Elite. Entry: Normal, Elite, Gym Leader, Overlord, Champion. This is a general classification of Pokemon's strength below Divine Beast, that if it's below Elite, then almost any Pokemon between levels 0 to 20 could participate. Though participating in the competition seems somewhat at odds with his aspirations of becoming a nurturer, but the rewards are truly enticing. Frostless, what do you think? Thus Lin Feng posed this dilemma to Frostless. Frostless, it shook its head, indicating it couldn't comprehend the words above, recognizing only the name Shinado. You agree, right? Very well. I shall sign up, Lin Feng declared enthusiastically as he entered the supermarket. Frostless. Is this some sort of chaotic reading? Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback to discover that a considerable number of individuals had signed up. It suddenly dawned on him that this particular time frame coincided with the summer vacation. Recently, the preliminary trainer assessments had just concluded, making it the most leisurely period. Thus, the supermarket had purposefully organized a baby cup competition to ignite the enthusiasm of novice trainers in nurturing their Pokemon. After all, cultivating Pokemon necessitates resources, and where do those resources originate? They can undoubtedly only be procured from the supermarket. With just a modest incentive, the supermarket could significantly boost its revenue. How cunning! Lin Feng silently cursed in his heart, yet he acknowledged that this strategy was indeed quite clever. When his breeding shop eventually opened, he would certainly adopt similar tactics. "Excuse me, is this your Pokemon?" "It's absolutely adorable," a young female staff member approached, complimenting the Sprigatito. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, saying yes, it is indeed a charming Pokemon. This made the Sprigatito blush, causing it to become somewhat awkward in demeanor. "Are you here to participate in the Baby Cup as well? What do you think of our Wong Wong Supermarkets event?" The young lady was evidently conducting market research. "That I think it is excellent. It not only provides novice trainers with a chance to battle, but also stirs their passion for training Pokemon. However, if possible, I believe the rewards could be more lavish. They could certainly be higher." Lin Feng earnestly replied that if I triumph, I would be even more delighted. His candid remarks left the seasoned staff member momentarily stunned, before she could not help but chuckle. "Are you quite confident in your abilities? Young man, are you a trainer from that Pokemon Academy?" "Not quite. To be precise, I consider myself a breeder. Merely a part-time trainer." Lin Feng responded with a radiant smile. "Oh, very well." The young lady, taken aback by his reply, found herself at a loss for words and exchanged a few pleasantries before departing. Internally, she scoffed. Indeed, a young novice unafraid of tigers. Does he truly believe the supermarket would offer a substantial reward for first place? She shook her head, aware that the supermarket owner's son would also be participating in the Baby Cup, and his Pokemon was a Dragonair. Chapter 10. The utility of the Sprigatito's grass field registration was simple. One merely needed to fill out some information and submit a deposit of 1,000 Alliance coins. This deposit ensured that trainers would arrive punctually, as a lack of attendance could lead to an awkward situation due to the prearranged matches. However, once the deposit was made, it would subconsciously ingrain the event in their minds that, of course, the organizers would refund this money post-competition. After registering, it was nearly 10 in the morning. Lin Feng contemplated purchasing some items to take back. Navigating the supermarket with ease, he headed to the fruit section to acquire materials for crafting energy cubes that he then turned to the Sprigatito in his arms and inquired, "Is there anything you wish to buy?" Sprigatito shook its head. It had only observed humans from the edges of the forest, and it had never encountered a supermarket of this nature before. However, it discreetly noted that one could exchange items using the small square device, mobile phone. "Should I consider purchasing another Rotom?" Lin Feng pondered. For a gym or breeding facility, Rotom would undoubtedly be the ideal assistant, capable of recording information, forecasting weather, and measuring soil moisture, all without occupying a trainer's Pokemon slot. Nonetheless, this thought flickered through his mind and dissipated, concluding with perhaps later, when finances allow. The funds his parents had left him were dwindling. He checked yesterday and found he had around 320,000 left, while a Rotom would cost 250,000. It was prudent to retain some funds for emergencies, especially since the plantation was not extensive, and he could manage it alone for the time being. After completing his purchases, Lin Feng noticed some pasture seeds on his way back. After some contemplation, he decided that instead of allowing the land to become overgrown with weeds, it would be better to sow some pasture. And he recalled that in Huaguang Village, under the jurisdiction of Wudong City, someone had established a large miltank farm, occasionally collecting dried pasture from outside. Even if they did not collect, he could cultivate it himself. The idea of raising miltanks had long taken root in his mind. As a qualified breeder, it was essential to have a diverse array of Pokemon. It should be noted that some recognized breeding facilities could successfully nurture dozens of Pokemon and even serve as the first stop for novice trainers to choose their starter Pokemon. However, it would undoubtedly be a busy endeavor. Reflecting on this, it seemed that becoming a breeder bore a resemblance to being a corporate employee. Sigh. After sorting everything out, Lin Feng treated himself and the Sprigatito to a steak dinner, only to be met with the latter's critique. "Sprigatito, it seems your noodles are still tastier." This elicited a chuckle from Lin Feng. What a jest! I am a god-tier breeder, in contrast to his previous world. This realm had seen the extinction of some ordinary animals due to the formidable power of Pokemon, while the remaining ordinary species could only thrive under human protection upon returning home. The first task Lin Feng undertook was to create energy cubes for his Magikarp. This had become second nature to him. Within a mere 10 minutes, fresh energy cubes were produced. Nurturing Energy Cube, a C-rank energy cube crafted from beautifly berries and spotless grass. Long-term consumption maintains the smooth and radiant condition of the skin or scales. Culinary effect. This energy cube maximizes the effects of the beautifly berry and spotless grass, enhancing charm by 15 for 1 hour upon consumption. Lin Feng voiced a note of skepticism. How does one gauge charm? Would it yield effects if he consumed it? He crushed the warm energy cube and placed it in the fish tank, watching as the Magikarp happily devoured it. Accompanied by an inexplicable transformation, Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, noticing that the Magikarp seemed to have become somewhat more aesthetically pleasing. Its scales appeared smoother, gradually transitioning from a dull gray to a pearlescent hue. While its eyes took on a more refined appearance, this transformation was rather significant. The effects are remarkable. Sprigatito, would you like to try? Lin Feng presented the energy cube to the Sprigatito, which eagerly accepted it. After consuming it, the changes were not as pronounced. It merely appeared a tad smoother. At this rate, you should evolve in about 3 to 4 days. After some time, Lin Feng gently lifted the Magikarp from the tank. Observing the previously rough patches now gradually improving, he expressed his satisfaction. With a Milotic, I shall be able to take it easy. The summer heat remained quite oppressive. Newly planted vegetation typically required regular watering. And with the addition of fertilizer, plants would generally demand more water, that if solely relying on Lin Feng, he would find himself confined to the plantation once it was fully stocked. Hence, this was when a Milotic would be essential for irrigation. As for now, gazing at the sweltering heat outside, Lin Feng sighed and ultimately braved the heat to head toward the plantation. As he expected, the seedlings planted just last night had already grown to about 10 centimeters tall. However, their leaves appeared somewhat wilted. The Sprigatito had also followed him, and upon seeing the expanse of weeds, it instinctively began to pull them up. This time, there was no pretense. It worked much faster. Sprigatito, wait. Don't pull them up just yet. Come here. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to hand over the grass field to the Sprigatito. Sprigatito, what is the matter? The Sprigatito thought Lin Feng had discovered its deliberate slowness in weeding yesterday. Feeling a bit embarrassed, nevertheless, it approached with small steps. Sprigatito, I will finish weeding quickly. Ah, I didn't mention that. Let me teach you something useful. Lin Feng excitedly retrieved a greenish disc from his system space. According to the instructions provided by the system, its usage was simple. One merely needed to tap it onto a grass-type Pokemon. This signified that any grass-type Pokemon could learn the skill. Unhindered by species limitations, the Sprigatito relaxed. It suddenly felt as though a wealth of knowledge had been imparted to its mind. In the next moment, it instinctively unleashed the newfound skill. A vibrant green energy radiated outward, causing the 2 patches of land it had weeded just yesterday to sprout lush greenery once more. The Sprigatito's expression darkened. Chapter 11. Could Squirtle help water the plantation? Fortunately, it made an attempt. However, as the energy dissipated, those weeds would immediately vanish from sight. Moreover, the vine snake sensed that its energy might also have the capacity to influence flora elsewhere. Following the ebb of this energy, it closed its eyes and endeavored to assimilate the life energy of the grasses within its domain, imbuing them with a vibrant green aura. This endeavor was not slow. Within 5 or 6 seconds, the surrounding weeds had already been harmoniously integrated into the grassy expanse. Upon opening its eyes, Vine Snake was greeted by the astonished gaze of Lin Feng, who remarked in wonder, "You learn swiftly. I was just contemplating whether your grassy field could assimilate the other plants here. And lo and behold, you've accomplished it without my prompting." Vine Snake merely raised its head, maintaining an expression of indifference. Yet, the system notification that resonated in Lin Feng's mind betrayed its true feelings. Very well, this will expedite the eradication of the weeds throughout the entire plantation. After offering another compliment, Lin Feng shifted his focus to the system. Clearly, the most recent rewards were a lump of gold and a wondrous candy. Through numerous rewards, Lin Feng had gleaned a few insights. Firstly, it was necessary to elevate the joy value by 10 or more in a single instance to trigger the system's reward mechanism. Secondly, each Pokemon's first encounter seemed to yield unique rewards, such as the soil from Sandshrew, the life fruit from Chinchou, and the special scale fruit from Vine Snake. The greater the joy value raised in one go, the more bountiful the rewards. For instance, the skill machine and quality energy cube gifted upon capturing Vine Snake and Chinchou respectively. Notably, the latter could enhance a Pokemon's potential. This was no trivial matter in the realm of Pokemon cultivation. While the materials required might be somewhat costly compared to divine beasts, acquiring them with monetary means was not overly problematic. Furthermore, the system would provide rewards, such as the life fruit and special scale fruit. both of which served as materials for crafting potential enhancement energy cubes, albeit with different focuses. Consuming the energy cube made from life fruit would lead to significant improvements in stamina, while the one made from special scale fruit would enhance special attack capabilities. Observing the industrious vine snake, Lin Feng's countenance brightened with amusement that a touch of pride was acceptable, as long as it remained obedient and diligent. Fengge, are you here? A melodious voice rang from outside, accompanied by a hasty figure who pushed open the gate of the plantation. Without a moment's thought, Lin Feng knew precisely who it was. Such an impatient demeanor, coupled with the audacity to intrude upon his abode, could only belong to Qin Shu. What is the matter? Lin Feng turned with a hint of exasperation, only to see a girl clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and sporting a bun, her eyes lighting up upon spotting him. That I knew you would be here. After entering, Qin Shu surveyed her surroundings before fixing her gaze upon Vine Snake, which was employing its energy to uproot the weeds. Her mouth agape, her expression shifted to one of incredulity. Vine Snake, what is this operation? A grassy field. Huh. Didn't your teacher mention this in school? Lin Feng shot her a glance, or perhaps you simply weren't paying attention. Perhaps we haven't covered that yet. Qin Shu's lips pursed, her face, already flushed from the sun, turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Akin to a monkey's rear. In truth, she had been utterly disengaged during class. Lin Feng let out a couple of unfeeling chuckles before inquiring. So, what brings you here? Hee, the girl replied eagerly. It's just that Fengge, there's this really annoying boy in class who has been at odds with me. Even during summer vacation, he keeps pestering me with messages. So, I challenge him to a Pokemon battle, telling him that if he loses, he must stop messaging me. He then said he would participate in the Baby Cup hosted by Wang Supermarket, claiming he would compete there, but his Pokemon is a grass-type Bulbasaur, and I'm a bit worried I might not win. Lin Feng interjected. So, you want my Vine Snake to help train your Squirtle? Exactly, Qin Shu nodded earnestly. Ugh, Lin Feng retorted without mercy. What a childish challenge. Most likely, the boy harbored feelings for Qin Shu, which was why he incessantly messaged her. That he's really bothersome. You know, Fengge, Qin Shu exclaimed, shaking his arm and playfully pleading. Please help me out. 1TU. All right. Lin Feng, slightly exasperated, withdrew his ARM. That it wasn't that he was opposed. After all, as a cultivator, this could very well be his first task. Moreover, he would need to borrow Qin Shu's Sandshrew. He simply feared that Vine Snake might be reluctant, given that the Squirtle seemed rather simple-minded. That moment, Vine Snake had just finished clearing all the weeds and approached Lin Feng. Vine Snake, you're so obedient. Qin Shu couldn't help but sincerely praise the Pokemon, which had efficiently completed its task. Such a diligent and obedient Pokemon was something she had only witnessed in her grandfather's Sandshrew. Vine Snake glanced at the human with a blank expression, but when Lin Feng crouched down to wipe the twigs stuck to its forehead, the corners of its mouth slightly lifted, as if to convey, I have fulfilled my promise. Very impressive. Lin Feng generously bestowed his praise, then recounted what Qin Shu had just mentioned. Vine Snake, help that clumsy turtle who can't even lift its head to tackle. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Vine Snake's brow furrowed in discontent. Fear not. I shall devise a plan. You need only cooperate with me. Lin Feng reassured it with a gentle pat on the head. Perhaps he could have Squirtle assist with watering the plantation? After all, it was a water-type Pokemon Chapter 12. Cultivator? No, I am a capitalist. The following morning within the plantation, the water flow is too rapid. Slow down. Don't ruin my land. Water Gun is your most fundamental attack skill. If you can't even master this, how can you hope to battle? Lin Feng and Vine Snake sat beneath the shade of a peach fruit tree, one guiding Squirtle while the other wielded its vine whips. Continuously striking near Squirtle's feet, the TO evade the whips. Squirtle had no choice but to keep changing positions to spray water, its face a mask of grievance. Early in the morning, its trainer had proclaimed that they had found a splendid teacher, one who would ensure proper instruction. Curiosity piqued, Squirtle had agreed to the request. However, upon realizing it was the same human from yesterday, its initial excitement had swiftly morphed into frustration. This was not a training session for Water Gun. It was merely a means for Lin Feng to water his plants. There's no water left, really, not a single drop. After having just irrigated a patch of land, Squirtle's cheeks bore indentations from the exertion. All right, come over and take a break. Having consistently monitored Squirtle's status with his eye of insight, Lin Feng timely called it over for a respite that Vinesnake's whips also came to a halt. Squirtle approached. Brimming with resentment. Species, Squirtle gender, female ability, torrent potential, blue individual values. HP 18, attack 20, special attack 21, defense 25, special defense 24, speed 16, level 68 skills, tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw description. It refuses to work. Affection, -20. It thinks you're worse than its trainer. Joy value, -25. A resentful early morning turtle. Here, have an energy cube. Lin Feng produced a stamina-restoring energy cube he had crafted. This was made from the fruits he had purchased the previous day. The C-grade energy cube was created from yuzu berries combined with pure mountain spring water. Consuming it would restore stamina in a remarkably short time. And with prolonged use, it could enhance a Pokemon's stamina points. Culinary effect. After consumption, it enhances a Pokemon's comprehension of moves. Though the introduction was brief, the notion that prolonged consumption could permanently enhance a Pokemon's abilities made such energy cubes exceedingly precious in this world, often unattainable even with wealth. However, Lin Feng did not disclose the true value of the energy cube to Squirtle. Instead, he opted for a gentle coaxing approach. "Come on, have a piece," Squirtle, filled with resentment, called out, but its starved stomach compelled it to accept the energy cube and bite into it. In an instant, a clear and soothing sensation erupted within its mouth, causing Squirtle's eyes to brighten. After devouring it hungrily, the previously dull gleam in its large eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. Don't worry. There is plenty of energy cubes that I in the presence of his recruited employees. Lin Feng naturally demonstrated no reluctance. Whatever he could provide, he would offer without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for elevating the happiness level of Squirtle from -20 to 30. Rewarded with 20 bags of golden fertilizer, 3 magical candies, and a portion of pure water, which enhances the purity of water-type Pokemon's moves and improves their proficiency in utilizing water-type skills. At last, the Squirtle, unable to consume another morsel, lay sprawled on the ground, a satisfied expression adorning its face. Lin Feng chose not to exploit it immediately. Instead, he quietly observed, a smile gracing his lips. This familiar scene sparked a realization in the nearby Snivy. If memory served correctly, it too had been lured here by the allure of energy blocks, hadn't it? Contemplating this, Snivy couldn't help but sigh internally that it had been wandering near human towns, drawn by tales from other Pokemon that trainers could foster rapid growth, providing sustenance and shelter. Thus, it too aspired to select a trainer to grow alongside. However, the proud Snivy held exceedingly high standards for trainers that it had always imagined that the trainer it sought must be exceptionally skilled, excelling in both command and nurturing, meeting its lofty expectations. Yet unexpectedly, the other party had merely employed a few energy blocks to ensnare it. The whims of fate are indeed unpredictable, Squirtle. After a considerable while, Squirtle finally emerged from its satiated stupor. However, as it gazed at Lin Feng, its eyes reflected less resentment and a hint of complexity. How had he managed to elicit such mixed feelings of affection and frustration in it? Lin Feng, I'm here." At that moment, Squirtle's trainer excitedly entered from the plantation, accompanied by the familiar Sandshrew. In contrast to Squirtle, Sandshrew exuded an even greater enthusiasm, its expression one of eager anticipation. "That I'm counting on you." Sandshrew, observing such a diligent worker, Lin Feng naturally bestowed a satisfied smile. Even if there were a bit too much land to tend to today, it was no matter. He could always prepare spicy pasta for it later. Sandshrew nodded earnestly, instinctively heading toward the remaining plots of land to begin plowing. Lin Feng remained stationary, formulating a plan that he intended to dedicate half of the remaining land to pasture, transforming it into a grassy expanse. However, he pondered whether this pasture might be too small, that if it were merely for raising Miltank, it would suffice, but if breeding were to be considered in the future, he would also need to accommodate Tauros. These Pokemon are brimming with energy. Such a small space would undoubtedly be inadequate for their needs. Furthermore, Lin Feng planned to plant several birch trees and raise some caterpie. Yes, he could collect their silk threads for sale. His parents had done just that. The silk they sold was quite valuable and favored by many. After all, in the world of Pokemon, if one's clothing is not well fitted, one could easily fall victim to the residual effects of battles, leading to unfortunate exposure. Men might fare better, but for women, Moreover, depending on the leaves consumed, the silk produced by caterpie could possess various effects. For instance, silk derived from caterpie that fed on birch leaves could impart a cooling effect. Thus, it was settled. Snivy, come to work. Oh, and you too, Chinshu, join me. 1 carrot, 1 pit, fertilizing and sowing. Snivy and Chinshu reluctantly boarded Lin Feng's ship, compelled to assist him in scattering pasture seeds. Chapter 13, Evolution. The golden qualified Milo took 3 days later. At sunset, gazing upon the lush, orderly pasture, Lin Feng wore a contented smile that in a day or two, these pastures would be ready for harvest. Squirtle was diligently spraying water over the newly planted fields. Once all the crops and plants had been sufficiently watered, Lin Feng called out, "Stop!" Squirtle promptly scampered over, its shell bobbing amusingly behind it. Lin Feng then produced Squirtle's favorite energy block, Pokemon. Squirtle gender, female ability, torrent qualities, blue level, 9 skills, tackle. Tail whip, water gun, withdraw affection. 60. It has a good perception of you. Happiness. 60. It is in a good mood. In the span of 3 days, Lin Feng had not offered Squirtle any magical candies. Yet its level remained at 9. This led Lin Feng to grasp the leveling system of the Eye of Investigation. Prior to reaching a stage's upper limit, a Pokemon would gradually approach a peak. Snivy was no exception. Lin Feng also provided Snivy with 2 magical candies, and after steady digestion, its strength reached level 17, while its energy intensity also increased. However, it still had not evolved. It appeared that in terms of evolution, reality did not adhere to the anticipated level 16 benchmark, but was influenced by other factors. Snivy. After Squirtle finished watering, Snivy commenced assisting all the plants in accelerating their growth on its grassy plot. With the help of these 2 Pokemon, merely 3 days had sufficed for the first batch of vegetables to approach maturity. For instance, the spicy tomatoes had grown over 1 meter tall, and the sheer number of fruits hanging from them astonished him. Dense clusters of dozens of fruits adorned the plants, with signs of flowering as well. He had planted 30 spicy tomato plants. And if this trend continued, each one could yield dozens, if not hundreds, of pounds of produce. Additionally, the eggplants and beans were flourishing splendidly. Lin Feng believed that in just 2 days, a bountiful harvest awaited him. He fantasized about the dishes he could create with vegetables grown using the fertilizer provided by the system, coupled with the meticulous care from his 2 Pokemon. Would the culinary effects rise yet again? All right, Squirtle, your first stage task is complete. Starting tomorrow, you need not assist me with watering anymore. Squirtle, who was happily munching on the energy block, paused momentarily, a sense of being laid off washing over it. As if the sky were collapsing. What? Squirtle gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief, its eyes brimming with tears. Since day 1, it had experienced the benefits of working under Lin Feng. Its skill proficiency and internal energy were soaring. Now, all it desired was to work every day. The first stage task is concluded. The second stage awaits. Don't worry, the energy blocks will continue for you these days. Lin Feng gently tapped its head, then produced a magical candy, saying, "Here, consume this." That he had come to understand the purpose of these magical candies over the past few days. They purely enhanced energy intensity. Thus, based on the efficiency of energy growth within Pokemon, administering them every 3 days was optimal. Of course, Pokemon with superior talents could shorten this duration. However, once a Pokemon reached the elite stage, the effects of these candies would likely diminish, as their energy intensity would have reached its peak potential. Squirtle, swallowing the magical candy in one gulp, Squirtle felt an immense weight lift from its heart, the intense emotional fluctuations rendering it oblivious to the changes in its internal energy. All right, you can return today. Come again tomorrow. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng promptly issued Squirtle's dismissal. Squirtle, receiving the reassurance that it had not been dismissed, Squirtle joyfully clutched the energy block and merrily made its way outside. Lin Feng remained in place for a moment, waiting for Snivy to apply growth buffs to all the plants on its grassy plot before leading it to the breeding house. Splash. A graceful splash erupted as the ugly fish in the aquarium began to swim energetically upon seeing Lin Feng. Clearly, the mere sight of him elevated the fish's spirits inexplicably. For this reason, Lin Feng had indeed acquired a significant number of magical candies and golden fertilizer from it. Of course, it was also possible that the ugly fish had recently become aware of its own transformation. It now frequently faced the glass of the aquarium, its once dull eyes appearing more animated, as if utilizing the glass to observe itself, the irregularities on its body, under the care of energy blocks. had indeed smoothed out and become more appealing. It was time for evolution. Do you wish to evolve? Lin Feng inquired with the power of the toe. Oh, blub blub. Two bubbles represented the emotions of the ugly fish. All right, understood. Lin Feng smiled as he lifted the fish tank and made his way back to the plantation, gently placing the water along with the ugly fish into the water. Bobo, the ugly fish appeared visibly startled this time. The overly spacious swimming area made it believe it was about to be released once again. Fear not. Lin Feng produced a maintenance energy cube and offered it to the ugly fish in the water, reassuring it that this time it wouldn't be returned to the river. Instead, it should help guard the plantation and occasionally water the plants. Utilizing the power of eternity, he conveyed his intentions clearly before producing a stunningly beautiful scale of perfect quality. With this perfect quality, combined with your current beauty, it should significantly enhance your qualifications, shouldn't it? Under Lin Feng's comforting words, the ugly fish's emotions stabilized considerably. It allowed Lin Feng to cradle it as he placed the exquisite scale on its damaged scales. As if completing a certain ritual, a brilliant white light enveloped the ugly fish, and within that radiance, its originally diminutive body began to elongate, becoming slender in mere moments. It transformed into a magnificent creature, stretching to a length of 7 or 8 meters. When the white light dissipated, the being before Lin Feng was truly mesmerizing. Its elongated body was a pearlescent hue, adorned with 2 ethereal pink whiskers that flowed like willow catkins, while its neck boasted 2 broad ribbons. Its tail, a fan of blue and pale red, emitted a dazzling phosphorescence. Indeed, in the world of Pokemon, the most exquisite of them all is Milotic, and in this moment, Lin Feng genuinely felt that beauty. Pokemon, Milotic gender, female ability, Marvel scale qualifications, golden level, 23-28 skills, water gun, water pulse, tackle, sing, water ring, hurricane, dragon tail, recover affection level, 97, it unconditionally trusts you, happiness level, 70, in a great mood. Chapter 14, Utilizing the Grass Mixer. Advanced version, golden qualification. The ugly fish had previously possessed only a green qualification, and while Lin Feng anticipated a transformation, he was astounded by the magnitude of the change that it had directly evolved into a golden qualification. Congratulations, host. Milotic's happiness level has increased from 70 to 98, rewarding you with 20 bags of golden gravel, 1 intermediate candy, increases energy intensity significantly, and the rain dance skill ceded to that moment, Milotic, having come to terms with its evolution, gazed in disbelief at its reflection on the water's surface, its mind clearer than ever. Evolved? Every ugly fish knows it can evolve into Milotic, yet they are acutely aware of the slim odds of such an event. Most ugly fish may spend their entire lives remaining as they are. Only a fortunate few might evolve under extraordinary circumstances, akin to a carp leaping through the dragon gate. Thus, the ugly fish never imagined it would one day become Milotic. It had thought Lin Feng's words in the fish tank were merely to amuse it. Yes, you have evolved. With Milotic's evolution, Lin Feng's power of eternity now allowed him to comprehend the meaning behind its expressions clearly. So happy, seemingly overwhelmed with joy, Milotic couldn't help but wrap its tail around Lin Feng, as if to lift him high. The sudden sensation of weightlessness and the constriction reminiscent of a serpentine embrace caused Lin Feng to exclaim in surprise. He then found himself being whisked around the small reservoir by Milotic. All right, Milotic, let me down, Lin Feng said with a hint of exasperation while holding on to Milotic's form, though he understood Milotic's exuberance. He was concerned about getting soaked. Upon realizing this, Milotic gently released Lin Feng, its body trembling slightly as it set him down. Given its size, residing in the fish tank was no longer feasible. It would temporarily stay here, watching over the plants and assisting with watering when possible. Milotic nodded earnestly. After evolving, it sensed a remarkable clarity of thought, no longer needing an eternity to comprehend Lin Feng's words. Then I leave it in your capable fins, Lin Feng said cheerfully. Beside them, the astonished Fentang snake could hardly conceal its surprise. While it was aware that Pokemon could evolve, witnessing such a drastic transformation from ugly to beautiful was indeed one of life's most wondrous occurrences. Perhaps it would soon evolve as well. Feeling a recent surge of restless energy, Fentang Snake suddenly began to yearn for its own evolution. Fear not, yours will come soon. Lin Feng seemed to understand its emotions, smiling as he patted its head, though he felt a twinge of melancholy. The evolution had occurred rather swiftly. He had yet to fully savor the experience. The following day, July 12th, with only 2 days until the baby cup commences, Lin Feng no longer needed to rise at dawn to supervise Squirtle's watering efforts, thanks to Melodic's golden talent. After teaching it the rain dance skill CD, it swiftly comprehended the technique, capable of condensing moisture from the air for irrigation within a small area. This was also why he had returned Squirtle. Now that it could summon rain, the clumsy turtle could retire. Regrettably, Squirtle's short arms meant it couldn't assist with mowing the grass in a couple of days. On the bluestone path, Lin Feng observed the spirited Fentang snake and nodded in approval. With the plantation taking shape, he decided to devote the remaining time to training for the baby cup. 2 days should suffice for training. Lin Feng produced an energy cube made from Winyu fruit and handed it to Fentang snake. This cube would enhance its skill comprehension, making it the perfect time for Fentang snake to utilize it. Fentang snake, whether it be vine whip or grassy terrain, you've done well in clearing weeds that I see you also know grass mixer. Let's see how well you comprehend these 2 skills. Fentang, it couldn't recall ever using leaf blade and grass mixer in front of Lin Feng. How did he know? Truly, he was an astute trainer, seeing right through it. Yet soon after, the corners of Fentang snake's mouth began to curl upwards that in the wild, it had practiced those 2 skills the most. And this time, it would certainly impress its trainer. With that thought, Fentang snake's orange-yellow eyes filled with determination, it leaped toward a clear spot beside the bluestone path, its tail emanating a green glow. Almost instantaneously, it began to stir its leaf-like tail, forming a whirlwind tall enough to rival a human. The green leaves within spun wildly, creating a deafening sound of rushing wind. The whirlwind's tail even tore through the earth, exposing the yellow-brown soil beneath. Excellent. Let's see if we can add another grass mixer to this one. Just as Fentang snake believed it was ready to unleash its attack, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Grass mixer utilizes wind currents to propel the leaves, enveloping the target in an assault. This means that the faster the wind, the more powerful the leaf's attack, that if you execute grass mixer within another grass mixer, synchronizing the frequencies, the resulting grass mixer will possess double the power. Moreover, this stacking can be repeated multiple times that could be dubbed a weakened version of leaf storm. Lin Feng recalled this as he watched the spinning leaves. Fentang snake paused, then seemed to have an epiphany. Its gaze fixed resolutely upon the grass mixer before it. Grass-type energy surged through its tail. Within the whirlwind, another subtle whirlwind emerged. However, as the 2 gusts merged, differing wind speeds caused the originally obedient grass mixer to spiral out of control, becoming akin to a wild horse that could not be reined in, veering towards the neighboring rice paddy. Startling Fentang snake. That was someone else's rice field. Just as it was at a loss, a soothing voice echoed, "Don't panic. The speed of the whirlwind, even when out of control, is slow. Focus on your control." Primarily focused on wind speed, the task was to control the wind velocity and frequency of 2 grass mixers at the same level. Upon hearing this, the Fentang snake regained its focus, diligently manipulating the grass mixers it was releasing. With a singular thought in mind, avoiding trouble for its trainer, it gradually harmonized the swirling winds, regaining control of the grass mixers, which it ultimately hurled towards a large rock with a resounding clang. As the gust settled, each blade of grass had carved a deep gash of over 10 centimeters into the stone. Ting-ting, success. A sigh of relief escaped the Fentang snake, followed by an expression brimming with excitement. The power of this grass mixer was at least double that of its predecessor. Quite impressive. Lin Feng nodded in approval, his face reflecting admiration. Initially, he had thought the Fentang snake might struggle with the dual grass mixer on its first attempt, and had even considered rushing to the rice paddies to manually disperse the grass mixer. To his surprise, the Fentang snake had succeeded. Once the first attempt was accomplished, the subsequent process would merely be one of gradual mastery. Chapter 15. The predicament of Dashihua Food Company, Limited. Lin Feng instructed the Fentang snake to practice the dual form of the grass mixer on the side. He retrieved a stool from his storage ball and began scrolling through his phone. That he wasn't being lazy. Rather, he was searching for merchants who purchased plant seeds. With a limited harvest from the plantation, Lin Feng intended to preserve a portion, combining it with this year's peach and orange fruits to create detoxifying energy cubes and stamina energy cubes. These would be easy to store and could serve as products in the cultivation house. A bit would also be sent to Grandpa Chin. The remainder would be sold off at AS for the channels. Lin Feng was not concerned. His parents had visited numerous vegetable and crop purchasing locations over the years. Among them, the most renowned was a place called Labayagua Vegetable and Fruit Supermarket, which upon searching now had transformed into Dashi Hua Food Company, limited it seemed that in the span of 10 years. It had evolved. In the office of Dashi Hua Food Company, Limited, the owner, Chen Xiao, was feeling troubled. The newly launched company was facing its first challenge, pressure from competitors. More precisely, not from direct competitors, but from a supermarket that merely brushed against their industry. However, this supermarket was the largest in Wudong City. Wang Company, Limited. Even when Dashi Hua was still a fruit and vegetable supermarket, there had been signs of oppression from this rival. After Dashi Hua Food Company Limited went public, this pressure became overt. First, there were significant price reductions in the supermarket's fruit and vegetable section. Then, they intercepted their supply channels at exorbitant prices from the source. Consequently, various fruit and vegetable markets and supermarkets under the company struggled to sell their products while also failing to procure fresh raw materials. As this cycle continued, the company was bound to face bankruptcy. Thus, the pressing issue was the urgent need for a stable supplier. But what's the matter? Still troubled by the supermarket issues? As he rubbed his forehead. A beautiful woman in a yellow patterned dress entered the room. Her figure was curvaceous and graceful, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, and her appearance was striking. Chen Xiao sighed, glanced at his wife, shook his head, and ultimately chose to remain silent. The couple had an age gap, along with a daughter currently in high school. This was a time when their energies were being consumed rapidly. At just over 40, he was already losing hair in clumps that it was daunting. The pressure from Wang's supermarket was too severe, and without a reliable supply channel, the company might be toppled before it even had a chance to establish itself. Chen Xiao decided not to conceal the situation from his wife. Why don't we just return to the small supermarket? Your Pokemon doesn't necessarily have to be a legendary one. We can choose a decent starter Pokemon instead, that if we pick a legendary Pokemon, it will require a hefty sum for training, and should any mishap occur, we'd be wasting a legendary Pokemon. The woman observed her husband, who was engulfed in worries, and gently advised him. Though her words held some truth, the children, as he pondered, Chen Xiao sighed again. They were a national chain giant, while he was merely a small enterprise in Wudong town. In terms of financial capability, how could he possibly compete? The only potential advantage lay in outperforming them in the quality of their fruits and vegetables, by a considerable margin. However, to cultivate such produce meant enlisting the expertise of a seasoned breeder, particularly one specialized in this field. Yet breeders were already scarce, let alone those with such specialization. If it doesn't work out, he felt he might be overthinking things and was on the verge of giving up when the landline on his desk suddenly rang. Rotom, call from the procurement department. Do you wish to answer? The procurement department? Chen Xiao was taken aback, quickly picking up the Rotom brand phone. It's me. What's the matter? A new supply channel. The samples look promising. All right, I understand. He hung up the phone. Although he had just heard about a new supply channel, his expression remained unchanged. What's wrong? Didn't you say there was a new supply channel? Shouldn't that be a cause for celebration? His wife inquired, noticing his lack of enthusiasm. Chen Xiao forced a smile. Yes, there is a new supply channel, but it's from that plantation in Wudong town. You know, it used to belong to the old Lin family. And now I've heard it's been taken over by their child. Just think about it. What can a child possibly cultivate? And the quality might not even be assured. His wife appeared somewhat astonished. You mean that kid, Xiaofeng? IS&T is supposed to be in high school, inheriting the family plantation. Chapter 16. The treasure-level spicy tomato. On July 13th, to Lin Feng's surprise, after a night of settling, some spicy tomatoes in the plantation seemed to have ripened. Interestingly, once matured, these spicy tomatoes ceased to absorb nutrients and merely hung from the branches. This significantly extended their shelf life. Yet they still needed to be harvested promptly, that a single plant of spicy tomato produces more than one round of fruit. If the earlier fruits are not picked, the later ones may weigh down the branches, leading to a lost at a level. Ingredient spicy tomatoes, cultivated from ordinary seeds, possess various trace elements and boast a delightful flavor. Long-term consumption can enhance physical health. Lin Feng picked several spicy tomatoes, handing one to the tinting snake below and tossing another into the water reservoir. With a splendid splash, the spicy tomato was swiftly devoured by the Manasi. The last one, He took a large bite of himself as the vibrant red flesh released its juice. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. Ingredients of this caliber could indeed be used to create energy cubes. They also held significant breeding value for Pokemon. He had already informed the company yesterday, and they mentioned they would arrive this morning to inspect the quality of the fruits and vegetables. After gathering the matured produce and storing it in his storage ball, Lin Feng set off with the tempting snake towards the town's exit that he was about to earn his first sum of money. Looking at the harvest before him, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Once the plantation's production stabilized, he intended to initiate his second phase of planning, to establish the reputation of the breeding house. He aimed to place a logo of the neighborly breeding house on every fruit and vegetable. Of course, he first needed to communicate well with the suppliers. Ding-ling-a-ling. The ringing of the phone interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. Upon seeing the caller ID, his spirits lifted, and he quickly answered, "Are you at the town exit? I'll be right there." At the town exit, if the plantation was the end of the small town connecting the forest wilderness, then the town exit was the sole route leading to Wudong City. Just a half-hour bus ride along the road would bring one to Wudong City. That'd be by the time Lin Feng arrived. A van was already parked at the town entrance that he approached cautiously and knocked on the window. When the buyer stepped out, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was this not Uncle Chun, whom he had known since childhood? Having not seen him for 7 or 8 years, Lin Feng, now taller than before, caught Chen Xiao off guard. "Xiaofeng?" Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and greeted him with a smile. "Yes, Uncle Chun, it's me." Chen Xiao, who used to drive this very van for purchases, naturally recognized him. "Wow, you've grown so tall and even more handsome." At that moment, a slender woman emerged from the passenger seat. Upon spotting Lin Feng, she approached him with a hint of surprise, rising on her toes to gently pat his head. Lin Feng was indeed quite tall, standing at 178 centimeters, with a clean and handsome visage that captivated at first glance and continued to charm upon further inspection. He did not resist, but instead greeted her respectfully. "Hello, Aunt Huang." This was Chen Shu's wife, Huang Yimiao, a person of gentle disposition that in his childhood. She had held him in her arms when both his parents were still alive. The two families were friends, and it was only fitting to address her as an elder. "Is this your Pokemon? A Frosmith, isn't it quite delightful?" Chen Xiao casually inquired. The Frosmith stepped forward, nodding to confirm its allegiance to Lin Feng. "Quite perceptive, isn't it?" This revelation left Chen Xiao astonished. While obedient Pokemon were common in their initial stages, a discerning one was rather rare. "Well, let us discuss business first. Xiaofeng, why did you choose to become a breeder instead of attending university?" Huang Yimiao interjected, redirecting her husband's attention. "Prior to my college entrance examination, I did not possess my first Pokemon, which disqualified me from participating in the trainer battle examinations. Hence, I contemplated becoming a breeder." Lin Feng explained. Huang Yimiao responded, somewhat perplexed, "But breeders can also pursue specialized studies." "True, but I have already attained the status of a master breeder. What purpose would attending university serve? To gain knowledge? Or to instruct those professors and experts? It seems unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Primarily, I wish to preserve my parents' plantation," Lin Feng replied with a smile, swiftly retrieving a spicy berry from his storage orb. "Now, let us discuss the acquisition. This is from my family's vegetable garden. Uncle Chun, take a look. Such a vibrant hue, not a trace of pest damage." The moment serious matters were broached, Chen Zhao's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness, quickly revealing astonishment. This spicy berry, just in terms of appearance, was something he had seldom encountered in his lifetime of business. A fruit of such exquisite form and color. "Did you cultivate this?" he asked incredulously. "Indeed, much of the credit goes to this little one. Its grassy terrain seems to have a remarkable effect on plant growth." Lin Feng unabashedly attributed the success to the Frosmith. "This is not merely a spicy berry that a first-stage starter Pokemon can produce. It appears you are not lacking in cultivation skills compared to your father," Chen Xiao remarked with a tinge of nostalgia before taking a bite of the spicy berry. As he savored the fruit, his expression froze. This spicy berry was perfectly ripe, its flavor predominantly spicy, with subtle hints of sweetness and acidity. Astonishingly, as the taste burst in his mouth, it felt as though his very spirit was invigorated. This spicy berry is not just visually appealing. It possesses unique effects. Does this imply that it transcends the realm of ordinary plants? After devouring the berry with fervor, he quickly inquired, "Is it just this one, or are all spicy berries like this?" All of them, of course. Here are all the yields from this harvest. Lin Feng presented his storage orb. Upon examining it, Chen Xiao wiped his eyes, and overwhelming joy illuminated his face. That's so much. He promptly retrieved another spicy berry and an eggplant from his storage orb. After biting into the spicy berry, he peeled back the skin of the eggplant, revealing its plump seeds and tender flesh, leading him to conclude that it must be of comparable quality to the spicy berry. The quality should be acceptable, right? Lin Feng asked, feeling somewhat uncertain. Though confident in his produce, it was his first sale, and he was unsure of the market's response. Acceptable? This could easily be classified as a treasure-grade vegetable. Consuming it regularly could enhance human physical fitness. Chen Xiao replied eagerly. Hearing such a response, Lin Feng rubbed his hands in anticipation. That's so. Uncle Chen, what do you think? Collect them all. I will purchase the spicy berries at the price of an E-grade treasure, 50 yuan per pound. The others will be similarly valued. Are you joking? These fruits and vegetables are beneficial for both Pokemon and humans. As long as he manages the pricing and promotes them properly, customers will flock to him. Moreover, scarcity adds to their value. Such produce is not something every plantation can cultivate. To my knowledge, apart from the dairy farm in Wakiao village that produces sweet D-grade milk, no other plantation in Wudong City can yield rated fruits and vegetables. This means if Wangwang's supermarket wishes to monopolize such produce, they must source it from Lin Feng. With this realization, Chen Xiao eagerly proposed Xiaofeng, while the quality of these fruits and vegetables is excellent. I would like to propose further business. Would you allow me to purchase exclusive distribution rights for this produce? Lin Feng's expression grew somewhat troubled. Rest assured, I will provide the funding that I am open to selling shares as well. As long as you are willing to discuss it, Chen Xiao urged, his impatience evident that he could not be blamed for losing his composure. He had recently been under pressure from Wangwang's supermarket and was now confronted with a glimmer of hope. Huang Yimiao, aware of her role, typically refrained from interrupting her husband's business discussions. However, seeing his anxious demeanor, she cast a pleading glance at Lin Feng. Feeling awkward, Lin Feng cleared his throat. Ahem. It's not that. I am contemplating whether, in the future, if the produce I cultivate is unsellable to Uncle Chun, I won't be able to sell it elsewhere. Therefore, I can only assure you that my first consideration will be Uncle Chun. All right, that works too. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Chen Zhao's anxieties dissipated. Lin Feng continued, however, Uncle Chun, I have a small request. Chen Zhao's heart raced again. Speak that I would like to affix a logo to my produce, indicating that it is sold by neighbor's breeding house. Lin Feng articulated his aspiration. Grandpa Qin was right. He should have a long-term vision, striving to elevate neighbor's breeding house to greater heights. This way, more trainers and Pokemon would become aware of it, providing Lin Feng with a continuous stream of system rewards. I thought it was something significant. This is a minor detail. Just send me the logo, and I will print and affix it for you. Chen Xiao assured, slapping his chest as he took full responsibility for the matter. The two exchanged green bubbles and settled the final payment as Aunt Huang bid them to visit often. They sped towards Wudong City in their van. 50,000. Gazing at the notification of funds received in his account, Lin Feng took a deep breath, his excitement palpable. Over the years, due to financial constraints, the money left by his parents dwindled gradually, leading to a frugal lifestyle. Yet now, from merely one transaction, he had earned 50,000. Initially, he had anticipated making only a few thousand. Little did he know he would sell so much. This was merely the first batch of crops from his plantation. In a few days, the second and third batches would follow. The prospect of wealth was now within reach. In a fit of exhilaration, he scooped up the frosmith and exclaimed, "Ha! Frosmith, we are rich." He was nearly inclined to plant a kiss on its face, only to be thwarted by two vine-like appendages blocking his chin, resulting in a look of disdain and confusion from the frosmith. The demeanor of a trainer seemed a tad off on the journey home, with the frosmith's vines effectively muzzling him. Lin Feng gradually regained his composure. Although he understood that as a master breeder, financial woes should not plague him in the future was still distant. Presently, he had recently been a man hesitant over whether to purchase a rotom. Frosmith. The frosmith walked cautiously beside him, glancing at Lin Feng with concern, as it had only acted out of sheer excitement. Its strength had been minimal. Don't worry, Frosmith. I was simply overwhelmed with joy. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was fine. In truth, possessing the true new human physique, he felt nothing at all. However, The tendrils of the Tung snake served as a reminder that despite his immunity to the harm inflicted by Pokemon, he was not immune to being ensnared by them. The Tung snake observed Lin Feng's contemplative expression, uncertain whether he was genuinely untroubled or merely pretending. After a moment's thought, it inched closer to Lin Feng, gently brushing against his pant leg. Responding to the tactile sensation, it lifted its head and let out a soft call. Tung. The midday sun cast a gentle glow upon it, accentuating its verdant skin with a refreshing brilliance. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, lifting the Tung snake into his embrace and caressing its head. No worries, I told you I'm fine. Tung understood. The Tung snake, feeling the warmth on its head, finally relaxed. It mused to itself. Indeed, trainers must be coddled, mustn't they? Hey, go on, Rayquaza. Use your signature move. Damn it, don't lose, if it can't fly. Use Cliff Blade to bring it down. Hi, you fool. How could Cliff Blade possibly bring down Rayquaza? If I say it can, then it can. Humph. By the side of the Bluestone Path, two children around 7 or 8 years old had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Each holding a toy. One represented the soaring Rayquaza, while the other depicted the formidable ground. This moment, the two were embroiled in a fierce battle of legendary Pokemon. The skirmish had effectively cleared the dust and debris from the Bluestone Path. With summer vacation upon them, more children had gathered in the town, and the atmosphere was palpably livelier that a smile of contentment graced Lin Feng's face. Come on, Tung Snake, let's continue our training and strive for first place in the Baby Cup. He produced a green energy cube along with several red energy cubes, newly crafted for his registration in the Baby Cup. Chapter 18. Triple Grass Whirlwind, Pokemon. Tung Snake Gender. Female ability. Contrary qualification. Red individual values. HP, 24. Attack, 21. Special attack, 26. Defense, 25. Special defense, 24. Speed, 31. Strength. Level 19 skills. Leaf Blade. Grass Whirlwind, Triple. Glaring Gaze. Vine Whip. Seed Bomb. Grassy Terrain. Affection. 85. It trusts you greatly. Happiness. 75. I'm going to battle today. Will I encounter formidable Pokemon? On July 15th, Lin Feng rose early, feeding the Tung snake its last piece of rare candy. Consequently, the Tung snake's strength, previously at levels 18 and 19, had completely transformed at a level 19 that, moreover, it claimed to feel an impending sense of evolution. The only uncertainty lay in when this evolution would occur. After surveying the plantation and finding no unexpected occurrences, he confidently carried the Tung snake to the exit of Wudong Town. The exit. Several individuals had already gathered. Just then, a bus bound for Wudong City arrived, its horn honking. As Lin Feng prepared to step aboard, a somewhat urgent voice called out, causing him to pause and reveal a look of exasperation as he glanced at the driver, signaling for them to wait. Hold on, there is someone coming. Qinshu sprinted to the bus door, panting heavily, ready to express her gratitude to the driver for waiting, only to be met with Lin Feng's wide-eyed expression. Yet, she paid no mind to this, exclaiming in delight, Fenggo, come aboard. Aren't you going to the Baby Cup today? Lin Feng replied casually before taking a seat. She grinned, fully aware that Lin Feng had helped her stop the bus, and eagerly joined him, sitting beside him. Fenggo, how did you know the Baby Cup was today? Lin Feng opened the window, allowing the refreshing morning breeze to dispel his last vestiges of sleepiness. Because I'm participating too. Qinshu's smile faltered. Really? Is that true? Of course it's true. Do I seem like the type to joke around? Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, her expression fell, her features contorting in dismay. How could that be? Then my chances of first place are gone. Initially, she had felt bold enough to challenge Lin Feng's Tung snake, but after witnessing its grass whirlwind and grassy terrain, that courage evaporated. Consequently, throughout the bus ride, she remained engulfed in her sorrowful thoughts. Once they disembarked, however, Qinshu donned a renewed confidence. Though first place was unattainable, second place was still commendable. Lin Feng helplessly rubbed his forehead. This child was truly naive, forever harboring lofty expectations for life. Yet perhaps that was for the best. To become a competent trainer. A degree of innocence was indeed necessary at the beginning, as Pokemon themselves were inherently simple creatures, much like a certain foolish individual from his memories. This would allow her to garner the favor of most Pokemon during her formative training stages to the entrance of Wong Wong's supermarket. A crowd had already gathered that a group of boys and girls were clustered together, chattering animatedly about the upcoming baby cup. Surrounding them were various Pokemon: Mewtwo, Rattata, Pidgey, Psyduck, Pidgey, Caterpie. One could only say that the disparity in their power levels was quite stark. For instance, if Caterpie collided with Pidgey, was it fearing that Pidgey might starve? Lin Feng? A voice tinged with curiosity rang out from the crowd. Following the sound, Lin Feng spotted a boy with a sideswept hairstyle and wearing overalls. Standing out distinctly among the throng, that's Su Kuan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. He was a classmate, known for his love of basketball and singing. Their relationship was casual, akin to acquaintances who merely nod upon meeting. "What brings you to the baby cup? Didn't I hear you were going to take over your family's plantation?" Su Kuan inquired, somewhat surprised that I in class. Lin Feng's reputation was quite favorable. He excelled academically, always ready to assist others with their questions. Additionally, his handsome appearance earned him the title of class handsome among the girls. However, he had delayed selecting his first Pokemon, and during the trainer entrance examination, he received a score of 0. Nevertheless, his outstanding grades ensured he could attend any university he desired. "The prize money is quite substantial. I wanted to give it a try," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Is that your Pokemon?" Su Kuan asked curiously, eyeing the Ting snake cradled in Lin Feng's arms. "Yes," Lin Feng nodded, then glanced at the small orange chick at Su Kuan's feet. "Your Torchic seems poised to evolve soon." Pokemon, Torchic gender, male ability, Blaze qualification, blue individual values. HP 15, attack 21, special attack 24, defense 17, special defense 19, speed 24, strength. Level 17 skills. Ember, Peck, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Mud Slap, Affection. 15, seems to have some recollection, happiness. 50, when will that Torchic bakery open? Su Kuan's face lit up with pride at Lin Feng's compliment. Yet he lamented, "Oh, don't say that I initially thought I could take first place in this baby cup, but the event organizer, the owner of Wong Wong Supermarket, paired his first-year son with a Dragonite, and a peak ordinary Dragonite at that. How can I compete with that? It seems I can only settle for second place. That truly is a pity," Lin Feng empathized, his expression mirroring Su Kuan's disappointment. Dragonite as a Pokemon inherently possessed a significant advantage in base stats within the baby cup, indeed placing it in a league of its own. However, Lin Feng had been diligently feeding his Ting snake various specially crafted energy cubes made from unique fruits, enhancing its special attack qualifications. Thus, the outcome remained uncertain. In truth, Lin Feng had grown indifferent to the prospect of the prize money after realizing the true value of the fruits and vegetables he cultivated. What truly mattered was the Ting snake's sentiment. This little creature had been working hard for the competition, mastering the double grass whirlwind with precision. It could even unleash a triple grass whirlwind, albeit with some lack of finesse that he couldn't let its efforts go to waste. Chapter 19. Letting Ting snake advertise. The brief reminiscence came to an end, and a profound silence enveloped the two individuals. As for Qin Shu, she was engaged in a fervent discussion with another male companion. It was likely the very same boy who incessantly bombarded her with messages. However, upon catching sight of this young man, Lin Feng's brow furrowed in discontent. That a boy with bleached hair, that certainly left a less than favorable impression. He strode purposefully toward the duo, accompanied by his Pokemon, Ting snake. "Qin Shu, you ought to concede. Your Squirtle stands no chance against Bulbasaur." Zhang Xiaoming flicked his flamboyant yellow bangs, convinced that such an action rendered him impressive. The two had already engaged in a Pokemon battle, and though they obtained their first starter Pokemon around the same time, he was acutely aware of Squirtle's shortcomings. The water gun was feeble and could not inflict any harm on Bulbasaur. As for the tackle, that was even more amusing. He barely dared to lift his head. Such a collision could scarcely be avoided even by a Metapod. Qin Shu shot him a fierce glare. "Zhang Xiaoming, the battle has yet to commence. The outcome remains uncertain." Zhang Xiaoming's eyes glimmered with a mischievous light. "Since you are so confident, how about we place a wager? If you lose, you will be my girlfriend." "You." Qin Shu's anger intensified. Even in her naivete, she would never acquiesce to such a demand. Overwhelmed by fury, she found herself at a loss for words. "That if you're feeling frisky, go rub against a tree. Don't make it public knowledge, as that has hardly a commendable reputation." Just as she struggled to articulate a response, A clear voice rang out beside her. Lin Feng placed a hand gently on Qin Shu's head and stepped forward. His expression a mask of indifference as he regarded the bleached-haired boy. He had heard every word of their exchange and initially assumed it was merely a typical courtship, but it now appeared to border on harassment. Thus, he had rushed over without delay. "Brother Feng." "It's him." Upon seeing Lin Feng approach to defend her, Qin Shu's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of a child who spotted a parental figure that eye in her memories whenever she was bullied as a child. Seeking out Lin Feng always ensured resolution. Whether it was a quarrel or a fight, he had never lost. Even when she was in the wrong, he would turn the tables and teach her a lesson. Zhang Xiaoming, caught off guard by her declaration, felt his face flush with embarrassment. "Who are you, fool?" Lin Feng offered no explanation but turned to Qin Shu. "You needn't bother with such individuals in the future. Delete any contact information and block him from the class group. He was teaching this innocent girl the art of rejection." Qin Shu nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, from a young age. Lin Feng exuded an aura of maturity, and having frequently helped her out of sticky situations, she had grown accustomed to following his lead. "You." Humiliated, Zhang Xiaoming's anger surged, but at that moment, the event organizers, accompanied by law enforcement officials, emerged, leaving him to swallow his indignation, dizzy and disoriented. "Greetings, young aspiring trainers. I am Qi Heng, the general manager of Wangwang Supermarket in Wudong City, to express gratitude for everyone's support of Wangwang Supermarket. We have collaborated with the Wudong City Television's Battle Channel to provide live coverage of this competition." Ting, he talks too much. Clearly, the supermarket owner's overly verbose speech was wearing on Ting Snake's patience. "This is called enhancing influence," Lin Feng quietly explained to Ting Snake. However, based on the information at hand, he could surmise the rationale behind hosting the Baby Cup right after the summer break. Was it not a means for a father to promote his child? Partnering with the Pokemon League and inviting a television station for live coverage. This was clearly an attempt to cultivate an exceptionally talented new trainer. Having wealth and connections certainly paved the way. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet he was not disheartened. After all, he had the most formidable backing in this world. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Mediterranean man had finally concluded his lengthy address. "All right, everyone, please board the bus. We are headed to the sports arena in Wudong City for the Baby Cup." That a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they boarded the bus. Lin Feng glanced around. There were 3 buses, and upon counting, each bus had 42 seats, indicating that the maximum number of participants was a mere 126. The vehicle sped swiftly through the streets. Feeling somewhat bored, Lin Feng took out his phone and discovered a message from Uncle Chun on Green Bubble. "Xiao Feng, the fruits and vegetables you cultivated are in high demand. I wanted to inquire when the second batch will be ready. If you need assistance, just let me know. A batch of continuous fruits and vegetables should be ready in about 4 to 5 days. As for the others, I'm not quite sure. Actually, the others will also take about 4 to 5 days. But they require ongoing planting, which I find tedious. Therefore, I'm planning to grow some watermelons. They are large and sell well, especially in this weather. All right, I'll come for the goods in 5 days. With the sound of the engine shutting off, the bus arrived at Wudong City's Wudong Arena. Lin Feng collected his belongings and stepped off the bus with determination. Such competitions were not his usual pursuit. If he were to compete, he would do so with all his might. Aiming for first place, he noticed numerous reporters with cameras, and if he performed exceptionally well in this competition, it would present a golden opportunity to promote his breeding house. He envisioned Ting Snake in front of the cameras, proudly holding an energy cube and declaring, "This is the energy cube from the neighbor's breeding house," which would serve as brilliant advertising. This would undoubtedly attract a steady stream of trainers eager to bring their Pokemon and enjoy the rewards from the system. Chapter 20. A Dragonite. Indeed, Wudong Arena, that a dashing man clad in a suit and tie stood atop a Duraludin. Microphone in hand. "Welcome, esteemed viewers and audience, to the inaugural Baby Cup competition in Wudong City, proudly sponsored by Wangwang Supermarket. I am Li Bing, the commentator for this Baby Cup, for all aspiring trainers about to embark on their journeys. Battles among Pokemon are an inevitable part of the experience." Lin Feng ignored the extensive preamble. The Baby Cup operated under a knockout format. The vast circular arena, suitable for gym-level Pokemon battles, had been divided into a grid of 9 sections, each marked with white chalk numbers from 1 to 9. Given that this was merely a contest among novice trainers, The field did not require excessive refinement. Thus, the initial rounds would feature simultaneous matches. With 124 participants, there would be 62 battles across the 9 arenas, necessitating only 4 rounds to determine which trainers would advance. This was referred to as the group stage. Group 9, fourth match, Lin Feng murmured, glancing at his number 9 card. All Baby Cup contestants were arranged in proximity to their designated arenas. Lin Feng and Qin Shu had been assigned to different sections. With her in Group 8, however, due to the close proximity of Groups 9 and 8, he could still observe the unfolding events. Interestingly, the bleached-haired boy also found himself in Group 8, once again hovering around Qin Shu, seemingly intent on bothering her. Yet this time, Qin Shu appeared to have learned her lesson. She promptly sought out the nearby officials to lodge a complaint that a single warning from the officials caused the boy to retreat. And Lin Feng nodded approvingly at her cleverness. "All right, the competition is about to begin. All first-round participants, please enter the battle area." At last, the commentator atop the Duraludin completed his lengthy introduction, and the competition commenced, prompting Lin Feng to adopt a more serious demeanor. Although this was the Baby Cup, it was in fact the Baby Cup of Baby Cups, with high school graduation just over a month away. It was customary for the majority of last year's graduating students from Wudong City to embark on their first-ever journey to university, challenging various city gyms along the way. Otherwise, predicting the outcome of this competition would be quite challenging. After all, the senior students at Wudong City Pokemon High possess second-stage starter Pokemon, having reached the pinnacle of their abilities. One could only say that the timing of this event was exceptionally fortuitous. Nevertheless, with the goal of securing first place in mind, Lin Feng was determined to approach the competition with the seriousness it deserved. Now, to observe the first round of Group 9's battles and gather information on my opponents. That is essential. The Verdant Caterpillar versus the Horned Bug. Although there appeared to be no issues on the surface, this battle was shrouded in perplexity. Lin Feng mused internally. What if this caterpillar had been bestowed with an Everstone by its trainer? Aiming to emulate a level 100 caterpillar that could evolve into the legendary Rayquaza. As a precaution, he decided to employ the Eye of Insight for a closer examination. Species, Caterpie gender, male ability, shield, dust qualification, white level, 7 skills, string shot, tackle. It truly is an ordinary Caterpie. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, gently stroking the snake-like creature nestled in his arms. Turning his gaze to the horned bug, he noted its level. A mere 6 that the snake, too, seemed to share in the frustration. Initially, it had anticipated a gratifying battle today, yet the 2 bug-type Pokemon before them. What if the snake inadvertently unleashed its skills too fiercely and ended up eliminating them? Patience, Lin Feng reassured himself. Amidst the throngs of spectators, there must be skilled trainers present. He then shifted his focus to the other arenas, his heart oscillating between joy and resignation, that if one were to categorize the entire competition into 3 tiers. It was evident that Group 9 occupied the lowest stratum, that a notch above were the likes of level 11 and 12 Nidorans and Bulbasaurs. That the pinnacle was Suicune in Arena 3, whose presence was unmistakable, akin to a solitary figure in an uninhabited land. That a fiery fletchling had unceremoniously knocked out an opponent's level 12 Pidgey with a barrage of sparks. However, such matches were scarce within the arena. Statistically, among all the participants, only about 4 or 5 Pokemon could boast a level of 16. Perhaps a few more, or fewer. This caliber of the Baby Cup had rendered the commentators at a loss for words. While the fiery fletchling battled the Pidgey, there was some excitement. Let us turn our attention to Arena 1. Wow, we have a Pidgey of the flying type facing off against a fire-type fletchling. Observe the ferocity of Fletchling's spark attack. Even Pidgey cannot evade all of the sparks. It seems Pidgey's trainer has decided to make a desperate move, commanding it to use Quick Attack. Alas, it was in vain. Falling to the onslaught of sparks. Now let us return to Group 9. Goodness, the Caterpie and the Horned Bug have ensnared each other in strands of silk. Let us witness how their trainers will resolve this predicament. Come on, Caterpie, stand tall. Horned Bug. After a minute of stalemate, the Horned Bug's trainer devised a strategy, utilizing Poison Sting to carve out an opening, ultimately defeating the Caterpie with a single move. Such a battle left the spectators in the stands, who had come for free, speechless. In the second round, Group 9 showcased a level 9 Fletchling triumphing over a level 10 Rattata. In the third round, a level 13 Pika faced off against an 11 level Grimer, with Pikachu emerging victorious. One might wonder why Pikachu was mentioned. It evolved mid-battle when it found itself outmatched as Lin Feng, and the snake grew increasingly bored. He finally spotted the Dratini in Arena 7. Its trainer appeared to be a rather short and stout boy, casually holding a bag of chips and exuding an air of indolence, seemingly more a spectator than a competitor. His opponent was a girl with a level 15 Onyx that as the Pokemon were summoned. The commentator swiftly soared into Arena 7 atop a Sheldon, launching into an enthusiastic description. Behold, the Onyx, such a massive frame and gleaming surface. This Onyx is clearly exceptionally bred. Within the baby cup, this Pokemon commands a formidable presence. Let us see what kind of Pokemon her opponent will unleash. Dratini. It is indeed Dratini. As the battle commenced between Onyx and Dratini, despite the type advantage leaning heavily, it still promised to be a spectacle. Alas, not everyone could enjoy the free view. However, the action in Arena 7 was visible enough. A throng of spectators behind the competitors began to murmur, their attention riveted on Arena 7 to not only the audience. But Lin Feng, too, could not tear his gaze away from the unfolding drama. However, he couldn't help but smirk at the commentator's blatant rhetoric, first extolling the Onyx, then allowing Dratini to vanquish it. Such a contrasting dynamic would surely leave a lasting impression of Dratini on the audience. Feng, the previously disinterested snake's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Among all the Pokemon, not even the Fletchling had evoked such a response. Yet, in the presence of Dratini, it sensed a formidable adversary. Fear not, our paths shall cross eventually. Lin Feng smiled, affectionately ruffling the snake's head. His curiosity about this Dratini piqued. Species: Dratini. Gender: male. Ability: shed skin. Qualification: purple. Individual values: HP 29, Attack 20, Defense 19, Special Defense 21, Speed 18, Level 19. Skills: Growl, Water Gun, Sing, Mist, Aqua Ring, Ice Beam, Icy Wind. Description: a Dratini burdened by repressed energy. It may experience an outpouring of energy when breaking free from its constraints. Affection level: 0. It does not recognize you. Joy level: 0. The energy is simply too overwhelming. Not only does it possess a purple qualification, but its individual values in HP are also exceptional. This description, is it due to its potential to surpass the elite stage that it has been stifled? Frankly, such repressive energy is detrimental to Pokemon if held back for too long. It may lead to a sensation of discomfort in the Pokemon's body. Over time, it could even diminish the Pokemon's growth potential. Had the snake experienced a natural evolution prior to this competition, it would have promptly withdrawn. Yet, the opposing trainer clearly lacked such awareness. The battle in Arena 7 was underway, and it progressed swiftly. The stout boy, still munching on chips, casually issued commands. Water Gun, that a powerful jet of water erupted from Dratini's mouth, as if seeking an outlet for pent-up energy. The arena was small, and the use of Dig was prohibited at that moment. Dratini's imposing size appeared to confine Onyx, leaving it with no escape. The Onyx's trainer quickly commanded it to coil, attempting to shield its body from the onslaught. However, Dratini, having found its release, unleashed a relentless barrage of water guns upon Onyx. Given the type disadvantage and the overwhelming energy suppression, Onyx's resolve faltered. Realizing the impending doom, its trainer hastily commanded, "Onyx, rock throw," despite enduring the pain. Onyx lifted its head, channeling rock-type energy as sharp stones hurtled toward Dratini. Yet unfazed, Dratini persevered, intensifying its water gun attack. Ultimately, Onyx succumbed to the relentless barrage, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Goodness! A single move to obliterate. An Onyx, bred with such excellence, fell in mere moments under Dratini's might. The calm demeanor of Dratini's trainer suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Meanwhile, the commentator seized the moment, skillfully rousing the audience's enthusiasm. Indeed, amidst this spectacle, the thousands of spectators fixated on Dratini, gasping in awe. This child, seemingly unremarkable in appearance, had cultivated such a powerful Pokemon. Should all go as expected, this first place should rightfully belong to him. Wouldn't it? A formidable Dratini. In Group 9 spectator area, Lin Feng couldn't help but admire such strength. Feng. This Dratini not only matched the snake in prowess, but also possessed the advantage of being on the verge of a breakthrough. Its energy abundant, that it could be said that releasing energy was a form of relaxation for it. Feng. The snake blinked, its eyes shimmering with vigor, that IT was unperturbed by the strength of its opponent. Rather, the mightier the adversary, the more it ignited its combative spirit that, oh, by the way, should you feel the urge to evolve once you enter the fray, do not hold back. Lin Feng offered a brief reminder. And with the conclusion of all third-wave matches, the fourth wave promptly followed. Under the supervision of the officials, Lin Feng and a male competitor made their way toward Arena 9. Friend, I couldn't help but notice that you've been cradling your tongue-ting snake in your arms. Is it because it has never experienced a battle? He inquired. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, observing his companion, who sported a buzz cut and wore a black short-sleeved shirt, his gaze defiant that I don't understand. Why do you say that? Lin Feng replied. Pokemon are meant for battling to be why keeping it so close and pampering it. Aren't you afraid it will become arrogant? The buzz-cut boy continued. Take me for example. As he produced a Pokeball and summoned a Sandshrew beside him, I've already secured 9 victories with it. You will be a witness to my 10th consecutive win. His pride was evident. To strengthen it and overcome its weaknesses, I've run with it in the rain and swum in the river. Thus, this battle is undoubtedly ours to win. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. But overcoming the weaknesses of a water-type Pokemon has nothing to do with my grass-type Pokemon, he thought. Moreover, he did not endorse such a harsh method of education. Pokemon, Sandshrew gender, male ability, Sandvale potential, green individual values. HP 18, attack 20, special attack 10, defense 19, special defense 11, speed 12, level 14-16 skills, scratch, rollout, poison sting, sand attack, fury cutter. Description. The scales have loosened from being soaked in water and require timely treatment. Friendship. 0 happiness. 25. How can one overcome water? Furthermore, despite its prowess among the competitors in this Group 9, capturing the attention of tongue-ting snake might prove rather challenging. Chapter 22. If there are any issues, please consult the neighboring breeding house. On the Sheldon, commentator Li Bing let out a sigh of relief. This money is truly hot to handle, but he genuinely did not know how to commentate. He could only fervently highlight the advantages of the Lapras. Otherwise, how could he praise the trainer? Should he commend them for munching chips in the arena? Ridiculous. If it weren't for his recent financial woes, Li Bing would have preferred to avoid this job altogether. By the way, after this round of matches, I haven't seen many promising new trainers, he mused, wandering around the 9 arenas, awaiting the commencement of the 4th match. In Arena 8, there's a Squirtle and a Bulbasaur. He drifted over, ready to commentate. Let us take a look at Arena 8. It's rare to see, as both trainers have their respective starter Pokemon. This is a duel between Squirtle and Bulbasaur. Below, Zhang Xiaoming observed a somewhat unusual Squirtle being released, his expression momentarily faltering. Yet he couldn't quite discern what was different about it. Remembering the scolding he received from the officials earlier, his mood darkened. This is all that guy, Feng Gu, who appeared by Qin Shu's side, that if it weren't for him, how could Qin Shu have rejected me? He spat angrily. Did I told you, your Squirtle can't possibly defeat my Bulbasaur? Qin Shu ignored him, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing her delicate features, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. Indeed, Feng Gu was right. The best way to deal with such people is to simply ignore them. As for whether she could win or lose, with a sound announcing the start of the match, she promptly issued her command, Squirtle, showcase the results of your recent training. Water gun. Zhang Xiaoming scoffed, with your Squirtle's water gun. How could it possibly hit me? But before his laughter could fully escape, a sharp water gun struck Bulbasaur, the speed and precision so acute that it elicited a pained cry from Bulbasaur. Bulba, Bulba? Simultaneously, he looked at Squirtle with incredulity. Just days prior, Squirtle's water gun hadn't even phased it. How could it suddenly hurt so much? All right, Squirtle, unleash another, Qin Shu exclaimed, delight filling her voice. Quick, dodge it, Zhang Xiaoming urgently commanded. But now, having already taken a hit, Bulbasaur, trained rigorously by tongue-ting snake's efforts, found it impossible to evade the impending water gun that Li Bing, who had been observing the entire sequence from above, couldn't help but commend. Wow, this Squirtle is impressive. Its mastery over water gun is exceptional. Yet one detail puzzled him. However, how does it not seem to reflect the level of training one would expect from this girl, given the surprise on her face? It was as if she was entirely unaware that Squirtle could perform at such a level. Never mind, let us go check out the other groups, he concluded, shaking his head and allowing Sheldon to carry him toward Group 9. Damn it, Sandshrew. Use the combination move. The buzzcut boy looked at Tinting Snake with a mix of disbelief and astonishment that as the battle progressed, he had already commanded Sandshrew to employ 3 skills: Rollout, Poison Sting, and Fury Cutter. Yet, none of these moves posed any threat to Tinting Snake. The Rollout and Poison Sting were deftly evaded, while the Fury Cutter was blocked by Leaf Blade. It seemed as if Tinting Snake was not merely battling Sandshrew, but rather using it as a whetstone. That should suffice. Lin Feng transmitted a sense of understanding through his unwavering power. Tinting Snake nodded in acknowledgement. Then let us use Vine Whip. Even as the rolling Sandshrew leapt high, propelled by its own momentum and claws aglow with a chilling white light. In the next moment, 2 greenish whips struck it down hard, sending it flying. The force was so great that it flew over 10 meters away. This was the might of Tinting Snake's Vine Whip. With its speed maximized, combined with its proficiency from grass-type training, it could unleash powerful strikes with barely a breath. The buzzcut boy had initially smiled, believing Tinting Snake's lack of evasion against Sandshrew's combination move was a sign of confidence. But now, as his highly anticipated combination was effortlessly countered, his eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? How is that even possible? The downed Sandshrew struggled to rise after just 1 strike from the whip, causing the boy's eyes to widen further that he knew his Sandshrew best. While it might lack in offensive capabilities, its defense and stamina were unparalleled. Yet now, in disbelief, he asked, how could your Tinting Snake be so strong? Lin Feng pondered for a moment that if you have any questions, you should visit Wudong Town and seek out a place called the neighboring breeding house. The secret behind Tinting Snake's strength lies within. Tinting Snake turned to Lin Feng, its amber eyes filled with confusion. How does this involve me? Be good, just a little advertisement, Lin Feng quietly explained with his unwavering power. Tinting Snake, clearly unaware that it had been marked by its trainer, responded, understood. Thank you for your guidance. The buzzcut boy nodded earnestly at him before leading Sandshrew away, feeling he had gained much from this match, especially after witnessing Lin Feng's calm demeanor both before and after the victory. He grasped the essence of being a trainer, to remain unperturbed amidst triumph and disgrace. This Tinting Snake, Li Bing regarded Lin Feng with some astonishment. That a gym-level trainer. His perspective was distinctly different from that of the ordinary spectators merely present for free entertainment. The power exhibited by Tinting Snake in that single Vine Whip was certainly not something an average grass-type Pokemon could achieve. Moreover, judging by the mutual trust displayed in the battle between Tinting Snake and its trainer, he couldn't help but think, could this grand spectacle really end up being a stolen victory? A sudden, inexplicable impulse surged within Li Bingxin, a sentiment known only to him and the proprietor of Wang Wang Supermarket. Unbeknownst to others, this match was indeed subject to manipulation behind the scenes. The so-called behind-the-scenes maneuvering allowed him to dictate who the competitors would face after advancing from the group stage. He needed to devise a strategy that would pit Lin Feng against Chenglong's trainer in a more genuine contest. Chapter 23. Advancing from the group stage as the first round concluded. The second round swiftly followed, with merely a 5-minute intermission. However, for the Vine Snake, which had only unleashed 2 abilities, the expenditure was nearly negligible. The second round, consequently, lacked excitement. The opponent was a trainer accompanied by a Fire Sparrow, who upon realizing he was up against Lin Feng, visibly despaired. Despite the advantage of elemental types, he harbored little faith that the Fire Sparrow could evade the Vine Snake's Vine Whip. That it was not just his countenance that fell. The expressions of all competitors in Group 9 mirrored his dejection. They had already witnessed Lin Feng's prowess in the first round, leading to a lack of strong confidence in their chances of advancing. As anticipated by Lin Feng, the Fire Sparrow initially opted for evasion, yet it proved futile against the Vine Whip and was swiftly knocked to the ground. Had this been in the wild, the Vine Snake might have struggled to catch the flying Fire Sparrow. Yet, confined within the indoor arena, the limited space rendered escape impossible. Then came the third round, where the opponent's Pokemon was Pikachu. Lin Feng had a profound impression of Pikachu. Yet not every Pikachu is a legendary figure capable of overcoming elemental disadvantages. That it was easily ensnared by the Vine Snake and promptly dispatched outside the arena. Thus, the morning group matches concluded. 9 competitors emerged victorious from the group stage. In between, the organizers of the Baby Cup provided refreshments and a 2-hour respite. As soon as the matches ended, Qin Shu eagerly approached Lin Feng with joyful news, announcing her successful advancement from her group. Lin Feng nodded, not particularly surprised as he had observed the outcomes of each group. Qin Shu had indeed been fortunate. In her group, the stronger Pokemon were countered by Squirtle's elemental advantage, while the weaker ones were no match for the formidable water gun, indicating that her performance alongside Squirtle was commendable. Yet, in her eyes, the situation was different. The triumph in her first battle instilled her with immense confidence. She fantasized about becoming a top Pokemon trainer, standing on the grandest stage of the Pokemon Championship, battling alongside the Elite Eight and emerging victorious. Lin Feng merely smiled in response. Qin Shu had always dreamed of being a Pokemon master, basking in the spotlight as the crowd cheered for her and her Pokemon, a testament to her relentless efforts. However, dreams and aspirations are never misguided. In youth, everyone hopes to become their envisioned hero. Regardless of whether such dreams materialize, they offer cherished memories to reflect upon. The 2 hours passed swiftly. Compared to the morning's intensity, the afternoon matches felt considerably more relaxed. With only 9 competitors remaining, only 4 battles were required to enter the semifinals. To save time, all 4 matches proceeded simultaneously, with the last contestant receiving a bye into the top 5. At this moment, 10 minutes before the matches commenced, at the 7th contestant seat, the mastermind behind all events, Chi Hung, observed the 9 contestants who had advanced from the group stage. Technically, there were only 8, as he had excluded his own child from consideration. These 8 trainers appeared quite conventional. Ordinarily, he would favor such a scenario, yet one newcomer trainer and his Pokemon left him perplexed. Lin Feng and the Vine Snake, throughout the 4 battles. Aside from the first, where the Vine Snake employed both Vine Whip and Leaf Blade, it had solely relied on Vine Whip to defeat its opponents in the subsequent matches. Although Chi Hung was not well-versed in Pokemon battles as a businessman, he sensed that the newcomer, Lin Feng, was likely concealing his true capabilities, perhaps for the sake of prize money or fame. Contemplating this, he summoned Li Bing. "What is it, boss?" Li Bing inquired, flying over in confusion. Chi Hung replied directly, "I wish to see the battle schedule." Li Bing, retrieving the schedule, asked in bewilderment, "Isn't this arranged according to your specifications? There are only 10 minutes until the competition begins. There's a contestant I've been uneasy about." Chi Hung said, glancing at the schedule, his brow furrowed upon spotting Lin Feng's name. "Oh, you mean him? It seems he has received a bye this round. Didn't you say the first few matches were randomly assigned, and that in the final match we would simply let Qinglong finish off the opponent?" Chi Hung shook his head. "No, this Vine Snake has revealed its full potential. I'm apprehensive. Let us have Su Kuan face Lin Feng instead. The Fire Chick has a natural advantage over the Vine Snake. Let us see if we can draw out its full strength." Alright, a hint of resignation flickered in Li Bing's mind. It appeared his intention to keep Lin Feng's capabilities under wraps had faltered. He was about to soar into the sky to adjust the battle schedule when Chi Hung called him back. Wearing a smile, Li, "Although I'm not well-versed in Pokemon battles, this matter is known only to you and me. If it succeeds, I'll double your reward." Li Bing was momentarily taken aback, feeling increasingly helpless. Yet he forced a smile and replied, "Oh, that is very generous of you." Of course. Chi Hung nodded with a grin. Once Li Bing took off into the sky, Chi Hung's smile faded. While he may lack knowledge about Pokemon battles, he understood the nature of business. Only relationships forged through mutual benefit are the most enduring. Alas, this era belonged to trainers, and thus, he needed to pave the way for his child. As the match began drawing near, the 9 trainers gathered for the final draw. Su Kuan, accompanied by his Fire Chick, looked at the assigned opponents and upon finding Lin Feng, expressed surprise. "We're up against each other?" He had not observed Lin Feng's performance at the first venue. Little did he know that despite Lin Feng not having selected his first Pokemon during the entrance exams, he had swiftly acquired a Pokemon capable of advancing from the Baby Cup group stage. "Seems that way." Lin Feng shrugged, not pondering it further. Su Kuan sighed, moving closer to Lin Feng. "Well, you're quite unfortunate, aren't you? Don't worry. I'll go easy on you." Chapter 24. The variables in the plan. Do as you wish. Lin Feng offered no further explanation. People's perceptions differ, and to alter such perceptions, one must rely on facts. "I received a bye. Qin Shu, standing beside Lin Feng, laughed heartily while clutching a piece of paper, prompting Lin Feng to silently commend her luck. It can only be said that fortune favors the foolish. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is about to begin. Please proceed to your designated arenas according to the draw numbers. Li Bing's voice resonated from the microphone. Lin Feng and the Vine Snake proceeded to the combined Arena 1 and 2, accompanied by Su Kuan, who bore the Fire Chick. Upon stepping onto the battlefield, Su Kuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Though he had casually claimed he would go easy on Lin Feng at the contestant seating, he was now acutely aware of the gravity of this battle. Others may not grasp Lin Feng's capabilities, but he certainly did. With top scores in academics and frequent victories in Pokemon simulation battles, Lin Feng had often articulated remarkable strategies. All these accolades had been bestowed upon Lin Feng during his student days. His emergence from the group stage only confirmed that the Vine Snake was no ordinary Pokemon to face such an opponent. One must underestimate them strategically, yet regard them with utmost seriousness tactically. Begin the match. With the announcement, Su Kuan swiftly issued commands. Fire Chick, use Quick Attack followed by Ember. Chirp, beneath him, the fiery fowl known as the Fire Chicken strutted on its two short, slender legs, moving with a speed that, under the influence of a flash of lightning, rivaled that of any human from Lin Feng's past life. Moreover, amidst this rapidity, the Fire Chicken was able to accurately emit sparks, which raised an eyebrow from Lin Feng. In the preceding match, he had never witnessed the Fire Chicken wielding such a technique. It was evident that it had been concealing its prowess. Yet, he was left pondering why it chose to reveal such a skill in the very first encounter with him. The sparks scattered like a spray from a toy water gun, densely approaching the Vine Snake. Did I end the next moment? Lin Feng commanded, dodge the initial wave of sparks, then confront it directly and use Leaf Blade. Even though the Fire Chicken had employed the move Quick Attack, the two Pokemon were still separated by the distance of 2 arenas. For Pokemon of gym-level caliber, this distance might be traversed in mere steps. However, for the two diminutive creatures standing under a meter tall, it required a considerable amount of time to close the gap. The Vine Snake effortlessly evaded the first wave of sparks, instantly grasping its trainer's intent. Quick Attack, a swift and unrelenting assault aimed at the opponent, inflicting damage. Although the Fire Chicken adeptly combined Quick Attack and Sparks, transforming a singular spark into a multitude, it faced a significant flaw. Its attacks could only originate from the side and required predictive timing. Thus, the emitted sparks would not inadvertently strike its own face amidst the rapid movement. Therefore, the more the Vine Snake evaded the sparks, the more they would dangerously accumulate around it. Indeed, as the Vine Snake altered its direction and boldly approached, the Fire Chicken sparks became noticeably disordered, and eventually, it hesitated to unleash any more. What awaited it was the Vine Snake, gracefully leaping high into the air, performing a 180-degree spin before its clover-shaped tail, glowing with a white radiance, descended upon the Fire Chicken amidst the Quick Attack. With a resounding bang, both Pokemon staggered backward, yet the Vine Snake merely experienced a slight reverberation from the collision. While the Fire Chicken was sent crashing to the ground in disarray, Lin Feng was astonished that without the use of the power of eternity, the Vine Snake could so clearly comprehend his commands. However, the battle was far from over. He immediately issued another command. Don't give it a chance. Use Vine Whip. 2 greenish vines swiftly surged along the back of the Vine Snake, extending directly towards the Fire Chicken. Get up, Fire Chicken! Despite being taken aback by Lin Feng's rapid discovery of a countermeasure, Su Kuan quickly shouted his command, especially upon witnessing the 2 vines poised to ensnare the Fire Chicken. His voice grew louder. Fire Chicken. It was as if a certain strength resonated within the Fire Chicken, and with great effort, it managed to stand, albeit the vines had already reached it, entangling its feet and suspending it upside down. Commencing a thrashing. Fire Chicken. Su Kuan's voice escalated further in fervor. Yet at that moment, the referee, Li Bing, had already determined the victor of the match. The Fire Chicken was rendered unable to battle, granting victory to the Vine Snake. It was merely a baby cup. There was no need for the combatant to be completely incapacitated. This was sufficient to declare a winner, unless a miraculous evolution occurred. However, the Fire Chicken placed on the ground by the Vine Snake showed no signs of response. Well done, Lin Feng praised as he observed the approaching Vine Snake. The corners of the Vine Snake's mouth lifted slightly, It wanted to express that it was Lin Feng's commands that were commendable, yet the words failed to escape its lips. Su Kuan, having retrieved the fire chicken, walked over to Lin Feng, a hint of resignation on his face. Indeed, you are too formidable that I had a sense before that your reluctance to claim first place is not due to your inability, but rather because your heart isn't set on it. Lin Feng could not deny this. Shrugging his shoulders, the Do come visit my place sometime. The breeding house next door in Wudong Town offers a discount for classmates. I will definitely find the opportunity. Su Kuan waved his hand and then exited with the fire chicken, intending to seek treatment for it while also mentally noting Lin Feng's name, in the audience. As they witnessed the effortless defeat of the fire chicken by the vine snake, Qi Heng's expression grew increasingly grim. He had invested immense time, energy, and money to orchestrate this baby cup, establishing connections and inviting numerous attendees. Yet now, an unforeseen variable had arisen, a variable he could not permit. He needed to have a word with him. Chapter 25. The disparity between father and son's ideologies say, when the match begins, shall we have the vine snake pretend to be defeated by the dragon in one hit? With the quarterfinals concluded, only 5 competitors remained in the arena during the intermission. The owner Qi Heng, who had previously promoted at the Wang Wang supermarket, approached him, wearing a broad smile as he invited him to a secluded corner of the audience. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, questioning, what is this about? Qi Heng, maintaining his smile, produced a bank card. You see, young man, you must recognize the prowess of that dragon, in the final battle, the vine snake is likely to lose. So why not agree to my proposal? This is merely 50,000. I implore you to consider it. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I cannot comply. He then strode purposefully towards the exit. Was he to be swayed by mere money into such a sham? Qi Heng was left standing there, his smile frozen, and after several seconds, his expression darkened. What a headstrong child. Clearly, he cannot comprehend the consequences of his choices, that he paced a few steps before dialing his child's number. What's up, Dad? A boy with a bottle of soda entered. Upon seeing his child, Qi Heng's demeanor softened. In the upcoming match against that vine snake, allow the dragon to unleash its full power without restraint. That vine snake is of high caliber. Got it, the short and stout boy replied, somewhat annoyed, before turning to leave, muttering, they said I only needed to call water gun in this battle. Yet a smile crept onto his lips. Upon returning to the contestant area, the vine snake indignantly voiced its grievances to Lin Feng. The human just now underestimated me, claiming I would surely lose to that dragon. Lin Feng chuckled as he patted its head. Reassuring. Oh, my dear friend, consider it from another perspective. They approached us specifically because we are so formidable that they fear their chance at the championship might be snatched away. The vine snake appeared puzzled. Vine, is that really the case? Lin Feng nodded earnestly. Of course. Yet within, he found the situation increasingly amusing. This young creature, while astute, still had much to learn about the human world. The vine snake, beginning to see the logic in Lin Feng's words, felt its anger dissipate slightly, yet a fierce determination brewed within. Just then, the semi-finals commenced. This time, their opponent was a trainer accompanied by a fiery sparrow. Curiously, Qin Shu was once again granted a bye, which was rather absurd. Lin Feng glanced at the referee, Li Bing, and recalled the earlier conversation, suspecting there might be some foul play at hand. Facing a level 15 fiery sparrow, the vine snake dispatched it with ease. Finally, the finals were set to begin around 4 in the afternoon. Winning would secure the championship of this baby cup. 3 minutes before the finals commenced. A chubby boy clutching a bag of chips approached Lin Feng, squinting his eyes slightly. Hey. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. What is it? This boy, if he recalled correctly, was the trainer of the dragon. At this moment, what business did he have with him? My dad mentioned you're quite impressive. Qi Chong inquired with curiosity. Well, whether I'm impressive or not can only be determined through battle. Do you need something? Lin Feng felt no fondness for this chubby boy due to the earlier encounter with Qi Heng. Oblivious to Lin Feng's disdain, Qi Chong continued, Then you must be quite formidable, otherwise my dad wouldn't advise the dragon to suppress its energy. Honestly, I don't wish to suppress the dragon's energy transformation. Lin Feng was taken aback. Why is that? Qi Chong grabbed a chip. Want some? Lin Feng gazed at the droplet of saliva clinging to his fingertip and shook his head. It's quite simple, really. While this approach may cause discomfort for the Dragonair, my father has always wished for me to become a trainer, that I don't know where he heard it from that breeder. But he claims that briefly suppressing Dragonair's energy transformation can enhance its potential. Frankly, I believe he has been deceived without realizing it, and a hint of helplessness flickered across his face that DOI appear to be the type suited for becoming a trainer. It was evident that he harbored some objections to his father's plans for his life. Lin Feng earnestly replied, "Well, it does seem a bit unlikely, but it can be cultivated. Although anyone can become a trainer, not everyone is suited for it. Traveling, challenging others, and battling in gyms are all activities rife with danger. To truly become a trainer, one must possess a robust physique, and this necessitates rigorous physical training. Furthermore, it is certain that in this world, human physicality, much like fighting-type Pokemon, can be significantly enhanced through training." The young man before him stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, but weighed nearly 200 kg. With a body that appeared soft and flabby. Rationally speaking, such a physique is indeed ill-suited for the role of a trainer. Chi-Chong nodded in agreement, tossing a bag of chips onto the adjacent table. "Right, I feel the same way. Never mind, the battle is about to begin. Just focus on your performance. The outcome doesn't matter much to me." Having said that, he casually made his way toward the battlefield, unconsciously quickening his pace, seemingly eager to step into the arena. This was the first time Lin Feng had observed such enthusiasm from him during the several matches he had watched. He shook his head, his initial aversion dissipating, and followed Chi-Chong onto the field. The final match, as he observed the figures of the Vine Snake and Dragonair in the arena, the audience erupted with an unusual fervor and cheer. The finals were upon them, and anticipation filled the air. One Dragonair had only employed a single water gun in its previous match, while the Vine Snake had relied solely on Vine Whip and Leaf Blade. Both Pokemon had concealed their abilities. In my opinion, Dragonair is likely to win. Despite the type disadvantage, the Vine Snake is still merely a starter Pokemon. Although I adore both Pokemon, I have a particular fondness for the Vine Snake. It exudes an air of elegance in battle. Chapter 26. C-Class Waterstone. Breaking through the uncontrolled Dragonair, that a long, joyous cry resonated throughout the arena. Accompanying it was a system notification that echoed in Lin Feng's ears. "Congratulations, host. You have increased Dragonair's happiness level from 10 to 75. Reward: 10 bags of gold dust, 1 rare candy, and 1 C-Class Waterstone." The moment Dragonair was released, it was enveloped in a mist of water, and no one could comprehend its current feelings. It had been suppressing its energy intensity, akin to an overflowing plastic bag filled to the brim with water. The pressure only continued to mount. The sensation of swelling within its body intensified. Now, upon release, it even felt a modicum of gratitude towards Lin Feng, who had been its trainer during this time. During this interval, Lin Feng wisely refrained from issuing attack commands to the Vine Snake, instead patiently awaiting the completion of its transformation. However, the previously exhilarating cries suddenly turned to ones of anguish, and its body began to writhe restlessly. This peculiar occurrence immediately captured the attention of the audience. What is wrong with Dragonair? Why is it crying out in such a pitiful manner? The battle hasn't even commenced yet. How strange. The initial excitement for the match morphed into concern for Dragonair. Requesting a pause in the match. Chi-Chong's expression turned frantic at this sight, waving his arms at the sky in desperation. Although he had only just become a trainer, the truth was that Dragonair had been with him for several months. In the sky. Li Bing also reacted, furrowing her brow and immediately sending her Shirelden down to assess Dragonair's condition. The swirling mist of water was clearly indicative of it overflowing from within, causing the surrounding grass to become damp. And oh wonder, he had always felt something was off about Dragonair. During battles, it never moved an inch, even when struck by attacks, and it was utterly unrestrained with its energy. Now, it seemed that this was due to the prolonged suppression finally breaking through. What should I do? Chi-Chong looked at Li Bing, panic-stricken, tears welling in his eyes. He understood that this was a gym-level trainer his father had invited back, someone who undoubtedly knew more than he did. Yet, to his surprise, Li Bing shook her head. "I can only deduce that this is a consequence of prolonged energy suppression. But how to resolve it? I am also uncertain that we should wait for the medical personnel to arrive." Chi-Chong dared not return Dragonair to its Pokeball during this transformation process. In a daze, he picked up his phone and dialed for emergency assistance. The voice of commentator Li Bing transmitted through the microphone. causing the audience to erupt in chaos. What? Suppressing energy intentionally and then entering the baby cup? Is this a bit excessive? Not really, as it is within the rules. However, with energy suppression, one must use a stability stone. This Dragonair clearly appears to have been repressed for too long, and now it desires to transform all at once. Alas, it may be in grave danger. Akin to a flood overwhelming its body. The onslaught is simply too overwhelming. It seemed the ultimate victor would be the Vine Snake. What? The opposing trainer is lacking in sportsmanship, allowing the Vine Snake to unleash its abilities at this moment. Vine Snake? It looks in so much pain, will it die? The Vine Snake, which had initially anticipated a swift and exhilarating battle, gazed at the anguished Dragonair and could not help but inquire. Lin Feng sighed. The energy is too overwhelming. Its body is unable to endure it all. That I reckon that when the medical personnel arrive, they may save it, but it will likely suffer from after effects. All right, Vine Snake, the match is starting now. We must engage in battle. I will guide you on how to fight using the power of Tokiwa. Vine Snake. Understood. In the grassy arena, just as everyone's attention was drawn to Dragonair, the originally verdant grass field inexplicably began to sprout tender shoots, and under the influence of the grass-type energy, it grew wildly. In just a short while, the grass had grown over 1/2 meter, completely obscuring the Vine Snake's figure, covering the area connecting the Vine Snake and Dragonair. Vine Whip Point, 2 green tendrils transformed into shadows, swiftly darting towards Chi Chong, who stood bewildered beside Dragonair, binding him and pulling him aside. Lin Feng then let out a long breath as he unleashed the power of Tokiwa for the first time. An invisible energy rapidly descended upon Dragonair, accompanied by Lin Feng's words, "Just engage in a normal battle. Have Dragonair use water gun against the Vine Snake." This message was not only conveyed to Dragonair, but also reached Chi Chong. Chi Chong was momentarily stunned, unsure of where the voice originated. But at that moment, he completely lost his sense of direction and instinctively shouted, "Water gun!" In the emerald grass, the shadow of the Vine Snake flickered in and out, as if following a certain rhythm. Each time it appeared, a water gun would fall upon the spot where the Vine Snake had previously stood. What? No way. Seeing this scene, Li Bing's pupils constricted, while the method of alleviating Dragonair's internal energy was indeed to unblock it. Using skills with such force at this moment was akin to puncturing a water-filled plastic bag. The powerful pressure of the water would only serve to enlarge the hole. This destruction was inward-facing. Without specialized equipment, no one could ascertain where this rupture would occur. But the next moment, she was stunned, because under the release of such water guns, Dragonair's pained expression gradually eased, and it did not seem to experience any discomfort. The water gun splashed freely across the grassy field, yet none managed to strike the Vine Snake. Grass Mixer, Seed Bomb. At this moment, Lin Feng issued another command. With the enhancement of the grassy terrain, 2 swirling winds swiftly took shape, adorned with verdant leaves, rapidly spinning as they converged towards the Dragonite from both sides. Instinctively, the Dragonite unleashed a water gun. Its proficiency with the water gun had markedly improved, and the energy within its body was but a step away from being fully resolved. This final step involved using the parasitic seeds to siphon the remaining energy within. Although the left grassy mixer was dispersed by the water gun, the right grassy mixer collided with its body, slicing through flesh and embedding the parasitic seeds within. The Dragonite immediately froze, its expression of pain easing, and surprisingly, it began to feel somewhat comfortable. Chapter 27. S-Grade Ocean Crystal. At the very least, a high-level breeder. What? Initially, it was thought that the trainer of the Vine Snake lacked martial ethics, but it appeared that this was intended to help the Dragonite dissipate energy. Observers with a slight understanding of breeding were suddenly enlightened. Such a delicate technique. This young man, amidst the Dragonite's turmoil, allowed the Vine Snake to utilize the grassy terrain first, causing it to lose focus. Then systematically induced the Dragonite to release its water gun. This maximized the reduction of damage caused by the dissipated energy within the Dragonite. Truly splendid. This young breeder must be at least of high caliber. Someone nearby, incredulous, exclaimed, "No way. Is this really just a high school student? You say he is a high-level breeder?" The individual glanced at the person beside them and shook their head. "You misheard. I said at least high level. Perhaps even more formidable." for throughout the entire encounter, he had never issued precise commands to the vine snake, indicating that their bond had reached a level of profound understanding. With this revelation, the surrounding audience was even more astonished. Accompanied by a triumphant shout, "It succeeded! The Dragonite has successfully broken through!" The entire audience fell into a state of relaxation after the prior tension. Following this, a voice emerged from somewhere. "Vine snake is amazing. What the heck? How can there be such a powerful vine snake?" Then came an overwhelming chorus of cheers. "Vine snake! Vine snake!" The jubilant cries resonated throughout the arena, simultaneously accompanied by the system prompt echoing in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, for raising the satisfaction level of the vine snake from 60 to 80. Reward: 5 bags of golden soil, 1 magical candy, 1 special scale fruit. Pokemon: Dragonite gender, male ability, water absorb potential, purple strength, level 22-25 description. Dragonite that has successfully dissipated energy and undergone metamorphosis. Congratulations, host, for raising the satisfaction level of Dragonite from -40 to 90. Reward: 10 bags of golden soil, 1 magical candy, 1 S-grade ocean crystal, a legendary crystal stored in the ocean temple, infused with the power of the sea. Greatly beneficial to water-type Pokemon. Sigh. Listening to the synchronized cheers from the audience, Lin Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. It was evident that all of this had been orchestrated by him. Yet everyone's attention was fixated on the vine snake that had executed the plan. It was disheartening. He felt a sense of jealousy towards his own Pokemon, however, upon hearing about the ocean crystal and the special scale fruit he had acquired. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. His diligent efforts were indeed rewarded. The ocean crystal could later be placed beneath the water reservoir for Milotic's use. The significant boost in the vine snake's satisfaction also led him to muse that he was not mistaken. A vine snake that relished battle and basked in applause. Upon sensing its stabilized energy, the Dragonite's joy was palpable. The pool attendant, having witnessed the transformation, was left bewildered. Just moments ago, it had been in a life-and-death crisis. And now, after an incomprehensible battle, the Dragonite had improved, even achieving a breakthrough. He tentatively inquired, "Dragonite? Moo!" The Dragonite swiftly glided across the grass, indicating that it felt remarkably well, better than ever before. This little chubby guy cried out in fright, leaping onto the Dragonite. "You scared me to death. I thought something terrible would happen to you." This left the vine snake in the grassy terrain momentarily stunned. "Vine snake? Wait a moment. They're currently bonding." Lin Feng observed the vine snake's frustration. It felt as though it had been interrupted mid-battle, akin to ants crawling on its skin. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's remark, it refrained from further protest and quietly remained within the grassy terrain. Awaiting its turn to tea that moment, it felt its energy stirring, teetering on the brink of evolution. Perhaps that moment was now. The vine snake reigned in its emotions, calming the restless energy within, striving to reach its optimal state for evolution. Approximately 1 minute later, prompted by the warmth of the audience, the pool attendant finally realized he was still at the competition venue. He promptly stood up, looking at Lin Feng, who was still waiting patiently, displaying a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly declared, "I concede this match." As his words fell, the arena fell into silence, but it was not long before discussions erupted. However, this time, the conversations were predominantly filled with acknowledgement and relief that Tio concede. It was indeed appropriate. The young man opposite had effectively saved his Dragonite, that I had judged this little chubby guy by appearances. Initially thinking he suppressed energy and would not settle for anything less than champion status, but I was mistaken. Yet this was also for the best, as the gap between the vine snake and the already elite-level Dragonite was indeed vast. The trainer of the vine snake is not conceding. What is he up to? Although Lin Feng's expression remained calm, he felt a hint of surprise within. After all, his father had invested so much in this match. Conceding now would imply that half of their efforts had been in vain. Of course, it was also possible they could reap another kind of fruit. Presently, most of the audience was praising the chubby boy's concession. Lin Feng pondered. If he was conceding out of gratitude for the vine snake assisting his Dragonite, then it was unnecessary, for his vine snake truly needed a battle with more pressure. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated through the arena via the surrounding amplification devices. Vine snake. The previously unleashed grassy terrain became increasingly vibrant at that moment, a pair of orange-yellow eyes shimmering with eagerness. Moo! The Dragonite seemed to hear the vine snake's inner yearning and erupted with a spirited roar. Very well, Dragonite. Use water gun. Upon hearing this, the pool attendant ceased his modesty, wiped away his tears, and once again commanded the water gun. However, compared to the previous chaotic water gun, this time it was precise and imposing. The vine snake's figure darted through the grassy terrain. The water gun struck the area where it had previously been, washing away a vast expanse of grass. Observers could tell that the Dragonite had significantly improved from before. Parasitic seeds. A gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The seeds previously embedded within the Dragonite were not merely for assisting it in releasing energy point one by one. The seeds began to sprout on the Dragonite. Drawing upon its vitality, Dragonite, use Ice Beam. Chapter 28. Evolution, Vine Snake, the power of the dual grassy mixers. The pool attendant finally commanded a skill other than water gun. Truth. He had never aspired to be a trainer. To travel and challenge gyms. Such endeavors seemed exhausting. It was far more comfortable to remain at home, leisurely managing the supermarket. With this mentality, the pool attendant was not particularly versed in Pokemon battles. Naturally, when he saw the water gun was ineffective, he instinctively called out for the Ice Beam, that a beam of icy blue energy erupted from the Dragonite's mouth, seemingly without target, landing where the vine snake had just appeared. The area previously struck by the water gun was rapidly being restored by the vine snake's energy. However, at this moment, the damp ground, upon contact with the icy blue beam, crackled as it froze. The grass sprouting from the ground quickly became brittle, and this freezing effect continued to spread across the remaining grassy terrain, effectively dividing the grassy area between the two Pok and Mon. It was evident that the Dragonite was utilizing this method to negate the enhancement provided by the grassy terrain to the vine snake and compress its movement space. Moo! However, such a powerful release of the Ice Beam also agitated the sprouting parasitic seeds within the Dragonite, which let out a pained cry as it bit down on one of the already sprouted seeds and forcibly pulled it out. Vine Whip. Within the verdant expanse of the grassy arena, two emerald vines lunged forth, poised to strike. Yet with a sudden twist of its head, the Dragonair, despite not receiving a command from its trainer, instinctively conjured several massive shards of ice. Hurling them towards the location of the vines that in the thick grass, it was indeed challenging to pinpoint the position of the sprout snake. Thus it opted for a proactive approach, waiting for the opportune moment when the sprout snake would reveal itself. Whether it was the vines or the grass whirlwind, seizing the initial moment of release from the sprout snake would indicate its current position. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization, though no command was issued. This Dragonair managed to respond so swiftly. How astute! With this thought, Lin Feng promptly commanded, withdraw the vines. Engage the sprout snake with a dual grass whirlwind. Tear it apart. There was no alternative. The sprout snake would either exchange injuries with the Dragonair or retract its vines to confront the ice shards with its most potent move. Lin Feng favored the latter. Although the energy clash favored the sprout snake's disadvantage, this was the only way to ensure it sustained minimal injury. The vines, akin to a wild stallion, were retracted. And then a greenish shadow leapt from the grass, leaving only a trail of white light in its wake, which spun gracefully in the air before meeting the ice shards that moment. The energy within the sprout snake seemed to ignite with some unseen force. The white light coursed from its tail to envelop its entire body. The light of evolution. The sprout snake, which had been on the brink of evolution, was fully awakened in this instant. Unlike the tumultuous ascent of Dragonair, its evolution was seamless, and with the energy it bore upon evolving, it sliced through the ice shards effortlessly. Its form began to elongate. Previously standing at a mere 80 centimeters, it swiftly grew taller and more slender. As the shimmering light faded, the once naive and slightly arrogant sprout snake vanished, replaced by a confident and serene vine snake. Its lips curving into a smile. Pokemon. Vine snake gender. Female ability. Contrary potential. Red individual values. HP 25, attack 21, special attack 26, defense 25, special defense 24, speed 31, strength. Level 21-25 skills. Leaf blade. Grass whirlwind, snake gaze, vine whip, leech seed, magical leaf. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief that he swiftly commanded, "Dual Grass Whirlwind." The airborne vine snake, upon hearing Lin Feng's command, remained composed, as it descended gracefully. Its tail shimmered with green light, that in an instant, a towering whirlwind of grass spiraled upwards, hurtling towards Dragonair. The ice shards shattered upon contact. The rustling wind snapped the attention of Chi Chong, who immediately shouted. Ice Beam, Dragonair, momentarily distracted by the evolution of the sprout snake, unleashed a beam of icy crystals, attempting to disrupt the whirlwind. Yet in the next moment, a spectacle unfolded that left all spectators astonished. The icy beam, akin to fragile glass, was effortlessly repelled by the blades of the whirlwind, offering no resistance whatsoever. Boom! The whirlwind slammed into Dragonair with tremendous force, producing a sound akin to an explosion that as the echoes faded. Dragonair staggered, several gashes appearing on its body. After the breakthrough, it was felled by a single strike. Meanwhile, the vine snake landed gracefully on the ground, turning to its trainer with a smile. Clearly, this battle was a victory for it. Congratulations to the host for elevating the vine snake's happiness level from 80 to 95, receiving 3 bags of intermediate golden fertilizer, 1 intermediate rare candy, and a development energy cube. A reversal, a breathtaking turnaround. Initially presumed to be the undisputed champion of this match, Dragonair was unexpectedly bested by a formidable opponent. From the gradual pressure exerted by Dragonair on the vine snake to its precise timing in locating the sprout snake, it had undoubtedly given its all. Yet, even under such immense pressure, the sprout snake had completed its evolution and delivered a decisive blow. It was nothing short of spectacular. Was this the caliber expected at the Baby Cup? The potency of such a whirlwind was simply inconceivable. Li Bing, standing atop his sturdy sword-like Pak Mon, passionately provided commentary. The sheer number of reversals was staggering. Initially, when Dragonair was injured, he surmised that the champion of this match would be the trainer of the sprout snake. Little did he know that midway through, Dragonair's trainer had adeptly guided it to dissipate its internal energy. Just when he thought Dragonair's breakthrough would secure the championship, the sprout snake evolved under such duress and countered. Throughout the match, he had been observing Lin Feng's expressions that he noted that while the boy occasionally displayed signs of tension, he remained remarkably composed when managing Dragonair's energy dissipation and witnessing the sprout snake's evolution. This indicated his absolute confidence in both matters. Yet when dealing with Dragonair, he had not even approached it closely, confidently orchestrating from a distance of several dozen meters. What level of trainer was this? Contemplating this, Li Bing turned to the audience, as you all witnessed. It was Lin Feng who treated Dragonair when it was injured, which undoubtedly proves that not only is he an exceptional trainer, but also a breeder. Would you like to know the source of his breeding expertise? The spectators, already captivated by the intense battle, were now emotionally charged. Without a second thought, they chorused yes. Oh my, is he truly a breeder? Are there such young breeders in Wudong City? Let me guess, whose apprentice is he? Chapter 29. The tail flame across the sky. Egg riddle. Lin Feng curiously glanced at Li Bing in the sky. Not expecting that the one assisting him would be the commentator above, he had assumed he would have to wait until the competition concluded for the reporters to swarm him, providing an opportunity to promote his breeding shop. As Li Bing descended, Lin Feng cleared his throat, contemplating how to respond to Li Bing. May I ask, Lin Feng, as the champion of this Baby Cup, you swiftly identified and resolved the issues with Dragonair during the match. Are you a breeder? If so, could you share which breeding house you belong to? Lin Feng. Indeed, I've been learning about breeding from my parents since childhood, and to date, I have amassed 12 years of experience. I can confidently say that any Pokemon in my care presents no issues. A mere glance is sufficient. As for my breeding shop, it is a quaint establishment called the Neighboring Breeding House in Wudong Town. He then looked at the vine snake, picking it up. See this? Its skin is smooth and radiant, with a remarkably high level of energy control. This Pokemon has grown on energy cubes from the neighboring breeding house. Currently, we sell maintenance energy cubes and vitality energy cubes, guaranteed to be made from original ingredients, ensuring you will never again worry about your Pokemon's appearance and stamina issues, and capable of addressing various Pokemon ailments. Supplies are limited, and you can also enjoy the beauty of... Oh wait, I'm not finished yet. Seeing Li Bing move the microphone away, Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret. Vine Snake? The Pokemon remained in a dazed state. Thrust into the spotlight, Was this an advertisement for itself? Li Bing, flustered, realized that the ongoing live broadcast was being streamed on the Pokemon Battle Channel in Wudong City, where countless viewers were watching. He had inadvertently launched an advertisement. Ahem, as you can hear, the neighboring breeding house welcomes interested parties to come and visit. Now, we have one final match. I wonder if Chi-Chong will be able to participate. He attempted to steer the conversation back to the battle, but the audience, having heard Lin Feng's enthusiastic promotion, were now curious about the neighboring breeding house. Some had even begun searching for it online. Ultimately, the final match never transpired. Chi-Chang's Dragonair had lost its fighting capability and would take time to recover. Thus, Lin Feng emerged as the first-place winner, while second place was surprisingly secured by Qin Shu. After the group stage, she had not engaged in any battles, effortlessly claiming the second position. That it could be said that she was the true chosen one of the entire competition. After the match concluded, a throng of reporters surrounded Lin Feng, inquiring about his background, such as which school he trained at and his current level as a breeder. Lin Feng answered each query earnestly, while once more promoting the neighboring breeding house. Then came the award ceremony, where the organizer, Chi Hung, presented the award to Lin Feng with a complex expression. Undoubtedly, the baby cup he organized had been a resounding success, both in viewership and atmosphere. Yet, in the end, the fruits of victory were not claimed by the individual he had hoped for. However, at the conclusion of the tournament, were it not for him, the entire baby cup might have devolved into a mere mishap. Moreover, he is such a young breeder. Upon reflection, he sighed, concluding that a talent such as this trainer and breeder should not be slighted. Thus, at the final award ceremony, he revealed a smile. The first prize, one starter Pokemon egg and an 88,000 yuan shopping voucher for Wong Wong Supermarket. Additionally, there was a chance to guess the egg riddle at the Wong Wong Supermarket headquarters. The first item, the 88,000 shopping voucher, was directly handed to Lin Feng. Following this was the starter Pokemon egg, which, due to the source of the eggs not having arrived yet, will be communicated to Lin Feng for selection within a week. Lastly was the riddle guessing game at the headquarters. This was a most intriguing game, divided into blind guessing and open guessing. Wong Wong Supermarket headquarters would place 30 eggs before the contestants, that if one could correctly guess the species of 28 or more of those eggs, it would be deemed a successful open guess, allowing them to select one Pokemon egg to take home from the 28 guessed correctly. The blind guessing, on the other hand, involved covering the Pokemon eggs with a black cloth. Contestants could only touch the egg with their hands, feeling its texture and temperature, to deduce its identity. Successfully guessing 25 would also count as a success. Similarly, those who succeeded in blind guessing could choose one Pokemon egg from the 25 they guessed correctly. According to Chi Hung, the Pokemon eggs hidden within were generally of superior quality compared to those guessed openly. The headquarters of Wong Wong Supermarket in Xi'an Province is located in the capital city, Changsha. The egg guessing game is open at all times, meaning Lin Feng could go whenever he wished at by 6 o'clock in the evening. The entire competition concluded, with spectators gradually dispersing. Lin Feng leaned back, supporting his head with his hands, as the ivy snake followed closely beside him, exiting the arena. Although it was already 6 o'clock, the sky remained bright, with the dusky sunset casting vibrant hues of red across the heavens. A streak of white and red clouds extended from the east of Wudong City to the far west, resembling traces left by a missile cutting through the sky. "That's much money," Qin Shu remarked, her lips stretching into a wide grin as she gazed at the shopping voucher in her hand. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Given Qin Shu's family background, which was not one of great wealth, purchasing a Squirtle had already placed some financial strain on her family, that it was unlikely she could afford to lavishly spend on raising the Squirtle. However, now, with the shopping voucher, she would be able to comfortably manage the initial expenses of nurturing her Squirtle. "Are you heading back first?" Qin Shu inquired, curious. What's up?" "Feng, aren't you going back?" Lin Feng replied, "I still need to make a stop at Wong Wong Supermarket to buy a few things, so I probably won't catch the last bus. I'll just take a taxi home later." "Well, okay then." Qin Shu nodded happily, not probing further into what Lin Feng needed to buy, her mind already racing to return home and boast to her parents and grandfather about securing second place in the baby cup and winning such a generous shopping voucher, ensuring she wouldn't have to worry about her Squirtle's food expenses for a while. Overjoyed meanwhile, Lin Feng gazed at the trail of fire in the sky, momentarily dazed, before heading towards Wong Wong Supermarket. The trace of fire left behind made him sense the presence of a Dragonite. Chapter 30. The Messenger Dragonite, are you the Lin Feng who just won first place in the Baby Cup? Inside Wang Wang's supermarket under the bright lights, a young lady in a red uniform curiously assessed Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the attendant, thinking to himself how, just after finishing the competition, someone already recognized him. Was it because of his striking good looks? In the next moment, the young lady's gaze shifted to the ivy snake beside Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, this must be the ivy snake, so cool and impressive. Lin Feng. Just let it be, he's tired. The ivy snake, feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, promptly hid behind Lin Feng, but he awkwardly nodded and led the ivy snake away from that area. His purpose this time was to purchase some berry saplings and then make a trip to the Pokemon League to see if he could apply for a Rotom. After gaining this newfound fame, Lin Feng anticipated that many would soon visit his breeding shop. Relying solely on the few orange and peach berry trees at home would not suffice to produce enough stamina energy blocks and detox energy blocks. Additionally, he needed to buy some inkberry trees for creating maintenance energy blocks, as well as dragonfire trees for crafting ability release energy blocks. Having various energy blocks with different effects was fundamental for any breeding establishment. However, the core still lay in the breeder's personal skill. These berry saplings are indeed pricey. Lin Feng gasped as he looked at the saplings resting in their pots, and no wonder it said that breeders in the planting field are struggling. A basic orange berry sapling costs 1,500. It is worth noting that the growth of saplings into trees is not guaranteed, requiring extensive time for care and to ensure suitable growing conditions. Unfortunately, some precious berry saplings were not even available in the supermarket. In the end, Lin Feng purchased 15 orange berry saplings and 15 inkberry saplings, that he also bought some inkberries and oranges, spending a total of 48,000 yuan. Good heavens, more than half of the 88,000 shopping voucher had been spent. Upon exiting Wang Wang's supermarket, the sky over Wudong City had already turned dark, that he took the Ivy Snake to the Donghua League Pokemon branch in Wudong City. And after explaining his request, the staff quickly led him to the league's mobile store for Rotom care. Unlike other leagues, the Donghua League has conditions for allowing Rotom to accompany trainers on their journeys. Specifically, the trainer must graduate from being a novice trainer and become a formal trainer to qualify for a Rotom. As it stands, Lin Feng was still classified as a novice trainer. However, he owned a breeding shop, which granted him the eligibility to possess a Rotom. Rotom. Lin Feng glanced around, finding that all the Rotoms seemed quite similar. He then chose a red Rotom that approached him to greet him, spending 250,000 yuan to capture it in a Pokeball, that he then leisurely strolled towards the outskirts of the city, opting not to take a taxi or wait for a bus, but rather following the road leading out of the city towards Wudong Town. Fortunately, the July night sky was as bright as water, with the moonlight shimmering like mist on the road. The chorus of summer frogs was loud, leaving one to wonder if the croaking from the fields belonged to a Kroguk. Tung. Are we really walking back like this? The Ivy Snake seemed puzzled, as it typically did not question Lin Feng's actions. However, today it genuinely did not understand why Lin Feng chose to walk home. Lin Feng smiled at it. Why don't you return to your Pokeball for now? I'll call you out once we get home. Ignoring the Ivy Snake's bewildered and reluctant expression, he pointed the Pokeball at it and recalled it. After walking a distance to ensure they were far from both the city and the town, Lin Feng looked up at the sky. Amidst the bright night sky, besides the twinkling stars, a dark shadow streaked past. The aura of this shadow felt identical to the fiery trail that had crossed over Wudong City earlier that afternoon. Could it be that Shi Hung had sent for it? Lin Feng mentally scoffed, but then considered that he might be overthinking things. How could a manager of a Wang Wang supermarket branch in Wudong City possibly raise a Dragonite? Pokemon, Dragonite gender, female ability, multi-scale qualification, red individual values, HP 24, attack 30, special attack 25, defense 25, special defense 25, speed 24, level 69 skills, wing attack, quick attack, hurricane, thunder wave, fire punch, thunderbolt, dragon tail, dragon pulse, Draco meteor, mystic guard, dragon dance, dragon pulse, affection level 20. It is quite pleased with your performance in the Baby Cup. Joy level 40. I am a happy messenger. The shadow soared past again, this time drawing ever closer to Lin Feng. finally creating a gentle breeze as it halted before him. That IT was a colossal creature over 3 meters tall, with a stout appearance. That IT had 2 slender antennae atop its head and a sandy yellow body, resembling miniature wings. Without a doubt, this was a dragonite. That IT also sported a satchel around its waist. Arg! Hello, human? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment before responding. Hello? Ugh. I'm a messenger, collecting thoughts from young trainers in this area. It carefully retrieved an envelope and a pen from its satchel with its paw. Ugh. Please answer the questions on the envelope. Lin Feng, somewhat puzzled, received the envelope and upon opening it, found nothing but a blank piece of paper on which were printed characters in a neat font. What do you believe is the significance of the existence of Pokemon? The question was as such, and at the very moment he tore open the envelope, a faint trace of psychic energy enveloped him. Lin Feng was startled but did not panic. His innate constitution, characteristic of a certain individual from a place known as Jinshin, gave him confidence in facing any Pokemon after some sensing. Lin Feng grew increasingly curious. This psychic energy posed no harm, functioning solely to record his current location. Coupled with this strange question and the familiar sensation brought forth by the Dragonite, a thought suddenly struck him. Could this be a test from that artificial deity regarding humanity? In that case, he ought to respond thoughtfully. Gazing at the piece of paper in his hand, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Chapter 31. Mutwo's Satisfactory Response. Golden Qualification: The Significance of Pokmon's Existence. Lin Feng grasped his pen, pondered for a moment, and ultimately inscribed a single sentence. Existence itself embodies a meaning. No creature holds the authority to question or evaluate the significance of another's existence. Nor do you. Did he carefully place the paper back into the envelope, sealed it, and then retrieve a large bag of energy cubes from his storage ball, handing it to Dragonite, who looked on in bewilderment. After your arduous journey, I appreciate your delivery. Please convey a message to the owner of this envelope as a means of communication. Lin Feng recalled the image of Mutwo in his mind. He spoke softly. The more suffering and war you endure, the more you will perceive the world as filled with suffering and conflict. But consider this. Is your experience truly all there is to this world? The world is vast. If given the chance, venture out and experience ordinary life. Only then will you come to understand the entirety of this world. Upon receiving the bag of energy cubes, Dragonite attempted to eat one. Its eyes immediately lit up. Congratulations, host. Dragonite's happiness level has increased from 40 to 60 rewards. 3 bags of high-grade golden sludge, 1 high-grade rare candy, 1 high-grade special scale fruit. Upon consumption, it significantly boosts a Pokemon's special attack and speed. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The increase in happiness level seemed modest, yet the rewards were astonishing. Was it that the higher the happiness level of the Pokemon, the more substantial the rewards? Lin Feng felt he had uncovered another characteristic of the system. With a handful of energy cubes tossed into its mouth, Dragonite's expression brightened, nodding repeatedly before soaring into the sky with the envelope. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Lin Feng watched in envy, longing for the day he could capture a flying-type Pokemon. Afterwards, he wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling, just a false alarm. He had no intention of summoning his gloom, instead making his way home under the cover of night. At this moment, in the Kanto Alliance region, on a lonely little island within a castle-like structure, a pink humanoid Pokemon gazed at the letter in its hand. The significance of Pokemon's existence. Is it for battling? Companionship, to help me become a powerful trainer. Of course, it's about battling. I revel in the passion and fervor of Pokemon battles. I simply adore Pokemon, so I wish for them to accompany me. Dragonite is so large. Can you make it my Pokemon? As it perused these chaotic responses, Mutwo's gaze gradually turned cold. Among all the letters it had received, the majority of replies regarding the significance of Pokemon's existence revolved around battling. This echoed the mindset it had encountered in Team Rocket, showing little difference. Thus, war and plunder. Is that the significance of Pokemon's existence? Or rather, is that the value humans attribute to Pokemon's existence? Anger welled within Mutwo. Its powerful psychic energy erupted within the castle, causing the entire island to tremble slightly, the sky darkening like ink, stirring the surrounding waves and instilling fear in onlookers. That so, I was created for war and plunder. Was I? Very well. I shall unleash. Just then, A dragonite flew in with a satchel, holding a bag in its other hand. This was the energy cubes Lin Feng had gifted it, and it hesitated to consume the last one. Did I ask this a new batch of letters? Mutuo forcibly suppressed its anger. Using telekinesis to take the satchel handed over by Dragonite, IT began to arrange the envelopes, preparing to examine them, when it noticed Dragonite gazing longingly at the bag. What is it? Let me see. Dragonite hurriedly attempted to hide the bag behind itself, but its short limbs proved inadequate. This action only increased Mutuo's suspicion, and it used its psychic power to retrieve the bag. Dragonite, it wanted to resist but reconsidered the scene it had witnessed outside. That IT decided against it. Having eaten so much already, it was not worth the risk of a beating over a morsel. An energy cube? Observing the contents of the bag, Mutuo's brow furrowed. Why conceal an energy cube so meticulously? The energy cube floated up slowly, and despite Mutuo's immunity to toxins, it took a cautious bite. Upon chewing, its eyes sparkled with realization. Its mindset subtly shifted, the anger dissipating. After swallowing the remaining energy cube, Mutuo casually inquired, where did this energy cube come from? You Dragonite, swallowing its pride, pointed a claw towards a specific envelope within the mail. Mutuo picked up that envelope. In the first moment of glancing at it, it was taken aback, but soon its expression turned grave. The envelope contained merely a single sentence. That IT scanned the contents quickly. Yet this particular letter held its attention for several minutes, culminating in a faint smile of satisfaction and relief. At long last, after all this time, I have finally received a response that pleases me. The nearby Dragonite was taken aback. It knew this immensely powerful Pokémon had been searching for an answer to a certain question. For this reason, it had rescued most of the Pokémon imprisoned within Team Rocket and brought them to this little island to deliver letters. All to seek this answer within the realm of humanity. After a long search and numerous letters sent to many humans, it had not obtained a satisfactory response until now. Dragonite hesitated for a moment, but ultimately conveyed Lin Feng's words. Upon hearing this, Mutuo fell into contemplation, and a smile gradually spread across its face, followed by a burst of laughter. To experience ordinary life, to explore the relationship between humans and Pokémon amidst the mundane? Very well. I shall see if this truly allows one to grasp the bond between humans and Pokémon. The following morning, Lin Feng's mind resonated with the sound of a system reward. Congratulations, host. You have elevated Mutuo's happiness level from -40 to 40. Rewards. 5 bags of Supreme Golden Sludge, 1 Supreme Rare Candy, 1 Holy Ash, which can revive deceased beings before decomposition, and an individual value breakthrough potion, which allows Pokémon to surpass their limits. However, it was evident that Lin Feng's focus was not on these rewards. Instead, it rested upon gloom. Tung. Chapter 32. The Nurturer, the verdant evaluation. The events had indeed stemmed from the previous night. Ordinary Pokeballs cannot isolate Pokémon from sensing the outside world. Thus, Gloom could distinctly perceive the presence of Dragonite outside, and with a little deduction, it could guess why Lin Feng had chosen to withdraw it into the Pokeball. Surely, it must have sensed the presence of Dragonite and feared danger, prompting its capture. Consequently, upon returning home last night, Gloom had engaged Lin Feng in a lengthy discussion, the essence of which was, you actually put me in a Pokeball at this moment. Am I not your Pokemon? Shouldn't I be protecting you? It gazed at him with indignation. This annoyance lingered even until the morning, and Lin Feng had yet to soothe it. All right, I apologize. This is the last time. Lin Feng declared earnestly. Tung. Gloom shot him an exasperated glance, nodding slightly as a temporary act of forgiveness. Lin Feng sighed in relief, finally seizing the opportunity to examine the rewards bestowed by the system. Holy Ash, an individual value breakthrough potion. This reward. Lin Feng swallowed hard, pondering how Super Dream would react after seeing his words that he never anticipated such a significant response, directly bestowing upon him something so extraordinary. This left him with a deep sense of yearning. He truly wished to bring it home to savor daily. The individual value breakthrough potion. He contemplated for a moment before retrieving it. A glass vial containing a milky white liquid suddenly materialized in his palm. As he uncorked it, an enchanting aroma wafted into the air. Here, Qing Ting Shi, this is a reward for you, a delightful treat. Tung. The Qing Tung, she gazed skeptically at the vial before him. harboring deep suspicions that Lin Feng had produced this merely to curry favor. Yet, trusting Lin Feng, it accepted the vial and gulped it down. It tastes just like that exquisite candy as the liquid coursed down its throat. It felt a comprehensive enhancement within, and the Qing tongue, she was instantly pleased with this token of apology, even extending its crimson tongue to lick the remnants from the vial. Spirit. Qing tongue, she gender. Female ability. Contrarian potential. Golden individual values. HP, 25-2. Attack, 21-1. Special attack, 26-2. Defense, 25-1. Special defense, 24-2. Speed, 31-3. Strength. Level 23-26. Upon reviewing the data provided by the probe eye, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod in agreement. It had indeed surpassed the limitations of ordinary Pokemon, with the speed value reaching an impressive 31-3. Even its level had increased. As for why he hadn't given it to Mei Naz, it was because Mei Naz already possessed a Water Stone and Ocean Crystal. When it came to his Pokemon, he believed in equitable distribution, ensuring no one was neglected. Rotom reminds you there is someone waiting outside. The voice of Rotom, which had flown in, interrupted Lin Feng's contemplation. So soon? Lin Feng glanced at the time, astonished. Although his reputation from yesterday should have resonated loudly, he hadn't expected visitors at the crack of dawn. It was only 6 o'clock. The bus to Wudong City had just departed. Yes, master, the red Rotom, attached to his phone, chimed in with a crisp tone. Spirit. Rotom gender. Genderless ability. Levitate potential. Blue. This was the Rotom Lin Feng had purchased yesterday, which clung to his phone, enabling him to access any information online in real time without a firewall. Moreover, Rotom could detach from the phone and attach itself to various electronic devices, temporarily acquiring their attributes. For instance, when attached to a refrigerator, it could autonomously cool, transforming into ice and electric types. When linked to a washing machine, it could wash clothes, becoming water and electric. Master, your performance in yesterday's Baby Cup was truly dazzling. Numerous short video creators have produced clips and posted them on Douyin. Would you like to watch? Rotom gently explained to Lin Feng. Let me see. Lin Feng replied, rushing to freshen up that a significant part of his motivation for purchasing this particular Rotom was its proactive nature in introducing its functions. All right, master. Rotom promptly projected an image. The screen displayed Lin Feng directing the Qing tongue, she as it gradually released the accumulated energy within the Qinglong. Wow. Lin Feng glanced at the publication time and the number of likes. His heart racing. The video had undoubtedly been posted last night, yet the likes had already surpassed 100,000, with comments numbering in the thousands. Even if one considered a 10-to-1 view-to-like ratio, at least 1 million people must have clicked on the video. Would you like to open the comment section? Yes, let us take a look. Lin Feng eagerly replied that he casually scrolled through the comments. Unbelievable. Awesome. Absolutely synthetic. This video is too fake. I've read so many books and have never seen such a young advanced cultivator. Why can't Groudon fly? You're an idiot. This is a video from the official Wudong City channel. Is it fake? What advanced techniques? The precision in releasing the energy from Qinglong, as well as healing Pokemon injuries, is executed at an extraordinary level. The potential of this Qing tongue, she is remarkable. Please, Alliance, distribute a Qing tongue she. Wow, the cultivator Qing Lu, is this real? Chi. I'm curious why you left such a highly rated comment on that video. It truly is impressive. Charizard, my god. It's really Chi Hong. Brothers, it's the real Chi Hong. I just want to see Charizard in person. Give me a chance. After a general overview, Lin Feng sighed in relief. Most comments were rather positive. Only a handful were absurd and lacked thought. To his surprise, he had even caught the attention of the cultivator Qing Lu and the fighter Chi Hong. Lin Feng clicked on their profiles, gazing at the millions of followers, and couldn't help but gasp. There was no doubt. These were genuine accounts. As he washed up, he pondered. Once he finished, an idea sparked in his mind. Given the substantial traffic surrounding him, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to cultivate his Douyin account as well. Chapter 33. The crowded cultivation shop. They're here. After freshening up, Lin Feng hurriedly dashed to the door, calling out, Rotom, remember to film. Rotom activated its recording function. Lin Feng had tasked it with filming and editing videos to prepare for the development of his Douyin account. As he swung the door open, the sight of the throng gathered outside startled Lin Feng. That it was barely 6 in the morning, yet dozens of people had already congregated. Some were seated at the entrance. while others rested along the bluestone pathway. Among them, a few wielded selfie sticks, chattering excitedly that they're here, family. The Wudong Town neighboring cultivation shop has finally opened. Let us go in and see what makes this little shop so special. A young man sitting on the steps of the cultivation shop couldn't contain his excitement as the door finally opened, eager to step inside. Wait! Lin Feng called out from the doorway, swiftly hanging a sign. Each energy block is limited to 3 purchases per person per day. This was a necessary measure. Observing the crowd outside, Lin Feng was concerned that if there were no limits, the energy blocks he had prepared overnight would be sold out in an instant. He preferred to ensure as many Pokemon as possible could enjoy the energy blocks he had crafted. After all, each time he delighted a new Pokemon, it could yield special rewards. Boss, your shop just opened, and you're already setting rules? Aren't you afraid no one will come to buy energy blocks later? The first young man to enter paused, and the customers behind him frowned. A newly opened shop without any promotional activities, and yet it imposed restrictions right away, which hardly seemed respectful to customers. Confronted with such skepticism, Lin Feng maintained a sincere demeanor. That I apologize, I truly didn't expect everyone to arrive so quickly. Thus, I have prepared only a limited amount to ensure that each Pokemon can have a chance to try, and to avoid anyone leaving empty-handed. I hope for your understanding, as the saying goes. One does not strike a smiling face. Lin Feng's earnest attitude instantly softened the expressions of those who had been frowning, and with his youthful appearance, appearing to be merely 17 or 18. They refrained from further protest and stepped inside. The interior of the cultivation shop was simply arranged, featuring several glass display counters akin to those in a bakery, showcasing various energy blocks, with samples available for tasting outside the counters. Additionally, on either side, Lin Feng had placed spicy tomato fruits, peach fruits, orange fruits, and some vegetables he had gathered from the cultivation garden. There was little else to offer in such an early-stage cultivation shop. Wow, everyone can see, we've now entered the cultivation shop. The first thing we see is the energy blocks. Look at the quality of these energy blocks. Wow, they appear bright and bouncy. The quality seems excellent. But the real test lies in how the Pokemon respond after consuming them. Shopkeeper, can we sample these energy blocks? Lin Feng nodded. Of course. However, if the Pokemon is too large, I wouldn't recommend them consuming it inside. The young man nodded slightly, producing a Pokeball and gently pressing it, causing a bee drill to materialize within the room. The onlookers, witnessing someone willing to test the efficacy of the energy cube, instinctively turned their gazes towards him. Pokemon are inherently perceptive creatures. They can discern the benefits of certain foods for themselves, or at the very least, gauge the extent of those benefits. The energy cube in question was crafted from the fruit of the Lin Feng Yuzu. Bee drill, using its long stinger, punctured the energy cube and consumed it in one swift bite. Buzzing ensued. The moment the energy cube entered its mouth, it froze, leaving only the sound of its wings vibrating in the air. What is wrong, Beedrill? The trainer furrowed his brow. In the next instant, a voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations, host. Beedrill's happiness level has risen from 20 to 60. Reward. 10 bags of golden fertilizer. 3 rare candies and 1 dragon fruit. Long-term consumption by Pokemon can enhance their defensive individual value. That as the voice faded, Beedrill began to move again, looking at its trainer and pointing at the energy cube with a stinger. Trembling with anticipation, much like a girlfriend clutching her boyfriend's arm at a watermelon stand, determined to buy watermelons. No watermelons, no going home. Is it really that delicious? The young man, holding a selfie stick, was momentarily taken aback. Yet he continued to narrate. It's evident that my Beedrill is quite fond of these energy cubes. The proprietor has labeled them as stamina energy cubes, which can restore stamina post-battle. Folks, I shall purchase a portion to take home for evaluation. How much for a portion, boss? Lin Feng, having anticipated the price, replied 1,000. The young man paused momentarily. A single energy cube weighs only about a pound and would last a Pokemon for merely 3 days at most. If one portion costs 1,000, the price seems rather steep. However, if it truly allows a Pokemon to regain substantial stamina in a short span, it would undoubtedly be an indispensable choice for trainers who spend extended periods in the wild. Whether it is genuine or not remains to be seen. With a mindset of experimentation, he instructed Lin Feng to weigh out a portion and then hastily departed the breeding store. Should it prove to be a sham, he would return within half an hour to expose the store's true nature, seizing the wave of attention in the process. The others, witnessing this scenario, began to call forth their own Pokemon. And after sampling a trial piece, they opted to purchase a portion for their Pokemon to tea. To Lin Feng's surprise, the morning crowd was relatively sparse. But after 8 o'clock, more and more patrons began to enter the shop. Some chose to buy 3 portions while others opted for 2. A few even noticed the fresh vegetables on display and selected some to take home. By around 9:30, the energy cubes had completely sold out. Coincidentally, at that moment, a somewhat hurried figure entered, the very same young man who had sampled the product earlier. "Is there any left? Are there any stamina energy cubes available?" Upon entering, he eagerly inquired. His name was Luan Ming, a dedicated energy cube evaluation streamer. Luan had just stepped out and spontaneously found a spot to test the efficacy of the stamina energy cubes that he allowed Beedrill to exhaust over half its stamina before consuming several stamina energy cubes. Within mere minutes, signs of full recovery were already evident. What does this signify? The D-grade stamina energy cubes he purchased from the Donghua Alliance lack such efficacy. Not to mention, those energy cubes are sold at 3,000 each within the Alliance. Moreover, the energy cubes from this small shop not only taste better, but seemingly do not carry the typical tolerance issues associated with ordinary energy cubes. This result emerged after over an hour of trials with both Beedrill and a second Pokemon, Snorlax. Even after consuming all the energy cubes, Snorlax's energy continued to recover rapidly, providing it with a significant sense of fullness at Heaven's mercy. Upon discovering this secondary benefit of the energy cubes, Luan Ming was overjoyed. He truly could no longer afford to keep Snorlax. Half a year had passed, and he had drained his savings, all while dreaming of purchasing a vehicle. Were these energy cubes truly as effective as they seemed? Apologies, but today's stock of energy cubes has been completely sold out. You will have to wait until tomorrow. Observing the occasional influx of customers, Lin Feng could only flip the sign indicating a limit of 3 portions per day to its alternate side, which boldly declared sold out. "Are you joking? Sold out in just 2 hours?" Luan Ming exclaimed incredulously, gazing at the empty glass display cases. "That I sincerely apologize. As it is the first day, we were unprepared. So it has to be this way. Would you like a few spicy tomatoes as a consolation?" Recognizing Luan as the original streamer, Lin Feng took a plastic bag, filled it with a few spicy tomatoes, and handed it over. Luan Ming. At that moment, he accepted the bag of spicy tomatoes, his heart filled with a tinge of regret. Had he known, he would have purchased 3 portions earlier. Nevertheless, the thought of tomorrow's availability brought him some solace. He resolved to be the first in line the next day. In the afternoon, as the sun blazed down, the flow of customers drawn in by the video gradually dwindled. Lin Feng sighed in relief. Feeling that no one else would arrive for a while, he promptly closed the door and drew the curtains over the large windows. Thus, even if someone were to come, he would not reopen the shop. Tung tung. Nearby, the ivy snake emitted a faint call. Among the visitors, not all had come solely to purchase energy cubes. Some were attracted by the ivy snake and wished to pet it upon entering the shop. Although Lin Feng ultimately declined this request. Perhaps you should take refuge in the treehouse tomorrow." Lin Feng chuckled, bending down to rub its face, quickly retracting his hand upon encountering its menacing glare. He began to assess the day's harvest. The system notification had not ceased throughout the day, as Pokemon expressed their joy from consuming the energy cubes. Eventually, Lin Feng opted to silence the notifications. Upon reviewing the results, he discovered that he had amassed over 300 bags of golden fertilizer, more than 60 rare candies, and the total was still climbing. Most notably, there were various special rewards: soil sand, X5, special scale fruit, X3 dragon fruit, X2, D-grade firestone, X1. At a glance, he noted an impressive increase of over 20 special rewards. This prompted Lin Feng to nod in approval. Among these special rewards, one item particularly captured his attention: dragonfire fruit tree seeds. These require planting beside lands rich in energy, maturing into seedlings in 3 years, trees in 10 years, and bearing fruit in 30 years. This information made Lin Feng's eyelids twitch. Dragonfire fruit is the primary ingredient for crafting specialized energy cubes. The 30-year fruit-bearing timeline did not deter him. He recalled that the system had previously rewarded him with 5 premium golden fertilizers that, in addition to the system's special rewards, there were also the day's sales figures. Lin Feng requested Rotom to tally them. Today's sales total, 185,000. Rotom announced, visibly pleased. Goodness, that's quite a sum. Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. Although most of the ingredients used to produce the energy cubes had been purchased from Wangwang supermarket and only cost a few thousand, all with shopping cards, this meant that the 185,000 was pure profit. Gazing at his balance, Lin Feng fell into contemplation that it seemed he was no longer financially strained. In the Donghua Alliance, where starter Pokemon are priced around 300,000. Earning over 100,000 is roughly the annual income of an average person. Forget it, no need to overthink it. I should plant the fruit tree first. Shaking his head, he concluded that not focusing on money is a good thing. However, nurturing Pokemon must still be a priority. Ivy Snake relished the thrill of battle, and he would need to consider training it as a part-time trainer in the future, for the mystery surrounding his parents' disappearance. Once he grows stronger, he intends to investigate that as well. Based on his estimations, his father Scyther wasn't particularly weak. It was among the top-tier gym Pokemon in Wudong City. Such a creature should generally not face significant dangers in ordinary wilderness areas. Yet, it had still gone missing, leaving Lin Feng without any messages. At the very least, he wished for some clarity on whether they were alive or dead. Sighing softly, Lin Feng carried a selection of well-cultivated fruits and vegetables as he made his way to Grandpa Qin's residence. When it comes to planting trees, it is only natural to borrow the services of his family's Sanzatru. Times, he pondered whether he should purchase another Sandshrew from a different Pokemon breeding house, specifically for the purpose of tilling the soil. However, upon reflection, he ultimately decided against it. The task had already been entrusted to Grandpa Qin's Sandshrew, and he did not wish to evoke any feelings of sadness in that innocent little creature by introducing a rival. The borrowing process went smoothly, with the Sandshrew even excitedly providing Lin Feng with a bit of soil. Yet when Grandpa Qin received the fruits and vegetables, he expressed some curiosity as to how Lin Feng's garden had produced such a bountiful harvest so swiftly. In response, Lin Feng merely concocted an excuse, stating that he had previously tilled a piece of land and planted seeds there. He then attributed most of the credit to his beloved Gloom. Grandpa Qin did not dwell on it for long. Merely marveling at the wondrous nature of Pokemon with a sigh, he lamented how, in his own time, the study of Pokemon was not nearly as widespread as it is now. Chapter 35. Silver Feather. As soon as Lin Feng stepped into the garden, he was momentarily taken aback that he sensed not only the presence of Milotic, but also a few other Pokemon. Following the source of the aura, he quickly identified the remaining Pokemon. 3 Rattatas, a Pidgey, and a Spearow. All of them lay beside the water reservoir, their fur and feathers drenched. It was evident that they had been struck by Milotic's water gun. As Lin Feng approached, a cascade of shimmering water splashed, and a radiant form darted past, breaking the surface and glimmering under the sunlight. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Milotic emitted a joyous cry. "What are these?" Lin Feng inquired, though he had a hunch about the answer. Engaging in meaningful dialogue could enhance the bond between him and his Pokemon. Despite having evolved into Milotic, its affection for him had not waned. Indeed, it had increased to an impressive 99. Milotic stammered slightly. These Rattatas were trying to steal the spicy berries over there. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement or simply due to its nature, Milotic's words came out in a flurry. And then they were knocked down, and those 2 flying Pokemon. The Pidgey only came down because it saw the Rattatas below. This time, Milotic's message was much clearer. Lin Feng glanced at the Pokemon. The 3 Rattatas were at levels between 11 and 13, while the Spearow was at level 15, and the Pidgey was at level 17. Given their power, it was not surprising that Milotic had been able to defeat them. Milotic's tone suddenly shifted to one of despondency and feared that a few fruits were stolen. Lin Feng paused, initially puzzled by its concern. He recalled how Milotic had evolved from a Phoeba, despite its immense growth in strength and talent. Its timid personality persisted. He gently patted Milotic's head, invoking the power of tidal force, which enveloped it in a soothing green energy. Words of reassurance were more effective with a Pokemon like Milotic, whose bond with him was already strong. "Do not worry. You have done your best. Even if a few fruits were lost, they are far less significant than you." This sentiment was genuine. Lin Feng. The land was merely a piece of property. Even if it were to be destroyed by some divine creature, he could always find another place to establish a new garden or a neighboring breeding house. However, his Pokemon were irreplaceable. They represented one of the few reasons he had to strive in this world. Milotic appeared momentarily stunned by his heartfelt words, and in the next instant, 2 crystalline tears streamed down its cheeks. Congratulations, host. Milotic's affection has reached 100. Reward. Silver Feather. A unique feather from the legendary Pokemon Lugia. Enhances special attack by 15 to 50 for Psychic and Flying-type Pokemon. Only usable by Pokemon at the Gym Leader level or above. The wave of emotion transmitted from Milotic to Lin Feng, coupled with the system's gift of the Silver Feather, left him both amused and somewhat wistful. Pokemon truly were such simple beings. Alright, let us head back that I will handle these Pokemon after giving Milotic a gentle pat. Lin Feng turned his attention to the Pokemon that had been incapacitated by Milotic. The three Rattatas were completely unconscious, while the Spearow and Pidgey could only flail their wings, having endured multiple blasts of water. It seemed that both flying-type Pokemon had contemplated fleeing but were swiftly subdued by Milotic, leaving them no longer inclined to escape. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng produced 3 Pokeballs that he first captured the 3 Rattatas, then shifted his gaze to the 2 flying Pokemon Fierce, under Lin Feng's watchful eye. The already irritable Spearow appeared even more enraged, seemingly incensed by the previous water attack, that it flapped its wings furiously, as if preparing to unleash a quick attack on Lin Feng. However, before it could react, Lin Feng seized its wing, rendering it immobile despite its struggles. This left the gloom behind him in awe. His trainer had managed to capture a Spearow. Could he have captured me back then? Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he had considered keeping the Spearow or Pidgey as a source of aerial support for the garden, to patrol areas that Milotic could not reach. After all, Milotic was ultimately a Pokemon that thrived in water. However, it seemed that this Spearow was not meant to remain. With another Pokeball, he captured the Spearow, then finally focused on the Pidgey. Pokemon, Pidgey gender, male ability, keen eye potential, blue individual values. HP 21, attack 21, special attack 18, defense 17, special defense 17, speed 23, level 17 skills, gust, tackle, quick attack, whirlwind, air slash, steel wing, affection 0. It does not understand your intentions, joy level -5. It will no longer dare to venture into human territory to catch Rattatas. Lin Feng assessed the Pidgey after reviewing its information panel, that a rather well-qualified Pidgey, in contrast to the Spearow's aggression. The Pidgey appeared much more docile. It flapped its wings, indicating that it had merely descended because it spotted the Rattatas below, not due to any intention to steal the plants. Alright, I understand, Lin Feng replied. The Pidgey hunting Rattatas, while uncommon, was not entirely unheard of in the Pokemon world. However, its decision to venture into human territory for prey indicated that it was quite hungry. Thus, Lin Feng retrieved an energy cube and conveyed through tidal force, Pidgey, would you like to stay with me? All meals and accommodations are provided, and all I ask is that you keep an eye on the garden and prevent Rattatas from entering. As for those Rattatas, he could only sell them to the Alliance. Chapter 36. How strong must one become? Pidgey gazed at the energy cube in Lin Feng's hand, drooling uncontrollably. Yet it managed to restrain itself. Cautiously asking, Pidgey, can you help me become stronger? Lin Feng was taken aback by the inquiry and found himself asking, what does it mean to be strong? Pidgey, it exclaimed, there is a Spearow in the forest that evolved into a Fearow, and it has taken over our territory, injuring many of my kin. The sense of loss and hunger fueled its anger toward the Spearows that had encroached upon their territory. Very well, I can help with that. Lin Feng replied readily that a Fearow that had recently evolved likely possessed strength around the gym leader level. Although his garden could not currently provide Pokemon of that caliber, he was confident that with time, he could nurture Pidgey to reach gym leader status. Once you defeat it, you'll know if you can help your kin reclaim their territory. To this end, Lin Feng produced a rare candy. Pidgey, upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, the BB bird exhibited no hesitation and promptly consumed the marvelous candy. Feeling a surge of energy within, it turned its gaze towards Lin Feng with a hint of joy. Lin Feng, however, couldn't help but reflect on the simplicity of it all. A mere verbal promise from a human, a commitment made with such ease, and the items given are consumed without a second thought. The BB bird seemed to embody a sense of reckless abandon. From now on, you shall tend to the crops in this plantation. Should you desire to eat, you may descend and pluck them yourself. Your primary task will be to prevent certain Pokemon like Rattata from intruding upon this sanctuary. Channeling the power of the everlasting forest, a cascade of verdant luminescence enveloped the BB bird. The injuries sustained from Minos's water gun were miraculously healed within mere seconds. This marked the first instance in which Lin Feng utilized the healing capabilities of the everlasting forest, that he was pleasantly surprised by the impressive results. The BB bird flapped its wings in astonishment, incredulously observing its wounds that had vanished in the blink of an EYEIT, attempted to flap and soared into the sky. Lin Feng harbored no fear of its departure. The miraculous candy was the key to its loyalty. Congratulations, host. The joy level of BB Bird has increased from 10 to 60. Rewards. 10 bags of golden fertilizer, 3 miraculous candies, and 1 high-speed movement skill disc. Indeed, after a brief flight, the BB Bird landed atop a tall pine tree outside the plantation, its keen eyes surveying the surroundings. Now fully alert. Water, land, and air. Everything was in harmony. Lin Feng clucked his tongue, contemplating the terrain of the plantation and pondering how to plant the fruit trees he had purchased. Soon enough, an idea blossomed in his mind. The orange fruits would flourish abundantly and could be positioned along the edges of the plantation's fence to obscure the view from outside. After all, the little secrets within the plantation should not be too exposed in the early stages. The fragrant yuzu trees would grow tall. Thus, Lin Feng opted to plant them by the roadside, providing shade during the summer months when entering the plantation. Both trees would serve to replenish the vitality of Pokemon. The yuzu trees yield a bountiful harvest each year, while the orange fruits possess slightly superior effects. As for the last dragonfire fruit seed, Lin Feng decided to plant it beside the reservoir. Having selected the sites, he plucked 2 spicy berries and handed them to the burrowing sand shrew, which had gazed longingly at the berries numerous times. Kindly dig holes at the marked positions, sand shrew. Chuan chuan. The sand shrew beamed with a goofy smile, carefully placing the 2 spicy berries on the ridge and energetically digging into the ground according to Lin Feng's instructions. It relished the idea of enjoying a meal after completing its tasks. Lin Feng did not intervene. That it must be said that the sand shrew excelled at agricultural work. This might be attributed to Grandpa Qin, who, despite his age and inability to perform many tasks, disliked idleness. Thus, Qin Shu's parents had acquired a sand shrew to provide companionship while alleviating the elder's burdens. Lin Feng, too, busied himself, retrieving the soil-laden saplings he had purchased from his storage ball. Following the holes dug by the sand shrew, he planted them one by one. Meanwhile, Minos sprayed water to irrigate the saplings. Once all the yuzu and orange trees were planted, Lin Feng entrusted the sand shrew with plowing another patch of land before sowing the watermelon seeds he had bought. Finally, as the sand shrew's eyes sparkled with joy, Lin Feng presented it with a large bag of spicy berries, advising it to come directly to the cultivation house if it desired a treat. There was no choice. The dragonfire fruit left by the reservoir required the application of the premium golden fertilizer. Lin Feng could still display the ordinary golden fertilizer in front of the sand shrew, but the premium variety was rather extraordinary. This premium golden fertilizer could enhance the growth efficiency of plants by 300 to 1,000 times. Even at the minimum efficiency, the speed at which it could promote plant growth was equivalent to nearly a year in just a day. Perhaps, as soon as the fertilizer was applied, the seeds would already begin to sprout. Extracting the dragonfire fruit seeds, Lin Feng placed them into the pit beside the reservoir under the curious gaze of Minos. Merely brushing a layer of soil over them before scattering the premium golden fertilizer atop, the golden fertilizer melded seamlessly with the earth, vanishing without a trace. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Feng nodded at the ivy snake, exclaiming, "Excellent! In no more than a month, you shall reap the rewards." Tung tung. The ivy snake gazed curiously at the buried seeds, perplexed. "In a month, you shall understand," Lin Feng teased, for revealing too much at this moment would hold little significance. The ivy snake possessed a contrarian nature, yet at present, this trait did not offer it substantial assistance. Thus, withholding the information was merely an act of kindness. Tung tung. The ivy snake cast a resigned glance at its trainer, who was both good and bad, igniting its curiosity that and this as well. Lin Feng retrieved a long, prism-shaped, pale blue crystal from the system space. The crystal radiated vibrant hues of energy, accentuating its extraordinary nature. Undoubtedly, this was an S-rank secret item, the ocean crystal, said to maintain the operation of the ocean temple. Minos, come, place this in the center of the reservoir and bury it in the soil. Slowly, Minos emerged from the water, cautiously holding the ocean crystal in its mouth before swimming downstream, The moment the ocean crystal touched the water, the entire reservoir shimmered, exuding a rich energy. This phenomenon persisted until the ocean crystal was buried deep within the earth. Observing this, Lin Feng nodded in approval. With the ocean crystal in place, the water in the reservoir would gradually transform into an energy-rich essence, providing excellent support for Venus's growth. When Venus raised its head again, a look of rapture adorned its features. "You, so comfortable, such a delightful sensation, and here is a water stone for you to absorb as well." Lin Feng produced a water stone from the system space and presented it to Venus. This gesture caused Venus to tremble, as if on the verge of tears. Having grown accustomed to a life of hardship in the mire, the sudden shift to such a splendid living environment inevitably stirred a mix of joy and bittersweet emotions within it. Lin Feng gently patted its head, assuring it that brighter days lay ahead. Venus then submerged itself back into the reservoir. Having attended to Venus's needs, Lin Feng shifted his gaze towards the lush grass beyond. Sighing, he realized that he still had to cut the grass. At that moment, a powerful desire to raise a psychic-type Pokemon echoed within him. Alternatively, raising a scythe that would also be advantageous. At least he wouldn't have to deal with mowing the grass. Despite the tempting thought of shirking his duties, Lin Feng dutifully grasped a sickle and commenced his labor. Chapter 37. Squirtle. Can I defeat Dragonite? The arrival of Mewtwo. While Lin Feng diligently worked in the plantation, a pink humanoid Pokemon descended from the skies above Wudong Town, a sly smile gracing its lips at a mundane existence. "Very well. For my first destination, I shall choose your residence. Should your answers fail to satisfy me, I shall bring ruin to this place." With that, Mewtwo descended slowly, and upon fully landing, transformed into a flamboyantly dressed youth in a pink short-sleeved shirt. He carried a backpack and possessed 6 Pokeballs at his waist. After confirming there were no surprises, he ambled toward the neighboring cultivation house. Well, that concludes today's video that I hope everyone will show their support by liking and following. Among the first 1,000 followers, I will randomly select 10 individuals to receive free mysterious gifts. Inside the cultivation house, Lin Feng had just finished editing today's content and promptly uploaded it to Douyin. The video featured a lively scene of energy cube sales and a glimpse of the plantation, including footage of the ivy snake, Venus, and Sandshrew laboring. Even the BB bird, stationed atop a pine tree, made an appearance. Upon returning to the cultivation house, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Should I consider hiring an employee? This thought crossed Lin Feng's mind, that if he were to oversee every detail within the plantation and the shop, he would be overwhelmed with worries. Thus, recruiting a staff member seemed quite necessary. Just then, a commotion outside drew Lin Feng's attention. Opening the door, he was taken aback for a moment that on the stone path, a battle appeared to be underway between trainers that on one side stood Qinshu and her Pokemon. Squirtle that on the other side was a youth clad in a pink short-sleeved shirt, accompanied by a Dragonite. Huh. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, his confusion evident as he confirmed that he was indeed seeing a Dragonite. Unable to resist, he tossed over his probing EYE.to his astonishment. 2 panels appeared before him. Pokemon, Dragonite gender, male ability, overconfidence potential, red individual values. HP 24, attack 29, special attack 26, defense 25. Special defense 24, speed 27, strength, level 67-69 skills. Roost, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Dual Wing Beat, Hyper Beam, Flamethrower, Takedown, Pokemon. Mewtwo gender, genderless ability, pressure potential, divine individual values. HP 28, attack 31, special attack 31, defense 28. Special defense 29, speed 31, strength, level 99 skills. Disable, Psystrike, Swift, Origin Pulse, Life Dew. They arrived so swiftly. Upon seeing Mewtwo's information, Lin Feng felt a surge of shock that he hadn't anticipated Mewtwo would come so quickly. On the cobblestone path, a sound echoed. Gulp. The Squirtle stared at the Dragonite looming before it, a creature whose head towered over its entire body, swallowing hard and glancing back at its trainer. It seemed to be silently asking, "Really? Am I supposed to battle that Dragonite? Can I win?" Well, perhaps I should concede. Qinshu observed the look in Squirtle's eyes and let out a silent sigh. She considered it a bit reckless, yet not entirely absurd, to believe that the Squirtle she had just begun to train could defeat a Dragonite. However, The boy before her appeared hardly older than she. Thus, Qin Shu had invited him to a trainer battle. The two sides agreed and set the rules, wagering 1,000 as the battle stakes. Win and take the money, lose and forfeit. This arrangement was typically suited for novice trainers. Mutwo paused. The envelope it had received indicated that these human trainers were quite fond of watching Pokemon battles with clear victors. Yet here they were, and before a battle had even commenced, the opponent had already conceded? Yes, Feng Gu once mentioned, to attempt the impossible is to engage in meaningless pursuits. With a pained expression, Qin Shu handed Mutwo 100 yuan before retrieving Squirtle. Mutwo accepted the money, momentarily taken aback by such a turn of events. Hey, Feng Gu, a lot of folks have come to town today. Are they here to find your training house, despite losing 100 yuan? Qin Shu turned and smiled, striding away with a lightness in her step. You really ought to assess your challengers better. That was akin to kicking a steel plate. Lin Feng gestured towards Qin Shu, then turned his gaze to the Dragonite, soaring overhead. Its crimson wings and fearsome countenance, coupled with its indifferent gaze, stirred something profound within him. This was the extraordinary power of this world. One day, he too would cultivate his own Gyarados into such a formidable being. No, he would even surpass it. But for now, Lin Feng chose to step forward quietly, positioning himself protectively behind Qin Shu. However, unexpectedly, a green figure darted in front of him. It was, of course, the Gyarados that had not been recalled. Mutwo regained its composure and captured the Dragonite in a Pokeball, regarding the young boy before it. After a brief assessment, it confirmed, yes. This was indeed the boy who had opened the envelope and replied that IT approached him, greeting, hello. Lin Feng returned the smile, calmly responding, hello, how may I assist you? Mutwo, sensing that since the boy had not acted immediately, he must be here for some form of test, felt no need to be apprehensive. Mutwo straightforwardly stated, I am the trainer of that messenger Dragonite. Your response yesterday piqued my interest, so I wish to experience the ordinary life you mentioned in this town. Lin Feng feigned surprise. You arrived so quickly? He then pondered aloud, currently, there are no available inns or lodgings in the town. However, I am seeking to hire a picker and a cashier, room and board included. With a monthly salary of 10,000, what do you think? Originally, Lin Feng intended to mention benefits and insurance. Yet, considering that Mutwo was a Pokemon, he hesitated, fearing this might expose its ignorance of such matters. If it became enraged and departed, that would be unfortunate. Feng Gu, I can do this job. Chapter 38. Mutwo bewildered by fragrance. What's wrong? Am I not capable? Qin Shu puffed out her chest, aware that Lin Feng had been in need of extra hands lately. If that was the case, why not employ her? All right, you may serve as the cashier that you'll work from 6 in the morning, as for quitting. You can leave whenever the day's goods are sold out, but no later than 4 in the afternoon. Room and board are not included due to a lack of available rooms. Allowing Mutwo to enter would mean occupying the room formerly belonging to his parents. Great, thank you, brother. Qin Shu immediately brightened. Will I really experience an ordinary life? Mutwo inquired with curiosity. How can you know if you don't try? Lin Feng offered a vague response. Mutwo found that statement amusing. It then pondered its immense power. If necessary, it could simply destroy this place. Feng Gu, I'll head back now. Having received good news, Qin Shu seemed to forget to convey anything further to Lin Feng and dashed toward home. Wait, Lin Feng called out, tossing her a key. Remember to come for work at 6 tomorrow morning. Dung. Qin Shu accepted the key, her joy magnified. Under the orange-red sunset, the girl walked with a lightness in her step, humming a cheerful tune. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng turned his attention to the silent Mutwo, inviting, come in. Mutwo quietly followed, that name and home address will suffice. Lin Feng stated in a businesslike manner. Mutwo, from the Kanto region, New Island. Mutwo, what a peculiar name, that a trainer from Kanto crossing the ocean to arrive here is quite unusual. Lin Feng diligently recorded the information, showing no surprise that a top-tier trainer had traveled to the Donghua Alliance. Follow me. Once the information was registered, Lin Feng treated Mutwo as he would any other trainer and led it directly to the plantation, that he plucked a ripe tomato berry and asked, do you see these ripe fruits and vegetables? Your job is to harvest them daily and store them in the storage sphere. You may also need to assist me in planting some seeds from time to time. Mutwo, in its humanoid form, raised an eyebrow, and its immense psychic power manifested as invisible hands, collecting all the ripe tomato berries, floating in the AI or is this acceptable? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Mutuo explained, I am a psychic. Even better, I'll double your pay. Lin Feng felt no surprise, merely realizing, indeed, one needed a powerful psychic Pokemon. In truth, even ordinary psychic Pokemon could not manage such precise control. They would merely crush the tomato berries and cause them to burst. Hence, Lin Feng sought a truly exceptional psychic Pokemon. Mutuo, of course, had no regard for human monetary systems. However, what intrigued it further was how, within mere minutes of arriving in this small town, its previously agitated mind seemed to have been purified, inexplicably settling into calmness. Why was that? As evening approached, Lin Feng said, I'll prepare a room for you shortly. For now, let us get ready for dinner. With that, he waved to the Pidgey perched on a pine tree. The latter flew down, puzzled that as a new companion, as long as a Pokemon could enter the room to eat energy cubes, Lin Feng preferred to dine together. Eating alone illustrated solitude. BB Bird, come to dine. Lin Feng extended his hand, allowing it to rest upon his arm, feeling the sharp claws gliding over his skin, yet experiencing no pain at all, which evoked a sense of curiosity within him. Babibi the bird was solely focused on feeding, oblivious to the concept of dining. After placing the energy cubes for Manas in the water, Lin Feng, accompanied by the ivy snake and Babibi, made his way towards the breeding house. After a brief hesitation, Mutuo followed suit. Upon returning home, the ivy snake sat gracefully and obediently upon the chair, awaiting its trainer's feeding. Meanwhile, Babibi was looking around, feeling somewhat stifled in the absence of the sky, which suppressed its natural instincts and left it feeling uncomfortable. Fortunately, the ivy snake quickly sensed its unease. Two vine whips reached out to draw open the curtains before the floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing the evening glow to pour into the small abode. Babibi settled down considerably, casting a grateful glance towards the ivy snake. Mutuo stood to the side, feeling like an outsider, yet experiencing an unprecedented sense of fulfillment within its heart. It wasn't until it heard the sound of knocking that it ventured into the kitchen, where Lin Feng was chopping steak. Naturally, it was the ordinary meat of a common animal, procured from the Wangwang supermarket during yesterday's visit. Although the vegetables at home were delectable, a meal without meat was simply unacceptable. With the master chef skills that accompanied his title as a god-level breeder, Lin Feng deftly cut the steak into manageable pieces, washed them with a bit of flour water, and dried them with absorbent paper before cubing them. Marking the completion of his preparation, that he then poured a little canola oil into the frying pan, waiting for it to reach a temperature of about 5 to 6 tenths before placing the steak within. Allowing it to simmer gently, seizing this brief moment, Lin Feng took up another pot, slicing a large white radish and chopping the rib section into chunks, placing them into the same clay pot along with old ginger and seasonings, and then adding clear water. How proficient is your control over your psychic abilities? Mutuo nodded in acknowledgement upon confirming that Lin Feng was indeed addressing it, replying, Very well. Now assist me in controlling the heat. Mutuo? However, Lin Feng, oblivious, turned on a second gas burner. Mutuo felt a sense of helplessness akin to being informed after the fact, yet it chose to amplify the flames with its psychic powers. Just then, the steak was nearly done, and with a sprinkle of sea salt and a few rosemary leaves, it was complete. As for the dipping sauce, it was a simple spicy tomato flavor. The pan-seared steak became a B-grade delicacy, with culinary effects that, once consumed, could temporarily reduce damage from ice-type Pokemon by 10. After stir-frying a few side dishes, Lin Feng brought everything to the dining table, calling out to Mutuo that it was ready. He then uncovered the pot of soup simmering in the clay pot. The steak soup, classified as a B-grade delicacy, boasted an even richer aroma, and drinking it could bring about a sense of tranquility. Evaluation effect. A steaming bowl of soup is indeed the most heartwarming, is it not? Is it done? Mutuo ceased its psychic powers, its mind consumed with just 2 words. So fragrant, so fragrant. The aroma was intoxicating. Yet, within its unseen realm, a vibrant green thread remained connected to Lin Feng, embodying the stabilizing emotional power of the force of To. Chapter 39. The Life of an Ordinary Person. Gazing at the table laden with delicious food, Mutuo couldn't help but swallow hard. It all looked incredibly appetizing. Lin Feng prepared energy cubes for both the Ivy Snake and Babibi, then approached the refrigerator to retrieve a large bottle of previously made peach juice slush. He poured a glass for the Ivy Snake, Mutuo, and himself a B-grade ice drink maker. The peach juice was extracted and mixed with a splash of fragrant lemon juice, creating a balance to the sweetness of the peach while enhancing its rich fruity aroma. Culinary effect. Nothing lifts one's spirits more on a summer day than a glass of iced fruit juice. Drinking it elevates one's joy to a suitable degree. The Ivy Snake enjoyed it naturally, occasionally sipping the juice that in contrast. Babibi was somewhat reserved, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the delectable food and began to eat heartily. Mutuo remained silent for a moment before, at Lin Feng's beckoning. It took a seat on the other side, mimicking Lin Feng's use of chopsticks to eat the meat. Congratulations to the host for raising Mutuo's joy level from 10 to 30, rewarding a bag of super gold Kila and a bent spoon. Then, observing the peach juice, it inexplicably took a sip. That evening, after tidying up the dishes, Lin Feng prepared a bed for Mutuo before beginning to manufacture energy cubes. The following day, as dawn broke, a considerable number of people awaited outside. Lin Feng took out all the energy cubes he had manufactured and prepared to display them on the counter. Mutuo, having risen early as well, used its psychic powers to levitate all the energy cubes and quietly watch Lin Feng. Your psychic abilities are truly impressive. To control so many energy cubes with such precision is remarkable, Lin Feng praised with a smile, then instructed Mutuo to position the energy cubes correctly. This task would have taken Lin Feng and the Ivy Snake at least half an hour. Yet under Mutuo's psychic influence, it required merely 10 seconds. Observing that the number of energy cubes had doubled since yesterday, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, confident that his breeding house would endure the day. Just then, the door to the breeding house opened, and a spirited Qin Shu shouted from outside, "Make way! Everyone, make way! Form a line, please don't rush. Why are there so many people?" Once the door was fully opened, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned by the scene outside. Logically, one would expect the peak of interest to occur on the first day, gradually waning thereafter. Thus, he anticipated the most visitors on the inaugural day, with numbers tapering off afterward. Yet now, gazing at the doubled crowd compared to yesterday, Lin Feng was taken aback. Most of these patrons were familiar faces from the previous day, leading to a situation where, despite it being the second day of interest, the early risers waiting outside had increased to double that of yesterday. "Brothers, this is the place. This shop allowed me to see the sunrise at 4:30 in the morning." Yesterday, Luan Ming returned, this time wielding a selfie stick to livestream. After hastily uttering that sentence, he eagerly called out, boss, I want 3 energy cubes. Coming." Qin Shu immediately grabbed a plastic bag nearby. Eyeing the labels in front of each energy cube, preparing to fill a bag when Lin Feng called out to her, pointing to the counter at the entrance of the breeding house. "Where's your workstation? You only need to check how many energy cubes each customer purchases and collect the payment." Qin Shu paused. Is it really that easy?" Lin Feng nodded. Most customers here had come after watching the Baby Cup videos, so they were familiar with Lin Feng as the owner of the neighborhood breeding house. Upon hearing his words, they eagerly began to fill their bags with energy cubes, even though it appeared that today's quantity had increased remarkably. However, the swift would gather while the slow would go without, and that was a fact. Qin Shu pursed her lips, feeling as if the money in her hands was almost too hot to hold. But as she watched the line form into a long queue, with each person paying several thousand, her mind went blank. So much money. Some even purchased the fruits and vegetables priced at dozens of dollars per pound in the corner. The illusion swiftly transformed into the belief that earning money was quite easy. Whether money was easy to earn, she knew well, at least in Wudong Town. It was not, faced with an expanse of previously cultivated wilderness. Few trainers were willing to venture here, compounded by the absence of a Pokemon Center in Wudong Town and inconvenient transportation, being a half-hour drive from the city center. Thus, fewer people came here. The adults in town had gone out to work, and if children were fortunate enough to be accepted into a Pokemon university and become trainers, they likely would not return. Lin Shu remembered that during her childhood, when Uncle Lin and Aunt Yi were around, the town was somewhat lively. She recalled how well Uncle Lin made energy cubes, with trainers from the city coming specifically to purchase them. Back then, her mother even ran a small Pokemon rescue station in the town. Trainers injured in the wilderness would come to the rescue station for healing, so life was relatively bearable. Unfortunately, after Uncle Lin and Aunt Yi disappeared, that prosperity vanished. The town's vitality dwindled day by day. Could Feng Ge truly restore this place to its former glory? In the heart of the young girl, a certain thought inevitably arose. Observing Qin Shu, who had seamlessly integrated into her work, Lin Feng could not help but nod in approval. He then took Xiao Ming for a stroll around the plantation. The watermelon seedlings had sprouted, some even reaching a length of 1 meter. At this rate, it was estimated that within 5 or 6 days, watermelons would be ready for harvest. The grass that had been cut yesterday had already regrown to 1/3 of its height today. It seemed he could raise a few large milk-producing cows or perhaps a mount goat to extract some fresh milk, thereby maximizing the culinary effects of his god-level breeding skills. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to contact the farmers in Huqiao village. Furthermore, he needed to expand the scale of the breeding facility a bit. These thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Did I ask this what ordinary life is like? Qiao Ming suddenly inquired. Isn't just a part of it? You must experience more than just this, right? Lin Feng looked up at the pine trees outside, where a baby bird was diligently surveying its surroundings. He said to Qiao Ming, "Shall we go out for a walk? Let us see what ordinary people are doing at this hour." Chapter 40. The Sandshrew loves Grandpa Qin, and Grandpa Qin loves it back. That on the cobblestone path, numerous farmers could be seen tending to their rice paddies, clearing weeds, or using a certain Pokemon S powder to ward off pests. That it was July, the season when rice plants were beginning to head, their verdant spikes appearing particularly lush and pleasing to the eye. The morning light gradually spilled over from the fields, creeping towards the cobblestone path. Lin Feng, accompanied by Qiao Ming, walked along the path, the latter silent and quietly following him towards the fields. In contrast, Lin Feng greeted the farmers on either side of the rice paddies. Lin Wawa, waking up so early. I heard you participated in a competition outside, attracting quite a crowd to your breeding shop. Impressive, just like your father. And who is this child behind you? They look quite delicate. It was only when Lin Feng reached a channel of the river that he paused. That a somewhat stooped figure was tirelessly shoveling mud in the river channel, the water continuously washing over him. Even in July, the morning river water was quite chilly. Above, a visibly anxious Sandshrew stood. Grandpa Qin. What are you doing? Lin Feng hurried over, a hint of confusion in his voice. Ah, it's you, Xiao Feng. Grandpa Qin lifted his head, wiped away sweat, and revealed a kindly smile. Unable to hold back his chatter, that I heard that Shu Shu has started working at your breeding shop, and you've offered her quite a high wage. That won't do. Your shop is just getting started and needs funds. That a young girl like her isn't worth such a salary. A modest amount would suffice. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. I will consider this carefully. If she doesn't perform well, I will reduce her pay. He refrained from mentioning his wealth or earnings. In such moments, it was best to go along with the elder's words. Grandpa Qin sighed. You see, it hasn't rained in quite a few days, and the water level has dropped significantly. The rice is already headed. While it doesn't require much water now, some vegetables still need irrigation. Chuan Chuan. The Sandshrew above appeared restless. It seemed eager to jump down and help its master dig, but the rushing water and its smaller stature were significant obstacles. All right, go about your business. I'll finish up soon. Waved Grandpa Qin, dismissing him. Lin Feng glanced at the water level. Indeed, it had decreased significantly compared to a week ago. This was not good news. The crops of the entire town depended on this small river for water, and the Pokemon in the surrounding fields also relied on it for drinking. That if the river were to dry up, the ensuing troubles would be considerable. Lin Feng instinctively thought of Venus, wondering if its rain-summoning ability could cover such a vast area that he would need to find time to test it. Grandpa Qin did not linger in the channel for long. Within 2 minutes of Lin Feng's arrival, he climbed up, leisurely walking back with the Sandshrew. Was this the nature of the relationship between humans and Pokemon? Qiao Ming, who had observed the entire scene, could not help but ask. Lin Feng glanced back at it. Yes, the Sandshrew is a good child. It cares deeply for Grandpa Qin, and he, in turn, holds great affection for it. Both consider each other. Qiao Ming fell silent, profoundly moved. Looking at the human before it, it felt a deep sense of perplexity for the first time. It seemed it had never heard of such a concept. Love? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, posing a thought-provoking question. Do you not consider the well-being of your Pokemon? Qiao Ming blurted out, where would I get a Pokemon? But immediately realized its current identity, pausing and sinking back into silence. After a long moment, it finally asked, do trainers who control Pokemon in battles also love their Pokemon? Control Pokemon? Lin Feng was taken aback, but instead of explaining immediately, he simply said, follow me. That he led Chao Ming once more towards the breeding facility until they reached the tall pine tree outside the plantation. Looking up at the BB bird perched above. This BB bird was captured by me yesterday in the plantation. According to its account, after a fire sparrow evolved into a Fiero, it drove its entire clan away from their territory. I promised to help it grow stronger, so it can reclaim its rightful territory. Does this count as controlling Pokemon battles? At this moment, the sun was slightly blinding. The BB bird, noticing Lin Feng's gaze, flapped its wings and gracefully descended, eventually landing on his shoulder, its sharp gaze softening. Clearly, the delightful meal from yesterday had completely won its heart. Chao Ming was once again taken aback, unsure of what to say, until it noticed a commotion at the entrance of the breeding shop, where a crowd had gathered, seemingly witnessing a Pokemon battle. It instinctively pointed, what about such battles? Aren't they just for the Pokemon to fight each other and entertain humans? Lin Feng chuckled softly. What about the Pokemon's own power? Pokemon are inherently driven to grow and become stronger. And moreover, most Pokemon have relatively simple personalities that, if not properly guided, how do you think this nature will affect them? In other words, possessing superpowers, can you control yourself to never use them throughout your life? Before the field of Pokemon studies developed fully, conflicts between Pokemon species were rampant. Even now, there remain some irreconcilable disputes among Pokemon. For example, the BB bird on Lin Feng's shoulder and the Fiero clan. Chao Ming fell silent again, as it had never contemplated such matters. That as Lin Feng continued to lead it towards the gathering. He remarked, guiding and channeling their powers is what matters most. That a male and female trainer were engaged in battle, with the crowd providing ample space around them. In the Donghua Alliance, battles between novice trainers could take place anytime and anywhere, provided they did not disturb others' daily lives. The male trainer's Pokemon was a Holly, while the female's was a Rocket Sparrow. With type advantages and level disparities, the outcome was undoubtedly in favor of the Rocket Sparrow's trainer. After the battle concluded, Lin Feng quietly said, this is my power of Tokiwa, a force that allows me to sense the emotions of living beings. You can now perceive the emotions of everyone and every Pokemon present, and see if there are any feelings of discontent. A greenish energy enveloped Lin Feng and descended upon Chao Ming, who momentarily gained the ability to sense the emotions of the Pokemon around them. Chapter 41. Chao Ming's game. The girl and her Rocket Sparrow embraced joyously after their victory, while the cheers of the surrounding spectators and the eager anticipation of their Pokemon filled the air. At this moment, Chao Ming had overlooked the formidable nature of Lin Feng's Tokiwa power. Utilizing this strength, it began to explore the emotions of all the people and Pokemon nearby, seemingly in search of any feelings of hatred or resentment towards being controlled. However, after a thorough search, it only noticed the defeated Holly looking somewhat dejected. Yet under the comforting words of its trainer, the Holly quickly regained its fighting spirit. Such warm and natural emotions were something Chao Ming had never witnessed during its time with Team Rocket. They only sought to conquer Pokemon and seize their resources. A look of confusion crossed Chao Ming's face. Could it be that it had truly misunderstood? Look, everyone, I've discovered someone. That's Lin Feng, the owner of the breeding shop. As the competition came to a close and the crowd began to disperse, an unexpected shout erupted from within the throng. In an instant, every gaze turned toward Lin Feng, who found himself encircled. To my astonishment, I heard whispers that this young man was a seasoned breeder. The energy cubes sold at his quaint little shop were truly remarkable, delicious, effective, and far more affordable than those offered by the Pokemon League. Indeed, my Pokemon, after indulging in these treats, became utterly enamored, eagerly engaging in training sessions that they previously shunned. Young man, are you here to witness the battle, or perhaps to partake in a Pokemon duel yourself? Facing the enthusiastic inquiries of the crowd, Lin Feng waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, No, engaging in Pokemon battles in front of such a multitude is not for me. After one match, there would undoubtedly be a continual stream of challengers. What a pity, the girl who posed the question lamented, a trainer of a Rocket Sparrow, who had initially eyed the Pidgey perched on Lin Feng's shoulder with the intent to challenge. The young trainers huddled together, sensing Lin Feng's disinterest, quickly rekindled their enthusiasm for a second battle. This sparked a new idea in Lin Feng's mind. Perhaps he could establish a small Pokemon battle arena here. With a larger crowd and increased notoriety, the sales of his energy cubes would surely flourish. After all, there are myriad ways to bring joy to Pokemon, and delectable treats are but one avenue. Stepping away from the crowd, Lin Feng playfully nudged the Pidgey, coaxing it back to its pine tree before glancing toward the spot where Mutwo had lingered moments ago. The flamboyant youth, adorned in pink, had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a pale envelope drifted gracefully from the sky, landing precisely in Lin Feng's outstretched hand. The moment he grasped the envelope, an ethereal silhouette emerged, not as the transformed Mutwo, but in its original form. The spectral Mutwo clenched its fist, and with an air of authority, spoke, "You are correct. I have harbored too many biases regarding the relationship between humans and Pokemon. Henceforth, I shall seek to experience a broader spectrum of interactions between them. Furthermore, I will devise a corresponding game to select a unique trainer among humans to undertake this test. This envelope contains a fragment of my psychic prowess. Should you require assistance in the future, simply tear it apart, and I will arrive at once." As the words settled, Mutwo's form lingered, as if awaiting a response from Lin Feng. "That sounds quite promising." Lin Feng smiled upon hearing the final words. After a moment of contemplation, he softly replied, "Whatever game you choose to design is entirely your decision. When you first entered this town, your disposition toward humanity was rather negative. I can only hope that when you find yourself harboring ill thoughts about humans in the future, you will remember this quaint town. And of course, should you ever long for the flavors of this place, you are always welcome here. I shall be ready to serve you." With those words, the spectral figure of Mutwo fell silent for a moment before dissipating into energy that very moment above Wudong Town. Shrouded in mist, Mutwo gazed down at the village, pondering if it had already discerned Lin Feng's true identity. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, it unclipped a Pokeball from its waist. This town is indeed delightful. With that, a Glamour materialized, hovering in the air, to summon rain upon the town. 3 days later, July 24th, the town had grown significantly cooler over the past few days, and if one were to kneel beside the overgrown weeds along the cobblestone path, they could still feel the dampness of the soil, thanks to a mysterious cloud that had formed 3 days prior. In mere moments, a torrential downpour ensued, drenching the landscape and replenishing the town's lone river, a rare blessing for Wudong Town, which had not seen rain in over a month. Meanwhile, in the plantation, on 2 plots of land adjacent to the breeding house, the spicy berry plants had ripened to a vivid crimson, each resembling the size of an apple. Propped up by forked wooden sticks to prevent collapse, a newly planted batch of wild herbs had also begun to sprout, revealing their snow-white roots. Watermelons, having grown to the size of basketballs in just 3 days, boasted clear stripes, suggesting they would be ripe for harvest in a day or two. The pasture had also flourished, reflecting a vibrant, verdant scene in the water reservoir, resembling a picturesque painting. Yet, amidst this flourishing tableau, Lin Feng wore a forlorn expression as he and his gloom harvested the ripened vegetables, placing them into a storage ball. He sighed inwardly, realizing that it was indeed wise to keep gloom working here. Having experienced the convenience of psychic Pokemon in crop harvesting, he found this manual method rather unappealing. After about half an hour, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, observing gloom retracting its vine whip. He contemplated that 3 to 4 days had passed since the evolution, and the energy had stabilized. He then retrieved the sole intermediate candy he possessed and handed it to Gloom, saying, "Here, enjoy this." Confused, Gloom accepted the candy with its vine whip. "But didn't the trainer say that this candy's effectiveness had diminished?" "This is a new one," Lin Feng clarified, then waved at the Pidgey in the sky, tossing an initial candy upward. The Pidgey caught it deftly, chirping joyfully. Yes, Pidgey needs to strengthen itself to reclaim its territory. Beyond energy levels, we must also refine its skills. This will take some time. Regardless, I intend to explore the nearby wilderness eventually. Just then, his phone chimed, interrupting his thoughts. The call was from an unknown number. Lin Feng answered. "Hello? Hello. Is this Mr. Lin Feng? The starter Pokemon egg you reserved at Wangwang Supermarket is now ready for selection." Lin Feng's eyes brightened. It seemed his plantation would soon welcome new helpers. Chapter 42. Selecting Pokemon eggs after 3 days of settling, the fervor surrounding the baby cup had gradually diminished. leading to a stable influx of new customers at the breeding shop, averaging around 100 daily, including return visitors. Most of these customers were returning clients. Nonetheless, Lin Feng continued to receive various special rewards. Among the rarities were various skill discs and some hidden treasures, such as grass slide, water flow tail, grass oath, flamethrower, mysterious guardian, surf, and hurricane. Most of these had been transferred to Gloom, while the others were kept for future sale. Among the more common items were specially enhanced berries. Lin Feng pondered the necessity of finding an opportunity to craft these berries into energy cubes with unique effects, as this would naturally attract stronger trainers. After all, energy cubes focused on stamina and maintenance would ultimately attract only novice trainers. The system's mechanism dictated that the more powerful and content a Pokemon was, the richer the rewards they would yield. It was somewhat disappointing that the Douyin account he established had not garnered the attention of ByteDance, with progress only stemming from the Baby Cup's popularity. Currently, he had amassed around 10,000 followers. While not a substantial number, the conversion and completion rates were notably high, as most viewers were captivated by the graceful Milotic gliding through the water, its slender form creating ripples as it playfully splashed water over the garden. Bathed in sunlight, the shimmering water reflected Milotic's silhouette, a perfect match. What? You let such a stunning Pokemon as Milotic water your plants. That's a true treasure. If it were mine, I would cherish it. How beautiful. Blogger, how did you manage to capture such an obedient Milotic? Isn't it simple? Capture it when it's still an ugly fish. That way, this Milotic will be devoted to you, but I lack the funds to buy beautiful scales. In such instances, one merely needed to await an opportunity. If a viral video emerged, the account would flourish. Perhaps in the future, he could even venture into online sales, distributing his energy cubes to various leagues, bringing joy to all Pokemon. Stepping out of the plantation, Lin Feng indulged in delightful fantasies, envisioning an abundance of system rewards awaiting him that a glance at his account revealed that yesterday's video had garnered over 50,000 views. Accompanied by more than 3,000 likes and 800 comments, he was suddenly struck by the grandeur of his aspirations, yet acutely aware that reality necessitated a methodical approach. After advising Qin Shu to keep a close watch over the breeding house and instructing her to call him if anything arose, Lin Feng set off with his green vine snake. Recently, the small town had seen a notable increase in comings and goings, prompting the once solitary bus driver, who typically made just one trip a day, to frequently traverse the town. However, this influx brought about new complications to that moment. Standing at the town's exit, Lin Feng addressed the green vine snake, stating, "Once you evolve, you shall not be able to ride the bus." The evolved green vine snake, now standing at approximately 1 meter and 45 centimeters, was indeed too large for public transport. The green vine snake glanced at its own body and momentarily felt that remaining unevolved might not be so bad after all. The thought of its now shortened hands and inability to lie down was abruptly interrupted by the green vine snake. Following the signs, Lin Feng quickly located the person in charge, Chi Hung, who stood at the entrance of the supermarket. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he quickly donned a smile that seemed to be ingratiating, saying welcome. Chi Hung, a businessman by nature, was ingrained with the instinct to weigh pros and cons. During the last Baby Cup, he realized that although his child, Chi Chong, did not secure first place, his act of conceding had garnered widespread admiration among netizens, who praised him as a devoted and principled trainer. While the outcome differed, the effect was consistent, and Chi Hung felt considerably relieved. Furthermore, Lin Feng's generous assistance during the Baby Cup and his apparent status as a high-level breeder completely transformed Chi Hung's perception of him. This young man was worthy of flattery, not malice. Hence, he had personally come to receive Lin Feng in order to select Pokemon. "Thank you for your help," Lin Feng replied politely, despite his less-than-favorable first impression of Chi Hung. Adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, following Chi Hung into the supermarket, they meandered through the aisles until they arrived before a warehouse, where 2 law enforcement officers and 2 imposing Houndours stood guard. After presenting identification, they were permitted to enter. Inside, the lighting was bright, illuminating hundreds of glass counters, each housing a variety of Pokemon eggs. Staff members in white lab coats moved among the eggs, occasionally extracting one to examine its condition. This way, here are the eggs of the starter Pokemon. Chi Hung led Lin Feng to a selection of around 10 eggs, each clearly labeled with information. Species, Charmander Mother. A 6-year-old Charizard from the gym phase. Possible inherited moves. Bite, Dragon Tail. Species, Bulbasaur Mother. A 7-year-old Venusaur from the gym phase. Possible inherited moves. Leech Seed. As Lin Feng perused, he noticed a plethora of starter Pokemon from the Kanto, Chengdu, and Kalos regions. Regrettably, a brief scan revealed none of the Pokemon he desired. What he sought was a Psychic-type Pokemon. I recall that Wang's supermarket does not sell Pokemon. What are these Pokemon? Lin Feng inquired, turning his head curiously towards the other eggs. Caterpie, Metapod, Mariani, Oddish, and Swinub. An assortment of Pokemon was present. The Donghua Alliance had maintained good relations with other alliances in diplomatic trade, so encountering unique Pokemon from other alliances within the Donghua Alliance was not particularly surprising. Chi-Hing chuckled. About that, our Wang supermarket has been quite successful with the egg guessing event organized at headquarters. So we plan to host it at branches throughout the alliance. This also provides struggling trainers with opportunities to acquire rare Pokemon and forge good connections. Consequently, we require more Pokemon eggs. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the eggs, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Not a single Psychic-type egg in sight. He couldn't help but ask, are there no Psychic types? Perhaps Ralts or Munna or Meowth Psychic types? Chi-Hung paused. Then somewhat awkwardly replied, Psychic Pokemon are generally quite rare. You would need to go to headquarters for the egg guessing event to possibly find one. I see. Lin Feng nodded, and as he pondered over the starter Pokemon, an astonished voice suddenly captured their attention. Oh no. Chapter 43. A 2 for Alolan Vulpix. Not far away, a caretaker managing the Pokemon eggs accidentally slipped while transporting an egg, causing it to teeter dangerously close to the ground. A wave of panic surged within him. Yet in the next instant, just as the egg was about to hit the floor, a hand deftly caught it. Phew, that was close. Lin Feng sighed in relief, intrigued as he examined the egg. Its surface shimmered like ice crystals adorned with snowflake-like patterns. Upon contact, it exuded a chilling sensation. This egg was on the verge of hatching. When Pokemon are close to hatching, they subconsciously release their energy. The fact that this egg was emanating such powerful energy at this stage suggested its potential was far from negligible. Species: Vulpix. Gender: female. Ability: Snow Warning. Potential: Red IVs. HP: 24. Attack: 25. Special Attack: 31. Defense: 27. Special Defense: 25. Speed: 31. Level: 0. Moves: Hypnosis, Moonblast, Tail Whip, Freeze Dry. Friendship: 10. It can sense your presence. Happiness: 50. I want to break through this shell. Hatching time: within 60 minutes. What happened? How could you be so careless? Chi-Hung scolded as he approached, then turned to Lin Feng with a smile, adding, Thank you, young man. Otherwise, this Alolan Vulpix might not have been saved. Internally, he marveled at how Lin Feng had been standing beside him just moments ago, yet had managed to appear 10 meters away in an instant, catching the egg with precision. Was this the physique of a trainer? Even possessing a Pokemon from Alola? Quite impressive indeed, Lin Feng mused, growing increasingly elated as he regarded the Alolan Vulpix in his hands. Customers at the breeding house often remarked that the energy cubes there were satisfactory in both taste and price, albeit a tad too warm. After all, the recent rain had made the air somewhat cooler. Lin Feng was contemplating installing an air conditioner in the shop. Now, with this Ice Vulpix, he could save on that expense. Not to mention, it was a red potential Alolan Vulpix. His luck seemed almost unbelievable. May I select this egg? Lin Feng asked without hesitation. Chi-Hung was taken aback for a moment, then a contemplative expression crossed his face. In terms of value, the Alolan Ice Vulpix was somewhat less than the starter Pokemon. However, its rarity in the Donghua Alliance could significantly enhance its price. When calculated, the two were almost equivalent in worth. The young man before him was a high-level breeder. Establishing a rapport with such a Vulpix would be advantageous. Within seconds, Chi-Hung's smile broadened. Of course, the Alolan Vulpix is merely a tad rare. And in terms of price, it is only slightly less than the average starter Pokemon. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded, his fondness for the egg growing deeper. A fluffy Ice Vulpix, especially one that was pleasantly cool to the touch. How delightful it would be to carry it around on a scorching summer day. Upon evolution, the Ice Ninetales could even serve as a plush pillow, which would be nothing short of delightful. After ensuring the egg was registered, Lin Feng did not return home immediately. Instead, he utilized a shopping cart to purchase some moo moo milk and acquired a few bottles of fragrant pink perfume from the secret item shop in the Pokemon area before hurrying back to the breeding house. Time was of the essence, as the Ice Vulpix was set to hatch within the hour. Upon arriving home, Lin Feng barely had time to greet Qin Shu. He immediately made his way to the garden. Gazing at the egg of the Ice Vulpix, which was already faintly glowing, he took out a bottle of moo moo milk, poured it into a bowl, and began to stir it with chopsticks, sprinkling in the perfume as he mixed. The delightful aroma of the pink perfume, combined with the moo moo milk, not only enhanced the milk's flavor, but also brought joy to the newborn Pokemon, fostering a closer bond with the trainer it first encountered. Moreover, the food he prepared with his own hands bestowed an additional culinary effect, which was crucial. The C-grade moo moo milk, infused with a touch of the pink perfume, although crafted rather roughly, fully unleashed the milk's delectable essence. After consuming the culinary concoction, the newborn Pokemon would experience a 25 increase in energy growth speed, accompanied by a slight sedative effect. Tung Tung. The alluring scent of the moo moo milk prompted the Qing Tung snake to extend its rosy tongue and lick its lips, filled with desire. Would you like some too? Lin Feng chuckled, gently tapping its head. After all, this was meant for children. Tung Tung. The Qing Tung snake turned away, feigning disinterest. However, it quickly redirected its gaze towards the Pokemon egg in Lin Feng's hand, clearly anticipating the arrival of a new companion. All right, this milk is for the Vulpix. After I visit Huqiao village, I'll buy a few large milk containers, ensuring a continuous supply of milk, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. The enticing aroma of the milk was indeed tempting, making him wish to taste it. Yet, the egg he held began to emit a brighter white light, as if resisting his temptation. With a faint cracking sound, a damp paw first emerged from the shell, followed by a pair of eyes shimmering with a blue light, gazing curiously outside. The newly hatched Ice Vulpix cautiously peeked out from its shell, immediately catching sight of Lin Feng's kind expression. Accompanying this was a warm and friendly aura emanating from the human, one that almost all newborn Pokemon found irresistible. Tentatively, the Ice Vulpix extended its paw, seemingly wishing to touch him, yet hesitating. Once Lin Feng dipped his finger in the moo moo milk and waved it before the Vulpix, the situation changed dramatically. It stared wide-eyed, broke through the eggshell, and leaped into Lin Feng's embrace. Eagerly sucking on his finger, eyes squinted in bliss. Wait, there's more here. Lin Feng chuckled, holding up the bowl of moo moo milk in front of the Ice Vulpix. Starved after its birth, the Vulpix wasted no time, licking the milk greedily, as if determined to bury its face in the bowl. That moment, its joy level and intimacy soared. Congratulations, host. The joy level of the Vulpix has increased from 50 to 88. Reward: 10 bags of gold crystals, 3 rare candies, and a calming bell. After prolonged wear, this will enhance the bond between Pokemon and trainer. Only after finishing every drop of milk did the Ice Vulpix let out a satisfied burp, its gaze shifting back to Lin Feng. Ing. Yet before it could utter more, its eyelids began to droop. Clearly, as a newborn Pokemon, coupled with the sedative effects of the moo moo milk, it was succumbing to sleepiness. Wait a moment. I need to wash you off. You're all sticky. Lin Feng's words hung in the air unspoken, as the Ice Vulpix had already fallen asleep. Sigh. Lin Feng could only helplessly carry the Ice Vulpix to the water basin. The water, managed by a Milotic, remained pristine regardless of the rain. Milotic, please use Ice Beam to freeze this Ice-type Pokemon. It was currently in slumber, and to avoid disturbing its dreams, Lin Feng instructed Milotic to create a small icy surface and carve out a small hole to place the slimy Ice Vulpix within. Afterward, Milotic released a gentle stream of water to rinse away the slime. With the influence of ocean crystals, Milotic's growth and strength had accelerated remarkably, learning numerous new skills. Pokemon. Milotic gender. Female ability. Marvel scale potential. Golden level. 28-29 skills. Water gun. Water pulse, tackle, charm, aqua ring, hurricane, dragon tail, recover, ice beam, mystic guard, muddy water, hydro pump, bond. 100, it trusts you unconditionally. Joy level. 80, it's in a great mood. It was nearing gym period, making this operation a simple task. Once Lin Feng retrieved the Ice Vulpix from the water, it seemed to sense the flowing water, causing the moisture to rapidly condense into icy mist. Even in its dreams, it instinctively shook its body. dispersing the frost in the form of mist, rendering its fur as ethereal as white fluff that it felt incredibly smooth to the touch. Lin Feng was taken aback by the scene. It has already learned icy wind? Remarkable! It had just been born and was mastering skills in its sleep. What would other Pokemon think upon witnessing this, especially the timid Squirtle who had only just begun to lift its head? How adorable! Seeing the Ice Vulpix sleeping in such an endearing manner, Lin Feng couldn't help but compliment it, cradling it as he walked towards his room. Unbeknownst to him, the Ching-Ting snake behind him wore an expression of longing. So, there is a new substitute now, is there? Due to the hurried circumstances, Lin Feng had not prepared a sleeping space for the Ice Vulpix, so he placed it directly on his bed. Reflecting on how the Vulpix had relished the milk, he realized that newborn Pokemon would require milk for some time, making high-quality Moo milk an absolute necessity. Additionally, raising a few large milk containers could yield milk that could be sold in the breeding house, further enhancing the joy levels of newborn Pokemon. That it was indeed a win-win situation. Thus, he turned to the Ching-Ting snake and said, Ching-Ting snake, please keep an eye on the Vulpix. If it wakes up, play with it, but don't let it cry that I need to visit Huqiao village to see if I can negotiate a deal. The Ching-Tung snake looked puzzled. Tung. Its confusion seemed to ask, you want me to watch the baby? Lin Feng nodded. Can you do that? After a moment of contemplation, the Ching-Tung snake's face reflected a sense of reassurance. Then I'll leave it to you. Without further thought, Lin Feng hurriedly dashed outside. Left in the room, the Ching-Tung snake gazed at the Ice Vulpix on the bed, a contemplative expression gracing its features. Huqiao village. Though termed a village, its scale was significantly larger than Wudong town, primarily due to the presence of a large Moo ranch. With newfound wealth, Lin Feng no longer needed to skimp on expenses. He hailed a ride from Wudong City to here. Upon entering the village, the verdant landscape greeted him. Lush, green pastures stretched endlessly before him. The terrain was flat and the soil fertile, allowing the grass to flourish, appearing fresh and juicy as far as the eye could see. The pastures were enclosed by fences, leaving a narrow road in between. To be honest, just stepping into this place left Lin Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. The abundance of grass here was overwhelming. Compared to it, his own cultivation seemed trivial. Now, he could only hope that the quality of his grass would surpass that of this place by leaps and bounds. Young man, you don't look like a local. Are you here to tour or challenge the grass gym? An elderly man, hands behind his back, ambled over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing that it was indeed the season for high school graduates to travel, and that the owner of the Moo Ranch was actually a gym leader of the city. That he shook his head. No, I'm the owner of the plantation in Wudong Town. The old man interrupted him. Wudong Town? Isn't the plantation out of business now? You are. His expression shifted to one of nostalgic recognition. I see now. You must be Xiao Lin's child, continuing the family legacy? Ahem. Lin Feng awkwardly forced a smile. Although his father was not particularly renowned in the Donghua Alliance, he had a penchant for wandering far and wide in his youth, which inevitably landed him in quite a bit of trouble. Take the elderly gentleman before him, for instance. He could not recall his name and had never encountered him before. What he dreaded most was the possibility of the man remarking, You've grown so much. I remember holding you when you were just a child. Fortunately, the old man merely chuckled amiably before proceeding onward. After walking about a kilometer, they arrived at the entrance of the dairy farm. Judging by the time, the owner should be feeding the cattle and milking them. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude, but he then quickened his pace toward the end of the road. Before long, he began to see a few wandering dairy Pokemon leisurely meandering through the pasture. At the forefront, there was a gap in the fence, which upon closer inspection revealed a large wooden gate. Just inside the gate, a burly man was crouched down, milking one of the dairy Pokemon behind him. Several others were lined up, waiting their turn. The one being milked wore an expression of sheer enjoyment. Lin Feng paused for a moment before stepping inside. Hello? Without turning around, the man replied, The gym challenges are held in the afternoon, that if you want fresh milk, you'll need to make a reservation in advance. No, I wanted to inquire, does the farm buy grass? Lin Feng did not immediately broach the topic of selling dairy Pokemon, but instead sought to initiate the conversation with a question regarding grass. The man turned his head, and upon recognizing Lin Feng's face, he momentarily seemed taken aback. Once he regained his composure, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. You are? Chapter 45. Qing Tengshi, establishing the identity of the big sister. Great, another friend of my father's? Upon hearing the man call out his father's name, Lin Feng felt a tinge of helplessness wash over him. Yet his heart felt lighter. It seemed that all of his father's friends were quite amicable. If you are referring to the former owner of the plantation near Wudong Town, then yes, he is indeed my father. The man, Yi Mu, sprang to his feet and strode over to Lin Feng, examining him from head to toe as if he were some rare specimen. Occasionally, he would exclaim, "Oh my, with that physique and appearance, you truly resemble him." He then patted Lin Feng's shoulder heartily, laughing boisterously. Although Lin Feng was unsure what was so amusing, by the way, "What is your name?" Lin Feng to Yi Mu smacked his lips. "Your father and I were quite close back in the day. Out of fondness. I'll call you nephew. You can just call me Uncle Mu. You mentioned earlier that your family grows grass. Let me take a look at its quality." Of course, Lin Feng was indifferent to the formality of titles. He promptly retrieved a handful of grass from his storage sphere. Before he could even present it, a large hand snatched it away. Yimu marveled at the appearance of the grass. For herbivorous Pokemon like the dairy Pokemon, producing high-quality moo milk depended on two critical factors. One was strength. The more powerful the dairy Pokemon, the higher the nutritional content of the milk it produced. The second, equally vital aspect, was the quality of the grass. Not even energy cubes could substitute for it. The better the quality of the grass, the superior the moo milk produced. As he held the grass, Yi Mu meticulously examined it. Even tearing off a piece to chew, his eyes sparkled. "This grass is excellent. It is the best quality I've seen. How much of this grass do you have? I will buy it all." Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, and, somewhat sheepishly, replied, "In terms of weight, it's not much, as I only intended to grow it for fun." That he then released the entirety of the grass from his storage sphere, creating a small mound on the ground, approximately 100 pounds. This was the grass he had saved since the last harvest. Growing for fun? Yi Mu's lips twitched. The words echoed those of Lin Feng's father, when he had once asked why the man returned to farming after challenging all the alliances. He had replied, "Just growing for fun." Yet everything he grew turned out exceptionally well. Not to mention, his main dairy Pokemon had been raised on the grass he cultivated. As memories flooded back, Yi Mu couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined you would be just as skilled in cultivation as your father." "Haha," Lin Feng tentatively inquired, "What about the price for the grass?" "Let's say 100 per pound, while the quality is excellent. The grass has been planted for too short a time. As the subsequent batches improve, I will raise the price." "Thank you, Uncle Mu." Lin Feng was not particularly knowledgeable about the price of grass and was not overly concerned with money at the moment. He merely felt that this man was quite affable, likely a friend of his father's. Thus, he cautiously broached the purpose of his visit. "Uncle Mu, I also wanted to ask if the dairy Pokemon on the farm are for sale." "You wish to raise dairy Pokemon?" Yi Mu furrowed his brow. "I recall your plantation isn't very large." Lin Feng quickly clarified, "No, I only want to raise two, to produce some moo milk to sell in my shop." "I see." Yi Mu raised an eyebrow. There happened to be a batch of 1-year-old dairy Pokemon available for sale, and it would not be an issue to spare a couple for someone looking to establish a farm. However, recalling how he had once been at the mercy of Lin Feng's father over a decade ago, he couldn't help but add, "I can sell them to you, but you must first challenge the grass gym." Indeed, he had been unable to defeat Lin Feng's father back then, and now he was keen to teach his son a lesson. It was a bit of dark humor on his part. Yet he also wished to see how Lin Feng fared in Pokemon cultivation. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had not yet attended university. Otherwise, he would likely be traveling at this hour. Sending in an elite Pokemon should suffice. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "But I didn't bring any Pokemon with me." "Not to worry. The gym challenges start in the afternoon. Just prepare well and come back later." Yi Mu reassured him. "Mu!" The dairy Pokemon beside Yi Mu called out. Seemingly displeased that he was leaving in the middle of milking, he waved his hand, and Lin Feng, understanding the cue, turned to pick up his phone to call a taxi. Upon returning home, Lin Feng explained the situation to Qing Tengshi, who nodded in understanding. The ice Vulpix had awakened at some point, leaning adorably against Qing Tengshi, its crystalline eyes curiously observing Lin Feng. This dynamic suggested that Qing Tengshi had assumed the role of its trainer during their time together. It was unclear what had transpired during their time at home that made an ice-type Pokemon so fond of a grass type. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was pleased to see their amicable relationship. Tung Tung, Should we take the ice Vulpix with us? Without it by its side, the ice Vulpix would have no one to look after it, which was still too much for a newborn Pokemon. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and decided, forget it. This time, let's take Milotic and Pidgey with us. You can stay home to care for the ice Vulpix. It seems quite fond of you, considering the grass gym's nature and the presence of dairy Pokemon. If there happened to be a vegetarian dairy Pokemon, Qing Teng Shi's skills would be halved. Meanwhile, Pidgey, being a flying type, was naturally effective against grass dash types. As for bringing Milotic, that was purely for stability's sake. After all, a city-level gym challenge was aimed at those fresh out of high school, and it was unlikely that the opponent would use their top-tier Pokemon. Qing Teng Shi shook its head, indicating indifference toward the upcoming battle. It was just as well. It still had to instill some wisdom into the ice Vulpix and establish its status as the big sister. This is indeed the crux of the matter. Chapter 46. The production patterns of the milk tank. Returning to Huqiao Town, Lin Feng's objective became significantly clearer. His goal was to challenge the Grassland Gym and purchase 2 milk tanks. However, before he could reach the gym's location, he spotted Yi Mu at the entrance of the pasture, which piqued his curiosity, for it was typically the time when novice trainers embarked on their journeys. A gym leader like Yi Mu should, in theory, be quite occupied. It was only later that he learned that, as the sole grass-type gym in Wudong City, the majority of locals were reluctant to challenge it, particularly in standard battles. This was due to the fact that the gym leader, Yi Mu, possessed a formidable Venusaur as his main Pokemon, which could unleash its grassy terrain almost instantaneously within the confines of the Grassland Gym. Coupled with tactics such as rooting, guarding, and toxic strategies, this made it exceedingly challenging for Pokemon of other types to gain any advantage unless they had a type advantage that you're quite prompt. Yi Mu remarked with a smile as he observed Lin Feng arriving under the blazing sun. Lin Feng nodded, wondering how this challenge would unfold, as he was eager to return with 2 milk tanks. Yet Yi Mu shook his head, instructing him to follow. Although perplexed, Lin Feng complied, soon realizing that Yi Mu was leading him to the barn. This was a rather simple barn, constructed from wooden fences and surrounded by plastic roll-up curtains, topped with a low canopy to block the heat from outside. Inside, each milk tank had its own private space, reclining on dried grass and occasionally nibbling at it, appearing quite content. Upon entering, Lin Feng felt a refreshing coolness. To his astonishment, he discovered that the barn was equipped with air conditioning. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun was at its fiercest, even the grass-loving milk tanks were reluctant to roam outside. In reality, the milk tanks appeared to have a slightly pinker hue to their skin, resembling a pregnant cow, with black patterns on their heads and ears resembling a dark collar. Their forehooves were also a sleek black. Their noses moist, and the milking apparatus beneath them exhibited a creamy white hue. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity as they gazed at the 2 newcomers, seemingly puzzled, as it was neither milking time nor feeding time. Yi Mu began to explain. The milk produced by the milk tanks is indeed directly related to the grass they consume and their overall strength. However, the quantity and subtle differences in quality are also influenced by their mood and the seasons. In spring, the milk tends to be sweeter. In summer, like now, it becomes thicker. In autumn, a slight sourness is introduced. And in winter, it is warmer. That if their mood is poor, the yield can significantly decrease, so there are many considerations to keep in mind when raising milk tanks. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng eagerly took out his phone to jot down notes. Suddenly enlightened, that it was clear that Yi Mu intended to sell him the milk tanks, though he was uncertain why he insisted on challenging the gym first. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Despite Yi Mu's imposing stature, he possessed such meticulous thoughts. Based on the grass you cultivate, I have no concerns about the milk tank's diet. However, do not be overly critical of their milk production. Only when they are in good spirits will they willingly produce milk, Yi Mu continued. Lin Feng nodded, raising his phone to indicate that he was taking notes. Very well, 1 milk tank is 300,000. How many would you like? Yi Mu inquired, cutting to the chase that if possible. I would like 3, Lin Feng replied after a moment's contemplation. In truth, he desired more, but he currently had only around 800,000, which was the result of 3 days of sales from the breeding facility. Additionally, the plantation was not yet fully developed, and he needed to establish a barn, so he felt he might be overwhelmed if he acquired too many at once. Yi Mu nodded. Follow me. 3 is indeed the limit for your plantation. Lin Feng's spirits lifted at this revelation. Before arriving, he had been anxious about returning empty-handed. Following Yi Mu deeper into the barn, He was greeted by a group of milk tanks that were noticeably smaller than the ones before. Compared to the larger milk tanks, these were clearly more lively, their eyes sparkling with clarity as they stood up in unison. Curiously observing the newcomers, Ye Mu explained, "These are this year's milk tanks, just reaching 1 year of age. Their milk has yet to develop a distinct quality that if you nurture them well, they should produce excellent Moo fresh milk." Now choose 3 to seeing so many milk tanks. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile broadly, his gaze sweeping over them. Moo. As his eyes flitted from one to another, the milk tanks followed suit with their own curious glances. Hey, this human is quite interesting, one seemed to think. Lin Feng quickly selected 3 milk tanks. Species, milk tank, X3 gender, female ability, thick fat nature, grass eater qualities, blue, purple individual values. Strength, level 21-24. Level 22-24, level 25-27 skills. Tackle, growl, roll out, milk drink, affection. 152030 joy value. 303,040 good choice. Your discerning eye truly reflects your lineage, Yi Mu remarked, somewhat astonished. These 3 milk tanks were indeed the best of the batch. And one of them had even been sired by his own milk tank, that he hadn't anticipated that Lin Feng would take them all in one go. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Yet since Yi Mu had invited him to select, he felt justified in choosing the finest that in this day and age. One must be bold to reap rewards. Meekness only leads to loss. Now, you simply need to persuade them to come with you. Yi Mu added, stating another condition. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before retrieving some grass from his storage ball, which he had brought along while picking up a milotic from the plantation. This is the second harvest of grass. Chapter 47. The strength of milotic, 1 strike to defeat. Moo. As the fresh grass was revealed, Lin Feng did not immediately offer it to the milk tanks. Instead, he reached into his storage ball once more to produce a bottle of fragrant powder and sprinkled some onto the grass. Instantly, the previously aerated grass transformed into serrated fragrant grass, enhanced by a few drops of fragrant powder, intensifying its aroma. The culinary effect increased the allure of the grass for herbivorous Pokemon by 30 to Moo. The moment the fragrant powder was applied, the nearby milk tank's eyes brightened even more, and they began to moo excitedly. Come with me, and you'll get to enjoy even tastier grass, Lin Feng exclaimed, grinning as he addressed the 3 milk tanks he had chosen. Moo. Let's go. The milk tanks fixated on the grass in Lin Feng's hand, eagerly approaching him. Lin Feng, unreserved, offered the grass to them, watching as they devoured it with apparent delight, before turning to Yi Mu with a knowing glance. Yi Mu couldn't help but chuckle at the condition he had set, realizing it had turned out to be quite simple for Lin Feng. All right, take out your Pokeballs and take them with you. Lin Feng quickly retrieved 3 Pokeballs and captured the 3 milk tanks he had chosen. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he then said, Uncle Moo, I currently have only 850,000, but would it be possible for me to bring a fresh batch of grass later to settle the balance? Regardless of whether the funds were sufficient, he prioritized capturing the milk tanks first. Yi Mu was amused by his earnestness, but nodded in agreement. Rather than money, I am more interested in the grass you cultivate. Just bring some seeds from your next harvest when you return. Those are quite valuable to me. Understood. For Lin Feng, this was a minor matter. After settling the payment, he couldn't help but reflect on his situation. He had initially thought that accumulating 800,000 in 3 days was quite an achievement. Yet he had managed to spend it all in one go. Now, Lin Feng recalled the challenge Yi Mu had mentioned earlier that morning and contemplated whether he should bring up the battle. To his surprise, Yi Mu initiated the conversation. All right, there's one more battle to be had. This is more of a personal test for me. Your father once astounded me with his prowess in nurturing Pokemon. Just have your strongest Pokemon face off in a match. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, that is a younger generation. I will certainly face you with my strongest Pokemon. However, upon traversing into this world, he had yet to witness a truly formidable gym-level trainer engage in battle. Follow me, he beckoned. Lin Feng trailed behind him to a grassy area near the fence. This is the battleground. Simply release your Pokemon, as he spoke. Yi Mu produced a Pokeball from his hand and gently tapped it. A Lurantis materialized on the field. Pokemon, Lurantis gender, male ability, contrary potential, purple individual values, HP 24, attack 23, special attack 24, defense 27, special defense 24, speed 22, strength Level 23-26 skills. Leaf Blade. Screech, Leaf Storm, Poison Powder, Vine Whip, Heal Pulse, Magical Leaf, Leech Seed. Reflect on an elite mid-tier Pokemon. This would surely be a daunting challenge for a novice trainer just embarking on their journey. It was evident that the opponent had indeed come with the intent to test. Lin Feng, not wishing to be overly polite, promptly released his Milotic. Yu? Under the radiant sunlight, Milotic's skin gleamed resplendently. Though a water-type Pokemon, it had no trouble battling on land for a brief period, albeit with less agility than in water. Milotic. Yimu was momentarily taken aback, and then exclaimed, I haven't heard of Milotic being spotted in Wudong City for quite some time. It appears this Milotic is the result of your breeding from a Feeba. Lin Feng replied, primarily, it was due to using beautiful scales. Yimu shook his head. The standard beautiful scales could not yield such a stunning Milotic. Its coloration was the most exquisite he had ever encountered. It seemed that Lin Feng's breeding skills had surpassed those of his father. Let us begin. Lurantis. Use Leaf Blade. Defend. For Pokemon with less speed and strength, the most decisive factors in battle were energy intensity and type advantage. While Milotic boasted greater energy intensity than Lurantis, this being Lin Feng's inaugural command of Milotic in battle, he instinctively opted for a defensive move to prevent any harm. Dozens of sharp leaves, propelled by Lurantis' head movements, swiftly assaulted Milotic. Yet, before they could make contact, a shimmering white barrier coalesced before Milotic, absorbing the impact without a hint of disturbance. Then, Lin Feng instinctively commanded, Milotic, use Dragon Pulse. A brilliant beam of energy rapidly formed. And in the blink of an eye, it surged forth, striking Lurantis with tremendous force. With that single blow, Lurantis was sent crashing to the ground, devoid of any sign of movement. Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment at the sheer power displayed. He had never witnessed Milotic in battle before. Now, seeing it incapacitate an elite mid-tier Pokemon with one attack was hard to fathom. Ew. Milotic gazed with concern at the distant Lurantis, casting a timid glance at Lin Feng before lowering its head in apprehension. It's all right, Lin Feng reassured gently, then turned his attention back to Yimu. Lurantis all right. Yimu's expression was complex as he assessed Lurantis' condition before shaking his head. It's fine. Every Pokemon prepares itself for potential injuries before a battle. To be honest, when I saw that Milotic, I anticipated Lurantis would struggle. After all, this Milotic skin is smooth and radiant, with energy intensity nearly at the gym level. Yet he hadn't expected Lurantis to be defeated in a single move, with no chance to respond. Indeed, he is truly your son. Yimu gestured for Lin Feng to approach, then retrieved a bucket of milk from his storage ball. This milk is from my prized Miltank. It holds excellent nutritional value for newly hatched Pokemon. Chapter 48. A-Grade Moo Moo Milk. A-Grade Pasture Grass Dumpling Combo. Effect. The A-Grade Moo Moo Milk, extracted from a champion-level Miltank, is rich in nutrients and enhances newly hatched Pokemon's resistance to abnormal conditions when consumed over time. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the milk he brought back from Yimu had achieved an A-grade evaluation. His father's friends were indeed impressive. After this revelation, Lin Feng did not rush home, but instead took a taxi to Great Flower Food Company. Having informed them in advance, the security personnel at the entrance did not impede his entry. Inside the office, upon seeing Lin Feng, Chen Xiao quickly stood up, greeting him with a smile. What brings you here alone? Didn't you say the delivery date was tomorrow? In recent days, thanks to the special fruits and vegetables Lin Feng provided, Great Flower Company had regained considerable market popularity. However, their supply was limited. If this issue could be resolved, Chen Xiao was confident he could dominate the entire Wudong City fruit and vegetable market, expanding the company significantly. Lin Feng took out his storage ball, chuckling awkwardly. I happen to be in the city today, so I thought I'd drop off the fruits and vegetables I picked recently. Also, the watermelons are ripe. Uncle Chen, would you like to take them? Chen Xiao did not hesitate. Absolutely. As long as the quality is up to par, I must have them. They're sweet, Lin Feng said, promptly pulling out a large, round striped watermelon. Looking around, he noticed a lack of knives in the office and inquired, Do you have a knife? What do you need a knife for? Chen Zhao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the beautifully presented watermelon, that he clenched his fists and delivered a powerful strike. Bang! The bright red flesh, bursting with sweet juice, splattered across both their faces. Chen Xiao couldn't resist tearing off a piece. After tasting it, he immediately praised, "Delicious, delicious, so sweet and refreshing, with no signs of spoilage, that I'll buy this at 51 pounds. How much yield can you provide?" Lin Feng wiped the juice from his face, slightly embarrassed. "Perhaps a few thousand pounds?" The yield of watermelons far exceeded that of ordinary fruits and vegetables. Just this one was over 20 pounds. Although he had only harvested the first batch, he hadn't even had the chance to taste one himself yet. Chen Zhao's excitement intensified. After finalizing the transaction for the fruits and vegetables, he couldn't help but ask, "Lin Feng, have you considered expanding your plantation a bit? The current yield is simply too low. If you need help, feel free to ask your uncle." Lin Feng felt a spark of inspiration. He had indeed been contemplating this matter lately. Initially, he only intended to cultivate some fruits and vegetables as a transitional phase, but now it seemed that the returns from these crops were not particularly high. For instance, the profits from the fruits and vegetables he had grown recently totaled just over 80,000. Far less direct than the happiness points provided by energy cubes for Pokemon. Perhaps the only notable advantage was that if he expanded successfully, he could use these fruits and vegetables to promote his breeding house next door, enhancing his reputation and forming brand influence. However, achieving such expansion was not something he could manage alone. Thus, the question of financial resources emerged, and he now possessed nearly 1,000 bags of Gene Keela. While the produce from this was not as good as that which he personally cultivated, it was still significantly superior to ordinary fruits and vegetables. Caught in indecision, Lin Feng simply replied, "I will consider it, Uncle Chen. Also, there is another matter I'd like your assistance with." Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, Chen Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment but quickly replied, "Tell me, Lin Feng." Lin Feng conveyed his second objective for this visit. He had purchased several milk tanks and wished to expand his plantation with a barn at the back. He inquired if Chen Xiao knew anyone in that line of work. "That's a small issue. Tomorrow, someone will come to your plantation." Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. After leaving the company, Lin Feng did not head home immediately, but stopped by a supermarket to buy a few items before taking a DD ride back. The breeding house had already closed, so upon entering, Lin Feng's first destination was his room. Inside, little Vulpix was sleeping, but the Gloom was nowhere to be found. Lin Feng then ventured to the plantation, where he found Gloom using grass whistle on the fruit trees he had planted. Tung, it drank a bit of milk and fell asleep. That I noticed no one was around, so I came to keep watch. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Gloom ceased its actions. "Good job," Lin Feng praised, observing the fruit trees planted a few days prior, now nearly as tall as a person. The tree planted beside the reservoir, a dragonfire fruit tree, had also grown, its tender leaves fanning out like a hand fan. After a brief glance, he did not linger, returning little Bibi and Milotic to their designated spots in the plantation before taking up his scythe to cut the grass. Tung, upon witnessing the scene, the green vine snake also picked up its smaller sickle with its vine whip, preparing to cut alongside Lin Feng. Lin Feng softly remarked, "Green vine snake, there is no need to harvest too much. I merely require a little for the milk tank to make grass dumplings." The green vine snake nodded in understanding. The duo, one person and one Pokemon, diligently worked for approximately 2 minutes before Lin Feng called for a halt, subsequently carrying the gathered grass to the kitchen of the nurturing house. For the recently captured milk tank, the barn had yet to be constructed over the past 2 days, necessitating its temporary confinement within a Pokeball. Given the less than ideal living conditions, it was imperative to ensure that its dietary needs were adequately met. Grass dumplings. This culinary delight was something Lin Feng had learned from his mother. He finally chopped the grass using a fruit mixer, separating it into a delicate grass residue and grass liquid for later use, mixing flour and grass residue in a ratio of 1:2. He then incorporated the grass liquid to form a thick paste, adding a pinch of sugar before kneading it into dumplings the size of a baby's fist, which he then steamed to perfection. To enhance the flavor, Lin Feng also added a hint of fragrant powder and A-grade Moo fresh milk that he had brought back from Yimu. The milk tank could consume its own produced fresh milk, which significantly replenished its energy. Approximately half an hour later, dozens of fragrant grass dumplings, exuding a delightful aroma of freshness and milk, emerged. These A-grade grass dumplings, crafted from a medley of ingredients, boasted 2 culinary effects. Effect 1. Upon consumption, grass-type Pokemon experienced a temporary enhancement in skill potency. Effect 2. For herbivorous Pokemon, the milk produced after consumption alleviated certain abnormal conditions, and with prolonged use, it bolstered resistance to such conditions. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded, taking one for himself while offering another to the green vine snake, which after tasting could not help but express its delight. Tung tung, so delicious. Feeling reassured, Lin Feng instructed, let us save some for little Vulpix later. As for the remainder, after placing all the grass dumplings into a bowl, he proceeded to the plantation, summoning the 3 milk tanks. Upon their emergence, the milk tanks curiously surveyed their surroundings before fixing their gaze on Lin Feng. Moo moo, with hands clasped, Lin Feng presented the bowl of grass dumplings, his demeanor earnest. Since the barn hasn't been built yet, I kindly ask that you stay within your pockballs for the time being. This is your food. Oh, moo moo, at the sight of the grass dumplings, the young milk tanks, engrossed in their hunger, scarcely registered Lin Feng's words, lowering their heads to indulge. Moo. So delicious. Congratulations to the host for increasing the pleasure level of the milk tanks. Hearing the System's announcement, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, his mind racing with the thought, it is imperative to expedite the construction of the barn for the milk tanks. Chapter 49. Building the barn, the first milking of the milk tanks. The following day, within the plantation, the sun rose higher in the sky. It must be remarked that Uncle Chun was quite attentive to matters concerning Lin Feng. Early the next morning, several large trucks arrived bearing construction materials. Following Lin Feng's plans, they commenced the construction of the barn, tirelessly working until now. Lin Feng promptly carried chilled watermelon and energy blocks to the workers, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, masters. Please enjoy some watermelon. And you, the muscle-bound movers, have some energy blocks." There were 5 workers, all appearing quite professional, with bare arms showcasing their muscular physiques, their dark skin glistening under the sun. Each accompanied by a fighting-type Pokemon among them. The foreman of the construction team, Huba, a robust man in his 40s, upon hearing Lin Feng's call, immediately beckoned to his comrades. Everyone, take a break. Lin Xiaogu is treating us to a feast. The workers eagerly descended from their posts, unable to resist the temptation of the succulent red watermelon. An older worker, after taking a bite of the watermelon, exclaimed, "I must say, young man, your plantation is the finest I have encountered in all my years. The flavor of this watermelon is truly exceptional." Lin Feng smiled in agreement, pleased that they enjoyed it, and distributed energy blocks to the fighting-type Pokemon, assisting them before surveying the progress of the barn's construction. The barn was to be situated at the far end of the plantation, behind the grassy area, necessitating the removal of that section of fencing and extending outward. The design was modeled after the large milk ranch, featuring a low barn for shade, with plastic curtains covering the surroundings. And finally, an air conditioning unit installed inside. Though on a smaller scale, this barn would accommodate approximately 10 milk tanks. Lin Feng had also inspected the area behind the barn, which was a vast expanse of flat land, albeit overgrown with a few wild trees and rampant weeds. Once the barn was completed, he planned to clear the wild trees and weeds, allowing the burrowing mouse to till the soil and plant an abundance of grass. Thus, the milk tanks would have ample space to roam in the future. With the assistance of several fighting-type Pokemon, the entire barn was expected to be completed within a day or 2. As Lin Feng pondered these matters, a soft, milky voice resonated from outside the plantation. "Ing ing ing." It was the green vine snake leading little Vulpix, who had just been born and was filled with curiosity about the world. With its snow-white, delicate paws, it playfully scuffed the ground. Growing bored, it cheerfully scampered over to Lin Feng, nuzzling against his legs, providing a refreshing, cool sensation. "Tung tung. It seems to want to play with you." The green vine snake added. Following closely behind, Lin Feng nodded, bending down to lift Vulpix, captivated by its innocent gaze. Unable to resist, he began to tickle under its arms, eliciting adorable squeaks from the little creature, which wiggled restlessly, its pure white fur billowing. "Ing ing ing, no don't I must." Hearing the implications in little Vulpix's sounds, Lin Feng couldn't help but break into a wide grin. Newly hatched Pokemon are simply delightful to play with. As little Vulpix nearly laughed to the point of tears, Lin Feng finally carried it to the water reservoir to wash the dirt from its paws. "Look at your little paws. They're all muddy. You need to learn to cover them with ice energy so they won't get dirty. Do you understand? Otherwise, I'll spare you next time." "Ing ing ing, no. I don't understand." "All right, you're still too young." After amusing little Vulpix for a while and feeding it a mix of Moo Moo fresh milk, a small amount of A-grade Moo Moo fresh milk combined with regular Moo Moo fresh milk, The little one quickly grew drowsy and began to doze off. Lin Feng then cradled it and made his way back to the nurturing house. Once little Vulpix was comfortably settled, Lin Feng returned to the plantation with an iron bucket. Summoning the milk tangs from their pockballs, Moo Moo. Upon seeing the iron bucket in Lin Feng's hands, the milk tanks instantly understood his intentions and gathered around him eagerly. Though it was their first time being milked, the genetic makeup inherent in the milk tanks made them quite familiar with the process. Furthermore, as residents of the ranch, they were well-versed in the concept of milking. Lin Feng, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he looked at the 3 young milk tanks. A sudden shyness washing over him. Ahem, this is my first time milking. If I apply too much force, please let me know. Surely, as a nurturing trainer, he wouldn't hurt them. Would he, Moo Moo? The milk tanks encircled Lin Feng, reassuring him with their gentle moos, indicating that there was absolutely no issue. Their fresh milk was naturally intended to be milked, even if there were no baby Pokemon at the moment. It could be stored for later use. In other words, the milk tanks were inherently gentle and generous Pokemon. Moreover, given that the trainer provided them with such delectable food, they would gladly accept the prospect of milking for a lifetime if it meant enjoying such culinary delights. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you all so much. Chapter 50. The nurturing house begins to stock Moo Moo fresh milk. That's C-grade Moo Moo fresh milk, extracted from elite stage milk tanks. When consumed by newly born Pokemon over an extended period, enhances their constitution and provides the majority of the nutrients required during their growth phase, due to their still limited strength. The 3 large milk tanks only provide milk of C-grade quality. However, they do yield a substantial quantity. Each tank can supply Lin Feng with half a barrel of Moo milk. Lin Feng made a rough estimation of the barrel's capacity, which is approximately 14 liters. This means that the 3 large milk tanks collectively brought him 21 liters of Moo milk. From this initial batch, he plans to set aside a portion to mix with A-grade Moo milk to create various delicacies, such as yogurt and cakes, for his Pokemon, while the remainder will be sold in the store. After expressing his gratitude to the tanks, Lin Feng took out some green dumplings he had prepared earlier in the morning and fed them to the 3 large milk tanks, ensuring that their happiness levels exceeded 70 before recalling them into their Pokeballs. After milking, he allowed the warm Moo milk to cool slightly before dividing it into 2 portions. One was placed in the refrigerator for chilling, while the other was taken to the breeding house. The rich aroma of the Moo milk instantly captivated most of the customers present in the breeding house. In fact, because the service was designed for immediate purchase. There were not many people lingering inside, only a handful. Hey, what's this? Are you introducing a new product? Someone inquired, noticing the milk barrel Lin Feng was carrying. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, affirming that if all went well, this Moo milk would be available for sale after grading, and this first portion was for everyone to sample. With that, he approached the counter, retrieved a large glass jar he had washed the day before, which featured a tap at the bottom. After pouring all the fresh milk into it, he addressed Qin Shu. Today, trainers who have purchased energy cubes can receive a complimentary portion of Moo milk in their own containers. Of course, not too excessive, around 200 milliliters at most, to consider future customers. Understood. Qin Shu responded earnestly, her enthusiasm fueled by a monthly salary of 10,000 and only half a day's work. This fostered an excellent work ethic, even diminishing her previously high fervor for training Pokemon. Wow, there's such a benefit. Customers in the breeding house had already cast their eyes toward Lin Feng when he emerged with the milk barrel. But upon hearing about the free giveaway, their eyes brightened even further. Among them, a young man holding a selfie stick rushed over, exclaiming, "I come here every day to buy energy cubes. You must have noticed me. Look, I happen to have a mineral water bottle." He downed the entire contents of a mineral water bottle purchased at the entrance of the town and offered it to her. All right. Qin Shu nodded. Considering the volume, she produced a disposable cup and, after gauging, estimated that 200 milliliters would equate to about 2 cups, which she accurately filled and handed over. Delighted, Wanming opened the bottle and inhaled the fragrance, which assured him, as someone who frequently visited shops, that this was undoubtedly C-grade Moo milk. Wow! C-grade Moo milk. Are you really this generous? Wanming exclaimed incredulously. Moo milk produced by large milk tanks, even at its lowest grade, is typically D-grade. Yet, even D-grade Moo milk is not inexpensive, ranging from 3 to 500 yuan per 500 ml, with prices varying by season. when he had first fed C-grade moo milk to a newly born Snorlax for a week to ensure optimal growth conditions. He had spent a staggering $350,000. No one understood the value of the moo milk in his hands quite like he did. Lin Feng smiled and replied, "This is the first batch of moo milk produced. The quality will only improve from here. Moreover, as the breeding house has just opened, it is only fitting to offer some benefits to those who have traveled such a distance to visit. There will be more products and services in the future." Though he lacked business acumen or marketing strategies, he understood that making others feel valued would ensure they remembered his establishment. Wan Ming raised his selfie stick, brimming with excitement, and declared, "Everyone, look! This is the breeding house I visit daily, and I wholeheartedly recommend it. Don't be fooled by its remote location. Everything from the quality of the energy cubes to the prices and the owner's good looks is top-notch. Come on, let us get a shot together." Without hesitation, he aimed the selfie stick at himself and Lin Feng. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing thousands of viewers in the live stream, he quickly composed himself that, "Hello everyone. I am the owner and caretaker of the neighboring breeding house," that he marveled internally, surprised that this daily visitor with a selfie stick had amassed such a large following. Is this the breeder that the influencer praised so highly? He looks quite young, almost like he could be a minor, but he is indeed a bit charming. Hey, did you really not pay a won for this? C-grade moo milk, and you just give it away? So generous. Is the energy cube really that extraordinary? Wait, what is that white figure in the back? An Alolan Vulpix, it's come over. It jumped into the owner's arms. Its tongue is pink. Oh my inner child. Amidst the conversation, the little Vulpix, who had unknowingly awoken from its slumber, trotted lightly into the breeding house, its 6 fluffy tails swaying. Newly hatched Pokemon are often playful, alternating between napping and frolicking. This behavior would gradually change over the course of a week. Unable to resist, Lin Feng scooped it up and turned to the live screen, only to realize that the once inquisitive comments had transformed into a flurry of excitement. Is this Wudong Town? I've heard there's a grass gym here, that I was planning to go directly to Changsha City, but now I must check out the owner's Vulpix. Is anyone forming a group? I want to join. Lin Feng, slightly bewildered, glanced at the Vulpix snuggling into his embrace, its crystal-like eyes blinking innocently, and he pondered how he hadn't done any advertising at all. Vulpix. The little Vulpix remained blissfully unaware that it was being watched by thousands. Chapter 51. Information on Shinado. Alright, I'll play with you later, just stay still for now. Lin Feng gently pinched the little Vulpix's nose, somewhat exasperated at its antics. Upon hearing this, the little Vulpix let out a pitiful whimper, but quickly settled down. Unbeknownst to them, this adorable display only stirred further excitement in the live stream. Wan Ming, witnessing the current state of the live stream, couldn't help but inwardly scoff at how all the viewers seemed to be enamored with good looks. Before joyfully directing his phone toward the Douyin QR code hanging on the counter. Furthermore, the young man had his own Douyin account, which the audience could follow. This was something Lin Feng had intentionally displayed at the entrance, allowing passing customers to keep up with his Douyin updates, where he would share future news. As he observed the screen flashing with new followers, Lin Feng was about to express his gratitude to Wan Ming when his attention was suddenly drawn to a comment that scrolled past. Wudong Town? That name sounds familiar, right? I remember hearing from my classmate that someone spotted Shinado in the nearby forest, and it was a shiny one. I wonder if that is true. This lengthy comment concerning the existence of the rare Pokemon Shinado immediately captured the attention of most viewers. How is that possible? The forest near Wudong Town has been explored countless times over the past decade. If there were a Shinado, it would have already been captured or left. Is it true? Sounds like someone is just bragging to my classmate loves to embellish stories. What a letdown. I thought there might be a real chance to see Shinado. Is it fake? As the barrage of comments swept past, a wave of disappointment washed over Lin Feng's heart. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that the psychic-type Pokemon he had long yearned for might finally be within reach. To his dismay, it turned out to be mere bravado. After expressing his gratitude to the familiar patron, Lin Feng cradled his ice Vulpix and returned to the plantation. Construction of the barn was in full swing, and Minas began to summon rain across the various plots of land on the plantation, that a cool shade enveloped the area, and soon, a gentle drizzle permeated the soil, infusing the air with a refreshing fragrance. Once the light rain ceased, the vine snake commenced its grass terrain ability, bestowing growth buffs upon the still developing plants. Remarkably, After indulging in yesterday's green dumplings, it seemed to wield the grass terrain ability with newfound proficiency. As the area of effect visibly expanded, it appeared that consuming more grass dumplings in the future would allow for even greater utilization of this ability. BB Bird perched vigilantly on a branch, surveying its surroundings. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful!" He then turned his gaze toward BB Bird. He had promised to help it grow stronger and reclaim everything that belonged to its kind. Having made this vow, and with BB Bird dutifully guarding the plantation, Lin Feng felt compelled to honor his words. Furthermore, among all his Pokemon, only BB Bird could fly at this moment. He envisioned the day when BB Bird would evolve into a BB Eagle and carry him soaring through the skies. "BB Bird?" He called out, "BB." Upon hearing Lin Feng's summons, BB Bird unfurled its wings and dove down, landing gracefully on Lin Feng's shoulder, its demeanor increasingly spirited. Lin Feng gently stroked its feathers, the orange-yellow plumage beneath revealing a striking mix of red and orange tail feathers, complemented by a long crest atop its head, sharp claws, and a pointed beak, each detail attesting to the superb breeding of this BB Bird. BB Bird shook its head, indicating that all was well. But it could no longer consume the magical candy. It was time to practice its skills. There is a saying among trainers: a powerful Pokemon may be well-bred, but mere breeding alone will not forge strength. They require battle. This concept is easily understood. Just like flowers in a greenhouse, no matter how vibrant they bloom within, once exposed to nature's trials, they may wilt. BB Bird stood at attention. Its trainer was finally going to assess its abilities. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded in affirmation, leading BB Bird to the rear of the barn, where construction was underway. Observing the overgrown weeds and trees, he fell into contemplation. What skills should BB Bird employ to clear this area? The green dumplings only served to enhance the comprehension and power of grass-type Pokemon skills, but if one were to consider the ingredients, the green dumpling was made from pasture grass, moo milk, and fragrant powder. The pivotal components were undoubtedly the moo milk and fragrant powder. That if moo milk and fragrant powder were combined with other ingredients, could they yield a dish that enhances flying-type skills or all attribute abilities? Pokemon, BB Bird gender, male ability, keen eye potential, blue individual values. HP, 21, attack, 21, special attack, 20 defense, 17, special defense, 17, speed, 25, strength. Level 21 skills, Tailwind. Tackle, quick attack, whirlwind, air slash, steel wing, hurricane, tornado mist. Affection level, 87. It finds you exceedingly reliable. Joy level, 70. Become stronger. After consuming 2 magical candies, BB Bird had already reached the elite stage. Additionally, it had received a TM for Mist from Lin Feng. One could use Hurricane in a designated area and see if it could stack with another Hurricane. Regarding BB Bird's energy control, Lin Feng decided to adopt the training method of the Vine Snake's grass mixer. BB Bird appeared puzzled, seemingly questioning whether this would work. "Let us give it a try. This is your first stage of skill practice. Just keep the range small," Lin Feng encouraged. BB Bird nodded, took to the skies, and began to flap its wings. Whoosh! The explosive winds howled, whipping up the weeds and trees. The first wave of Hurricane was executed well, but as BB Bird attempted to stack a second Hurricane, its energy quickly became chaotic. The roaring winds counteracted each other, dissipating into a gentle breeze, and BB Bird looked weakly at Lin Feng from the air. Its comprehension was not on par with the Vine Snake. It couldn't achieve such skill stacking on its own. Don't worry, just practice slowly. There's no rush, Lin Feng reassured, though thoughts began to stir within him. Perhaps the power of cuisine was indeed essential. Chapter 52. The Disheartened BB Bird. As dusk settled like a misty veil, the small town was bathed in a warm orange glow that in the sky. An orange silhouette, weary from its day, flapped its wings against the setting sun, heading toward a verdant haven. It finally alighted on a tall pine tree, preening its wings with its beak, an indescribable melancholy reflected in its gaze. Throughout the day, BB Bird made no progress on the skill stacking Lin Feng had mentioned. It had merely turned the soil over. It did not doubt the veracity of its trainer's claims regarding skill stacking. Merely a few days spent in the plantation had made BB Bird acutely aware that the pace at which it could grow stronger here was exponentially faster. perhaps even several times over. Furthermore, the sisters within the plantation, whether Venus or the vine snake, exhibited remarkable control over their energy. Particularly, the vine snake's grass terrain ability had expanded significantly each day, with the grass energy growing ever denser. Was it truly lacking in strength? A fleeting thought crossed BB Bird's mind. Yet, it had distinctly been among the first of its kind to learn hurricane. Peering down, it observed Venus gliding gracefully through the clear waters, its ethereal form casting a dreamlike reflection upon the surface. For Venus, the somewhat confined water pool seemed a source of endless joy as it swam back and forth, occasionally peeking out to gaze toward the breeding house. BB Bird retracted its envious gaze, shook its head, and resolutely scanned the surroundings, vigilant against any ratata encroaching upon the plantation. Within the breeding house, Lin Feng silently regarded the energy cube before him. The A-grade sand-scale energy cube, crafted from sand-scale berries combined with moo milk and fragrant powder, was an intriguing concoction. Culinary Effect 1. After consumption, Flying-type Pokemon experience an increased aptitude for skill comprehension for a short duration. Culinary Effect 2. Long-term consumption significantly enhances speed, individual values, and fortifies the resilience of bird Pokemon's feathers. Lin Feng had spent an entire day in the kitchen that he had lost count of how many energy cubes or culinary creations he had produced. He had utilized nearly all varieties of berries from the special rewards he had obtained or ingredients from the plantation, eventually concocting this energy cube aimed at enhancing flying-type Pokemon skill comprehension. For instance, the spicy berry, when combined with moo milk, resulted in a spicy berry salad, which temporarily amplified the skill power of fire-type Pokemon. The special scale berry and moo milk created a high-quality milky energy cube, bolstering resistance to status conditions while enhancing special attack individual values. Most of his creations were energy cubes, with only a few being actual food. After all, energy cubes are easier to preserve, while Lin Feng would opt to consume the food himself or let his Ice Vulpix and Vine Snake enjoy it. He meticulously documented the culinary effects and manufacturing processes of these dishes and energy cubes in a notebook for future reference. Perhaps he should consider raising Pokemon that could produce ingredients. After a day of experimentation, coupled with the significant impact of A-grade moo milk, Lin Feng experienced an epiphany. His culinary prowess could yield astonishing effects by merging ingredients together. Generally, the higher the quality of the ingredients, the better the resultant effects. Moo milk was a prime example. He could certainly raise other Pokemon capable of producing ingredients. For instance, the milk from the riding sheep, the rock salt from the salt rock titan, fragrant powder, cream from the frost fairy, and oil from the olive Pokemon. The possibilities were endless. Lin Feng felt as though his mind had been set free, that he recalled that there was a dedicated breeding house in Wudong City. He should find the time to visit. However, acquiring the salt rock titan and olive Pokemon, which were native to the Paldea region, might prove to be quite challenging. The Paldea region possesses a unique magnetic field that causes information flow to become somewhat congested, leading to a disconnection from other allied regions. Should the Donghua Alliance lack a means to connect, it will have no choice but to venture into the Paldea region in pursuit of capturing these Pokemon in the future. For now, Lin Feng sighed, feeling a twinge of melancholy. The sensation of seeing yet being unable to reach something was quite disheartening. Perhaps he should check on that child, Bibaroo. Earlier in the morning, he had left it there to train its skills, instructing it that it could return whenever it grew weary, that he wondered if it had come back yet. Murmuring to himself, Lin Feng picked up the crafted sand-scale energy cubes and made his way to the plantation. Upon seeing Bibaroo patrolling the pine tree once more, he suddenly thought he ought to find a substitute for it. Otherwise, given Bibaroo's nature, it might very well remain on the pine tree throughout the night. Although Pokemon are hardy creatures, they should not be overexerted. What Pokemon, after all, retains energy into the night? This thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind, and he beckoned to Bibaroo. "Come here, Bibaroo," with a melodious chirp. Bibaroo quickly descended beside Lin Feng. Observing its fatigued flying posture, Lin Feng couldn't help but remark, "You wouldn't have just finished training, would you?" Bibaroo seemed a bit worn out. "Bibaroo, yes indeed," Bibaroo earnestly replied. Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, wanting to say something, but gazing into Bibaroo's eyes, which sparkled with fervor, left him momentarily speechless. The feeling of being far from home must be quite unsettling, wouldn't it? Hatred, indeed, is the most primal driving force of any creature. After a moment of hesitation, he finally managed to utter, "Do your best, but do not worry too much that I will assist you." That he then produced the best sand scale energy cube he had researched throughout the afternoon, saying, "Here, eat this." Upon seeing the food, Bibaroo's previously dejected expression brightened, and it eagerly tore into the energy cube, devouring it piece by piece. However, not long after, a surge of powerful energy welled up within it, prompting Bibaroo to soar into the sky, spreading its wings as if preparing to unleash a fierce gale within the plantation. Yet at the last moment, upon spotting Linfeng below, it stifled that impulse and flew outward instead. With wings like steel, it stirred up a tempestuous wind, and amidst the storm, a small yet fierce whirlwind began to stir. "Congratulations, host. Bibaroo's joy value has increased from 10 to 98 to reward. 15 bags of gold dust and 3 rare candies." Flame Bird's Divine Feather. A feather formed from the energy of the flame bird, which enhances the potential of flying-type and fire-type Pokemon when absorbed. Linfeng, witnessing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Well, now this child should feel less anxious. Chapter 53. The trainer searching for Shinedo in the town, July 28, the first day after the barn's completion. The day following Bibaroo's absorption of the Flame Bird's Divine Feather. Perhaps due to recent promotion by that influential content creator, there had been a noticeable increase in customers at the breeding house, with the Pokemon they brought generally exhibiting much greater strength. This had enriched the rewards Linfeng received from their Pokemon, with occasional generous fruit rewards. Moreover, an inexplicable rumor seemed to have spread rapidly, leading to conversations outside the breeding house. "Are you here in Wudong Forest to find Shinedo?" "Indeed. What a coincidence, so am I. Then we are rivals. How about a battle between trainers? The victor gets to claim Shinedo." Such dialogues frequently unfolded outside the breeding house, suggesting someone was deliberately disseminating this information to attract Pokemon trainers to the forest in search of Shinedo. Observing yet another middle-aged trainer hastily purchasing stamina energy cubes within the shop, Linfeng fell into contemplation. Wudong Forest had been fully developed a decade ago, and according to statistics from that time, the most abundant Pokemon within were Beedrill and Spearow, particularly in the central area, which was a sea of flowers dominated by Beedrill. Trainers these days seemed increasingly formidable. Could it be that the rumors held truth? Listening to the system's notification chime, Linfeng felt a surge of excitement. This was a fully evolved Psychic-type Pokemon, Shinedo, a creature that nearly everyone would find irresistible. For him, with a little nurturing, he could bring it directly on board his staff. Of course, that relied on whether it had the heart to seek a trainer. If its heart yearned for freedom, then there would be no recourse. Compared to battling for capture, Linfeng preferred to entice Pokemon with his culinary creations and actions. Moreover, having been in this world for quite some time, he had yet to actively venture into the wild to capture Pokemon. "Let us go." Linfeng decisively headed to the plantation. He then turned to look at Bibaroo perched on the tree. Bibaroo? Today, unlike a few days prior, Bibaroo exuded an undeniable confidence, radiating with a brilliant glow. And faintly, it seemed to flicker with embers. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the faint flames dancing upon its feathers, enhancing its already vibrant orange hue. Bibaroo dove down, trailing a splendid blaze, affectionately nuzzling Linfeng's head. Species: Bibaroo. Gender: male. Ability: keen eye potential. Red individual values: HP 24, attack 28, special attack 27, defense 17, special defense 17, speed 26, strength, level 27 skills: Tailwind, Tackle, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Air Cutter, Steel Wing, Hurricane, Tornado, Mist, Heat Wave, Affection 98. Unconditional trust in you. Joy value 75, eager to grow stronger and reclaim its territory, having absorbed a Flame Bird's Divine Feather. While Bibaroo now bore the essence of flames, it had merely learned an additional Heat Wave skill. Nonetheless, its potential had indeed increased significantly. The destination was Wudong Forest, and who better to guide him there than Bibaroo? Thus, Linfeng decided to bring along Bibaroo and the grass-type, Ivy Snake, that I need you to accompany me to Wudong Forest, which happens to be your territory, that I wish to find a Pokemon. Bibaroo. Upon hearing they were heading to its homeland, Bibaroo perked up, nodding earnestly. Well then, I must trouble you to enter the Pokeball for now. Linfeng retrieved Bibaroo's Pokeball and stored it away. He pondered for a moment before addressing the Milotic in the reservoir. Milotic, I might go into the forest for a bit. Would you like to play in the river outside? He had recently realized that the reservoir was quite small, which could leave Milotic feeling somewhat confined, that he contemplated finding an opportunity to widen the water channel, allowing Milotic the freedom to explore the river at will. You? Take me along? This time I likely won't need you for battle. So you can stay here and enjoy the river if you wish. You? Milotic let out a slightly disappointed sound, shaking its head before submerging beneath the water's surface, peering up at Lin Feng with wide eyes, indicating that it was quite content to remain there, without needing to venture into the river. Lin Feng did not press the matter. Glancing at the large mill tanks in the barn, he noticed they were happily munching on green dumplings, and felt there was nothing further to clarify, that he then retreated to his room. Inside, Ivy Snake was overseeing Ice Vulpix as it practiced enveloping its claws with ice energy. Lin Feng held no lofty expectations for Ice Vulpix. If it enjoyed battling, then let it battle to grow stronger. If not, it could grow healthily and evolve at an appropriate time. Even if it chose not to evolve, that was acceptable. However, Ice Vulpix must learn to cloak its feet in ice energy. For Lin Feng did not wish to see it traipsing into the plantation, soiling its pristine white fur, only to then tread upon the breeding house floor, especially not onto the bed. He really did not want to be mopping the floor constantly. Ing-ing, ing-ing-ing. Ice Vulpix, having focused intently on shedding the icy layer from its paws, beamed with joy upon seeing Lin Feng, exclaiming, Ing-ing, look, I can remove the ice from my paws. Good job, well done. Lin Feng, thoroughly satisfied, praised the little creature and offered it an energy cube as a reward. The little one immediately embraced it with joy and began to munch on it. Without further ado, Lin Feng coaxed the Ice Vulpix into its pockball and then explained the situation to the Ivy Snake. To his surprise, after hearing his words, the Ivy Snake responded with a somewhat melancholic tone. Tung Tung? So, you wish to acquire yet another new Pokemon? Chapter 54, Guidance from Lucariola. Hearing the Ivy Snake's slightly mournful voice, Lin Feng paused momentarily before replying, Isn't this a good thing? I've always wanted to capture a Psychic-type Pokemon. It would make harvesting fruits and vegetables so much easier. Tung Tung. I understand. The Ivy Snake pursed its lips, acknowledging the validity of his words, but internally sighed softly. It found itself reminiscing about the days before its evolution. Yet now, having evolved into its current form, would there still be opportunities to curl up in its trainer's embrace? All right, let us set off. Lin Feng didn't dwell on it too much. After a brief word with Qin Shu, who was managing the shop, he swiftly made his way towards the Wudong forest with the Ivy Snake. Skirting past the cobblestone path, they soon arrived at the riverbank. This river, devoid of any bridges, posed a significant barrier preventing some Pokemon from the wilderness from reaching the town. However, for a trainer with a bit of prowess, this was hardly an obstacle. Only in the wild did one truly appreciate the importance of a flying Pokemon following the river until they were a fair distance from the town. Lin Feng paused when he spotted an aged wooden cabin on the opposite bank, but he released his BB bird. BB noticing the familiar surroundings, the BB bird visibly brightened with excitement. Lin Feng turned to the Ivy Snake and suggested, Ivy Snake, perhaps you should enter the Pokeball. Given its small size, the BB bird could likely only carry Lin Feng alone. If they were to travel together, he would have to hold the Ivy Snake in his arms. Tung Tung, Tung Tung. The Ivy Snake hesitated for a moment before shyly indicating, Tung Tung, it would be nice to be held like before. All right then. Lin Feng chuckled. Ever since the Ivy Snake had evolved, he had lost the opportunity to hold it openly. Now that the Ivy Snake had expressed its desire, he naturally wouldn't feign restraint. With one swift motion, he scooped up the Ivy Snake, which instinctively wrapped its delicate little hands around his arm, while its tail coiled around his leg. Congratulations, host. The Ivy Snake's happiness level has increased from 40 to 80 to reward. 15 bags of golden gravel, 1 intermediate candy, and 1 special scale fruit. Huh. The sudden influx of cheerful information from the Ivy Snake caused Lin Feng to instinctively glance at it. Tung Tung. What's wrong? The Ivy Snake felt a warmth spreading through its cold blood. Nothing. Lin Feng shook his head. All right, BB Bird. He then extended his other hand to grasp the BB Bird's talon, allowing it to carry them across to the other side. Upon reaching the cabin, Lin Feng noticed that aside from the door, a small opening resembling a window had been made. Peering inside, he saw an elderly man, around 60, seated in a grand armchair. Dressed in a teal robe and wearing glasses, he was engrossed in a yellowed book, Without lifting his gaze, he remarked, "Another trainer come to seek out Shinado. Huh. This Shinado is no ordinary Pokemon." His words dripped with skepticism regarding the intentions of the visiting trainers. Lin Feng greeted him. "Uncle Liang, it's me." The elderly man was the forest ranger of Wudong Forest, appointed by the official alliance. He had been there for as long as Lin Feng could remember. Uncle Liang rarely ventured into the town, only occasionally seen carrying supplies along the cobblestone path. As a child, Lin Feng had glimpsed his Pokemon, a seemingly gentle Lucario. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Uncle Liang finally sat up, his murky eyes lighting up with a smile upon seeing Lin Feng. "Xiao Feng, it's you. I heard you didn't go to university, but instead reopened your family's breeding house and plantation?" "Yes," Lin Feng nodded, swiftly producing some vegetables he had prepared from the storage ball. "These were grown in the plantation. Please try them. If you like them, feel free to come by any time for more." He held deep respect for Uncle Liang, who had once held him as a child. Moreover, Uncle Liang had protected Wudong Forest for decades, maintaining the equilibrium between the town and the forest, ensuring that wild Pokemon did not encroach upon the town. Such dedication was worthy of admiration. "All right, let me have a good look." Uncle Liang cheerfully accepted the plastic bag. Upon seeing the vegetables within, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, but it quickly dissipated into calm. "Your planting skills rival those of your parents." That he then noticed the ivy snake and BB bird beside Lin Feng. "Are you also here to find Shinado in the forest?" Caught off guard, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. "I have that in mind, but capturing one depends on fate. That if possible, I'd also like to catch a Caterpie as part of my goals." Shinado was elusive, but Caterpie was far more abundant. He hoped to capture a Caterpie, which could evolve into a Butterfree after some time, aiding in pollination for the flowering plants in his plantation, thus enhancing their yield, an essential Pokemon for his endeavors. "By the way, where's Lucario?" Lin Feng inquired, glancing around at the empty surroundings. That he wanted to feed Lucario some energy cubes to earn some rewards. That he in Wudong Forest. "These trainers here aren't particularly strong, but are quite adept at causing trouble. Lucario needs to keep an eye on things. However, if you want to find Shinado, you might want to check the eastern part of Wudong Forest." Huh. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, while he might have disregarded such advice from others. He held Uncle Liang's words in high regard. After all, his Pokemon was Lucario. "Thank you, Uncle Liang." After expressing his gratitude, Lin Feng confirmed the direction and hurriedly made his way towards the eastern region of Wudong Forest. Eastern region of Wudong Forest, at a rounded lake, separating the forest from the sky, reflected the soft blue water under the orange-yellow sunset, occasionally shimmering with glimmers of light. Beside the lake, a deep blue figure stood gracefully, its skirt flowing gently. That moment, it gazed into the lake, admiring its own reflection, seemingly captivated by its elegant form, or perhaps for other reasons, it appeared particularly concerned about its appearance. Ultimately, it shook its head. "Shauna, let us settle here for now and see if there are any berries around." Chapter 55. It went to the plantation with the guidance of BB Bird, even amidst the intricate paths of Wudong Forest. Lin Feng navigated smoothly and soon encountered his first Caterpie. It should be called a yellow Caterpie, for it was of an unusual hue. Its skin was entirely yellow. Moreover, it seemed to be a newly emerged Caterpie, its fuzz still tender, giving the impression that it would easily break if touched. More importantly, upon seeing Lin Feng, it began to tremble uncontrollably, its face a mask of terror, even forgetting to flee. Lin Feng understood that the Caterpie was not afraid of him, but rather of the BB Bird behind him. After trembling for a while, the Caterpie finally remembered its silk-spitting ability and immediately directed a stream of silk towards Lin Feng and BB Bird. Puff puff! The delicate white silk was incinerated into ash before it could even approach the BB Bird, while another portion was deftly dodged by Lin Feng, landing harmlessly on the ground. That he crouched down and tugged at the silk, easily tearing it apart. Indeed, it was a newborn Caterpie. Pokemon, Caterpie gender, female ability, scale powder qualification, green individual values, HP 5, attack 8, defense 14, special attack 28, special defense 16, speed 10 level, 3 skills, silk spit, tackle description, an unusual, newly emerged Caterpie. Affection level 0, it does not recognize you, happiness level -75. Why is there a bird so early in the morning to eat leaves? Lin Feng felt a surge of interest as a Pokeball appeared in his hand. Although caterpie was one of the most abundant Pokemon found in any forested area, the likelihood of encountering a shiny variant was also high. Yet, due to its shiny yellow skin, very few shiny caterpie could safely survive their initial stage. From the moment they were born, they were destined for a tragic fate, drawing the attention of numerous predators. Thus, upon encountering this particular caterpie, Lin Feng's interest was piqued, perhaps in an effort to rescue it. However, at the moment he realized the silk thread had failed, caterpie felt as if the sky had fallen. "Oh no, I'm going to be eaten." Oh, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain never came. Upon opening its eyes, it was greeted only by a human who had just approached. The human spoke in a language it could comprehend, asking, "Why are you with your eyes closed? Do you want to come back with me?" Back where? Dash winky face. Caterpie cautiously opened its eyes, in the next moment. Lin Feng produced a green rice dumpling from a storage ball, saying, "Once you come back with me, you can enjoy this every day." Caterpie's eyes sparkled at the sight of the dumpling. The sweet, fragrant aroma lingered in the air, making even the cool dumpling seem uniquely enticing. Oh, delicious, so fragrant. Glancing at the green rice dumpling and then up at the hovering Pidgey, Caterpie suddenly felt that even if this were its last meal, it would be worth it. With a sense of resignation and a hint of nostalgia, it crawled up Lin Feng's arm and began to nibble at the dumpling. Lin Feng, smiling gently, watched Caterpie finish its meal before asking once more, "Do you want to come back with me? You can eat food like this every day, without any fear. Every day there will be food like this. Every day there will be food like this." The words echoed repeatedly in Caterpie's mind until it finally registered, and its head began to nod. "All right, then I shall take that as your agreement." Seeing Caterpie nod, Lin Feng took out a Pokeball and promptly captured the little caterpie within. After witnessing the 3 beams of red light, the Pokeball settled into tranquility. A subtle smile graced his lips as he secured the Pokeball at his waist, initially aiming to capture a mere ordinary caterpie. He was pleasantly surprised to have captured a shiny one instead. Once it evolved, his garden would undoubtedly be more vibrant. Encountering such a Pokemon right off the bat lifted Lin Feng's spirits considerably, instilling him with confidence in his endeavors. However, his good fortune seemed to have run its course, as he encountered only ordinary Pokemon thereafter, such as Beedrill, Sandshrew, and Diglett, although he wished to capture a Diglett. Thoughts of the Sandshrew at Grandpa Chen's home led Lin Feng to ultimately decide against it. That little fellow, while somewhat naive, shared a similar disposition with Grandpa Chen, showing little inclination to trouble others. If it learned that Lin Feng had captured a Pokemon to replace its work, it would likely refuse to assist him further, or perhaps it would help, but would no longer seek food from him. So perhaps it was better to continue searching for shiny Galade. With a sigh, Lin Feng pressed onward toward the east. Yet this search yielded no results, even as the sun dipped below the horizon. Eventually, Lin Feng found himself standing before a lake, watching as the setting sun painted the water's surface in hues of orange. Lost in contemplation, perhaps this shiny Galade simply did not favor humans. He had traversed a considerable distance in this Wudong forest, armed with various fragrant energy cubes infused with enticing aromas. But instead of attracting Galade, he had drawn the attention of other Pokemon. Fortunately, his green vine snake and Pidgey possessed sufficient strength to gently scare them away. Vine, are we still searching?" the green vine snake inquired. Lin Feng sighed internally, realizing he might have been too fixated, perhaps influenced by the effortless manner in which Mutwo plucked fruits from trees, that it left him yearning to capture a psychic-type Pokemon. Yet now, it seemed fate was not on his side. "Let us not search anymore. Let us head back." Lin Feng shook his head and glanced at the sky. "Green vine snake, you should return to your Pokeball, I'll let Pidgey take me back directly. It's getting late." This time, the green vine snake did not refuse, willingly entering the Pokeball. Lin Feng grasped Pidgey's talon and soared into the sky to be by the time they returned home. It was already 6 in the evening, and the breeding house had locked its doors. However, before Lin Feng could even unlock the door, a red Rotom swooped down from above, its voice tinged with urgency. Rotom, Master, you have finally returned. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, a shiny Galade teleported into the garden and has taken control of Milotic." Chapter 56. The Cursed Galade, it's simple. Just help me work." "What?" Lin Feng's expression turned exaggerated with confusion. "What nonsense is this? After searching for so long, and now I'm told it's in my own garden." Yes, yes, you must hurry and see. It has harvested all the ripe fruits in the garden. Hearing Rotom's anxious tone, Lin Feng didn't even bother to open the door. He seized Pidgey's claws and commanded, "Let us go." Pidgey! Pidgey let out a sharp cry, frustration evident in its tone. The task assigned by its trainer was to keep an eye on the garden's plants, and now it was being told that everything had been harvested. With that thought in mind, flames ignited around Pidgey as it flapped its wings and ascended above the garden. Even from several meters in the air, Lin Feng could immediately spot the anomaly below. The once vibrant garden, filled with a variety of fruits and vegetables, now lay barren, with only a few unripe fruits remaining. By the water reservoir, the harvested produce floated in mid-air, categorized by type, while a blue silhouette hovered above the reservoir. It seemed to sense Pidgey's presence, raising its head to reveal blood-red eyes that glimmered as they focused on Pidgey and Lin Feng. Undoubtedly, this was a shiny Galade. Meanwhile, Milotic was futilely attempting to attack the shiny Galade with water gun, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier, rendering it powerless. "Let us go down." Lin Feng gently calmed Pidgey with his calming aura and instructed it to descend. Pidgey, when they were just a couple of meters above the ground, Lin Feng released his grip on Pidgey and gracefully landed before the shiny Galade, unable to resist scrutinizing it closely, in contrast to an ordinary Galade. This shiny variant had blue hair, and both its arms and the lining of its white dress were also blue, but its chest displayed a triangular patch and its eyes were a deep crimson, lending it an air of mystique. It hovered gracefully in the air, its psychic powers causing its flowing white dress to sway, its gaze serene. "Galade, are you the master of this garden?" Lin Feng nodded and activated his vision of insight. Pokemon, Galade gender, female ability, telepathy potential, golden individual values. HP 31, attack 18, defense 25, special attack 31, special defense 31, speed 31, level 78, 79 skills, Screech, Confusion, Mystical Fire. Shadow Clone, Misty Terrain, Sweet Kiss, Psychic, Giga Drain, Moonblast, Future Sight. Description: a shiny Galade, once cursed by the nightmare deity Darkrai when it was a Ralts, its eyes imbued with cursed energy, turning them a deep crimson. Those nearby will be engulfed in nightmares. Affection level 0. It has no feelings for you. Happiness level 0. What will you exchange for these fruits? Lin Feng was taken aback. Initially, when he heard Rhoda mention that Milotic was under Galade's control without any resistance, he had his suspicions, but he never expected this Galade to possess such formidable strength. Moreover, with perfect individual values and golden potential, he had never encountered such an exceptional ordinary Pokemon before. But cursed by Darkrai, Lin Feng was astonished, and before he could examine further, a voice as clear and soothing as a bubbling spring resonated in his heart. "Galade, I want these fruits. What do you desire in exchange?" "You mean you wish to trade for these fruits and vegetables?" Lin Feng cautiously inquired. Galade nodded silently, offering no further explanation. To take without asking for an exchange was not truly a trade. Before Lin Feng could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Galade's voice. "Galade, look at your Milotic." As Lin Feng turned his gaze, he beheld the beautiful Mina's anxiously stationed within the reservoir, its energy surging with fervor, desperately yearning to break free from the restraints imposed by Shinado. Amidst this tumultuous energy, the power within it dissipated rapidly. However, due to the marine crystal buried beneath the water, it swiftly absorbed the emanating energy, leading to a remarkable elevation in Mina's energy levels. 31, 32, 33 Pokemon. Mina's gender, female ability, marble scale potential, golden strength. Level 34, 37 skills, water gun, water pulse, tackle, sing, water ring, hurricane, dragon tail, recover, ice beam, mist, muddy water, hydro pump, affection. 100. It trusts you unconditionally. Happiness, -20. Why can't it break free? Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng hurried to the edge of the reservoir, clenched his right fist, and forcefully struck the water's surface. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the psychic barrier was shattered by Lin Feng's blow. Simultaneously, Minas swiftly swam to the shore, positioning itself beside Lin Feng and warily eyeing the floating Shinado above. "That you're safe." Lin Feng reassured Minas, then turned his attention to Shinado. He understood Shinado's intention clearly. It aimed to strengthen Minas through its own means, serving as a trade-off for the fruits and vegetables. However, this posed a disadvantage for Lin Feng, for enhancing his Pokemon was a task far too simple. With the several intermediate candies he had acquired over the past few days, he could easily elevate Minas to the gym level or even to the status of a champion. Yet, such rapid enhancement would lead to an inability for Minas to manage its internal energy, potentially resulting in a situation akin to that of a Dragonite, where energy leaks occurred. Moreover, compelling Minas to forcibly absorb the energy from the marine crystal through emotional pressure was not the path Lin Feng wished to pursue. He merely desired his Pokemon to grow joyfully. It seems you are indeed a somewhat reasonable Pokemon. Forcing my Pokemon to grow under such emotional duress is not what I wish to witness. Furthermore, the energy crystal in the water was originally placed by me, and is of no concern to you. Without your methods, Minas will still grow in time. Moreover, taking so many fruits at once, are you raising a Ralts? These fruits shouldn't have much use for Shinado. If it were merely to satiate hunger, there would be no need to take so many. Thus, Lin Feng speculated that Shinado intended to share these fruits with other Pokemon. Shinado, initially surprised by the inquiry, regained its composure and slightly furrowed its brow. Shauna, how can I exchange for these fruits? The impact of Lin Feng's punch had left a considerable impression on it. This was the first human it had encountered who exhibited such formidable strength after being driven from its territory by its own kind. Very simple. You could work for me. Chapter 57. Because I've been caught in the rain, I want to use an umbrella. There was no doubt regarding Shinado's power. Lin Feng's instinctive strike against the psychic barrier was born out of urgency. Yet, the outcome not only astonished Shinado but also left Lin Feng somewhat taken aback. My fist possesses such might, or is it that the power of energy-based skills is diminished by 99.9 before me? Work. Shinado appeared puzzled. Lin Feng quickly elucidated, yes, precisely work. You can specify how many Pokemon you are caring for and how many fruits you require. Then provide the amount of work you can do. The task is simple. Just help me harvest these fruits and vegetables, just as you are doing now. Shinado gazed at the fruits nearby, lost in thought. Naturally, it did not wish to simply take the fruits, but its survival instincts had taught it that it could teleport away with the fruits without consequence, regardless of how strong this human appeared. Yet this human seemed rather agreeable. Observing Shinado's contemplative expression, Lin Feng continued, of course, you may first take a portion to feed the Pokemon you care for, and I can wait for your response. This Shinado had likely endured many trials in the wild to attain such strength. Methods akin to abducting a caterpie would not suffice. Thus, Lin Feng decided to approach from a perspective that mattered to Shinado, namely, the Pokemon it cared for. With this in mind, he tossed a bottle of energy cubes towards it, which were particularly suitable for weaker Pokemon. However, before they could reach Shinado, they were enveloped by an invisible psychic force. A cube crafted from dragon fruit materialized from the bottle. After sensing it, Shinado's gaze shifted to Lin Feng. Filled with astonishment that as a psychic-type Pokemon, it could perceive that this energy cube would provide significant benefits even for its current self. Lin Feng added, this is merely a portion. There are other types of energy cubes, each tailored to the constitution of various Pokemon, making them ideal for younger ones. The astonished expression morphed into complexity as Shinado finally uttered, Shauna, I understand. By tomorrow night, I will provide you with a response. Once the words were spoken, its form vanished, taking with it a portion of the fruits. Teleportation, indeed. As he observed Shinado's swift departure, a hint of envy flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. With such a Pokemon by his side, he could venture anywhere he wished in the future. He hoped it would choose to remain. With a sigh, Lin Feng retrieved the Pokeball containing the caterpie he had captured that day, placing it in the grass. From now on, this will be your home. You can eat everything except for the fruit leaves. Do you understand? The caterpie surveyed its surroundings and took a bite of the grass, its expression transforming instantly. So much food in the eastern region of Wudong Forest. The bright moonlight illuminated the lake, casting a dreamlike reflection upon its surface. The tranquil shore, a small, round head suddenly emerged. Its body was a deep blue, with eyes as large as copper bells, and a fin resembling a wing gently rested upon the bank, followed by a pale pink nose peeking out that it called out to a dense thicket nearby. Chio, are you there? Are you there? Gigi from within the thicket, a fiery chick promptly leapt out. Gigi? Chio Chio, Chio Chio. Under the calls of the two Pokemon, a creature resembling a mountain bamboo also fell from a nearby tree. Zhu Zhu, have you returned? Chio Chio? I don't know. It seems like they haven't come back. The Chio Chio seal cautiously scanned the surroundings, seemingly wary of other Pokemon that might come to devour them. Gigi, they should return soon, right? The Alolan Sweet Bamboo, Chio Chio seal, and the Hoenn region's Torchic, three Pokemon from different regions, had gathered here. Chio Chio, I'm so hungry. The Chio Chio seal patted its belly, wearing a troubled expression. Gigi, should we go find something to eat ourselves? Torchic suggested with a glint in its eye. The Sweet Bamboo immediately displayed a look of fear. Zhu Zhu, it told us to stay here and not move. What if we can't be found later? We don't even know where we are. If there are dangerous Pokemon around, we could be eaten. Chio Chio, let's wait a bit longer. The Chio Chio seal agreed. Gigi, seeing her companions unwilling to comply, Torchic could only nod in resignation. In the next moment, a figure materialized in the midst of the three Pokemon Shauna. Wasn't I clear that you should hide? Observing the trio gathered together, Shinado spoke sternly. Chio Chio, Chio Chio. The Chio Chio seal immediately stepped forward, indicating that it was responsible for calling them out, as they had grown hungry waiting for so long. Shinado paused momentarily, but ultimately refrained from saying more. It produced the energy cubes it had acquired from Lin Feng. Shauna, you may eat first. Several Pokemon's eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly began to nibble on the energy cubes. Observing the joyous consumption of the Pokemon, Shinado displayed a rare tenderness in her gaze. These three little ones, Chio Chio seal, Huijijia, and Tianzi, have been abandoned by their trainers for various reasons. Tianzi had been left alone after her mother was captured shortly after her birth. Chio Chio seal and Huijijia, raised in captivity, and the young Tianzi, who had lost her mother too soon, had no experience in survival in the wild and were found barely clinging to life. Ever since being cast out by her kin during her youth, Shinado had harbored immense sympathy for Pokemon who shared similar fates. This compassion was the impetus behind her decision to adopt these three Pokemon. As she wished to provide a shelter for others who had endured the reign of misfortune, in the nurturing abode, Lin Feng opened the window, allowing the silvery moonlight to cascade into the room. Illuminating the starry sky like a picturesque canvas, the tranquil town at night was occasionally interrupted by the calls of Pokemon, but otherwise remained serene. Seated on his bed, Lin Feng pondered a pressing issue, the curse that had befallen Shinado at the hands of Darkrai. A curse could be deemed a form of malevolent energy, constituting a negative state for Pokemon. The affliction that Shinado endured seemed to be a byproduct of nightmares. Such curses, among the most notorious, included the ghost-type curse known as Shared Fate, which synchronizes the afflicted state with that of the opponent before their combat capabilities are lost. Could the power of the Evergreen eliminate such a condition? Lin Feng mused, only to shake his head in resignation. While mild afflictions might be remedied through the Pokemon's robust constitution, Darkrai's curse was a different matter altogether, leaving him uncertain of a solution. Thus, it fell upon Shinado herself to break free from this curse. With a sigh of frustration, Lin Feng regretted not having provided Shinado with an energy cube that could bolster her resistance to negative states. Such a measure might have significantly increased her chances of recovery. Nevertheless, he resolved to examine the special rewards he had garnered that day. July 28th. Revenue 255600. Total amount 100 for 000. Launching fruit X5. Total quantity 24. Special scale fruit X12. Total quantity 36. Intermediate launching fruit X3. Total quantity 7. This had become a nightly ritual where Lin Feng would tally the special rewards acquired each day before proceeding to create the energy cubes for the following day. However, today, upon completing the tally, he conceived a new idea. Recently, due to Shinado's circumstances, a significant number of professional trainers had flocked to the town, each possessing formidable Pokemon, while standard stamina energy cubes could raise their happiness levels. The extent of the increase was limited. Moreover, consuming too many of the same type of energy cube, no matter how delectable, would inevitably lead to a temporary phase of monotony. Hence, diversifying the types of energy cubes and enriching their flavors would be crucial for future development. For many Pokemon, nothing could enhance their happiness more than an increase in their capabilities, but he decided to experiment with a lower-grade version of the defensive energy cube. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng made his way to the kitchen, retrieving the spicy tomato fruit that Shinado had picked that day, along with the fresh moo moo milk he had extracted. That he also took out 2 Longqing fruits, akin to guavas, which typically sold for several thousand on the market. Today, he intended to combine these 2 Longqing fruits with Wenhua fruit, spicy tomato fruit, and moo moo milk to create 2 flavors, totaling 50 defensive energy cubes. How much should he charge for each? Lin Feng fell into contemplation. These energy cubes could not be priced too low, yet they should not be exorbitantly expensive either. Aiming for a cost that even trainers from modest backgrounds could afford occasionally to nurture their Pokemon, he settled on a price of 10,000 for one flavor and 20,000 for the other. The former would be the spicy tomato flavor, while the latter would feature moo moo milk. Once the prices were established, Lin Feng eagerly set to work, first using a blender to extract the juice from the spicy tomato and prepare the moo moo milk. He then crushed the Longqing fruits and heated them. After approximately 3 hours, the 2 energy cubes, one red and one white, materialized before him. The C-grade Longqing energy cube, crafted from a small quantity of Longqing fruit, spicy tomato, and Wenhua fruit. While the production process was somewhat rudimentary, was executed with remarkable precision, culinary effect. Consuming it not only effectively replenishes a Pokemon's stamina, but also bolsters their defensive capabilities. The C-grade Longqing energy cube, made with a small amount of Longqing fruit, moo moo milk, and Wenhua fruit, exhibited a similar effect, albeit at a slightly higher level due to the inclusion of moo moo milk. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already 11 at night, but he stifled a yawn. Producing such a quantity of energy cubes alone was indeed quite exhausting, that if the demand for energy cubes continued to rise, he couldn't manage it single-handedly. Should he consider hiring a nurturer to assist with the production? This thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind before he shook his head, that he was reluctant to share his energy cube recipes. Trusting others had never been his forte. Pokemon, on the other hand, were pure-hearted creatures. Yes, Pokemon. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. While humans might not suffice, certain Pokemon could certainly assist in creating energy cubes. Compared to humans, most Pokemon were merely less dexterous with their limbs. However, Psychic-type Pokemon could easily employ their abilities to compensate for this limitation. There even existed a Psychic-type Pokemon capable of precisely controlling data, enabling mass production of energy cubes. A colossal 4-legged metallic figure materialized in his mind, quickly taking root and spreading like wild vines. Yet Lin Feng soon felt deflated. Where could he possibly find a Metagross? Such a creature would be unattainable without a fortune exceeding 1,000,000, that he had once thought earning a 6-figure income daily was a sign of wealth. But upon reflection, the things he desired were still far too costly. With a sigh, he lamented that money seemed to vanish easily. Tung Tung, who had been awake beside him, observed Lin Feng's busyness and warmly offered him a cup of chilled moo moo milk with her vines. "Thank you, Tung Tung," Lin Feng said, crouching down to pat her head. After sipping the moo moo milk and feeling a bit more revitalized, he proceeded to wash up and retire to bed. The icy Vulpix was already nestled in the covers, sound asleep, with tiny bubbles occasionally surfacing from her nose, indicating her deep slumber. Lin Feng stealthily climbed into bed, instinctively checking the system's happiness prompt, his expression slightly taken aback. Strange, Tianzu. Is there someone who specifically captures this type of Pokemon from Alola? He pondered, but soon dismissed it, lying down beside the icy Vulpix and breaking into a contented smile that in one could resist the charm of having an ice-type Pokemon by their side during summer nights, especially while sleeping. Meanwhile, just outside the treehouse, Tung Tung pursed her lips and entered the dwelling. July 29th at the dawn was just beginning to break. Lin Feng rose early as usual, setting up the energy cubes for sale. After informing Qin Shu of the prices, he thought for a moment and added a cardboard sign beside the display, inscribed with bold letters. No returns, no exchanges. The message was straightforward. If customers felt that the defensive energy cubes were ineffective, they could return them, but doing so would forfeit their right to purchase any further energy cubes from the store. 10,000. 20,000. Little Qin Shu's expression shifted upon hearing the prices, and she pouted. So expensive. It would take her an entire month's salary to afford just one. Lin Feng chuckled. There's a reason for the price. The effects are genuine, though the manufacturing process may be somewhat rough. The technique ensures that the quality is not lacking, that it works exceptionally well for Pokemon like Diglett and Onix. Qin Shu's eyes sparkled mischievously as she glanced around the empty shop. Then whispered playfully, Brother Feng, I can buy these energy cubes too, right? You see, my Squirtle has been feeling less satisfied with its food lately, and I suspect the energy cubes from Wong Wong's supermarket might not be palatable. Lin Feng paused. Of course you can. Qin Shu revealed a modest smile, her round and delicate face slightly flushed. She shyly said, could you perhaps consider me as your employee and grant me a discount? She was well aware of the high price of the item, yet she still wished to purchase something for her cherished comics. Lin Feng couldn't help but find it amusing. All right, you can buy it at half price. It appeared she had been waiting for him here, that AS for comics' poor appetite. He was all too familiar with the reason. Every day when Qin Shu arrived at work, she would leave comics at home. However, whenever Lin Feng went to the plantation at noon to feed Venus and Pidgey, Comex would sneak out of the house, swim through the irrigation channel, and emerge with its head above water, feigning innocence as it gazed at him. This little turtle, having worked here for some time, was well aware of when Lin Feng fed Venus the energy cubes. What could he do? He could only feed it alongside Venus. It must be said that this sneaky behavior seemed to stimulate Comex's desire to sneak a treat, and thus, every time he fed Comex, the little creature's joy levels would rise significantly. Occasionally, it would even earn a special reward. Later, Lin Feng removed a section of the fence beneath an orange tree, allowing Comex to enter directly, while also bringing some energy cubes for Sandshrew that he instructed Comex not to reveal that it was he who provided them. It seemed this young lady was completely unaware of Comex's antics, yet she was now spending a month's salary here. Tsa. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng chose not to remind Qin Shu, allowing her to work here for Comex. After all, a young girl didn't need too much money on her at this time. With Lin Feng's approval, Qin Shu's expression brightened, clearly brimming with enthusiasm that if his system could detect human joy levels, it would undoubtedly register a significant increase in the young girl's happiness. Work diligently. After leaving a few words, Lin Feng made his way to the plantation. It seemed that yesterday's events had not significantly impacted the plantation. In fact, Shinedo's arrival had resulted in Lin Feng harvesting all the ripe fruits and vegetables that he first retrieved the grass balls he had crafted the day before from his storage sphere and fed them to the mill tanks. Then turned his attention to the cater pie diligently munching on the hay. Since capturing it yesterday, Lin Feng had scarcely paid attention to it. He took out a green rice ball and pondered whether it preferred this or the hay. Yui, the cater pie lifted its head, its dark eyes reflecting Lin Feng's figure, clearly displaying a hint of joy. Having been anxious and fearful of being devoured by Pidgey just yesterday, it now felt as though it was immersed in a sea of happiness. Yui, I like to eat. I like eating. I like it all. As long as you can eat, right? Then let's stick with the green rice balls that if it rains, make sure to take shelter in the barn. Understood. Lin Feng gently placed it on the hay near the barn and addressed the mill tanks, saying that it would also come in to eat green rice balls, urging them not to bully it. The green rice balls he prepared for the mill tanks were always in excess. However, after spending a few days together, Lin Feng discovered that no matter how many green rice balls he placed in the barn, the mill tanks would devour them all, even if it meant their bellies were round and producing copious amounts of milk. This situation left Lin Feng feeling somewhat helpless, ultimately leading him to manually control their portions. Moo, okay. Moo. We won't. Moo. It still looks like a baby. We can feed it milk. Moo. Yes, feed it milk. The mill tanks excitedly began to discuss this. Understanding the implications of the mill tanks conversation, Lin Feng couldn't help but envision the scene of Cater Pie drinking milk from the mill tanks, sending a shiver down his spine as he quickly interjected, No, the green rice balls already contain your milk. The image was too beautiful to contemplate. Moo. Is that so? No wonder it's so delightful. Moo. Enough of that, I'm going to keep eating. The mill tanks resumed their animated discussion before quickly redirecting their focus back to the food. Observing the harmonious interaction between the mill tanks and Cater Pie, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction before heading to the water reservoir. Upon seeing him approach, Venus immediately poked its head out of the water, one of its long red tentacles brushing against Lin Feng's face in the gentle breeze, that he reached out to grasp it, feeling its smooth texture and chuckling. Venus, look, I've widened the irrigation channel for you. Now you can swim much more freely here. How does that sound, Yui? Venus seemed somewhat puzzled. All right, it's settled then. Lin Feng, seeing that it had no objections, prepared to call the Huba construction team that he had been very pleased with their work on the barn. So he intended to hire them again. Just then, a blue figure suddenly appeared before him in Minas, Chapter 60. The joyous reward from Shinado. Intermediate psychic power. Undoubtedly, the blue figure was Shinado. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated Shinado's arrival, but did not expect it to be so soon. Shauna? I agree to the work you mentioned, but it seems there's no need to pick fruits today. Shinado floated in the air, its invisible psychic force holding its body aloft, undisturbed even by the gentle morning breeze. After waiting all night and hearing such a satisfactory response, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. That's wonderful. Rest assured, I have work for you today. He rambled on. Today we need to widen the irrigation channel for Minas, but human construction always tends to muddy the water, so I must ask you to create a psychic barrier to temporarily isolate the irrigation channel from the reservoir, to prevent it from becoming dirty. Shinado paused, taken aback by how naturally this human was giving orders. The energy cubes and fruits it had brought back yesterday had been consumed by the three little ones, leaving only the fruits, which were clearly not as favored as the energy cubes. Thus, it ultimately returned to this plantation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng busily dialed the construction team, inviting them to the plantation in Wudong Town. The team readily agreed, saying they would arrive shortly. After hanging up, Lin Feng looked at Shinado hovering in the air and couldn't resist using his observation ability again, aside from a friendship level of 5. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This Shinado was simply remarkable. Shauna. After a brief silence, Shinado scanned its surroundings, realizing there was nowhere to land. Thus it remained suspended in the air, faced with this situation. Lin Feng decided to be straightforward. Shinado, do you carry a curse? This statement instantly heightened Shinado's vigilance, its gentle form releasing an unseen psychic power that enveloped Lin Feng. Shauna, how do you know? The curse had been attached to it since childhood, now deeply etched into every facet of its psychic abilities. Anyone sleeping within a kilometer of it would uncontrollably become a medium for transmitting the curse. This was also the reason it needed to frequently change locations. Seeking a quiet place to minimize the impact on other creatures that I am a breeder, and coupled with my possession of the power of eternity, I am able to perceive this. Lin Feng did not hold back, sharing his thoughts from the previous night. However, you need not worry too much. This curse is not without solutions. Or rather, it cannot strictly be termed a curse. It is a gift bestowed upon you by the Pokemon that endowed you with this curse. It is merely that your strength is insufficient to control it perfectly. Was this Shinado strong? Indeed. Over level 70, it was undoubtedly the strongest ordinary Pokemon Lin Feng had encountered thus far. Yet he felt that compared to the nightmare Pokemon Darkrai, Shinado was still lacking considerably. Shauna? Observing the human who had so succinctly articulated its condition, Shinado's crimson eyes widened with suspicion. Shauna, do you have a solution? It's not so much a solution. Lin Feng chuckled softly. You probably already know the way out. First, find the Pokemon that bestowed you the curse and have it resolve it. Second, locate a Pokemon with an opposite energy nature to grant it a different blessing, allowing the two energies to cancel each other out. However, this option is far more challenging, given how deeply rooted your curse is. What I wish to convey is that you can certainly learn to control this curse. If my guesses are correct, when you first began, the curse's reach extended further, only gradually being controlled by your extraordinary powers as your strength grew. Shinado paused for a moment in silence before nodding. Indeed, this curse had endowed it with formidable power, talent, and insight since childhood. Yet, it also brought endless torment. Initially, the curse expanded over a distance of 3 kilometers, which gradually diminished to 1 kilometer as its strength increased. However, to wield this cursed power at will, Shinado estimated, it would require surpassing his strength. Such hope seemed incredibly faint to be why now it had come to believe in Lin Feng's identity as a cultivator. However, it had previously sought help from corresponding cultivators among humans, even renowned ones, yet none could resolve its plight. Could this human have a solution? Try this, Lin Feng said, producing a bottle of milky white energy cubes that he carefully extracted one and tossed it over. The S-grade assimilation energy cube, crafted with a small amount of A-grade moo milk and intermediate special scale fruit, was a specialized attack energy cube that, when consumed, would temporarily enhance special attack by 1550 with prolonged use. It could elevate a Pokemon's special attack value. Note: abundant energy cannot be consumed by Pokemon below the gym level. Culinary Effect 1. Enhances a Pokemon's resistance to abnormal states. Culinary Effect 2. Increases the probability of inflicting abnormal states with opponent skills. Culinary Effect 3. Assimilation. With long-term use, it allows for easier resistance to damage from countering attributes and better control of external energy. An S-grade energy cube, and an S at that. This was the type Lin Feng had concocted while attempting to create an energy cube to enhance the flying type skill proficiency for Pidgey. Due to the limited quantity and restrictions, Lin Feng had not initially offered it to his Pokemon. One could say that he had truly invested in retaining Shinado. With telekinesis, it levitated the energy cube, regarding it with uncertainty, before succumbing to the itch of curiosity and taking a bite. The moment it swallowed, energy coursed through its body, and its gaze momentarily dulled. Yet the next second, a flicker of astonishment and incredulity ignited in its crimson eyes. It had just attempted to mobilize its energy, and it could indeed feel that the power of the curse was becoming more manageable. Congratulations, host. Shinado's joy level has risen from 0 to 75. Rewards: 10 bags of advanced golden fertilizer, 10 advanced rare candies, and intermediate psychic power. Upon hearing this reward in Lin Feng's mind, his brain nearly shrank in disbelief. What did the system just say? Intermediate psychic power? Lin Feng could hardly believe it and glanced at the system information again. It was indeed clear. The reward was, without doubt, psychic power. Chapter 61. Is the unusual Shinado also here to work? The moment the rewards were credited, a wave of energy similar to the infusion of the everlasting power took shape within him. However, this time, it inclined more towards the tangible realm. His mind became exceptionally clear. Everything within his line of sight could extend this energy like an extension of himself, and it became more agile. Intermediate psychic power. Instinctively, Lin Feng thought to utilize the surplus psychic power within him. Yet upon gazing at Shinado, he ultimately restrained himself. That he chuckled softly. So, how is it? The effect is quite remarkable, isn't it? Shinado's previously exerted psychic power had subsided. Its eyes, filled with complexity and desire, fell upon the energy cube in Lin Feng's hand. Shauna? Very good. A chuckle escaped Lin Feng as he tucked the energy cube away. This was the best energy cube he had crafted thus far, and naturally, its effects were commendable. The first time he received such a bountiful reward deepened Lin Feng's resolve to retain Shinado. Even if it meant employing underhanded tactics, Shinado opened its mouth, hesitating to speak. It wished to inquire how it could exchange work for such energy cubes. However, it felt somewhat embarrassed to voice its thoughts, especially since Lin Feng had already mentioned that these energy cubes were incredibly precious. Yet, Lin Feng seemed to sense its unspoken thoughts. That I have two types of work options. Point 1 is a long-term position, where I can provide 10 bottles of yesterday's energy cubes each week, along with one of the energy cubes you just consumed. The other is a short-term position, offering 1 bottle of yesterday's energy cubes daily. And if there are some more tedious tasks that day, I would provide one of the energy cubes you just ate, like today, when we need to widen the irrigation ditch requiring your psychic powers. Long-term or short-term, both would demand 7 hours a day, 3 hours in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. Upon presenting the options, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse himself inwardly. That wasn't this coercing Shinado into choosing a long-term position. What an effective means of forcing someone into labor. Indeed, upon hearing these two options, Shinado fell into contemplation. Clearly, it was weighing the merits of each form. Ultimately, sensing the curse within, it nodded. Shauna, long-term. Having finally spotted an opportunity to break free, it did not wish to let it slip away. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Although Shinado was more aloof than he had anticipated, once it took the first step, the rest would be much easier. Oh, by the way, you can also bring your child along. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the previous day, when Shinado had returned with the energy cube, that it would certainly be safer for Ralts to be here than in the wild. Wouldn't it? If Shinado brought Ralts along, that would be perfect. He could take in both mother and child. Although Ralts might not contribute much to the plantation's development in the short term, once it evolved into Shinado, it could assist him in crafting energy cubes. After all, Beldum was too challenging to obtain and care for. Shinado was much more manageable. Shinado's expression darkened. Its previously cheerful mood suddenly dampened. Shauna, I do not have a child. Very well then. Lin Feng nodded in slight disappointment. not probing further, assuming it was simply a matter of Shinedo's short acquaintance with him and a lack of trust. After a while, Hubba's construction team arrived with several fighting-type Pokemon. After clarifying Lin Feng's needs, Hubba promptly presented a plan to allow Milotic to swim smoothly and turn within the channel. The width needed to be tripled, and the depth also had to be increased. This was a significant undertaking as the excavated soil and cement blocks required constant transportation. The soil was manageable, but the cement blocks were the main concern. Estimating a week's time, Lin Feng asked, "What if it helps?" Pointing at Shinedo hovering above. That would reduce it to just a day or two. Hubba looked at the young plantation owner with astonishment. In recent days, news of Shinedo had spread like wildfire around Wudong town. Some claimed to have seen this Shinedo, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. This alone spoke volumes about Shinedo's formidable strength. Ordinary trainers had no chance of encountering it. Yet this young owner had managed to capture it. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Shinedo nodded at Lin Feng, saying nothing. After reinforcing a psychic barrier at the connection between the irrigation channel and the reservoir, it joined the construction team outside. Soon, the sounds of construction echoed around them. Seizing the moment while there was nothing to do, Lin Feng called out to Rotom, who had begun testing the ground moisture overhead, "Shall we go check out the construction site?" At this point, dawn had nearly fully broken, and people had started arriving in the town to purchase energy cubes. Before long, the sounds of hammering caught their attention. The onlookers' gaze. A construction team, equipped with various fighting-type Pokemon, was hard at work, shattering cement blocks and digging up soil to widen the channel. Meanwhile, on the bank, a blue-haired Shinedo was using its psychic powers to lift cement blocks onto a truck, while the soil was flung away to an open area. This, however, was not the main point. The main point was Shinedo. The first person to arrive rubbed their eyes, initially unsure if they were mistaken. Upon opening their eyes again, their expression shifted entirely to one of astonishment. At an unusual Shinedo. This is the hottest topic lately. How could it be here working? No way. Are construction jobs really that competitive now? Using a Shinedo instead of fighting-type Pokemon? Alas, I might as well engage in manual labor, for at least I could capture a shiny Shinedo while doing so. As I observe the growing crowd of onlookers, the misunderstandings escalate, with many resorting to their phones to record the scene. Hubba straightens his back and explains, "Please do not misconstrue this. This Shinedo does not belong to our construction company. It is a Pokemon nurtured by Lin, the proprietor of the neighboring breeding house." Chapter 62. Kingolv and Shihong. Ash and Shigeru, August 1 SD. Kanto region. It has been quite a while since the battle with Shihong. Following his resignation from the champion's position, Kingolv has adopted a more laid-back attitude. He occasionally wanders here and there, stopping whenever he encounters a Pokemon he finds intriguing, nurturing it regardless of whether it chooses to remain by his side or not. It is merely a hobby driven by curiosity. After all, his ultimate goal is to complete the Pokédex. Today, he returns to the origin of his dreams, Masera Town, to AT Professor Okito's laboratory. Clad in a white lab coat, Professor Okito sits on a high stool, slurping instant noodles when he suddenly notices a tall, slender young man with brown hair and a necklace standing at the entrance. Rubbing his eyes, he chuckles cheerfully, "Ah, Kingolv, what a coincidence. Shihong just returned, and you followed right after." "Ah." Kingolv's expression stiffens momentarily, his previously tranquil demeanor now stirred. "Do not compare me to that brat." However, before he can articulate further, a crimson figure emerges from the backyard. "Kingolv? You're back too. What were you just saying?" Dressed in a red hat resembling a Pokeball, complemented by a red jacket and light blue trousers, it is undoubtedly Shihong. With keen interest, Shihong inquires, "Are you suggesting a Pokemon battle?" Kingolv's expression turns defiant. "Enough with the chatter. If you wish to battle, then let us do so. Who's afraid of you? The one who can attack trainers. Let's go." Observing the departing duo, Professor Okito shakes his head, returning his focus to his noodles. Despite both having been champions, they still act as if they've consumed gunpowder upon encountering one another. Finishing a mouthful of noodles, a satisfied expression spreads across Okito's face when a boisterous child barges into the laboratory. "Professor Okito, Professor Okito, how much longer until I can embark on my journey?" Upon seeing the child, Professor Okito responds jovially, "Oh, it's Ash. Why not calculate your own age? Once you reach the appropriate age, you can capture your first Pokemon and set off." Just then another child strides in, disdainfully retorting, "Hi, Ash. Just don't oversleep on the day you choose your first Pokemon with your current demeanor. You will never become a Pokemon master. Only I can achieve that." Watching Ash and Shigeru bicker once more, Professor Okito rubs his head, feeling a bit exasperated. "You too. It feels as if you're mirroring the earlier encounter of Chi-Hong and Kingolf at the entrance of the Token Forest." Chi-Hong, observing the exhausted Kingolf, stands up and stretches. "After all this time, battling you remains the most enjoyable experience." Beside Kingolf stands a Blastoise, cleaning the charred marks on its body, while a Pikachu perches on Chi-Hong's shoulder. Despite their apparent size difference, the small Pikachu stands confidently atop the Blastoise. Though Kingolf wishes to speak, he ultimately refrains, simply pouting in disinterest. Noticing Chi-Hong engrossed in his phone, curiosity peaks within him. "What are you watching?" "This," Chi-Hong replies. "I recently stumbled upon a Douyin account called Neighboring Breeding House. It seems quite impressive. The proprietor appears to live a leisurely life, tending to the land every day." Chi-Hong leans in closer with his phone. "You must have seen it too. It features that ivy snake battling a Lapras. You even left a comment." He continues excitedly. "The blogger seems to have captured a shiny Shinado recently. Trainers who have purchased energy cubes from this breeding house praise them highly. I wonder how their quality stacks up against the energy cubes you produce." Since claiming victory in both the Chengdu and Kanto leagues, Chi-Hong has taken a more relaxed approach, avoiding challenges against other league champions. Over time, he has come to enjoy this tranquil lifestyle that he contemplates whether to establish a challenge venue akin to a gym, waiting for challengers to come forth. The intersection of Chengdu and Kanto at Silver Mountain seems quite promising. "A breeding house? Shinado?" Kingolf leans in, intrigued by the video's title. "Widening the irrigation channels. Fortunate to have Shinado hauling bricks. My plantation is flourishing." This title. Even as a nurturer, Kingolf can't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, you've truly mastered the art of attracting views. Why not have Shinado create energy cubes instead? However, as the video continues, a flicker of doubt crosses Kingolf's brow until he glimpses the shimmering crimson eyes and the shiny appearance. Could it be the Shinado? Chi-Hong, curious, asks, "What is this? You recognize it?" Kingolf nods that I've seen it before. It was cursed by the god of nightmares, and I sought to assist it. Chi-Hong bursts into laughter. So that's it. I knew that when faced with a shiny Shinado, you couldn't resist the urge to capture it. Turns out you didn't succeed. Silence. Kingolf suddenly erupts, seizing Chi-Hong's hands and pinning him down. "What do you mean? Didn't he succeed? I have already captured Shinado. Do not sully my reputation, you cheeky Kingolf," resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement. Chi-Hong retaliates, but this prompts Pikachu to intervene, shaking its head as a jolt of electricity courses through the two. Pika, with a surge of energy and tingling sensation, both finally calm down. After a moment, Kingolf asks, "Send me that Douyin link." "All right, but you must say thank you." "Thank you, League Champion." August 1 SD. Early morning. 3 days have swiftly passed. Gazing at the completed irrigation channel, Lin Feng expresses his gratitude to the construction team repeatedly, attributing the success primarily to Shinado, stating, "We merely did some hammering and drilling." The honest hubba accepted only a third of the payment, refusing to take any more, prompting Lin Feng to gift each worker a large watermelon and an energy cube made from Longqing fruit. Such a kind-hearted fellow. Lin Feng remains blissfully unaware that the value of the energy cube surpassed the monetary reward as he watches the construction team depart. Unable to suppress his admiration, Shinado stands nearby, feeling somewhat weary. Right. Chapter 63, Shinado's affection level up, however. Indeed, the kindness is quite commendable, observing the back-and-forth exchange of gifts between Lin Feng and the departing workers. Shinado silently nods. From their interactions over the past few days, this human has proven to be quite benevolent. He engages daily with the Vulpix, chats with the Milotic, assists the Ivy Snake in agricultural tasks, and even milks the mill tank. Occasionally, he teases the Caterpie, questioning, "Aren't you worried that the Pidgey will swoop down and snatch you for a meal?" This terrifies the Caterpie, causing it to tremble and hide in the barn, too fearful to emerge. Only after realizing that the Pidgey pays it no mind does it slowly venture from the grass to other areas. "All right, you've worked hard these past few days," the truck team departs. Lin Feng looks up at Shinado in the sky, producing a fusion energy cube. However, this time, I won't toss it away, but rather hold it in my hand, that he opens his palm toward Shinedo, recognizing that some contact is necessary to foster their bond, lest their relationship stagnates. Shinedo gently descends, pausing approximately 2 meters away from Lin Feng. Shauna, the week hasn't yet passed. Lin Feng cheerfully responds. The project is complete. Consider this a bonus that it's no trouble at all. With eager anticipation, it gazed at Shinedo. After a brief moment of silence, Shinedo looked at Lin Feng and, ultimately, using her psychic abilities, retrieved the energy cube and consumed it in one swift motion. The thoughts of this human were nearly all laid bare upon his face, devoid of the need for telepathy. He simply wished to capture her, to have her toil for him in this plantation day after day. Had this been in the past, she would have resolutely declined to as a being cursed. No matter how composed a trainer might be, prolonged torment from nightmares would inevitably lead to cruelty. But now, it was different. Shinedo had glimpsed the prospect of breaking her curse. Although it would require considerable time, this was indeed a glimmering ray of hope. Would she, who had long been solitary, finally choose a trainer as her companion? Upon witnessing Shinedo accept the energy cube, Lin Feng chuckled. Follow me, work diligently, and you shall eventually claim the curse of the nightmare god as your own. Shinedo, A serene and graceful voice resonated within Lin Feng's mind. Observing Shinedo's affinity rise from 15 to 35, his heart swelled with elation. The upward curve of his lips could not be concealed, a beaming smile adorning his face. Indeed, for a Pokemon capable of telepathy, a straightforward approach was paramount. Yet as Shinedo beheld his smile, she suddenly questioned whether her earlier thoughts had been somewhat hasty. Ultimately, she could no longer withstand Lin Feng's fervent gaze, and her eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Shauna, I shall take my leave now. Very well, go ahead. Remember to return tomorrow. Lin Feng did not hinder Shinedo's departure. Instead, he ambled through the plantation, his mood buoyant, before retreating to his room. Finding it empty, he ventured into the breeding house. Inside, a familiar customer who frequently purchased energy cubes noticed Lin Feng's exuberance and jested. Little brother, your countenance these past few days resembles that of springtime. No wonder you have successfully captured Shinedo. Oh, not at all. Lin Feng feigned modesty, neither affirming nor refuting the comment, merely shaking his head with a smile as he exited the breeding house. Subsequently, he hastened out of the breeding house, meandering until he arrived at the periphery of the barn. This was where he had previously instructed BB Bird to practice Hurricane, in recent days. He had not been idle either. Accompanied by the ivy snake and the Vulpix, he had cleared the area, creating a substantial open space intended for cultivating vast pastures. Currently, the ivy snake was guiding the Vulpix in honing her skills, primarily focusing on the adaptability training now that Vulpix had surpassed her infancy phase. Vulpix, ivy snake. Lin Feng called out loudly as he opened the gate. Tung tung, ing ing. Upon seeing Lin Feng, both Pokemon immediately ceased their training and rushed towards him. The first to leap forward was Vulpix, while Ivy Snake approached more demurely. It must be noted that the newborn Vulpix had grown remarkably in just 7 to 8 days. Her size increased by a third, and her 6 tails moved with greater grace, her eyes shining with purity. Running his hand through Vulpix's soft fur, Lin Feng activated his Pokemon, Vulpix gender, female ability, Snow Cloak potential, red individual values, HP 27, attack 25, special attack 31, defense 27, special defense 25, speed 31, level 11-15 skills, hypnosis, moonblast, tail whip, powder snow, ice shard, icy wind, disable, affinity 95, it regards you as its pillar of support. Joy level 60, I am truly remarkable. Tung tung, she is quite intelligent. Having learned icy wind by observing the swirling winds in my grass mixer, the ivy snake remarked softly. Impressive, Lin Feng praised, then turned to Vulpix with sparkling eyes. So, how does it feel to learn new skills? A delicate and melodious voice emanated from the ice Vulpix. Ing ing ing, it's wonderful, truly wonderful, just look. With that, she leaped from Lin Feng's embrace, her sapphire-like eyes now serious, and opened her small mouth, unleashing a gust of swirling snow-laden wind that swept forward. Even in the sweltering heat of summer, it rendered the land before her parched. Even after the wind subsided, a chill lingered on the ground. For this was ice formed from condensed energy, not easily melted. Yet it was evident that the ice Vulpix had grasped the essence of this skill. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. This will save us on air conditioning bills. Tung tung. Upon hearing her trainer's comment, the ice Vulpix grew even more delighted. She could finally contribute to this household. Meanwhile, the ivy snake looked at Lin Feng with a hint of confusion. Was air conditioning expensive? In a world where Pokemon generated electricity, air conditioning costs were merely a few dimes per kilowatt. Unable to contain his joy, Lin Feng scooped up the ice Vulpix and affectionately patted the ivy snake's head, exclaiming, "Let us head home. Today is a splendid day. We are one step closer to having a Psychic-type Pokemon in our family that I'll prepare something delicious for you." Chapter 64. The Ivy Snake's Thunder in Nature. Chung chung fruit. When you fruit, long ching fruit. Lin Feng diced all the berries into suitable cubes and combined them, adding a splash of moo moo milk. All right, little Vulpix, now blow in some ice shavings. Once he had completed everything at the countertop, Lin Feng cradled the little Vulpix. The ice Vulpix opened her mouth, and fine ice shavings were added, resulting in a summer-exclusive fruit ice platter to ANA-rated berry milk platter. Created by blending various berries with moo moo milk, fragrant powder, and ice-type energy, boasted complex effects and components. Culinary effects. 1. A summer refreshment upon consumption, increases overall cooling by 50 and lasts for 3 hours before dissipating. 2. Long-term consumption allows Pokemon vulnerable to fire-type moves to withstand damage from fire attacks. 3. Ice-type Pokemon consuming this enhances their probability of mastering Ice-type skills. Upon seeing the A rating, Lin Feng beamed with satisfaction. With an abundance of berries at hand, he now felt confident in preparing more of these delightful berry platters. Eat up. Every Pokemon can partake. He took a piece for himself. As the berry entered his mouth, a wave of refreshing coolness surged through his body, invigorating him. In no time, he felt a delightful chill envelop him, as if the stifling heat had been banished, leaving him utterly refreshed. How marvelous! Even Lin Feng was astonished by the berry platter he had created. He could hardly imagine how delightful it would be for trainers on summer vacations to indulge in such a refreshing berry platter. Not to mention, this platter came with 2 additional culinary effects, making it the perfect meal for the ice Vulpix. Moreover, it was also a commendable dish for the ivy snake and the caterpie. Ing. The Vulpix beside him had long been drooling over the enticing platter, nuzzling Lin Feng's hand in a playful manner. All right, here you go. You certainly deserve to indulge in this. Amused, Lin Feng gently pushed Vulpix's head away and divided the berry platter into 2 portions. One to enjoy later in the plantation with the other Pokemon, and another to be stored in the refrigerator. After organizing everything, Lin Feng took the ivy snake and Vulpix to the plantation, inviting the Pokemon who could join to share in the feast, while he personally brought food to those who could not attend. When he turned back, he found the little Vulpix happily feasting, whereas the ivy snake seemed lost in thought, staring at the platter. Slightly dazed, Lin Feng paused for a moment, then approached it. "What is wrong, Ivy Snake?" Having been among his first Pokemon, Minatos and Ivy Snake had shared a bond, and he seldom witnessed the latter appear so contemplative. Tung tung. Startled by Lin Feng's voice, the Ivy Snake snapped back to reality, opened its mouth, but ultimately held back, merely shaking its head. It simply could not bring itself to express affection as openly as the ice Vulpix, who could snuggle into his embrace at any moment and do as she pleased. How peculiar. Lin Feng stroked his chin, noting that the ivy snake's demeanor was noticeably subdued. This was evident from its joy level of 15. Previously, while its joy might not have risen as high as other Pokemon during meals, it had always remained above 50. Unable to decipher its thoughts, Lin Feng chose not to speculate further, instead invoking his power of permanence. The power of permanence granted him the ability to directly sense a Pokemon's emotions. It even allowed him to do so without them realizing that the verdant energy enveloped the ivy snake. Lin Feng sensed something that left his expression slightly peculiar, though he quickly composed himself. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke to the ivy snake. "Is it that my food doesn't suit your taste?" Tung tung. The ivy snake blinked in surprise before hastily responding. Tung tung. No, it's delicious. The food is exceptionally delicious. The icy and refreshing fruit platter aligns perfectly with its constitution. It's time to feed it. Lin Feng skillfully speared a piece of fruit with a skewer and presented it before the ivy snake. Da! Open wide. Tung tung. The ivy snake's eyes widened in surprise as it fixated on the increasingly magnified piece of fruit, instinctively retreating while its shorter arms waved nervously. Tung-ting. However, Lin Feng did not falter at its retreat. Instead, he continued to offer the fruit. What's the matter? Don't you like it? Tung-ting, the ivy snake hesitated. It's not. I'm not a baby anymore. Please don't feed me. Its expression reflected confusion, casting furtive glances at the other Pokemon nearby, seemingly anxious about being observed. But just because you're not a baby, does that mean you should reject a trainer's offering? Lin Feng observed the ivy snake with a teasing smile, bringing the fruit even closer. Come on, be obedient. Open up. Ting-ting. The ivy snake relented, cautiously checking its surroundings before finally parting its mouth to accept the trainer's offering. Congratulations to the host for increasing the ivy snake's happiness from 15 to 80, rewarded with an A-rank leaf stone, a medium-sized rare candy, and 5 bags of medium-grade golden fertilizer. After the first piece of fruit, although the ivy snake remained somewhat tense, fearing judgment from the other Pokemon, it soon realized that everyone was preoccupied with their own meals, allowing it to relax and accept the trainer's offering with a sense of justified contentment. Yet its face felt a tad warm. Trainers are truly wonderful. August 2nd daytime. Inside the kitchen. Yes, just like that, use psychic power to move these fruits into the blender, maintaining the right frequency. Lin Feng was guiding Shinado in creating energy cubes. One must admit, this level 70 Shinado learns remarkably quickly. Lin Feng only needed to demonstrate once for it to grasp the intricate details of making energy cubes. Of course, this eagerness to learn could also be attributed to Shinado's genuine desire to master the process. Ultimately, 2 batches of energy cubes were placed before Lin Feng. The D-rank stamina energy cube was quite ordinary, restoring a small amount of stamina upon consumption, while the C-rank stamina energy cube had the culinary effect of revitalizing energy in a short period. 1 batch was made without Lin Feng's intervention, while he participated in the final touches of the other. The disparity in quality was astonishing. Chapter 65, Shinado's 3 offspring. Not bad. We succeeded on the first attempt. Lin Feng looked at the energy cubes with satisfaction. He couldn't say the processes were identical, but they were remarkably similar. As for the difference in quality, it was likely due to his breeder profession bonus. Shinado, gazing at the energy cubes before it, appeared momentarily lost in thought. Initially, when Lin Feng asked it to come learn about making energy cubes, it thought it was a ruse. To its surprise, he was genuinely imparting knowledge without reservation. Great. With you here, we can expand the production of energy cubes. However, I first need to purchase additional equipment for their creation. Lin Feng counted on his fingers. If he were to buy equipment, he might as well get a lawnmower for Rotom to operate, as he wouldn't have the time to tend to the grasslands behind the barn once they grew. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, prompting Lin Feng to glance at Shinado. What is it? Shinado hesitantly inquired. If they aren't my children, would you still be willing to accept them? The few Pokemon from the Ball Sea Lions were somewhat wary of humans due to their past experiences. However, keeping them in the forest was not a long-term solution. Since adopting those Pokemon, Shinado had been nurturing them, and over time, a bond had formed. Not your children? Lin Feng's gaze shifted, his expression becoming slightly peculiar. Such a statement could easily lead to misunderstandings and unwarranted thoughts. Could it be that he was wearing a metaphorical green hat? No, he couldn't entertain such notions. Shinado continued. They are merely Pokemon rescued from the outside world. There are abandoned Ball Sea Lions and fire chickens, as well as a sweet bamboo whose mother was captured at I see. Lin Feng's understanding dawned, and a smile spread across his face. The Ball Sea Lions, fire chickens, and the sweet bamboo were all excellent choices. The Ball Sea Lions could thrive in a water reservoir alongside the Milotic, while the sweet bamboo was precisely the type of Pokemon he desired for harvesting ingredients. The fire chicken would also fill the void of fire-type Pokemon in his plantation and could temporarily assist Biberi in its duties. Contemplating this, Lin Feng felt a surge of indignation. These trainers are truly shameless. Abandoning Pokemon is one thing, but to capture the mother of the sweet bamboo and not ensure the safety of its offspring. If it were me, I would have taken both the child and the mother. He then inquired further about the 2 abandoned Pokemon. Shinado shook its head to no, the remaining 2 Pokemon. The Ball Sea Lion was indeed abandoned due to its lack of talent. But the fire chicken is another matter. The fire chicken was abandoned because it ate too much, and its trainer could no longer afford to keep it. Ate too much, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. How could a newly hatched Pokemon consume so much? Was it truly the case that a trainer capable of obtaining starter Pokemon would abandon one for being gluttonous? Shinado nodded. Of the energy cubes you provided these past few days, 9/10 were consumed by it. Lin Feng was utterly astonished. His entire bottle of energy cubes, based on the normal consumption of a newborn Pokemon, should last 3 to 4 days. Therefore, he had calculated the amount given to Shinado to ensure its offspring would not go hungry. Yet now, Shinado claimed that 10 bottles of energy cubes had been finished in less than 5 days. With 9/10 devoured by the fire chicken, Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder a question. If it ate that much, how much would it excrete? Surely, it couldn't have digestive issues. All right, bring them over. I want to take a look. Rest assured, with a plantation of this size, it's impossible for a single fire chicken to consume it all. Shinado let out a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Lin Feng's expression, it had feared he might refuse to adopt the fire chicken. If left to roam in the wild, the situation would be even more precarious. Thinking of the 3 Pokemon she had raised finding a home, Shinado felt a sense of ease and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Oh, there's no need for such formality that you're now a member of the plantation. If anything comes up, just let me know, and I'll do my best to resolve it. Good. Shinado replied, uncertain whether she was responding to Lin Feng's earlier statement or the latter. In an instant, she vanished, and when she reappeared, Lin Feng found himself in the plantation, accompanied by 3 small Pokemon, a fire chicken, a ball sea lion, and a sweet bamboo, which blinked its yellow eyes, its round body encased in a red shell, revealing a hint of tender white flesh beneath, adorned with green petals that exuded a fresh and appetizing aura. This was Alolan's sweet bamboo, capable of extracting and consuming its own juice. However, upon being thrust into this new environment, the 3 Pokemon appeared somewhat apprehensive, with the sweet bamboo timidly hiding behind Shinado. Ball? Where is this? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the sweet bamboo. Species, sweet bamboo. Gender, female. Ability, oblivious. Qualification, green level, 11 to 12. Individual value, skills, leap. Harmonious coexistence, sweet aroma, leaf blade. Description, it seems to possess a timid nature. Affection, -5, dislikes humans. Happiness, 0. Where is this? Lin Feng nodded approvingly. Although the stats were somewhat lacking, its high potential was a redeeming quality. Moreover, he only sought a sweet bamboo capable of producing juice. Chapter 66. Rest assured, however much you eat, I can support you. Chirp, chirp. So many fruits on the trees. I shall not go hungry now. Sweet. Over there are humans. The 3 little creatures that had just entered each harbored their own thoughts. However, it was not long before Tianjuju spotted Lin Feng standing tall. Chirp? A human? Chio. At the moment they laid eyes on Lin Feng, the 3 Pokemon simultaneously displayed hostility. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Shinado delivered a heavy blow to them. Shauna, from now on, you shall follow him. All the energy cubes you have consumed these days were provided by him. Chirp! Chio. Upon hearing Shinado's words, Chio Hailong and Huijia exchanged glances, instantly revealing their resistance, especially Huijia, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fire, becoming agitated. Chirp! A trainer? Impossible. I refuse to be with a trainer. Although Chio Hailong did not react strongly, it rubbed against Shinado, clearly displeased with this arrangement. Pokemon. Huijia. Gender, male. Ability, super speed. Qualification, red. Individual values, HP 18, attack 31, special attack 31, defense 12, special defense 13, speed 31, strength level 11. 15 skills, spark, peck, quick attack, charge, flame strike, sand attack, return, critical hit. Affection level -15, dislikes humans. Joy level -20, does not want to follow humans. All humans are liars. Description, due to certain circumstances, its ability has been significantly developed, enabling its effects in battle to be 2 to 3 times that of normal. However, this also requires a substantial amount of stamina, leading to an increased appetite in daily life. Pokemon. Chio Hailong. Gender, female. Ability, torrent. Qualification, white. Individual values, HP 8, attack 4, special attack 14, defense 17, special defense 19, speed 2, strength level 78. Skills, Pound call, water gun affection level. -5 does not like you joy level. -5, in a dilemma description. Its mother suffered severe injuries during pregnancy, resulting in a premature birth which led to congenital undernourishment and a decline in qualifications. Lin Feng scrutinized the panels of the three Pokemon, gaining a deeper understanding. Judging from the panels, it was clear that each Pokemon had various issues. Huajijia, despite possessing good talents and individual values, had an excessive appetite, which would undoubtedly pose a challenge for an ordinary trainer. Shanedo's tone grew severe. Shauna, how will you survive in the wild if you do not follow a trainer? Shauna, do you want me to raise you for a lifetime? It expressed a sense of frustration akin to disappointment. Once, it had grown up alone in the perilous wilderness, and thus it understood how difficult it was for these children, devoid of any survival experience, to endure. Especially since Tianjuju emitted a fruity fragrance, making it vulnerable to being devoured by other Pokemon, and Qiu Hailong's strength and talent were alarmingly lacking. Qiu sweet. Qiu Hailong and Tianjuju lowered their heads, resembling students chastised by a teacher, obediently refraining from speech. In contrast, Huajijia was different. Its eyes widened in defiance, chirping, "Humans are all liars." It then turned to flee, only to discover that it was completely surrounded by fences. Moreover, the fences were lined with fruit trees, which were now bearing ripe, orange-yellow fruits that exuded an alluring aroma. Chirp. Huajijia hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to leap over the fence and return to the embrace of nature. But just then, a waft of fragrant aroma wafted through the air, reaching its nostrils. The scent was both delicate and richly enticing, ensnaring its senses and causing its already empty stomach to growl audibly. Though it had intended to flee, its body betrayed its intentions, compelling it to remain. Its eyes could not help but gaze longingly toward the source of the tantalizing fragrance. Before it stood the human, who had somehow obtained an energy cube from which the delightful aroma emanated. Lin Feng cheerfully remarked, "If you wish to leave, why not have a bite before you go?" Chirp, chirp. Huajijia turned its head with difficulty, attempting to preserve its dignity as it prepared to depart. Yet the alluring fragrance drew ever closer, and upon glancing back, it realized that this human had somehow approached its side. What shopkeeper would allow a guest to leave hungry? "Have your fill before you depart," Lin Feng urged, proffering an energy cube infused with fragrant powder and fresh milk. "Why not have a taste?" Chirp. The energy cube before it seemed to possess an enchanting allure, firmly capturing Huajijia's attention. "So, shall I have a taste?" Cautiously, it approached Lin Feng, pecking at the energy cube like a chick pecking at grains. Oh, chirp. After consuming the first piece, Lin Feng produced a second, then a third, and a fourth, until finally, Huajijia let out a contented burp, feeling utterly satisfied. Lin Feng then asked, "Was it delicious?" Huajijia nodded vigorously, chirping, "Delicious." However, after affirming, it suddenly regained its senses, recalling that its initial intention had been to leave. Yet now, its heart was filled with turmoil. If it left now, it might never again experience such indulgence. Must it truly lead a life of hardship? At that moment, the human crouched down, sporting a reassuring smile. "If it is delicious, why not stay? Rest assured, I can provide for you no matter how much you eat." Chirp. Chapter 67. Shanedo, are you plotting in front of me? You can eat as much as you want. This phrase echoed repeatedly in Huajijia's mind, striking at its most sensitive spot and quickening its heartbeat. When it had followed its previous trainer, it initially sensed the trainer's fondness. Yet that affection had transformed into astonishment the first time it finished half a bag of energy cubes. Afterward, although it understood that its trainer's circumstances were not favorable, it attempted to control its consumption. However, as a newborn, how could it possess strong self-control? Eating moderately meant it had to consume several times a day. As it grew beyond its infancy, its appetite escalated. Eventually, one day, its trainer said they would go buy energy cubes and asked it to wait. Yet that wait lasted a full day and night. Huajijia never saw its trainer again. Thus, it realized it had been abandoned. At first, it felt guilt, knowing it had burdened its trainer, but it also harbored thoughts of blame, believing it was the trainer's fault for abandoning it over a bit of excessive eating. However, it eventually came to understand that this could not be blamed on the trainer, nor on itself, that it could only conclude that its issues were beyond the trainer's capacity to resolve. Yet to assert that Huajijia bore no resentment toward its trainer would be disingenuous. How it wished it could stop deceiving itself. What? You don't believe me? Then you should trust your eyes. Look, all these are my fruit trees. Do you still fear I cannot provide for you? Observing the stationary Huijijia, Lin Feng added fuel to the fire. But you cannot dine for free. After you are filled, you must assist BB Bird, that child up in the tree, in guarding the orchard. Can you do that? Chirp. Is that possible? Huijijia lowered its head, uncertain that it was a stark contrast to its earlier defiance. Lin Feng did not dwell on this, merely chuckling. Of course. Then leaning in closer, he whispered, furthermore, we must devise a way to keep Shinado here. Chirp. Huijijia's eyes lit up with clarity. It glanced at Lin Feng, then surreptitiously at Shinado, as if a realization dawned upon it. If Shinado allowed them to stay here, would it not mean that it too would have to part from them? That simply would not do. It did not wish to lose Shinado. With this thought in mind, Huijijia promptly scampered over to Shinado's side, chirping. Chirp. Shinado wore an expression of resignation. Regardless of how softly Lin Feng and Huijijia whispered, as a psychic-type Pokemon, it could clearly hear their conversation. This was an open conspiracy regarding its future, right before its eyes. Although somewhat speechless, after observing Lin Feng's meticulous handling of the fiery chick, Shanai Duo could not help but feel a surge of admiration. This human seems to possess an innate ability to grasp the most vulnerable, hopeful, and attention-seeking aspects of Pokemon, thereby capturing their hearts with ease. Do not inquire as to why it is so perceptive. For it, too, was drawn in by such allure. Once the fiery chick was persuaded, the other two Pokemon had little to add, timidly approaching Lin Feng's side. Gazing upon these adorable little creatures, Lin Feng felt an irresistible curiosity. May I touch you? Sweet, sweet, Chio. The two Pokemon exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. Lin Feng's wish was fulfilled as he placed one hand on Chio the sea lion and the other on Tianjuju. Their bodies felt delightfully smooth, particularly Chio, whose skin resembled polished stone, though slightly less lustrous than that of Manasi or Qing Tung. Shides for Tianjuju. Lin Feng could detect a fruity fragrance wafting from it the moment he crouched down. A sweet aroma that was truly refreshing. While caressing the leaves atop Tianjuju and observing the white fruit flesh beneath, a whimsical thought struck him. Could that white fruit flesh be licked? However, he quickly dismissed the notion, a sense of amusement echoing within him. Surely, such an act would invite scorn. Regaining his composure, he channeled a gentle green energy through his hands, soothing the anxious emotions of the two Pokemon. Compared to the fiery chick, these two little ones appeared somewhat submissive and timid. Even though their bodies accepted Lin Feng under Shanai Duo's imposing presence, their hearts inevitably harbored some reservations. Such reservations would require time to dissipate through their continued interactions. Thus, the process of alleviating these tensions would commence with the utilization of Tianjuju's fruit juice. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng declared, since today we have 3 new companions in the plantation, let us host a barbecue feast this evening to welcome them, even if it is merely for the purpose of experimenting with new ingredients. I must also procure some fruit mixers and bring some pasture seeds for Yi Mu. After bidding farewell to Shanai Duo, ensuring it would keep the newly arrived Pokemon company, Lin Feng devoted 2 hours to attending to these tasks before returning to the plantation. At this moment, the sky had begun to take on a faint golden hue. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng approached the timid Chio and Tianjuju, who seemed to have remained by Shanai Duo's side since his departure. Only the fiery chick was lively, frolicking beneath the orange fruit tree. Gazing at the abundant oranges, lost in its own thoughts, Lin Feng called out to them, "Come with me," and then beckoned a fiery chick, which promptly dashed over. Meanwhile, Chio and Tianjuju cast a glance at Shanai Duo and, with its approving gaze, took timid steps toward Lin Feng. "Oh well, I might as well carry you," he said, observing Tianjuju struggle to take 10 steps in the mud, barely keeping pace with his single stride. He squatted down to lift it into his arms and proceeded toward the water reservoir. Though somewhat apprehensive, Tianjuju did not resist Lin Feng's embrace, albeit uncertain of where he intended to take it. Beside the reservoir stood a majestic tree, several meters tall, its gnarled branches intricately woven like willow filaments cascading gently downward, adorned with leaves as slender as those of a willow. Uniquely, these willow-like leaves displayed a vibrant autumn red. reminiscent of maple leaves, strikingly beautiful. The various fruit trees planted a fortnight prior had all borne fruit, save for the dragonfire fruit tree. Lin Feng estimated that in another 10 days, they too would yield their bounty. Tianzhu, when the time comes, I shall construct a wooden house for you atop this tree, while the fiery chick's nest shall be below, and Chiu shall reside in the reservoir. What do you think of this arrangement? You three are friends, are you not? Chapter 68. You two shall evolve and become beautiful. Chiu, sweet, sweet. Upon hearing such words, both Tianzhu and Chiu were momentarily stunned, their eyes lighting up in unison as they nodded in agreement. The fiery chick, even more exuberant, chirped with delight. Gigi. These three Pokemon, having roamed together and received Shanai Duo's assistance, undoubtedly shared a profound bond. Perhaps the reason the fiery chick chose to stay was due to its reluctance to part from its two dear friends. Very well, let us now set about constructing the barbecue stand. Having arranged accommodations for the three Pokemon, Lin Feng opted not to linger in the plantation. After calling out to the sky, Bai Niao swiftly descended, and he captured the ever-watchful Manasi with a Pokeball before heading towards the barn. Naturally, the barbecue feast could not be held within the confines of the plantation. The space was too limited, and there was concern about its impact on the crops. The cleared area behind the barn served as the perfect venue. Coincidentally, Qing Tengxi and Bing Luwei were practicing their skills there, so he decided to bring Denai Guan and Lu Maocheng along, ensuring that all the Pokemon would be present. Vine, Qing Tengxi and Lu Wei stood frozen in place. Gazing at the approaching Pokemon, Lin Feng chuckled. Today we shall host a barbecue feast, allowing everyone to gather and meet new friends. The banquet was no trivial undertaking. Thus, even though it was only 4 in the afternoon, he began preparations. Otherwise, the festivities might extend late into the night. First, he set up the barbecue grill and skewers purchased from Wang Supermarket, filling them with charcoal and igniting it with a spark from the fiery chick that he then instructed Qing Tengxi to accompany Shanai Duo to the plantation to gather vegetables such as eggplant, cabbage, sweet potatoes, and leeks. Perfect ingredients for grilling. Of course, one could not forget the essential summer treat, chilled watermelon. Consequently, Lin Feng retrieved a metal bucket and had Bing Luwei create ice cubes the size of cubes for the forthcoming icy beverages. Feeling a bit warm, he then directed it to cast a layer of icy wind on the ground, solidifying it into a smooth, frosty surface, emitting a refreshing mist. Simultaneously, Lin Feng began chopping garlic and peppers, preparing dipping sauces, while also taking out the assorted meats he had purchased from Wang Supermarket. He sliced them into thin pieces, skewered them, and processed the vegetables brought by Qing Tengxi. The primary ingredients for today's feast were thus ready. This time, Lin Feng refrained from purchasing beef. As he now had Denai Guan among his Pokemon, he feared it might feel uncomfortable. Although they did not consume meat, the preparations were nearly complete, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The fiery chick gazed eagerly at the array of ingredients before it, sensing that Lin Feng was orchestrating something grand. Yet being able to see but not partake left it feeling anxious, as if ants were crawling all over its body. The food was ready, but the trainer would not allow it to eat. At that moment, Lin Feng picked up Tianzhu, which had been hiding beside Shanai Duo, and approached the barbecue grill, intending to gather some fruit juice from it. However, upon reaching the grill, the little creature panicked, struggling and crying, Sweet, don't eat me, please." As it writhed, tears nearly spilled from its eyes. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback and quickly explained, "I want to eat you. I only need a little of your fruit juice." He apologized profusely and used his power to soothe Tianzhu, which finally believed Lin Feng's intentions were benign. Despite this, it was evident that the little creature had been frightened. Lin Feng chastised himself internally, realizing he had not considered the psychological impact his actions could have on the young Tianzhu. Now, instead of alleviating its fears, he had inadvertently deepened them. After mentally reprimanding himself, Lin Feng set about preparing the icy beverages, watermelon juice, lemon juice, and fresh milk, to mend Tianzhu's wounded spirit. Once the drinks were ready, he released Manasi, announcing, "All right, everyone, let us get acquainted. These are the new Pokemon that have joined the plantation today." Upon concluding his words, Lin Feng extricated Tianzhu from the water. As soon as she emerged, she hastily darted toward Shanado, her face awash with panic as she gazed at the barbecue grill. The other Pokemon were already acquainted with one another, yet the 3 newcomers who had arrived today clustered around Shinado, casting shy glances at everyone. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng exchanged a knowing wink with Shinado and Qingting Shi, implying that the remaining tasks were entrusted to them. Subsequently, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the art of grilling. He commenced with the eggplant, placing it on the grill and delicately brushing its surface with a layer of canola oil. Once it had turned a golden hue, he snipped open the skin with scissors, reapplying canola oil and adding the pre-prepared minced garlic along with a splash of soy sauce. The delectable aroma wafted through the air. The simplest roasted eggplant was ready. B-level delicacy, roasted eggplant, a culinary masterpiece that requires only the most straightforward cooking method. Trust me, this is a fiery Pokmon's favorite. Culinary Effect 1. Upon consumption, Pokmon experience a 30 boost in energy vitality. Culinary Effect 2. Fire-type Pokmon greatly enhance their comprehension of fire-type skills. Ah, truly, the essence of barbecue. After perfecting the first batch of roasted eggplant, Lin Feng cast a glance behind him. Under the guidance of Shinado and Qingting Shi, the little creatures seemed to have shed their shyness. Huizhiji trailed beside Bai Bai Niao, curiously inspecting its fiery feathers, seemingly wondering why it appeared different from the Bai Niao it had encountered before. Is this plumage even redder than mine? Qiu Haishu regarded the elongated Mei Na Si with envy, exclaiming, Qiu, you look so lovely. It seemed to be the first time Mei Na Si had received compliments from other Pokemon. And soon enough they were engaged in conversation. You will evolve too, and become beautiful. As the topic of evolution arose, Qiu Haishu felt a twinge of melancholy that it was uncertain whether it could evolve. After all, its innate talent was rather lacking, a reason for its abandonment. Chapter 69. I have captured Shinado. The barbecue feast was composed of grilled delicacies, rice balls, fruit smoothies, energy cubes, an array of fresh vegetables, and various beverages. The night sky was adorned with a tapestry of stars, twinkling joyfully. Due to the diversity of Pokemon, Lin Feng had prepared such a vast assortment of food. All the barbecues had been completed, most of which were tailored to enhance the fire-type Pokemon, predominantly consumed by Huizhiji and Bai Bai Niao. Here, Lin Feng was genuinely astonished by Huizhiji's prodigious appetite. He had procured 5 pounds of pork belly, 4 of which had vanished into its belly, accompanied by some grilled vegetables. The piled mass seemed larger than Huizhiji itself. How it managed to fit all that inside was beyond him. After the feast, buoyed by the buffs from the barbecue, Huizhiji resembled a creature intoxicated with energy, exuberantly darting about the clearing, unleashing electric shock and charge beam. With Shinado observing, Lin Feng was unperturbed about its flames reaching the forest. Thus, under the brilliant moonlight, fiery shadows danced across the ground. For Tianjuju, her diminutive frame resembled that of a newborn, and she was beckoned by Denai. Moo, is my milk delicious? Moo, what about mine? Tianjuju perched on a small chair, sipping mo fresh milk through a straw, emitting satisfied sounds. Tian, is this your milk? Momo, indeed. One Denai turned slightly. Moo, would you like to try some fresh mo milk? Tian, is there still some left? Moo. All right, it seems the more I eat here, the more milk I produce. Upon hearing this, Denai felt no disappointment and instead engaged in friendly banter. Moo, indeed. I must produce 2 buckets of milk daily, and I feel the quality has improved immensely. Moo, this rancher is truly wonderful. I shall dedicate my life to producing milk for him. Moo, me too. Listening to such exchanges, Tianjuju relished her milk, but fell silent, grappling with conflicting thoughts within her heart. Is it truly so wonderful? At the evening's conclusion, Lin Feng began arranging accommodations for the various Pokemon. In truth, there was little to organize, since the wooden houses and nests for Tianjuju and Huizhiji were still under construction. They temporarily resided with Denai and Lu Maochong in the barn. Here, Lin Feng admonished Huizhiji not to feast upon Lu Maochong during the night. Meanwhile, Qiu Haishu returned to the reservoir alongside Mei Na Si. Once all the Pokemon were settled, he sighed, gazing at the debris left behind from the feast, preparing to tidy up when Shinado, who had been floating above sipping a cold drink, spoke up. Shauna? Hearing Shinado's inquiry, Lin Feng paused, suddenly recollecting that she had tirelessly traversed between the Wudong forest and the plantation for the sake of the 3 little ones, who were now residing here, thus sparing her from further toiling. However, he had subtly conveyed his intentions to Shinedo over the past few days, and she seemed to show no signs of refusal. Could it be contemplating this possibility? Lin Feng's heart raced for a moment, but he swiftly regained his composure and casually produced a pokeball. Did I have this pokeball? What do you think? Shinedo floated closer to Lin Feng. Her voice soft. Shauna, you intended to capture me from the very beginning, didn't you? Gazing at the graceful Shinedo before him, Lin Feng candidly acknowledged, of course, but it ultimately hinges on your desires. After all, having grown to this stage, you must have received numerous invitations from trainers. His words were direct, and his gaze sincere, for he held a profound obsession with a psychic-type Pokemon. Shinedo nodded. Her gaze fixed upon Lin Feng for an extended moment before she drifted towards the Pokeball and gently tapped it. As the familiar chime of red light flickered, Shinedo did not immediately emerge from the Pokeball. Rather, she lingered for a moment until the ball stabilized before gracefully exiting. Shauna, the curse upon me remains unresolved. I shall not reside here for now, but I will return during the day. With that, she soared into the sky, surveying the surrounding litter. With a wave of her psychic power, all debris was swiftly categorized and stacked neatly. Upon completing her task, Shinedo prepared to teleport away, yet Lin Feng called out to her, Wait, Shauna, take this with you. Grasp the curse's power as soon as possible. Lin Feng retrieved the bottle of assimilated energy cubes and tossed it toward her. Shinedo hesitated for a moment before nodding, a gentle glimmer surfacing in her otherwise tranquil eyes. Using her psychic abilities, she caught the bottle, and with a unique pink energy ripple, her form vanished into the night. Left standing there, Lin Feng gazed at the Pokeball that belonged solely to Shinedo, a broad smile spreading across his face, the kind that simply could not be suppressed. Yes, I have captured Shinedo. The following day, the weather was bright and pleasant. Today, it seemed the temperature had finally cooled a bit, with gentle breezes occasionally sweeping through the town, rustling a few leaves that I in the kitchen. The aftermath of last night's banquet meant that he had been crafting energy cubes until the early hours of the morning, concluding around 1 o'clock, all while possessing psychic abilities. Yet, observing Shinedo diligently learning to create energy cubes before him, Lin Feng couldn't help but beam, completely devoid of fatigue. Once Shinedo mastered several fundamental methods for creating energy cubes, his small abode could commence large-scale sales of the product, no longer limited in quantity. Coincidentally, recently, someone had commented on Douyin, inquiring whether a delivery service could be established, allowing Shinedo to teleport takeout or perhaps dispatch by Niao instead. Lin Feng found himself mulling over this dilemma. Shauna, is this how it works? As she watched the defensive energy cube forming mid-air, Shinedo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had not anticipated that Lin Feng would actually allow her, a Pokemon, to systematically learn the methods of energy cube production. Moreover, from the current situation, both teacher and student were performing admirably. However, gazing at the oddly grinning trainer, Shinedo felt somewhat exasperated. She sensed that this human harbored some ulterior motives towards her. But she lacked tangible evidence. Despite having become his Pokemon, what more could he desire? Shinai Duo fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 70. The Evolution of BB Bird. Yes, indeed, it's just as I thought. The learning process is remarkably swift. Observing the energy cubes he had created, Lin Feng couldn't help but voice his satisfaction with a compliment. Truly, Shinai Duo is impressive. Its capacity for learning is astounding. Lin Feng approached it and gently patted its shoulder, stating, from now on, the production of energy cubes in our breeding house will require our joint efforts. Shinai Duo did not shy away, though it felt a touch of exasperation within. Oh, it turns out it was waiting for me here. Having spent a considerable time in the breeding house, it had begun to grasp its operations. Every day, Lin Feng would produce fresh energy cubes for sale, and no wonder he had been so eager for me to learn how to create them. However, Shinai Duo did not decline and simply replied with a calm, Shanai. Understood. After all, it was now his Pokemon, and it was only right to consider the breeding house's needs. Hey, Lin Feng chuckled, then turned his gaze toward Rotom in the sky, asking, Did you manage to capture it? I did, Master, Rotom replied eagerly as it descended. Its electronic visage squinted with excitement. Master, your Douyin account has gained a surge of followers. Over 100,000 in an instant. Lin Feng was taken aback. Who followed me? His Douyin account had been consistently managed, and recently, due to the unusual Shinai Duo, his video views and followers had been steadily increasing. However, the growth rate was not as rapid as he had anticipated. In this world, to gain fame quickly, one must become a powerful trainer and participate in various Pokemon competitions. Take the Battle Master, Chi Hong, for example. Departing from Jinshin Town, he had faced countless battles, ultimately capturing the titles of both the Johto and Kanto League champions, amassing millions of fans and earning the reputation of a battle master. Then there was Qing Lu, known as the champion with the shortest reign. He lost his title to Chi Hong, who hailed from the same Jinshin town, mere minutes after claiming it, yet he later garnered acclaim for assembling a top-tier Pokemon team in record time, thus being dubbed the Breeder. Now, to be informed that someone had followed him, resulting in a surge of over 100,000 fans. Could it possibly be a champion or elite trainer from that region? Lin Feng mused internally. Rotom quickly provided the answer. It's Qing Lu. It's really him. It pulled up the main interface of Douyin, clicking on a verified account in the follow list, with the username being Breeder Qing Lu. Lin Feng retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened Douyin, and searched for Qing Lu among his followed accounts. Upon entering his profile, Lin Feng's eyes widened with astonishment that it was indeed Qing Lu. The profile featured occasional battle videos and Pokemon breeding strategy clips. Scrolling to the bottom, Lin Feng even stumbled upon a somewhat awkward battle featuring a fledgling Qing Lu and Chi Hong at the entrance of the Chongpan Forest, their Pokemon being Squirtle and Pikachu, respectively. Compared to the Squirtle of the young girl still working, Qing Lu's Squirtle was significantly more agile. Even though it had just been acquired, it executed Water Gun with remarkable finesse, evading Pikachu's Thunderbolt and ultimately winning with its nimble Water Gun technique. Yet among all the videos on his profile, this was the only one depicting a battle between him and Chi Hong. One could only wonder about the outcomes of his other battles. Exiting the profile, Lin Feng sighed. Wow, even such a big shot is watching my videos. Regrettably, most of his followers were concentrated in the Kanto region. Otherwise, the breeding house's popularity could have soared even higher. With a sigh, just as he was about to close Douyin, a message suddenly arrived. Qing Lu. Hello. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded. Lin Feng. Greetings, esteemed Qing Lu. He pondered for a moment, assuring himself that he had no significant connection to Qing Lu. Aside from the battle at the Baby Cup, he had not featured any scenes of breeding Pokemon in his videos. Qing Lu. May I ask if your Shinai duo is afflicted by the curse of Darkrai? Shinai duo situation. Had Qing Lu encountered Shinai duo? Lin Feng. Yes. Qing Lu. Have you found a way to resolve its curse? Lin Feng. Not completely yet. Why do you ask? Qing Lu. Not completely? So there is a method already? Lin Feng. Yes, the solution is quite simple. It's about enhancing the Pokemon's resistance to negative states, allowing it to master the power of the curse itself. Qing Lu. Far away in the Kanto region, Qing Lu found himself at a loss for words upon reading Lin Feng's message. This method was indeed quite simple. But how could one enhance Shinai Duo's resistance to abnormal states to the extent that it could withstand Darkrai's nightmarish curse? The difficulty level was akin to training it to surpass Darkrai in strength. Otherwise, why would various battle tactics be developed if not for the difficulty in overcoming such states? Qing Lu muttered in confusion. How strange. How did he manage to capture Shinai Duo? Meanwhile, in the breeding house, Lin Feng looked perplexedly at Qing Lu's final message of thanks that he wondered, is this really such a challenging question? He then glanced at the ever-increasing follower count, his mood instantly brightening. Regardless of the other party's thoughts, these newly added followers were undeniably real additions to his account. Should he venture into online sales of energy cubes in the future? These would all be potential customers. Wutong Town was still a tad too small. Ultimately, he needed to take the breeding house's offerings to the world. August 10th, due to the recent arrival of Fire Chick, Chio Sea Lion, and Tian Juju at the breeding house, Lin Feng had been spending these days in a tranquil manner, seeking to bond with them and stabilize their emotions, leading Shinai Duo in the production of energy cubes, gathering various plants to deliver to Uncle Chun, milking the mill tank, and caring for the Pokemon. A week slipped by like flowing water. One particular morning, something rather special occurred. While Lin Feng was routinely feeding Minai and Chio Sea Lion energy cubes, a wave of heat suddenly swept through the air, followed by a piercing bird call. Looking up, he saw BB Bird, which had been quietly perched in the sky, suddenly take flight. BB, amidst the blinding white light. Its form began to elongate. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng's expression brightened. Was BB Bird about to evolve? Chapter 71. Assisting BB Eagle in reclaiming its territory since absorbing the sacred feather of the legendary bird. It had made significant progress, and coupled with the barbecue feast it had enjoyed recently, it had ignited the energy within, pushing its evolution level even closer. Now was indeed the perfect moment for evolution. Moreover, BB Bird wasn't the only one who had indulged in the barbecue. Fire Chick had too, and Lin Feng believed it wouldn't be long before Fire Chick evolved as well. As the white light in the sky gradually dissipated. BB Bird, resembling a majestic eagle, expanded its form once more, its crest feathers becoming longer and its gaze sharper. The wings, which would turn brown after evolving into BB Eagle, now glimmered with a red hue, exuding a metallic sheen and even sparkling with flecks of fire. From afar, it appeared as if a flame was soaring through the sky, strikingly magnificent. What a magnificent bird! BB Eagle! A resounding call echoed across the sky. After circling overhead, leaving a trace of its essence in the air, BB Eagle gracefully descended beside Lin Feng. Upon landing, Lin Feng was taken aback to discover that the evolved BB Eagle stood taller than himself, even surpassing him slightly. This was certainly larger than the average newly evolved BB Eagle, appearing nearly double in size. Had it been due to the excellent care it received? Pokemon, BB Eagle gender, male ability, keen eye qualification, red individual values. HP 25. Attack 31, Special Attack 29, Defense 20, Special Defense 21, Speed 28, Strength. Level 33 Skills. Gust, Tackle, Quick Attack, Steel Wing, Hurricane, Whirlwind, Clear Smog, Wing Attack, Heat Wave, Affection 99, Unconditional Trust. Happiness 70, so strong, such powerful strength. Gazing joyfully at BB Eagle's stats, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat upon seeing a particular value. A friendship level of 99. Was it tied to the final task of reclaiming the territory? Indeed, it is imperative to assist in reclaiming its territory. Speaking of intimacy, Lin Feng was reminded of the green vine snake. It had accompanied him almost simultaneously with Venus, yet its intimacy level remained stuck at 99. He could not fathom what was lacking in that final increment. Never mind, let us first address the matter of the BB bird. However, before that, Lin Feng gently rubbed the large wings of the BB Eagle, feeling the warm breath emanating from it, and gazed at its majestic form, unable to contain his growing delight. Finally, he no longer needed to cling to its talons for flight. He could ride it directly. Just as Lin Feng was on the verge of trying this out, a slightly melancholic voice near the reservoir snapped him back to reality. Chio. Looking down, he noticed the once jubilant Chio sea lion, which had been happily munching on energy blocks, now wore a crestfallen expression. Its joy level had plummeted from 65 to 20. Lin Feng seemed to grasp something. The three little companions that had come here together had made significant progress over the past few days. Among them, the most notable advancement belonged to the Fire Chick, though the Sweet Bamboo's improvement was also commendable, having even learned a delightful fragrance. Only the Chio sea lion's energy level had ascended at a snail's pace. Still languishing in its infancy, even after Lin Feng had fed it a magical candy. As Chio sea lion approached Lin Feng, it suddenly felt a bit shy and lowered its head. Unable to meet his gaze, considering it had been quite some time since he fed it the magical candy, now seemed the perfect moment for another. Thus, Lin Feng produced a magical candy, reassuring, "Do not be overly anxious. Fret not, I shall assist you in your evolution." With that, he extended the magical candy towards its mouth. Upon seeing the candy before it, Chio sea lion's previously diminished joy level began to rise once more. It recalled that consuming this treat previously had resulted in a slight increase in its internal energy, that if such a precious effect was evident even for a Pokemon with its innate talent, this candy must indeed be a rare delicacy. Even so, the trainer was willing to generously offer it multiple times. He is truly kind. As Chio sea lion pondered this, it consumed the magical candy, and a small tear fell from its eye. Fearing that its current trainer might witness this, it swiftly turned and dove into the water, peering at Lin Feng from beneath the surface. Phew, this child. Observing the sudden spike in intimacy on Chio sea lion's panel, Lin Feng could not help but chuckle softly, then turned his gaze towards the recently evolved BB Eagle, declaring, "Come, let us reclaim the territory that belongs to you." Now that BB Eagle had just evolved, its fighting spirit was at its peak. As the saying goes, A single surge of energy can lead to a decline. The longer one delays, the more emotional disappointment may ensue for BB Eagle. BB Eagle. The resounding call of the bird echoed throughout the plantation as BB Eagle flapped its wings, the crimson flames of its fiery feathers flaring up in intensity, its eyes sparkling with fervent excitement. Vine Vine. Are we going to battle? The green vine snake, who was beside them, also expressed interest and approached Lin Feng, that AT present. The green vine snake's energy level was stuck at 2829, that although it was still far from evolution, it had indeed not engaged in battle for quite some time. Gigi, the fire chick, contentedly consuming energy blocks in the barn, dropped its snack upon witnessing the evolved BB Eagle soaring above. That I asked that BB bird's evolution? Why does its flame appear stronger than mine? The fire chick tentatively released a spark. Although the orange-yellow glow was quite dazzling, it still felt slightly inferior compared to the BB Eagle above. This, however, startled the milk tank significantly. Moo moo! The spark landed squarely on the wooden structure of the barn, igniting into flames. Moo moo! What do you think you're doing, big foolish chick? Prompted by the milk tank. The fire chick regained its senses and hastily extinguished the spark. Although it was timely, it left a charred mark on the wooden wall. Feeling a bit embarrassed, it cast a quick glance at the milk tanks before rushing towards Lin Feng. Gigi, I want to go too. I want to go too. Having consumed so much daily, not to mention the influence of its characteristics, it was brimming with energy. Reclaiming territory sounds incredibly cool, doesn't it? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Everyone, let us all go. Lin Feng looked on helplessly at this eager group of little companions, then turned his attention to Minas in the reservoir, asking, Minas, would you like to join us? We can head out through the water channel. Yo, Minas paused for a moment, surfaced, and then happily nodded to AS for the safety of the plantation. With Shinado around, there should be no issues. Chapter 72. Caterpie. Watch me trap BB Eagle within the Wudong forest. Two Pidgeys cautiously lowered their heads, flying amidst the shade of the trees. Upon spotting a fruit tree devoid of the watchful eye of the fire sparrow, their eyes suddenly brightened. Pidgey, they carefully made their way over, swiftly snatching up 2 berries to swallow, and then grasping 2 more to depart. Although the process was remarkably smooth, the 2 Pidgeys felt a sense of guilt akin to theft, and upon looking back, they were filled with frustration. This territory had once belonged to them. Pidgey, if only that older sibling could evolve. Pidgey, it's so difficult. The stronger siblings have already departed. Sai, perhaps we should leave too during the next migration? Pidgey, Sai, migration will be quite arduous. The 2 Pidgeys, having filled their bellies slightly, chatted for a while before distancing themselves from the area. Just moments later, 2 fire sparrows flapped their wings and flew over to the previously deserted fruit tree. Judging by their expressions, they seemed rather excited. Fire, fire. What did the boss summon you for? Fire, fire. The boss mentioned that in the coming days, we will seize more food. It seems that the humans' Wangwang Valley is about to ripen. And there's also a large orchard nearby. Fire, fire. Is that true? Fire, fire. Indeed, a fire sparrow informed the boss, claiming that the fruits there are large and fragrant, undoubtedly delicious, and there is only a BB bird guarding those trees, along with a large snake in the water. If we take down that large snake, we can. The 2 fire sparrows eagerly discussed, seemingly envisioning a bright future, as even the sun in the sky appeared a tad redder. It felt even hotter. However, when they looked up, they realized it was not the sun that had reddened. A massive BB eagle, with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters, was blocking the sunlight between the trees. Its piercing gaze akin to a sword, stinging their eyes painfully. Beneath the sunlight, a human silhouette could be discerned on BB Eagle's back point. One of the fire sparrows blinked in disbelief. Fire, fire. Did I just see a BB Eagle? Is that really a BB Eagle? The other fire sparrow hastily flapped its wings, alarmed. Fire, fire? That is indeed a BB Eagle, Run. BB Eagle. Yet before the 2 fire sparrows could take flight, a powerful bird call, imbued with immense pressure, surged towards them, followed by BB Eagle diving down to snatch the 2 stunned fire sparrows in its claws. Goodness. I just brought BB Eagle to find you. And you were already plotting against my orchard? Lin Feng leapt down from BB Eagle's back, observing the 2 fire sparrows caught beneath its claws, reflecting on their prior conversation with a tinge of inexplicable sorrow. The boss they referred to must have been the evolved big-mouthed sparrow, while the fire sparrow that reported the orchard's news was likely the one he captured from the plantation. only it would be so aware of the presence of meanness within the plantation. To his surprise, that fellow, once released, remained unrepentant, still coveting his orchard and the crops cultivated in the surrounding countryside. Oh, greedy! BB Eagle. BB Eagle slowly descended, its gaze fixated on the two fire sparrows, eyes filled with chilling disdain, tightening its grip, causing the two fire sparrows to cry out in pain. Lin Feng gently stroked BB Eagle's feathers, deciding to hold off for now. Reclaiming their territory was the priority, that he then took out the pockball containing Cater Pie. Calling, "Come forth, Cater Pie, poo-poo," a flash of red light, and a yellow Cater Pie emerged from the pockball, immediately retracting its body upon seeing the two fire sparrows and BB Eagle, using all its might to climb up Lin Feng's body. Although Cater Pie understood that the enormous BB Eagle posed no threat to it, its innate fear of birds prevailed. Moreover, with BB Eagle now enveloped in flames, the threat was even greater. Use the electric net to trap those two fire sparrows. Poo-poo, what is the trainer saying? My electric net could never trap a fire sparrow. Nevertheless, it boldly unleashed an electric net upon a fiery sparrow. The flickering bolts of lightning wove together to form a mesh, ensnaring the two fiery sparrows the instant the talons of the majestic bird of prey were released, that I in the next moment. No matter how fiercely the two fiery sparrows struggled, they found themselves unable to break free from the shackles of the electric net. Poo-poo, are they truly trapped? The green caterpillar observed this scene, its originally somewhat vacant black pupils now appearing even more dazed. That it recalled that morning when its trainer had lightly tapped its head, prompting it to master this skill. However, it had paid little mind to it. Yet now, it seemed that this ability could indeed ensnare birds soaring in the sky. Did this mean it would no longer face the threat of being devoured? Contemplating this, the green caterpillar felt a profound sense of optimism for its future. Apparently, my thoughts were not misguided. After consuming the green dumpling, the milk production of the large milk container had surged to 4 or 5 times its previous output, with quality rising from grade C to grade B, and it showed signs of further improvement. This was indicative of abundant internal energy, manifesting as a need to release through lactation. Similarly, after the vine snake ingested the green dumpling, its grazing area expanded daily, enhancing the growth buff effect on plants, another sign of energy release. However, the green caterpillar was different. In the initial stage, it merely needed to accumulate energy and patiently await its evolution into a hardened pupa. The energy derived from the green dumpling could not be released, and thus significantly amplified the strength of its skills, rendering its silk and electric net astonishingly robust. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel. Such accumulation of energy left him to ponder the formidable negative effects the powder from the evolved large caterpillar would yield. It was important to note that within Lin Feng's scope of vision, both fiery sparrows were above level 15. Yet the green caterpillar was still at a mere level 79. Poo-poo, let us see if I can ensnare that larger one. That the green caterpillar once again directed an electric net at the majestic bird of prey. The majestic eagle, momentarily stunned by the electric net that sent tingling sensations through its feet, the majestic eagle hesitated before effortlessly breaking free, lifting both the net and the earth that clung to it. Subsequently, it directed a perplexed look towards the green caterpillar, seemingly inquiring about what was happening. Chapter 73, Majestic Eagle versus Largemouth Sparrow. Observing the green caterpillar trembling and nestled in his embrace, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback by its direct attempt to ensnare the majestic eagle. This extraordinary green caterpillar, after ensuring it enveloped the two fiery sparrows in a layer of silk to prevent their escape, Lin Feng withdrew the green caterpillar. This lively creature was indeed better suited for indulging in dumplings at home. Now, let us ascend to the skies and confront that large-mouthed sparrow directly. Remounting the majestic eagle, Lin Feng wasted no time and commanded it to soar into the heavens. Let us summon it forth. Between the BB birds and the fiery sparrows lay an inherent racial enmity. This animosity dictated that upon spotting a BB bird within the territory of fiery sparrows, they would collectively launch an assault. Such attacks were often relentless. Thus, locating the largemouth sparrow was remarkably simple. All that was needed was the majestic eagle's powerful cry. Majestic eagle, majestic eagle. The majestic eagle's series of resounding calls echoed throughout the forest, startling a multitude of birds and various Pokemon lurking beneath the trees. The first to respond were the nearby fiery sparrows, roused from their slumber by the cacophony, soaring into the sky to ascertain the source of the call. However, upon their arrival and sighting the majestic eagle, they silently retreated, surrounding it with a mix of shock, fear, and disbelief, with fiery red feathers, piercing eyes, and a tail ablaze with flames. Was this the majestic eagle? It seemed somewhat different from the one in their memories. How could it be so large? Hiss, there are quite a few of them. Lin Feng found himself momentarily stunned as he observed the hundreds of fiery sparrows that had gathered. While he was confident in the strength of the majestic eagle, the scene before him was undeniably overwhelming. Perhaps he should summon Shinado. This thought flickered through Lin Feng's mind before dissipating. Bobo, Bibi, at that moment. A scattering of Bobo or Bibi birds inexplicably appeared, flocking behind the majestic eagle, that if the first call of the majestic eagle was a provocation to the fiery sparrows, the second was a summoning of the remaining kin still within the forest. Bibi, we have a leader, we have a leader. Bibi, let us rally behind our leader and fight. We must reclaim our territory today. Bibi, today we shall shed blood for the land of our descendants. Bobo, the oppression from being bullied, the hunger endured during these days, the pain of being uprooted from home, all of it erupted within the realm of the Bibi birds. Their eyes sparkled with a belief akin to faith as they gazed upon the foremost majestic eagle. In this moment, regardless of where this Bibi bird had come from after its evolution, it was their leader. This belief compelled them to resolve that even if they were to perish here today, they must drive the fiery sparrows away. Although their numbers had significantly dwindled, the mere presence of the majestic eagle shifted the momentum in favor of the Bibi birds. With every step the Bibi birds took closer. The fiery sparrows retreated a little more, until Quack, a long-beaked, slender-bodied, reddish-brown bird appeared before the group of fiery sparrows, restoring a semblance of confidence among them. Is this the largemouth sparrow? Pokemon, largemouth sparrow gender, male ability, keen eye quality, purple individual values, HP 25 attack 19, special attack 23, defense 19, special defense 18, speed 24, strength, level 31 skills, fury attack, glare, screech, peck, pursuit, quick attack, aerial ace, affection, -20 happiness, -20. How could a Bibi bird evolve? After reviewing the information, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Quack. The largemouth sparrow glared at the majestic eagle with a foul mood, and upon discerning the human on its back, immediately realized that this majestic eagle must have evolved with human assistance. But so what? The Bibi birds in the forest had long since departed. And with so many fiery sparrows behind me, as long as I can hold you off for a moment, this territory will remain ours. Yet in the next instant, its pupils dilated in shock. The majestic eagle, a flash of electric light. At Lin Feng's command, the largemouth sparrow could only perceive a crimson blur, akin to lightning, converging within its vision, growing ever larger, until it collided with its form, propelling it several dozen meters away without a shred of opportunity for resistance. Quack! The impact felt as if a colossal onyx had struck it with full force, leaving the largemouth sparrow's mind in a state of disarray. Before it could comprehend the situation, the majestic eagle was already in motion. Even at such high speeds, the majestic eagle's talons deftly seized the largemouth sparrow's wings, rendering the evolved largemouth sparrow no larger than an oversized rattata in comparison to the majestic eagle's massive stature. Scorching winds. Lin Feng atop the majestic eagle issued another command. The searing gusts, generated by the flapping of its wings, cascaded down upon the largemouth sparrow, causing its feathers to ignite under the intense heat, rapidly singeing nearly half of the plumage on its chest. At this juncture, the largemouth sparrow had already succumbed to unconsciousness, clearly having reached the limits of its stamina. With a gentle release of its grip, the largemouth sparrow's body plummeted like a severed kite towards the forest below. The majestic eagle, however, paid it no mind, soaring back into the sky, its gaze cold as ice upon the gathered fiery sparrows. Its fiery plumage ablaze, once more issuing a resonant cry. Majestic eagle, silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, a silence that pervaded both the Bibi bird and fiery sparrow territories. despite the presence of hundreds of flying Pokemon hovering in the air. Not a single sound escaped their lips. All were transfixed, gazing at the majestic eagle soaring above, akin to a king. The battle between the majestic eagle and the large-mouthed sparrow lasted a mere 10 seconds. Yet within those fleeting moments, they witnessed a one-sided domination. The fiery sparrows contemplated dispatching a group to assist the large-mouthed sparrow in harassing the majestic eagle, while the BB birds resolved to risk their lives to support their leader in reclaiming their territory. However, neither side anticipated the outcome that was about to unfold. At that moment, Lin Feng spoke. Chapter 74. The trainer bound by the vine snake, I offer you a chance to flee. Leave the BB bird territory. Perched upon the majestic eagle, he wielded the might of authority, conveying his message with unwavering clarity. Majestic eagle. The mighty Beedrill emitted a timely warning cry. The surrounding fiery sparrows were instantly jolted back to reality. Their spirits lifted as they scattered in all directions like frightened birds and beasts. Among them, a few sparrows, overwhelmed by panic, even collided with one another, disoriented that in a brief moment, these fiery sparrows vanished without a trace, leaving only a carpet of feathers behind. Behind Beedrill, a group of BB birds and Bobo, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, erupted into jubilant cheers. BB. The cheers resounded like a relentless tide. All the BB birds and Bobo gazed at each other with tearful eyes, filled with excitement, before turning their attention towards the central Beedrill, circling around it while continuously shouting in celebration. Lin Feng could discern their sentiments. They acknowledged Beedrill as their true leader. This is splendid. Observing the flock of BB birds and Bobo surrounding him, Lin Feng's mind began to churn with thoughts. The BB birds were renowned for their endurance and impressive flying speed. Previously, he had contemplated that if he were to develop a delivery service, Beedrill would be the only suitable Pokemon for the task. However, utilizing Beedrill seemed rather excessive. Not to mention Beedrill was but one individual. It wouldn't be feasible to have it deliver parcels all day long. But now, with so many BB birds here, could he enlist their assistance? He couldn't help but chuckle at this possibility. Beedrill. Unlike Lin Feng's delightful musings, Beedrill was screeching, delivering a summary akin to a post-victory evaluation to the surrounding BB birds and Bobo. Beedrill. From now on, as long as I and my trainer are present, our territory shall never again be encroached upon. In an instant, the flock was incensed. BB, leader. Bobo, chief. BB, leader. Lin Feng refrained from interrupting their celebration, as he sensed Beedrill's current high spirits. This elation stemmed not only from successfully driving away the flock of sparrows, but also from the weight of responsibility it now bore, that it understood that the inhabitants here would heed its commands from now on. However, having evolved into Beedrill merely a day prior, it was still somewhat uncertain about how to manage this newfound authority, so it turned its gaze toward Lin Feng. Beedrill, the trainer, was its anchor. Lin Feng smiled slightly, asking, "What should we do?" "Well, you've come to the right person. Here is the plan. You have 2 days to reclaim the territory that has been seized by the fiery sparrows and other Pokemon. Then select 10 of the most intelligent Bobo and 10 of the most stable flying BB birds and bring them to the breeding house. We'll arrange for them to assist me. Just ensure they volunteer." "What do you think?" Beedrill nodded in agreement, but suddenly recalled that during its absence, the plantation seemed to have been left unattended. Even after evolving into Beedrill, it still remembered its duties at the plantation. Lin Feng patted its head that, "No worries, there's a Shinado keeping watch at home. All right, let me down now. It's time to seize the moment and gather the BB birds without delay." Lin Feng did not insist that these BB birds and Bobo were essential. Even driving away the fiery sparrows merely meant expelling them from the BB birds' territory. They could still survive within the forest. Nature follows its own developmental laws. Each Pokemon, mountain, tree, and river is a part of the ecosystem. When ecological issues arise, human intervention is acceptable, but excessive interference can easily lead to ecological imbalance. After Beedrill set him down on the ground, Lin Feng looked up at the Beedrill soaring above, which met his gaze with an indescribable determination glimmering in its eyes. Beedrill had made a decision. Although it was unaware of what the trainer wanted with the BB birds and Bobo, it was resolved to select the 10 best Bobo and BB birds and stand guard for its trainer. Congratulations to the host for raising Beedrill's intimacy to 100. Reward: the sacred feather of Ho-Oh, a sacred feather formed from Ho-Oh's energy. Absorbing it will significantly enhance the qualifications and strength of pure-hearted Pokemon. Gasp! Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Feng couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, but he cast another glance at the Beedrill in the sky. How fortunate it was! Shaking his head, Lin Feng did not immediately present the sacred feather to Beedrill. Instead, he summoned his Ivy Snake and headed toward the forest exit. Meanwhile, in a place unseen by him, a Lucario leaning against a tree trunk observed the skirmish-free encounters between the BB birds and the fiery sparrows, then closed its eyes once more. Lucario, they handled it quite well. On the way back, the Ivy Snake walked somewhat dully behind Lin Feng, glancing at the trembling Caterpie, frightened by the battle between the two species, feeling even more disinterested that IT had hoped for an exhilarating battle, only to find that Beedrill had resolved everything alone. How disappointing. Lin Feng paused for a moment, and when the Ivy Snake caught up to him, he asked, "Shall we stir up some trouble in the Beedrill's territory?" Ivy. The Ivy Snake rolled its eyes at him. It merely wanted to engage in battle, not seek out a gang fight with Beedrills. Ha! Seeing the Ivy Snake's expression, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Ivy, what are you laughing at? Nothing. I just find your eye rolling quite adorable. It reminds me of the old days with the Ivy Snake, Lin Feng replied unabashedly. Ivy? Ivy! But in the next moment, two tendrils shot out, tightly binding his waist and arms, lifting him into the air. Wait. What are you doing? Suddenly suspended, Lin Feng was taken aback. I was complimenting you. Ivy Snake? Ivy! I don't need such flattery. The Ivy Snake dragged Lin Feng behind it, heading toward the forest exit without looking back. When reminded of the old days, it wouldn't admit that it had acted out of momentary embarrassment. This seems to be a common trait among many creatures. When recalling childhood memories, they naturally feel a tinge of awkwardness, leaving Lin Feng with a bewildered expression. Huh? Chapter 75. The Charm of Milotic. At this moment outside the forest, Zhou Yu, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt stained with dirt and dampness, carrying a backpack and wearing a travel hat, suddenly spotted a wooden cabin across the river. Beside the cabin sat an elderly man fishing, and his eyes brightened. Excuse me, have you seen a Milotic swimming in this river? What Milotic? I haven't seen anything. This river is only about 10 meters wide. Catching a few Magikarp would be impressive, the elderly man replied nonchalantly, wearing glasses and holding a fishing rod, embodying a leisurely retirement lifestyle, not bothering to turn his head. You really didn't see it? I definitely saw a Milotic swimming by just now. Zhou Yu insisted, unwilling to give up. He pointed toward the river. It came from this direction. At that moment, a graceful and enchanting figure glided past him in the water. Look in the water. Yes, that is the Milotic. Zhou Yu exclaimed. Oh my, it's so beautiful. As he watched the slender, elegant figure gliding through the water, his heart raced. He was a recent graduate, having finished his college entrance exams a month and a half ago and embarked on a journey toward university. However, he hadn't anticipated getting lost in this wilderness, stumbling around and exhausting his food supply. Now, he had been hungry for an entire day. Fortunately, he spotted the river, recalling what his teacher had said. Where there is a river, there are people that sow. He followed the river downstream. Yet in that fleeting glimpse, he saw a shimmering Milotic break the surface, gazing toward the forest in that instant. Under the sunlight, the Milotic's skin gleamed like the world's most precious gem. And undoubtedly, for a trainer who had only recently embarked on a journey, a Milotic held an irresistible allure, but he was so captivated by its breathtaking beauty that he forgot to bring out his Pokemon for battle to capture it. In just a moment, the Milotic had vanished from sight. This left Zhou Yu in a frenzy of regret, feeling as though 1,000,000 yuan had slipped through his fingers, blown away by the wind. Now seeing the Milotic again, his face flushed with excitement. Without a second thought, he pulled out a Pokeball. Milotic, let us battle. However, the Milotic seemed to disregard his words completely, turning its head to look at the boy emerging from the forest. Its face beaming with joy. You want to battle my Pokemon? Lin Feng, who had just stepped out of the forest, observed the somewhat disheveled Zhou Yu and the affectionate Milotic approaching him with curiosity. Is this your Pokemon? Observing the boy beside him, accompanied by the serpentine vine snake, and so intimately close to the elegant Milotic, Zhou Yu felt as if the sky had collapsed in that fleeting moment. What is this? Is it to give him hope, only to lead him to despair, ultimately plunging him into hopelessness? Lin Feng rested his hand on the sleek body of Milotic, then together with the vine snake, gracefully ascended onto its back, swiftly traversing to the other side of the river Dada. My Milotic, if you are seeking a Pokemon battle, what do you think of the vine snake? The vine snake, with a hint of curiosity, turned its gaze toward Zhou Yu. Was indeed feeling a tad restless. Alas. Zhou Yu shook his head, the flush of excitement fading from his face, replaced by the pallor of hunger that had accumulated from a day without food, rendering him even more gaunt. That he cast a somewhat resentful glance at Lin Feng, his friend. Do you happen to know where I might find a restaurant? Just follow me, observing the boy's disheveled appearance. Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of mild concern. This child must have been starving for several days. He exchanged a few words with Uncle Liang, then led Zhou Yu toward the small town. Behind them, Uncle Liang muttered to himself, I've already said, there's no Milotic here. I can't fathom what today's young trainers are thinking. Suddenly, the fishing rod began to tremble, and Uncle Liang's expression brightened as he pulled the rod with vigor. With a splash, a red-eyed Magikarp leapt from the water. Uncle Liang's previously bright demeanor immediately soured. No, not you again. Go back, he exclaimed, kicking the Magikarp back into the river. Sighing, he lamented, why can't I catch a single ugly fish? By the way, that Milotic was truly stunning. I've never seen such a beautiful Milotic in my life. At my age, it's enough to make me want to raise one. He steadied himself, preparing to cast his line once more, when suddenly a brilliant white light erupted from the surface of the water, and the once tranquil surface erupted into tumultuous waves that as the light faded. A fearsome Gyarados emerged, its blood-red maw gaping wide as it roared at Uncle Liang, seemingly venting its frustration from earlier. Roar? Uncle Liang? Lucario, Aurasphere, inside the breeding house, Zhou Yu, having enjoyed a meal courtesy of Lin Feng, found his earlier resentment regarding his inability to capture Milotic dissipating. What's this? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Don't ask. I got lost in the forest for 4 or 5 days, consumed all my food, and nearly starved to death in there, Zhou Yu replied, his expression one of reluctance to discuss the matter. Lin Feng refrained from pressing further, finding it somewhat odd that a trainer already embarked on a journey could still get lost. Isn't that rather careless? Zhou Yu suddenly recalled the stream of visitors he had seen outside. Is this a breeding house? The kind that sells energy cubes? Lin Feng nodded, indeed. Zhou Yu exclaimed in surprise. You manufacture energy cubes? You're a breeder? Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. How interesting. I'm also a breeder, currently on my way to the Pokemon Breeding University in Changsha City to specialize in energy cube production. So I'll need to purchase several energy cubes for research. Upon hearing Lin Feng's admission, Zhou Yu felt a tinge of competitive spirit typical of peers. Both Milotic and Vine Snake appeared exceptionally well-groomed, with their sleek, radiant bodies and bright eyes, indicative of excellent breeding. Lin Feng merely smiled and guided him into the breeding house, where he began to introduce the various products available. 3 types of stamina energy cubes were presented, categorized into tiers of 500, 1,000, and 5,000, all designed to restore stamina with increasing efficacy, that if you frequently find yourself lost, it would be wise to stock up on these. Both humans and Pokemon can consume them. And over here are the energy cubes that enhance a Pokemon's defense. Zhou Yu, possibly due to the time wasted while lost, appeared somewhat impatient, purchasing one of each energy cube in the small shop, along with several stamina energy cubes before departing. Chapter 76. The Vine Snake's Novelty. This person isn't too bad, Lin Feng mused as he watched Zhou Yu leave. He then turned his attention back to the energy cubes in his shop. Currently, the stamina energy cubes were divided into 3 tiers. The first type was entirely produced by Shinado, albeit with somewhat inferior effects, thus priced at 500. The second type was primarily manufactured by Shinado, with Lin Feng assisting in the process. These energy cubes, while also possessing culinary effects, were not inferior to those solely made by Lin Feng, essentially equating to the first version of the stamina energy cubes. The third version was diluted from a special fruit known as life fruit, creating stamina energy cubes that could be consumed long-term by Pokemon, enhancing their endurance. To Lin Feng's surprise, the best-selling items were the 500 and 5,000 versions. This made it clear to him that when faced with energy cubes of the same efficacy, ordinary trainers often gravitate toward the more affordable options. Although the pricier ones act more swiftly, they remain expensive. Ordinary trainers are not lacking in time. Thus, the production of basic energy cubes must continue. Fortunately, with Shinedo's assistance, it is expected that future energy cube production will follow this model. With this understanding, Lin Feng did not linger excessively in the breeding house, but instead proceeded to the plantation, placing each Pokemon in their designated spots. All were quite calm, except for the moment he released the Torchic, which chirped inquisitively. Chirp? Are we battling? Where is my opponent? However, upon realizing it was back in its cozy nook, it froze in place. Apologies, but it seems there's no need for a battle this time. It was only after Lin Feng explained that it returned to its senses, albeit somewhat dejected. Nevertheless, once 2 energy cubes were placed in its food bowl, its discontent vanished in an instant. That a foodie like it can forget all troubles as long as there's food. Assured of Lin Feng's ability to care for it, Torchic had grown increasingly well-behaved over the past few days, often chattering away at him. After helping the unventured Miltank finish its daily milk, Lin Feng approached the water reservoir and waved at Milotic, who had just entered. Yo, Milotic emerged, blinking its eyes at Lin Feng, its red irises sparkling, reflecting his figure. Truly beautiful. It's no wonder trainers are eager to capture you. Placing his hand on its smooth skin, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. He felt that his Pokemon were indeed splendid. Whether it was the transformation of the Magikarp into Milotic, the evolution of the Vine Snake into its evolved form, or the Pidgey evolving into Pidgeot, after evolving, their bond with him had not diminished. In fact, it had grown stronger. Yet, not all Pokemon are like this. A few undergo personality changes post-evolution, much like the foolish Charizard in the anime. Milotic shifted restlessly, its gaze slightly evasive, yet its joy visibly increased at a remarkable pace. It's the trainer's merit. Lin Feng did not deny this, and instead chuckled. Rubbing his hands together, he asked, "May I hold you?" Having traversed the river atop Milotic, he had been harboring this desire. However, it had felt inappropriate in front of others. Now, back at home, he boldly expressed his wish. Of course. Milotic nodded without hesitation, even swimming closer to the reservoir's edge, bending down to facilitate Lin Feng's embrace. The moment Lin Feng wrapped his arms around it, he couldn't help but slide his hands along its surface. A satisfied expression gracing his face. So cool. So smooth. Lin Feng mused that upon arriving in the Pokemon world, there were 2 types of Pokemon he could never resist. One type had skin so smooth it felt like jelly to the touch, such as Milotic, Vine Snake, and Seal. The other type was the fluffy Pokemon, like Vulpix, whose belly he would often rub and play with before bed each night. Naturally, he would also groom its fur. Yet now, holding Milotic, Lin Feng's mind was solely occupied with one thought. If only it were the size of a body pillow, then at night. Wait, would that be inappropriate? Releasing Milotic, Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at its obedient nature. You're so well-behaved. If I want to hold you, I can. Unlike the Vine Snake, which, when praised, would only try to bind me, as soon as the words escaped his lips, the once upward-curving mouth of the Ivy Serpent, which had just emerged from the plantation, gradually drooped. 2 tendrils slowly unfurled, then swiftly lunged towards Lin Feng. At that moment, the Ivy Serpent suddenly recalled something. Back when it was merely a tendril serpent, it believed that trainers needed to be cajoled to be pleased. Now, it seemed that those trainers who secretly spoke ill of it behind its back ought to be bound. Of course, the Ivy Serpent would never admit that it felt an unprecedented sense of novelty after binding Lin Feng for the first time. Right? Ivy Serpent, what are you doing? You used to be so well-behaved, yet now you have transformed in such a manner. Shanai Duo, trailing behind a little, gazed with a peculiar expression. Has this trainer always been bullied by the Ivy Serpent? Or is this their unique method of cultivating their bond? Such a strange approach. Perhaps it should try to learn from it. As night fell, with Shanai Duo assisting during the day, Lin Feng undoubtedly found himself with more leisure time. Thus, he began to devise plans for his courier business. Firstly, the courier service could not deliver just anything. A minimum amount would be required for delivery. Next, based on the abilities of Bo Bo and Bai Bai Niao, he would determine the distances they could cover. Bo could deliver within a 50-mile radius, starting from 10,000, while Bai Niao could cover a 300-mile radius, beginning from 50,000. Naturally for large orders. They could deliver to any region within the Donghua Alliance, allowing for the involvement of Bai Jiao. A certain delivery fee would also be necessary, serving as sustenance for Bai Niao, and the others.